The younger generation has been wronged by kin, resulting in the destruction of my Danteon and rendering my martial path hopeless. I humbly request that you take me as your disciple and impart to me the methods of cultivating immortality." Lin Bei gazed at the handsome youth before him, who was half kneeling on the ground, presenting a spirit herb, and felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. In this world, warriors were held in the highest regard. Having traversed into this realm, Lin Bei had already surpassed the age of 18. With no wealth or land to his name, he not only missed the prime age for martial training, but also faced the dire threat of starvation. With no other choice, he pretended to be a reclusive master wandering the world. Employing a set of taiji moves reminiscent of an elderly man in the park, he successfully bamboozled these naive villagers who had never encountered the likes of him before. Fearing exposure, he boldly declared that what he taught was not martial arts, but rather the secretive art of immortality cultivation. These unsuspecting villagers believed him wholeheartedly. In a bid to retain Lin Bai's instruction for the village children, the villagers constructed a house overnight and furnished it. They even designated a vast expanse of land as Lin Bai's dojo for imparting the methods of immortality cultivation. Life had been progressing quite smoothly. How did a genuine warrior come seeking to be his disciple? Immortality methods? What immortality methods? He was merely boasting. Lin Bai's heart wailed in despair. Who, pray tell, was the scoundrel who had managed to deceive a warrior into seeking him out as a teacher? How did you come to know of me? Lin Bei sought to uncover the identity of this miscreant. The handsome youth respectfully replied, "In Qinyan Town, I occasionally overheard Neo Air from your village mention you, senior. I learned that you have cultivated for a millennium, and I hold you in deep admiration. After gaining a detailed understanding of your esteemed self, I have come to seek your guidance, hoping you will impart to me the methods of immortality cultivation and help me restore my path." Lin Bai's heart tightened. What had Neo Air told this lad? Are you not afraid that Neo Air has deceived you? I am not. Once I was deceived by someone, and now their grave has grass growing 7 feet high. Oh no, he had a fiery temper. Lin Bei cast a deep glance at the youth. He was certain that the lad spoke the truth. Though this fellow's Dantian was destroyed, a warrior's own body could easily send him to the afterlife with a single punch. There would be no question about that. Lin Bei could only lament the multitude of villagers who had gathered to watch. Were it not for their presence, he would have candidly informed this individual that he knew nothing of immortality cultivation. But at this moment, he found himself unable to speak the truth. No, he must devise a way to send him away. Resolutely, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Bei, and he immediately concocted a response. Your bloodlust is too great. The fate between us as master and disciple has yet to be fulfilled. Please take your leave. Upon uttering these words, rather than extinguishing the youth's enthusiasm, it ignited his fighting spirit. Senior, you may inquire in Qinyan Town. I, Zhang Teng, am renowned as a good person, treating others with kindness and sincerity. With that, Zhang Teng promptly bowed 3 times before Lin Bei, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Bang! 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 He even drew blood from his forehead. Such earnestness. Lin Bei recalled the bravado he had shared with Neo Air and immediately realized, oh no, this act of seeking a master had been instigated by Neo Air. Please, esteemed senior, understand that I am not bloodthirsty. I merely despise deceitful individuals. Despising deceit. Wasn't that just dreadful? Wasn't that an unmistakable affront aimed directly at him? As he observed the bluestone floor being shattered beneath Zhang Teng's bowing, Lin Bei began to prepare a refusal. At that moment, the surrounding villagers began to chime in. Master Lin, I can attest that young Master Zhang is a good person. He despises deceit because he once witnessed a deceiver abduct a child, shattering a once happy family. Clearly, Zhang Teng had a sterling reputation in Qinyan Town. You need not worry, young Master Zhang. Master Lin is kind-hearted. A person as good as you will surely be accepted as his disciple. Another burly man spoke up. Indeed, Master Lin has stated that one must treat others with kindness to attain their true self and gain fortune. With your sincerity, Master Lin will not refuse. With the villagers rallying around him, Lin Bai's heart sank. Oh no, this Zhang Teng had bought them off? Now, the atmosphere had escalated. Lin Bei regretted not keeping his mouth shut and having boasted too much. If he did not accept Zhang Teng as a disciple, it would be a most awkward situation. Should he be suspected of being a grand deceiver, it would spell disaster. With no other option, he steeled himself to accept the youth. Lin Bei made a swift decision. Since you are so sincere, I shall take you under my wing. Zhang Teng rejoiced, immediately presenting the spirit herb. Disciple Zhang Teng pays his respects to master. I beseech you to accept this token of apprenticeship. Good child, rise. Lin Bei accepted Zhang Teng's offering with a heavy heart. He understood that from this moment forth, the master-disciple bond between him and Zhang Teng was solidified. I am feeling a bit fatigued. Lin Bei yearned for solitude, contemplating how he might send Zhang Teng away. Though you're a latecomer, among my inner disciples, those practicing on the field are your fellow disciples. My first lesson for you is to not hesitate to seek knowledge. Go ask them about Taiji. Having said that, Lin Bei turned and entered the house. As he shut the door, he found himself on the verge of breaking down. Had he truly taken a warrior as his disciple? Moreover, a warrior whose dantian was destroyed? Having been in this world for so long, Lin Bei was acutely aware that the first realm for warriors was body refinement, while the second stage involved condensing the dantian's qi. Those with a dantian were all masters. The more skilled they were, the harder they were to deceive. If he couldn't provide any substantial guidance, over time, his deception would be unveiled. The thought of it was too dreadful to contemplate. Exhausted, let it all come crashing down, Lin Bei lay on the bed, assuming a sprawling posture, fully resigned. At that moment, he suddenly heard the voices of several disciples conversing outside. Younger brother Zhang possesses exceptional talent and has swiftly grasped the essence of Taiji, soft yet strong, seamlessly integrated. Indeed, he is a warrior. His comprehension is remarkable. It seems that in just a few breaths, his Taiji will surpass ours and reach the threshold of entry that Master spoke of. Master has mentioned that if someone reaches the entry threshold, he will impart the next steps of cultivation. The voices from outside sent Lin Bei into a panic. What on earth did he know about the next steps of cultivation? His knowledge of Taiji was merely at the beginner level, akin to that of an elderly man in the park. What should he do? If Zhang Teng were to come in seeking deeper insights into Taiji, he would have nothing to offer. Warriors were not easily deceived. If he were discovered to be a fraud, in a daze, Lin Bei seemed to glimpse the towering grass atop his own grave. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door jolted him. Lin Bei's heart raced. Oh no! Could it be that Zhang Teng had mastered the Taiji and was coming to inquire about more profound cultivation methods? Who is it? Lin Bei called out from behind the door. Master, it is I, Tainyo. Tainyo. Lin Bei exhaled in relief. What is it? Master, I come bearing good news. Zhang Teng, our senior brother, is exceptionally gifted and is on the verge of entry. Our dojo is finally about to witness the emergence of our first true master of Taiji. Lin Bei's heart sank. This was hardly good news. It was akin to a death knell. Simultaneously, cheers erupted from outside. Senior brother Zhang has succeeded. Oh no! Lin Bei's heart raced in alarm. Zhang Teng was coming. Chapter 2. Zhang Teng's arrival. The boisterous sounds from beyond the door mingled with an air of jubilation. A series of knocks reverberated through the wood, followed by Zhang Teng's voice. Master, are you within? To Lin Bei, Zhang Teng's voice was akin to a harbinger of doom. He felt as though the heavens were collapsing upon him. It was at this precise moment that a voice echoed within the recesses of his mind. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, has grasped the rudiments of the Tai Chi fist, crossing its threshold, entry level. Your Tai Chi fist proficiency has been elevated to perfection. Previously, his skill was no more than that of an amateur practicing in the park. Now his comprehension of Tai Chi had undergone a seismic shift. Has my golden touch been activated? He had traversed into this world a year prior, and just as he was relinquishing hope, fortune had smiled upon him. Lin Bei was instantly filled with assurance. Enter, he said. Lin Bei's tone was tranquil and amiable, projecting an aura of self-assuredness. Zhang Teng pushed the door open and stepped inside. Master, I have grasped the principles of Tai Chi fist, but I am beset by certain doubts. I implore you to enlighten me. Lin Bei's understanding of Tai Chi had now reached a level of profound mastery. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's queries, he was imbued with unwavering confidence. A master's duty is to impart knowledge, bestow skills, and resolve doubts, Lin Bei said with a genial smile. Ask whatever is on your mind. Zhang Teng hesitated briefly before speaking. Master, while Tai Chi fist is undoubtedly exquisite. It appears to bear no relation to the arts of immortal cultivation. Though his tone remained deferential, the implication of his skepticism threatened to pierce Lin Bei's eardrums. Damn, does this brat suspect I'm a charlatan? Martial artists are not so easily deceived. Remain calm. I must deceive him. Lin Bei inhaled deeply, his gaze hardening into a cold glare. Zhang Teng immediately sensed an intangible pressure. Your scholarship is superficial, grasping only the rudiments. Such vaulting ambition to study immortal cultivation techniques is beyond your current aptitude. Zhang Teng recoiled, hastily bowing with clasped hands. Master, forgive my impetuosity. It is just that my dantian is fractured, and I had heard of the profound mysteries of immortal cultivation techniques. However, after learning Tai Chi, I found it to be no different from ordinary martial arts. Hence, my doubts arose. Though Zhang Teng apologized, Lin Bei knew that if he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, the seed of doubt would only burgeon. Tai Chi could deceive those untrained in martial arts, but not a martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's expression softened slightly. It is natural for you to have such doubts, given your novice status. Zhang Teng feigned an attentive demeanor, as if eager to receive instruction. Teng'er, immortal cultivation emphasizes comprehension. It seems you have yet to grasp its essence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng maintained a respectful pose, yet a glint of skepticism flickered in his eyes. Lin Bei perceived that the boy suspected him. Without further ado, Lin Bei smoothed his garments and stood with a flourish. Teng'er, your master will impart the Dharma today. Follow me, and you shall witness what true Tai Chi is, and why I deem it a foundational technique for immortal cultivation. With that, Lin Bei strode out the door, his steps light and imbued with the air of a grandmaster. Along the way, Lin Bei began to draw upon his memories from before his transmigration, weaving an elaborate fabrication. The so-called Tai Chi embodies the principles of Yin and Yang, the source of heaven and earth. Teng'er, your initiation into Tai Chi indicates that you already understand the harmony of strength and suppleness. Next, one must comprehend the duality of Yin and Yang, harmonizing humanity with the heavens, ultimately attaining the sublime state of unity between man and the cosmos. Lin Bei continued to inspire. Only through this celestial harmony can one enter a state of clarity, thus gaining the privilege to approach the threshold of cultivation. At that time, the master will impart to you the techniques of breath control, and only then will you truly step through the door. Do you understand? The skeptical expression on Zhang Teng's face diminished somewhat as they arrived at the training ground. Numerous apprentices turned their gazes toward them. Today, the master will demonstrate the essence of Tai Chi. Remember, observe closely, contemplate deeply. Without further ado, Lin Bei executed the initial stance of Tai Chi. Shifting his weight to the right, he lifted his left foot to step forward, then raised both hands upward. Lin Bei's seemingly casual movements exuded an air of profound mystery. Zhang Teng's pupils constricted slightly. To him, each of Lin Bei's gestures appeared to embody an ineffable harmony with the universe. The concepts of human-heaven unity and celestial harmony, which had previously confounded him, now seemed to manifest vividly. Despite Zhang Teng's novice status in Tai Chi, he felt an unmistakable disparity between his own practice and that of Lin Bei. In the stillness and motion, the soft and the firm, there seemed to be an underlying wisdom. Many of the village apprentices studying Tai Chi were also unwittingly absorbed in the moment. Remarkable, even as a novice, I can sense the profundity of Tai Chi. Truly, the master is exceptional. This demonstration is unlike any before, and I find myself somewhat bewildered. Nonsense. We have yet to enter, so of course we are being taught the fundamentals. Zhang Teng has already embarked on his journey, and the demonstration is naturally different. At this moment, his doubts about Lin Bei have vanished without a trace. He feels an inexplicable sense of profound enlightenment. Indeed, the path of cultivation is entirely distinct from martial arts. I must cast aside my previous misconceptions, otherwise, I shall forever remain barred from the path of cultivation. As the demonstration of the boxing technique concluded, Lin Bei withdrew his energy. Noticing the enlightened look in Zhang Teng's eyes, he felt a sense of relief. He has been subdued. Teng'er, have you gained any insights? Zhang Teng suddenly knelt on the ground. Master, I am ashamed to admit that I previously doubted the Tai Chi you imparted based solely on my instincts. Your martial arts are indeed profound, and I have yet to fully comprehend them. Lin Bei responded with a smile. If you have not comprehended it, then take your time to do so. Remember, do not be restless. You must empty your mind to perceive the essence of the world. Disciple will heed your teachings. I shall practice diligently, and I hope to be the first disciple to knock upon the door of cultivation. Lin Bei casually offered encouragement. Zhang Teng immediately appeared invigorated, as if infused with new energy. Rest assured, Master, I shall exert every effort. On the surface, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, but internally he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Once again, he fell into the trap of deception. What if Zhang Teng, already a martial artist, swiftly comprehended the subtleties of Tai Chi and reached a state of perfection? Would he not then come to teach the breathing methods? He has yet to devise them. Martial artists are not easily deceived. At that very moment, a male villager rushed over, his face etched with urgency. Alas, Master Lin, something terrible has occurred. Chapter 3. Enlightenment of Thought. What has happened? Lin Bei was utterly bewildered. After much effort in persuading Zhang Teng, another crisis had emerged. Neo Air is in trouble. The villager gasped for breath before continuing. While in Qingyun City attending the market, he had indulged in drink and boasted of Master Lin's extraordinary powers as a cultivator. Consequently, he encountered a martial artist who accused him of being a fraud. Unable to contain his anger, Neo Air retorted, only to be beaten to the point of spitting blood, and was subsequently carried back. Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief. Neo Air was beaten? Good. He deserved it. If it weren't for Neo Air summoning a vengeful disciple, how much more carefree would he be now? Furthermore, the villager continued. What else? Lin Bei suddenly sensed an impending doom, a foreboding feeling enveloping him. The martial artist declared that he would come to destroy your dojo. Lin Bei felt a chill. Neo Air, you foolish man. Why couldn't you simply attend the market in peace? Why this incessant need to boast? If you enjoy boasting, do not drag me into it. Summoning Zhang Teng was already a nuisance, and now you have provoked another martial artist? Is it truly so difficult to make a living in these times? Though his heart raced with anxiety, with Zhang Teng and others behind him, Lin Bei could only feign calmness. It matters not. A mere martial artist wishing to destroy my dojo is hardly worthy of concern. Let us care for Neo Air and teach him to be more discreet in the future. As practitioners of the path, we do not relish in competition or strife. Upon hearing this, the villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Master Lin is unconcerned, all is well. Unconcerned, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming urge to personally deliver a couple of slaps to Neo Air, followed by seizing him by the collar and declaring, "So you enjoy boasting, do you?" Noticing the anxious expressions of his disciples surrounding him, Lin Bei calmly remarked, "No matter, continue your training." The disciples dispersed. Inside the dwelling, Lin Bei was consumed by restlessness, pacing back and forth while murmuring to himself. This simply would not do. He needed to inquire about Neo Air and ascertain the identity of the individual he had provoked, their level of strength, and whether the threats to demolish the dojo were legitimate. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei promptly left the dojo, heading towards the direction of Neo Air's residence. Upon arriving at the fenced courtyard of Neo Air's home, he hesitated before knocking on the door. From within, a familiar voice resonated. It was Zhang Teng. "Uncle Neo, who has assaulted you? As a martial artist, how could you let a mere mortal inflict such harm upon you?" Zhang Teng's tone was tinged with evident indignation. "Uncle Neo, you brought me here to apprentice under Master, offering me the chance to defy fate. This is a tremendous grace, and I cannot stand idly by." Lin Bei, standing outside the door, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Zhang Teng's words. What a good lad. He understands the importance of alleviating his master's burdens. Neo Air wore a look of grievance. That person claimed to be a martial artist from the Liuhe Martial Arts School, calling himself the mountain-splitting Hanjiao Bao. I merely remarked that even a martial artist would not stand a chance against Master Lin, and he struck me with a punch. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng snorted disdainfully. The lesser the martial artist, the more they cling to their identity as such. I shall seek justice for you in this matter. I will persuade him to apologize and compensate for your medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Neo Air immediately interjected, "Young Master Zhang, do not act impulsively. That person is quite formidable. With just a casual punch, I lost all consciousness." "Formidable?" Zhang Ting scoffed. The Liuhe Martial Arts School in Qingyun City is merely a third-rate establishment. Its master has at most reached the pinnacle of body refinement. What is there to fear? Noticing Neo Air's skepticism, Zhang Teng continued, "Although my Dantian has been destroyed, I have at least once transcended to the Danhai realm. Even if I were to challenge their school, I would feel no pressure. Rest assured, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." "Oh, well, as long as young Master Zhang is confident," Neo Air expressed his gratitude. Outside, Lin Bei also breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly forgot that his disciple was a martial artist, seemingly a skilled one at that. If this is the case, then demolishing their dojo should not be a concern. For the first time, Lin Bei felt that having a martial artist as a disciple might be quite advantageous. At that moment, Zhang Teng continued, However, what? Niu Air inquired. I have some concerns. My master once said that those who cultivate should avoid being overly competitive. Therefore, please do not inform my master of this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. This disciple knows how to keep secrets from him. Excellent. Rest assured, young Master Zhang, I, Niu Air, am not one to speak indiscreetly. Outside, Lin Bei scoffed at Niu Air's words, thinking, You are the most loquacious of them all. Nevertheless, considering that the troubles seemed less daunting now, Lin Bei felt significantly more at ease. However, just as Lin Bei was about to turn and leave, the door suddenly swung open. Zhang Teng and Lin Bei locked eyes, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Just moments ago, Zhang Teng had insisted that it was imperative not to let him know, and now they had collided face to face. Lin Bei felt equally uncomfortable. He genuinely wished for Zhang Teng to stand up for Niu Air and, in doing so, resolve his own troubles. What to do in such an awkward situation? Before the tension could escalate, Zhang Teng spoke first. Master, he stuttered, initially intending to offer an explanation. However, upon noticing Lin Bei's silence, he opted to lower his head. Master, your words about cultivators avoiding contention and rivalry have not escaped me. I acknowledge my mistake. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's admission, Lin Bei sensed an ominous turn of events. Could this young man possibly think he disapproved? On the contrary, he wholeheartedly supported it. Yet, such sentiments could not be openly expressed at this moment. Lin Bei's mind raced, and soon a strategy emerged. Acknowledging one's faults can lead to significant improvement. Indeed, cultivators ought to refrain from being overly competitive, but Lin Bei shifted his tone. However, a cultivator also places great importance on clarity of thought. If one's mind is clouded, how can one hope to master the art of cultivation? Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with understanding. Master, you are indeed correct. So, does this mean you approve of my defending Niu Air? Lin Bei offered a slight smile. Go ahead. But remember to see things through to the end and to sever any lingering ties. In this instruction, Lin Bei emphasized the importance of not leaving matters half-finished, subtly reminding Zhang Teng that after dealing with the issue, it was crucial to ensure that no further troubles would arise. Otherwise, complications would surely follow. Rest assured, Master, I will handle it with utmost efficiency and leave no room for future issues. Zhang Teng avowed with resolute conviction. Observing such adamant assurance, Lin Bei was inexplicably unsettled, pondering if the lad had perhaps misinterpreted his subtle intimations. Bear in mind, Lin Bei reiterated, that retribution should be directed at the culpable party, and only through virtuous persuasion can one forestall future complications. Rest assured, Master, Zhang Teng responded reverently, your disciple comprehends, and shall undoubtedly employ virtuous persuasion. Zhang Teng then respectfully inquired, Master, if there is naught else, I shall take my leave. Depart then, but this matter should not be divulged. Your disciple understands. Watching Zhang Teng's receding figure, Lin Bei harbored some misgivings, questioning whether he had truly grasped his intent, and if matters would not escalate further. The lad is of keen intellect, Lin Bei consoled himself. Surely he shall not misconstrue. Chapter 4. Fist as the arbiter of reason, Qingyun Town. The sun blazed fiercely in the firmament. Within the confines of the Six Harmonies Martial Hall, Zhao Bao, master of the mountain-splitting hand, hoisted 1,000-pound stone weights with measured cadence. Each lift resonated with the sonorous symphony of sinews and bones. The martial practitioners of the hall gazed upon Zhao Bao with undisguised envy. The martial artist's cultivation of the physical form is segmented into the forging of skin, sinews, bones, and blood. A practitioner capable of eliciting the harmonious resonance of sinews and bones signifies that their physical cultivation has attained its zenith, standing but a step away from blood refinement. Brother Bao is formidable. The convergence of blood refinement and qi is nigh. Within our Six Harmonies Martial Hall, aside from the master, Brother Bao reigns supreme. Brother Bao, would you deign to demonstrate your mountain-splitting hand technique for our edification? Amidst the chorus of adulation, Zhao Bao was somewhat intoxicated, his visage radiating with audacity. Indeed, allow me to showcase my martial prowess with the mountain-splitting strike. As he spoke, Zhao Bao approached a pile of pebbles in the courtyard of the martial arts school, and lifted a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds. Behold! Zhao Bao glared fiercely, his right arm bulging with muscle, transforming his palm into a blade as he brought it down with force. Huh! The sturdy pebbles shattered upon impact. Excellent! Remarkable! Numerous martial artists began to extol his prowess. At that moment, an incongruous voice rang out. Is this mere trickery worthy of display? At the utterance of those words, Zhao Bao's previously beaming expression froze instantaneously. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. Outside the martial arts school, a figure leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing an expression of contempt. Who are you to speak so brazenly? Zhao Bao seethed with indignation. You are Zhao Bao, are you not? Zhang Teng inquired. Zhao Bao snorted coldly, declaring, I have not changed my name or my lineage. And who might you be? I am Zhang Teng, and I have heard that you intend to destroy my master's dojo. Zhang Teng paused here, his tone sharpening, his eyes piercing as they locked onto Zhao Bao. You possess a remarkable audacity. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Bao felt a surge of fury rising within him, his eyes wide with rage. What did you say? Zhang Teng smirked disdainfully. I said you possess an extraordinary audacity. Each word struck Zhao Bao's heart like a dagger. You seek your own demise. Enraged, Zhao Bao took a leap forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Zhang Teng. As he approached, Zhao Bao prepared to unleash his signature move once more, transforming his palm into a blade for a fierce downward strike. Confronted with overwhelming force, Zhang Teng maintained an air of tranquility, raising a hand as if to directly receive Zhao Bao's mountain-splitting strike. Had that young man lost his senses? Even the master of the dojo would not dare to take on Zhao Bao's formidable attack head-on. It was nothing short of a death wish. The martial artists within the dojo murmured among themselves. At that precise moment, the mountain-splitting strike descended. A surge of vitality coursed through Zhang Teng's body. And beneath the slanting rays of the setting sun, his outstretched hand shimmered with a bronze hue. Bang! The stone slab beneath his feet fractured under the impact. Yet, the hand that intercepted the blow remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, utterly unyielding. Remarkably, he had withstood it. Bronze hue? Iron-skinned and bone-strong. My heavens! He has indeed cultivated a physique of bronze skin and iron bones. Judging by the depth of that bronze gleam, it must be of at least superior quality. The surrounding martial artists collectively gasped in astonishment. In a world teeming with martial artists, it is well known that the pinnacle of body refinement is the attainment of bronze skin and iron bones. Those who achieve this are undeniably geniuses. Among such prodigies, those who can refine to superior quality are the Cr. de la Sarmi, deserving of the title heavenly favored. In this moment, Zhao Bao was left in a daze. The palm that could shatter mountains now throbbed with pi. This act is indeed a profound humiliation for a martial artist. What have I done to offend you? Zhao Bao's voice was filled with frustration, tinged with a sense of grievance. He, Zhao Bao, has never inexplicably antagonized a martial artist. Is it not mere bullying of the ordinary? Did you not accuse my master of being a fraud? Did you not threaten to dismantle my master's dojo? Today, I have come to seek enlightenment, eager to ascertain the true worth of one who dares to threaten my master's sanctuary. Each word from Zhang Teng fell like a hammer, shattering Zhao Bao's recollections. He was taken aback, never anticipating that striking a boastful mundane would summon a master with ironclad resilience. Even more astonishing was the fact that this individual boldly claimed to be the disciple of that alleged fraud. A mere mortal, spewing nonsensical tales of deities is one thing. But for a martial artist to believe such fabrications, it is utterly absurd. Zhao Bao longed to voice his thoughts, yet words lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. What could he possibly say? To declare that the so-called celestial being is a charlatan? The disciple has already come to confront him. To admit his error? He certainly does not believe himself to be in the wrong. In his eyes, the notion of celestial beings is sheer nonsense. If Zhang Teng were to employ the fantastical techniques boasted by Niuer, he might reluctantly entertain the idea. But Zhang Teng is merely a martial artist. Does this so-called cultivator bear any genuine connection? Two conditions. Zhang Teng's voice echoed forth. Firstly, you are a warrior. To assault civilians is a grave error. Thus, you are obliged to compensate for the medical expenses. Secondly, you must pay a visit to apologize. How does one navigate such circumstances? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Such is the code of the warrior. Strength commands respect. Zhao Bao decisively chose to acquiesce. You are correct. I shall compensate and extend my apologies. Only then did Zhang Teng retract his foot. I await your arrival. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Observing Zhang Teng's retreating figure, Zhao Bao's expression fluctuated. Brother Bao, this. I speak without thought, and my temper is fiery. If someone seeks retribution and delivers a beating, I accept it. This is the way of the warrior, I understand. As Zhao Bao spoke, his tone shifted, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. However, to act brazenly within the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Hall is to show utter disregard for the master. It is akin to challenging the hall itself. Should the master confront him, he must also bear the consequences. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding warriors nodded in agreement. The master is on the verge of gathering energy to break through the Danxi realm. Although this young man has cultivated a body of steel, he is by no means a match for the master. Alas, the master is absent. If he were present, such unruliness would not be tolerated. As time passed, the evening sun cast its warm glow upon the ground of Qingyun town. The once bustling town, now somewhat desolate, suddenly regained its vibrancy. A figure emerged, shouldering the lifeless form of a white-striped ferocious tiger, walking with steady steps and an air of pride. That was Master Cheng Lu, carrying the renowned golden-eyed tiger. It was said that the South Mountains' ferocious tigers prey upon humans, transforming the devoured into vengeful spirits that deceive passers-by. Could this be the very extraordinary tiger? It is he. Word has it that individuals from Nanshan town have sought the master of the martial arts school to hunt a tiger. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Master Cheng returned to the Six Harmonies Martial Arts School with a smile. Upon his arrival, he observed a group of dispirited individuals, and the surrounding flagstones were considerably damaged. What has transpired? Master Cheng's voice was deep, commanding respect without uttering a harsh word. The master has returned? You have achieved a breakthrough? The martial artists within the school were overjoyed upon seeing Master Cheng. Master, someone has challenged the school. Brother Leopard was assaulted, and the challenger even demanded that Brother Leopard personally apologize and pay reparations. Upon hearing this, Master Cheng was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. Who dares to be so audacious as to challenge my school in my absence? This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 5. Martial virtue is also virtue. After his initial outburst, Master Cheng regained his composure. Tell me precisely what occurred, from beginning to end. After the martial artists within the school recounted the entire sequence of events, Master Cheng did not display anger. Instead, he revealed a look of suspicion. You say the challenger has cultivated superior-grade copper skin and iron bones? The martial artist promptly replied. Indeed. The individual identifies himself as Zhang Ting. Upon hearing the name Zhang Ting, Master Cheng's expression took on a playful quality. So, it is he. Zhang Teng of the Nanyang Zhang clan. A martial artist within the school exclaimed in surprise. The master has heard of him? Zhang Teng was once a prodigy of the Nanyang Zhang clan, but was later expelled from the family for violating clan rules, resulting in the destruction of his Dantian. I did not expect him to have sought refuge in our Azure Cloud town, Master Cheng scoffed. After all, having once been a master who embodied the essence of the Danxi realm, it is only natural that Zhao Bao is no match for him. Endowed as he is with a body of bronze and iron. To hide, what offense has he committed? A martial artist within the hall expressed curiosity. It is said that at the banquet of the Prince of Nanyang, he drunkenly intruded into the prince's inner courtyard, tarnishing the purity of the princess, which aroused the prince's wrath, leading to a bounty of 10,000 gold for his capture. Master Cheng chuckled. Originally, Zhao Bao had regarded others with disdain. I felt it was beneath me to seek revenge, but now, I could indeed use the pretext of challenging the hall to reclaim my honor and apprehend Zhang Teng. In a small mountain village, at the Linbei dojo, upon Zhang Teng's return, many disciples eagerly welcomed him. Coincidentally, Zhang Teng spotted Linbei seated at a stone table within the dojo and hurriedly approached. Master, I have returned. Linbei nodded and inquired with a smile. How did you fare with the matter at hand? My disciple has kept your teachings close to heart. To win others over with virtue, I engaged in a candid conversation with the other party, exchanging views for in-depth communication. Zhang Teng replied with a smile. Fortunately, I did not fail in my duty. They have acknowledged their mistake and will soon come to apologize to Nyo Air. Upon hearing this, Linbei's heart swelled with approval. This is remarkably dependable. What does he fear most? Trouble. Now, with Zhang Teng's honest dialogue and profound communication resulting in a resolution through virtue, culminating in an agreement to apologize, it is evident that the matter has been satisfactorily resolved. Excellent. My disciple has gained further insights into Tai Chi. I shall go practice now. Very well. Off you go. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction as they entered the dojo. The apprentices murmured with envy. Senior Zhang is truly remarkable. Could you enlighten us with your methods? Indeed. How did you manage such a candid exchange? Lin Bei, with his keen hearing, curiously perked up his ears. Zhao Bao, the split mountain hand, being a martial artist, understands that directness in communication means a physical exchange. Zhang Teng chuckled. Zhao Bao overestimated his abilities and initiated the confrontation. With a single move, I subdued him, pinning him beneath my foot. The surrounding apprentices gasped in astonishment. Is this what you call candor? Lin Bei nearly choked on his tea, feeling exasperated. You consider this candor? And what of deeper communication? An apprentice inquired. I pointed out his errors and insisted on a formal apology. Having been defeated, he acquiesced to my demands. Zhang Teng stated matter-of-factly. Lin Bei nearly scoffed. Very well. Is this your explanation? This is what you call deeper communication? Senior Zhang, didn't you tell the master that you subdued him with virtue? Another apprentice asked. Lin Bei nodded inwardly, thinking, that's an excellent question. He was eager to hear Zhang Teng's explanation. Among martial artists, the principle is to reason with one's fists. Zhang Teng confidently declared, martial virtue is, after all, a form of virtue. This pronouncement was met with cheers and adulation from the apprentices. Only Lin Bei felt his nose wrinkle in exasperation. It seemed that Zhang Teng had completely disregarded his instructions to resolve matters cleanly and thoroughly, leaving no future troubles. Is this what he calls clean and thorough? Is this how he avoids future problems? Isn't this just picking a fight and forcing others into submission with brute force? This matter with Liang seems to have reached a conclusion, Lin Bei thought bitterly to himself. This young man. It is no wonder he fell victim to deception and ruined his Dantian. He is utterly foolish. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Lin Bei glanced at Zhang Teng and suddenly called out loudly, Tunger, come here. Zhang Teng hurried over, exclaiming, Master, how may I serve you? Tai Chi emphasizes the harmonious interplay of movement and stillness, Lin Bei replied with a gentle smile. You are currently too agitated to grasp its profound essence. Henceforth, retreat to room 1 in the Taoist hall and meditate in solitude. You shall not emerge until I summon you. Yes, master, I shall obey. Zhang Teng felt a surge of joy, believing that Lin Bei was pleased with his handling of matters. This was indeed guidance for his cultivation. After Zhang Teng departed, a voice of confusion echoed through the hall from one of the disciples. Master, why did you send Zhang Teng to the small dark room? Isn't that reserved for those who have erred and are being punished? What do you know? Master is providing guidance for his cultivation. It is not merely a small dark room. Can Brother Zhang Teng be compared to us? We entered due to our mistakes. He has earned his place there through merit. The more he spoke, the more he felt something was amiss. Regardless of the circumstances, was he not still being sent to the small dark room? A few expressed their doubts, yet none dared to inquire further. Tainyo, master, a robust young disciple rushed over. Your senior brother Zhang needs to concentrate in solitude. He must not be disturbed, nor should anyone bring him food. Indeed, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Within the dojo, an apprentice expressed his bewilderment. Master, this is rather harsh. Confinement in the small black room and deprivation of food. One would think this was a punishment for Brother Zhang. You know nothing. This is guidance for cultivation. Pay attention and learn diligently. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Bei was troubled. Zhang Teng's audacious challenge to the martial arts school seemed a portent of inevitable retribution. The incident of the dojo being vandalized was trivial, but if his masquerade as a cultivator were to be unveiled, it would spell disaster. This lad could not possibly possess a multitude of cunning schemes, could he? Was he intentionally provoking me to gauge my capabilities? Lin Bei pondered in secret. Yet, if this boy were so shrewd, how could he have been so easily ensnared and rendered incapable? Lin Bei reached a conclusion. Zhang Teng was merely an inexperienced fool in the ways of the world. As Lin Bei brooded over his grievances against Zhang Teng, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple, after some guidance, has experienced a breakthrough, entering a state of enlightenment. Tai Chi has ascended to perfection, and your own Tai Chi has reached the limit-breaking level. What on earth? Could it be that Zhang Teng is a prodigy of innate Tai Chi? It has only been a short while, yet he has transcended perfection? This fellow was indeed a remarkable anomaly. In a daze, Lin Bei found his understanding of Tai Chi entering a new realm. More precisely, through Tai Chi, he attained a fresh insight into the cosmos. The technique neared the essence of the Tao, Previously, he had been utterly ignorant of how to formulate a breathing technique, but now, he sensed an elusive thread connecting him to the profound mysteries of existence. Chapter 6. The fabrication of the breathing technique. The so-called breathing technique was merely a fabrication concocted by Lin Bei to fool the villagers. Attempting to deceive martial artists was akin to a fool's errand. This was precisely the source of Lin Bei's anxiety. Although Zhang Teng appeared obedient and docile, the thought of him discovering that Lin Bei was a grand charlatan was a scenario too dreadful to contemplate. Lin Bei vividly recalled Zhang Teng's grimace when he had previously mentioned deceit. However, circumstances had shifted. Through the practice of Tai Chi, Lin Bei genuinely sensed the ethereal essence of the universe. This newfound awareness greatly inspired Lin Bei in his creation of the breathing technique, which was essentially about inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Lin Bei yearned to rely on his own capabilities to devise the breathing technique. Yet, he despondently realized that he seemed devoid of the requisite insight and talent to genuinely create it. What to do? Lin Bei remained unperturbed. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had perused numerous related texts. Now, he possessed a clear direction. It would not be arduous to extract some key concepts from these books and piece together a logically coherent breathing technique. Before long, drawing upon his perception of the spiritual energy of the universe and the knowledge he had amassed, Lin Bei began to weave his creation. In a short span, he had crafted a somewhat enigmatic breathing technique. Zhang Teng, I have endeavored to formulate this based on my understanding of the spiritual energy of the cosmos. The rest is up to you. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei made his way to the dojo. Tainyo, he called out, waving a hand. Master, what is it? Tainyo responded with a quickened pace. I have discerned that your senior brother Zhang has comprehended the profound essence of Tai Chi. Please have him wait for me in the transmission chamber. Lin Bei replied with a cheerful smile. Is that so? Master, your cultivation is truly profound. You can even perceive this, Iron Bull said, his face brimming with admiration. What do you intend to impart to Brother Zhang? His Tai Chi has already reached an extraordinary level, qualifying him for the understanding of breathing techniques. Naturally, he shall be taught the method of breath regulation. Lin Bei replied. Enough of the idle chatter, go quickly. Understood, Master. Observing Iron Bull's naive demeanor, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. This simpleton is quite endearing. If only Zhang Teng were as guileless, at least he wouldn't suspect him of deceit. At that moment, in room 1 of the Earth Building, Iron Bull gently knocked on the door. Brother Zhang, are you there? Who is it? Came Zhang Teng's puzzled voice. It's me, Iron Bull. Master sent me to find you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Previously, Lin Bei had instructed others not to disturb him during his contemplation of Tai Chi, just as he had begun to grasp something profound. Master had someone seek him out. Was it mere coincidence? With a hint of suspicion, Zhang Teng queried, what does Master wish to convey? He said he sensed your understanding of Tai Chi has reached an extraordinary level, and he wants you to wait for him in the transmission chamber, Iron Bull answered earnestly. Is that so? Master possesses such remarkable insight. He could discern my recent breakthroughs even as I was absorbing them. At this moment, Zhang Teng's trust in Lin Bei began to deepen, accompanied by a surge of admiration and respect. Iron Bull, do you know what Master intends to teach me? Despite having a certain inkling, Zhang Teng couldn't help but inquire further. Iron Bull chuckled, you've asked the right person. Master said he will teach you the method of breath regulation. Zhang Teng was overjoyed. What is the method of breath regulation? That is the foundation of cultivation. As long as he can comprehend the art of breathing, he will be able to step through the gateway of cultivation and become a cultivator. I shall proceed at once. Zhang Teng pushed open the door and departed with swift strides, followed closely by Tainyo. Senior brother, your talent is extraordinary. Once you master this cultivation technique, you must guide us. Naturally, Zhang Teng responded eagerly. In the transmission room, Zhang Teng sat cross-legged, his expression solemn as he awaited Lin Bei, during which he meticulously contemplated the profound essence of Tai Chi. Indeed, Lin Bei's voice resonated, feigning an air of a master who greatly values his disciple. To be able to comprehend the principles of Tai Chi with such humility, though possessing average innate talent, could still be deemed as having the potential for cultivation. Upon opening his mouth, he began to deceive. This young man, Zhang Teng, possesses astonishing insight and remarkable talent. He must be properly tempered. Otherwise, how could Lin Bei's prowess as a master be demonstrated? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Teng immediately responded with utmost respect. I pay my respects to my master. No need for formalities. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. Master, is my aptitude for cultivation truly so lacking? Zhang Teng inquired cautiously. Your aptitude is rather mediocre. Lin Bei replied. Take the comprehension of Tai Chi as an example. If one can grasp it within the duration of a stick of incense, they may be called a prodigy, if within an hour, a genius, if within half a day, a capable talent. However, you have exceeded half a day, and thus can only be deemed as possessing average aptitude. Lin Bei spoke with an air of falsehood. Had Zhang Teng truly comprehended in the time of a stick of incense, he would have meticulously calculated it down to the very breath. In the realm of deception, Lin Bei had a firm grasp. Indeed, Zhang Teng, who initially felt a surge of pride, was suddenly enveloped in a sense of disappointment. However, he still harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Master, there is one thing I do not comprehend. Please enlighten me. Zhang Teng asserted, his voice tinged with defiance. Even if there is a slight delay in grasping the concepts, surely my aptitude should not be deemed so lacking? Lin Bei chuckled softly, wearing an expression that perfectly captured the essence of youthful ignorance. Talented individuals can transcend their limitations. Your aptitude is insufficient. And achieving perfection in Tai Chi is merely your utmost limit. Transcend limitations? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. What did it mean to break free from constraints? He realized suddenly that this might be the reason his master considered him of mediocre ability. Master, what does it mean to break free from limitations? Not understanding, Zhang Teng humbly sought guidance. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, pleased to have captivated his attention. To transcend limitations is to perceive the principles of the universe and to grasp the subtleties of breath control. However, do not fret. You are not barred from entering the realm of cultivation. Lin Bei continued to elaborate. Since you have become my disciple, I shall impart to you the methods of breath control, and I hope that your diligence may compensate for your shortcomings. Zhang Teng, undeterred, respectfully responded. I humbly request the teachings, master. Lin Bei smiled, continuing to weave his narrative. Your aptitude is rather lacking. If I were to impart my teachings, you might struggle to comprehend. With that, he declared, now, I shall demonstrate what it means to break through the limitations of Tai Chi. Lin Bei's demeanor turned serious. You must not only observe with your eyes, but also perceive with your heart. Do you understand? Zhang Teng nodded vigorously, focusing intently. Lin Bei stepped forward and began the initial movements of Tai Chi. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng's pupils constricted. He could sense that at this moment, Lin Bei was performing Tai Chi, and the aura surrounding him had entirely transformed. An indescribable spirit emanated, radiant like the blazing sun. Zhang Teng felt a profound shock. Could this be the Tai Chi that transcends limits? Chapter 7. Exceptional Insight. Perfecting the breathing technique. Each time Zhang Teng witnessed Lin Bei perform Tai Chi, his feelings were markedly different. At this moment, Lin Bei's execution of Tai Chi was a harmonious blend of gentleness and strength, perfectly intertwined. Every movement flowed effortlessly, and that resplendent spirit resonated with the universe, showcasing an ineffable harmony. In the depths of his being, Zhang Teng experienced an enigmatic sensation, as if a wondrous rhythm existed between the heavens and Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice resonated. The breathing technique involves harnessing the energy of the universe, forging the path of the Tao. To cultivate Qi, one must comprehend the forces of Yin and Yang, the principles of Tai Chi. This is the genesis of the breathing technique, expelling the old to embrace the new, rooted in the Tao, unifying heaven and humanity, unlocking the gateways to profound truths, and opening the path to the heavens. Only then can one practice the art of Qi cultivation. As Lin Bei reached this point in his thoughts, an unexpected jolt surged through him. Oh no! In the midst of his narration, the content became overly convoluted. And in a moment of tension, he completely forgot the subsequent details. What to do? In a flash of inspiration, Lin Bei cleverly ad-libbed. The Tao can only be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. Lin Bei gazed at Zhang Teng with a face full of kindness. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is personal. Tenger, you must forge your own path. I believe in you. When Zhang Teng looked into Lin Bei's eyes, he suddenly felt a stirring within his heart. He could discern that in Lin Bei's eyes, a gaze of trust shone almost dazzlingly. Master, I shall not let you down. Zhang Teng felt a surge of fervor within him. How long had it been since he had felt such trust? Ever since his dantian had been destroyed. Every gaze cast upon him had been akin to that of viewing a worthless wretch. Only Lin Bei had never regarded him as such. Despite his mediocre talent, Lin Bei had still devoted himself to teaching him with utmost diligence. Though there were moments of reprimand, they were ultimately for his own benefit. He understood. Unbeknownst to him, his reverence for Lin Bei had deepened significantly. Lin Bei sensed Zhang Teng's trust and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had managed to navigate through that situation. However, after this experience, Lin Bei realized that when fabricating a narrative, one must not embellish excessively. While it might be difficult to remember, the primary concern was that excessive fabrication would lead to errors. The more one fabricates, the more mistakes one makes. Thus, it would be wiser to create a broad opening and framework instead. Judging by Zhang Teng's feedback, the outcome seemed to be more favorable. What if Zhang Teng were to seek clarification? That would be quite simple. A thorough admonition would suffice, urging him to reflect deeply. Perfect. At that moment, Lin Bei's thoughts became clear. Consequently, he casually offered words of encouragement. The journey of cultivation is long and necessitates seeking knowledge both above and below. Remember this, my disciple. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes, as if he had come to an understanding. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhang Teng turned and departed. Watching Zhang Teng's retreating figure, Lin Bei fell into contemplation. Guidance. What had he truly imparted? Just a casual word of encouragement. Never mind, let it be. Lin Bei arrived in the courtyard, basking in the warmth of the morning sun, which enveloped him in a sense of contentment and comfort. He casually accepted the tea offered by Tai Nyo, observing the apprentices in the village practicing Tai Chi. The delightful moments have returned. Time passed. Ever since Zhang Teng had been taught the breathing technique by Lin Bei, he had become an ardent practitioner, immersing himself day and night in its nuances. Lin Bei was greatly pleased with Zhang Teng's diligence and had praised him on multiple occasions. Particularly during their occasional encounters, Lin Bei's approving demeanor, reminiscent of a mentor recognizing a promising student, invigorated Zhang Teng, fueling his fervent pursuit of understanding. The reason for Lin Bei's approval was simple. The world had finally found tranquility, at least in Lin Bei's eyes, for the time being. Zhang Teng would harbor no doubts about him. As for mastering the breathing technique, Lin Bei held no illusions. After all, the so-called technique was merely a fabrication of his own imagination. However, such idyllic moments seemed fleeting. While Lin Bei leisurely sipped his tea, Tai Nyo rushed over in a flurry. Not good, Master, not good. Bah, I'm quite well, what troubles me? Lin Bei retorted with mild annoyance. What has happened now? It's about old Zhao from our village. What about old Zhao? Has he been beaten again? Lin Bei furrowed his brow. He wondered if Zhang Teng's arrival had disturbed the village's harmony, as the once docile villagers seemed to be facing an unusual string of misfortunes. No, it's not that. Old Zhao said he heard that Master Qing Lu of the Liuhe Martial Arts School has returned, Tai Nyo replied, his expression tinged with urgency. Old Zhao has provoked the Liuhe Martial Arts School? Lin Bei was utterly perplexed. In his memory, old Zhao from the village was merely a simple, honest farmer. How could he possibly provoke a martial artist? Iron Bull shook his head repeatedly. No, Brother Zhang has indeed fought Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao is a martial artist from the Liuhe Martial Arts School, he quickly explained. Old Zhao went to Qingyun town to attend the market and heard several rumors. Master Chung has already declared that he intends to bring people to our dojo to return the favor. Return the favor? Lin Bei inquired. Brother Zhang went to the Liuhe Martial Arts School and fought Zhao Bao. According to the rules of the martial arts world, that constitutes a challenge, so the so-called return visit is essentially them coming to challenge our dojo, Iron Bull lamented. Lin Bei's previously cheerful demeanor instantly froze. However, in front of Iron Bull, he forced himself to suppress his emotions. On the surface, he feigned nonchalance, yet internally, he had scolded Zhang Teng 100 times over. Despite having repeatedly instructed that matters should be handled promptly and cleanly, without leaving behind any potential troubles, and that one should win people over with virtue, what had happened? This foolish individual not only failed to resolve the issue, but complicated it further. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No, he needed to vent his frustrations on Zhang Teng at this moment, and subtly probe to see if this fellow could withstand the pressure. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei stood up and walked towards the training room where Zhang Teng was in seclusion. As he walked, he turned to Iron Bull and asked, by the way, do you know how formidable Master Cheng's abilities are? Iron Bull spoke with deep respect. I have heard that Master Cheng is quite extraordinary. He once went hunting in Nanshan and killed a monstrous tiger. What monstrous tiger? Lin Bei queried, puzzled. It is said that this tiger had become a supernatural being, known to devour humans, and that those it consumed would turn into wraiths. Tina Yu remarked, the chilling ghost is but the visage of one before death. It is said that many have been lured into the mountains by these specters in Nanshan town, only to become the feast of that otherworldly beast. How formidable is his martial prowess? Lin Bei inquired further. According to Old Zhang, Master Cheng ventured to Nanshan to hunt tigers in search of an opportunity for breakthrough. Now that he has returned from the hunt, he has likely ascended to the status of a grand martial artist, possessing the legendary strength of the Danai realm. Danai realm? This is dire. A chill gripped Lin Bei's heart. Zhang Tin was once a master of the Danai realm. However, with his Dantian shattered, he may not stand a chance against Master Cheng. This is catastrophic. Is the dojo destined to be demolished? Lin Bei began to contemplate whether he should concoct an excuse to evade the impending storm. At that very moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Your disciple is currently comprehending and refining the breathing technique. Congratulations, your disciple Zhang Teng has grasped the breathing technique, entry level. Your own breathing technique has been elevated to perfection. Chapter 8, My disciple Zhang Teng, possessed of the martial emperor's talent as the voice faded. Lin Bei felt a torrent of knowledge surging into his memory. The breathing technique he had originally devised was rather abstract and esoteric. Yet now, his words seemed to be substantiated. To draw an analogy, the breathing technique he had crafted was akin to a precarious tower, teetering on the brink of collapse. But now, the situation had transformed. Zhang Teng had not only erected a heavenly ladder beneath this tower, but had also restored the dilapidated structure into a magnificent palace in the clouds. Such extraordinary comprehension is truly remarkable. Lin Bei's heart was profoundly shaken. As the shock subsided, he began to realize that his extraordinary abilities seemed to possess an unparalleled capacity for profound insights. This had been evident with Tai Chi, and now it manifested again with the breathing techniques. Whenever he imparted knowledge, as soon as Zhang Teng grasped the fundamentals, he would immediately attain mastery. After attempting to practice the breathing technique, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, surging into his body like the tide. His previously frail physique was undergoing a remarkable transformation under this spiritual refinement. The breathing technique, the path of cultivation, it had indeed succeeded. Iron Bull observed Lin Bei, who stood in a daze. Master, what is the matter with you? Nothing, Lin Bei replied, aware that this was not the time for cultivation. Although their conversation was subdued, the confines of Zhang Teng's meditation chamber were small, merely separated by a single door. His keen hearing allowed him to discern the arrival of Lin Bei and Iron Bull almost instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng ceased his practice and opened the door. Disciple, I bow before you, Master. Master indeed possesses great wisdom, aware that the disciple harbors doubts, and has come personally to provide clarity. I am profoundly grateful. Lin Bei was taken aback, filled with confusion. When had he ever been regarded as possessing such wisdom? When had he made a special visit to elucidate matters for Zhang Teng? It was Iron Bull who had come to report, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, preparing to vent his frustrations on Zhang Teng. However, it was merely a coincidence that Zhang Teng had just experienced a breakthrough and that he happened to appear at that moment. Nevertheless, with the atmosphere charged as it was, Lin Bei could not possibly reveal the truth. Thus, he adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. I sense that your understanding of the breathing technique has become profound, and knowing that you may have doubts, I have come to elucidate. Upon the utterance of those words, Zhang Teng felt an overwhelming sense of emotion within. Memories of Lin Bei's teachings surged in his mind. What constitutes a master? It is the imparting of wisdom, the guidance through learning, and the resolution of doubts. My esteemed mentor, I am deeply grateful. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively and entered the quiet chamber, finding a cushion to settle upon. Speak freely. Your mastery of breath control has commenced. What uncertainties linger in your mind? Do not hesitate to express them. Lin Bei brimmed with confidence. Having perfected his techniques in breath control, his understanding surpassing that of Zhang Teng by several degrees. Without hesitation, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei and respectfully voiced his queries. Master, I comprehend the profound intricacies of breath control, and I have gained a preliminary understanding that illuminates my future cultivation. However, the more Lin Bei listened, the more he sensed something amiss. The demeanor of Zhang Teng suggested he was not merely seeking knowledge about breath control. Zhang Teng's hesitance only reinforced Lin Bei's suspicions. Could it be? Was he truly about to inquire about matters beyond breath control? Lin Bei felt a twinge of anxiety. If the question strayed, would he be able to provide a satisfactory answer? As a competent deceiver, Lin Bei began to contemplate how to navigate the conversation should he falter in his responses. Maintaining a composed facade, Lin Bei spoke in a tranquil tone. What my disciple wishes to discuss pertains to martial arts. Zhang Teng bowed his head, appearing somewhat anxious. He feared reprimand. Here he was, having devoted himself to the pursuit of the immortal path under Lin Bei's guidance. Yet he dared to question the realm of martial arts? Lin Bei felt a pang of distress. Martial arts queries directed at him? What knowledge did he possess on that subject? In an instant, Lin Bei fell into silence. As his silence lingered, so too did the weight of the moment. Zhang Ting lowered his head even more, feeling an unsettling impression that Lin Bei was dissatisfied with him. However, he could not avoid addressing the matter any longer. Ultimately, he steeled himself and spoke. Master, my martial arts training had reached the level of bronze skin and iron bones. Yet, after practicing the breathing technique, I unexpectedly shattered the limits of martial body refinement and ascended to the indestructible state. As he spoke, Zhang Teng flexed his muscles, bravely demonstrating his newfound indestructibility. To his astonishment, the original bronze hue of his skin vanished, replaced by a shimmering golden glow. Lin Bei was taken aback. Having spent a year in this world, he was somewhat familiar with martial body refinement and had a vague understanding of bronze skin and iron bones, but he was merely an outsider with second-hand knowledge. Moreover, he had heard that only truly exceptional talents could achieve bronze skin and iron bones. As for the indestructible state, what was that? He was utterly clueless. How could he offer guidance when he struggled to comprehend? Even to deceive would be a challenge. However, could he truly claim ignorance in matters of cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei decided to engage in a bit of probing before devising a strategy to mislead. Share your thoughts, he prompted. Zhang Teng immediately responded. The indestructible state is a legendary existence among martial artists. Those who can attain it possess the potential of a martial emperor. However, I have merely grasped the breathing technique and yet transcended to the indestructible state. I believe that martial arts cannot compare to the immortal path. It is but a minor path. I worry that my advancement in martial arts will hinder my cultivation journey. Thus, I seek your guidance, Master. Ah, I see. Lin Bei sighed with relief. Such matters were easily woven into a narrative, even with his eyes closed. As long as he is not questioned about the cultivation of martial arts, there is no significant issue. A minor concern, Lin Bei remarked with a smile. No worries. The Tao is omnipresent, embracing all things. There is no need to dwell on it. Zhang Ting cast a somewhat anxious glance at Lin Bei. Master, will my cultivation in martial arts hinder my path in the Tao? Lin Bei responded calmly, not at all. The Tao is like the vast ocean, encompassing all rivers. Even if martial arts seem trivial in your eyes, it is still a path of cultivation that ultimately leads to the same destination. Zhang Teng then sighed in relief. I understand, Master. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. If you have any questions regarding breathing techniques, feel free to approach me. Yes. With that, Lin Bei departed contentedly. Farewell, Master. After Lin Bei left, Tainyo could not help but inquire, Brother Zhang, what were you and Master discussing? I couldn't comprehend a single word. Zhang Ting chuckled calmly. You have yet to enter the realm, so naturally, you cannot understand. By the way, Brother Zhang, the owner of the Liuhe Martial Arts School, Cheng, has declared that if you challenge their school, he will return the favor, Tainyo added. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's gaze turned cold. Return the favor? They dare to challenge our dojo? Are they seeking death? No, I must go to Liuhe Martial Arts School and settle this matter. Otherwise, if Master finds out, he will surely think me unreliable. It's too late. Master already knows, Tainyo replied. Zhang Teng stiffened, uttering a few words. You mean to say? Yes. Tainyo timidly nodded. Brother, do not be angry. I informed Master first because this matter is beyond your control. Chapter 9. A Martial Arts Legend? The lower limits of cultivation. Observing signs of agitation in Zhang Teng, Tainyo hastened his pace. Senior brother, I've heard that the master of the Six Harmonies Martial Hall, Master Ching, has already broken through to the Sea of Qi realm. Your Dantian is destroyed, and I was concerned you might act rashly, which is why I spoke to the master first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's initial annoyance subsided somewhat. The Sea of Qi realm. That was the second realm for martial artists. Only after surpassing the body refinement realm could one refine their own essence from surging qi and blood, gathering it in the Dantian. Having once entered the Sea of Qi realm himself, he naturally understood its power. The gap between major realms could not be bridged by mere iron bones. Zhang Teng was not afraid at this moment. After all, he had cultivated the indestructible body. Whether he could win would only be known in a clash. However, the strength of the Six Harmonies Martial Hall's master also calmed him down. Facing the Sea of Qi realm, he had no certainty of victory. I understand his strength, Zhang Teng said, turning to Tiny Yo. Keep an eye on things for me. I've just grasped the art of breathing and exhaling, and my strength is still improving. I must become as strong as possible before he arrives. This trivial matter of a dojo challenge shouldn't require the master to intervene. No problem, Tiny Yo assured, patting his chest. I'll keep watch for you, paying attention to the outside situation at all times. Do you have confidence? Zhang Teng's expression turned grave. If he comes now, I have at most a 40% chance of success. But with each passing day, I'll increase my chances by at least 10%. Tiny was astonished. Senior brother, wasn't your Sea of Qi destroyed? How can you be so confident? Zhang Teng smiled confidently. Once, I was a martial artist, lacking certainty. But now I have ascended to the realm of cultivation. The esteemed Master Chung of the Liuhe Martial Arts School is now the only one qualified to contend with me. Zhang Teng takes immense pride in having crossed the threshold into the world of cultivation. Having just embarked on this path, his physical constitution has transcended its limits, achieving an invincible state akin to that of a diamond. Legends of martial arts and tales of invincibility are mere rudiments in the presence of a cultivator. At the dojo, under Zhang Teng's exemplary influence, the apprentices practicing Tai Chi in the village have become increasingly passionate. Lin Bei observes the apprentices before him, feeling an unprecedented tranquility within. Through this period of observation, he has discovered that his unique ability does not conjure something from nothing. Only through the comprehension of the techniques he imparts can he receive any feedback. Despite Zhang Teng's martial prowess transitioning from a robust physique to an indomitable state, Lin Bei has received no feedback whatsoever. Furthermore, Lin Bei gradually realizes that his unique ability allows him to receive knowledge that is complete, even surpassing limits directly. What does this signify? Lin Bei boldly speculates that his ability may possess remarkable deductive prowess. Shaking his head, he calms his mind, preparing to contemplate how to weave the next chapter. Yet, despite exhausting his mental faculties, he finds himself devoid of ideas, unable to fabricate anything substantial. It appears that forcing the issue yields no results. He must seek the correct direction and approach. In this regard, Lin Bei silently acknowledges that he will not push the matter. He understands that the time has not yet come. If he were to force it, the cultivation method he concocts would be excessively hollow and abstract. Even with Zhang Teng's extraordinary comprehension, it is unlikely he would derive any meaningful understanding. It seems that it is essential to guide Zhang Teng in a timely manner, encouraging him to dedicate his time to the comprehension of the breathing technique. Once Zhang Teng achieves a breakthrough in this discipline, his mastery will elevate to unprecedented heights, significantly easing his quest for direction. At that moment, Tiny Yo approached. Upon noticing his intention to practice martial arts, Lin Bei called him over directly. Master, did you summon me? Tiny Yo expressed profound respect towards Lin Bei. What is Zhang Teng currently engaged in? Lin Bei inquired. Master, he is refining his body using the breathing technique, Tiny Yo replied. Lin Bei furrowed his brows, expressing dissatisfaction. What nonsense. He has only just begun with the breathing technique. He should prioritize its comprehension. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Must I teach him this? Noticing Lin Bei's discontent, Tiny Yo quickly interjected, Master. I informed him about the challenge at Cheng's dojo. He said he wishes to grow stronger swiftly and does not wish to trouble you with such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's anger dissipated instantly. What comprehension? There is no need to rush. Settling the trouble at hand is of utmost importance, he declared. Is he confident? Lin Bei further queried. Senior brother Zhang claims he has surpassed the indomitable diamond level, with a probability of success at 40%. Currently, as he employs the breathing technique for body refinement, each passing day increases his odds by 10%. Tiny Yo, known for his straightforwardness, readily divulged this information as soon as Lin Bei asked. Excellent. Lin Bei silently acknowledged, reassured by the presence of his devoted disciple standing at the forefront. Go practice your martial arts, he instructed. Yes, master. Watching Tiny Yo depart, Lin Bei relinquished the thought of urging Zhang Teng to comprehend the breathing technique. After all, the challenges faced by the dojo required his own fortitude. Resolutely, Lin Bei returned to his abode to commence a period of secluded cultivation. He held great anticipation regarding the bodily benefits of the breathing technique. As time passed, on the following day, after a night of rigorous training, Lin Bei felt rejuvenated. He sensed that under the nourishing influence of the natural spiritual energy, his physique was strengthening at an observable rate. This level could be considered the qi refinement stage, wherein one harnesses the natural energies to refine the body. As he delved deeper into his practice, Lin Bei began to grasp the essence of qi refinement. He recognized that the path of cultivation should not be recklessly fabricated as portrayed in novels. While such narratives may delineate numerous realms, ancient texts collectively refer to practitioners as qi refiners. He recalled that these texts had documented qi refiners, including legendary figures of celestial stature. Gradually, Lin Bei realized that qi refinement might be a fundamental cornerstone of cultivation. The breathing technique not only refines one's vital essence, but also draws in the spiritual energy of the universe. Qi refinement serves to temper the physical form, enabling it to resonate more harmoniously with the cosmos. Lin Bei began to methodically outline his cultivation path. The initial step of qi refinement is the breathing technique. The second step should be termed the Tao body. But what of the third step? As he pondered, Lin Bei gradually found clarity. Indeed, by inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the universe to refine the Tao body, the subsequent step must be to command the Tao laws and manifest spells. Lin Bei's heart swelled with joy. At this juncture, he had conceived a comprehensive framework for the qi refinement stage, delineating it as breathing technique, Tao body, and commanding the laws. With a clear direction and concept established, he believed that once the time was ripe, he would intuitively comprehend the art of commanding the laws. Time continued to flow. On the third day of practicing the art of breathing and meditation, Lin Bei opened his eyes from his cultivation. The perfected technique of breathing had propelled his progress at an astonishing rate. In merely 3 days, his body seemed rejuvenated, as though every cell within him had undergone a complete renewal. Yet, he understood that he was still far from achieving the Tao body. This was merely the first transformation of his physical form. Such metamorphosis required many more iterations before he could truly forge his Tao body. At that very moment, a frantic voice echoed from outside the door. "Master, Master, something terrible has happened." Something terrible? Under normal circumstances, even in dire situations, Tanya would merely express that something had occurred. A sudden sense of foreboding flickered in Lin Bei's mind, causing his hand to falter mid-sip. "What has transpired?" With a hint of despair in his tone, Tanya replied, "Nyo Air, he is on the verge of being beaten to death." Chapter 10. Show No Mercy Crack. The cup Lin Bei held shattered in his grasp. He was enraged. Although Nyo Air was known for his indiscreet words, even displaying a touch of vanity, his true nature was one of simplicity and kindness. Nyo Air had never bullied anyone and was always eager to assist others in the village. During the establishment of the dojo, Nyo Air had contributed significantly. On occasions when Lin Bei complained about the food, he would go out of his way to procure grains and vegetables, even venturing into the mountains to hunt. When Nyo Air had encountered trouble, Lin Bei had initially sought information, but his true intent was genuine concern for his friend. Just then, a furious shout erupted from outside the dojo. "Zhang Teng, you dare to kick my martial arts school while I am away? Now that I have returned, you better come out at once." With determination, Lin Bei pushed open the door. Upon my arrival at the dojo, I observed a group of over a dozen martial artists obstructing the entrance. The imposing figure at the forefront was carrying a severely injured Nyo Air. Zhang Teng was glaring intensely at the martial artist holding Nyo Air. "Cheng Lu, you old codger," Zhang Teng exclaimed. "If you're here to challenge the dojo, so be it. But for a martial artist of the Danhai realm to use a mere mortal as a shield is utterly contemptible." Master Cheng chuckled derisively, tossing Nyo Air aside without ceremony. "Didn't you want Zhao Bao to apologize? Alas, it seems this Nyo Air is unworthy of receiving a martial artist's apology." The dojo's apprentices hastily carried Nyo Air away, depositing him in front of the dojo's wooden corridor. Lin Bei swiftly approached Nyo Air. "Master." Zhang Teng, noticing Lin Bei approaching, lowered his head, seemingly suppressing his fury. "You taught me to eschew contention and cultivate self-refinement. But today, please forgive your disciple for being unable to comply." At that moment, Lin Bei halted beside Zhang Teng, responding in an exceedingly icy tone. "Cultivators may not revel in contention, and they may cherish self-refinement. However, They value the clarity of their convictions even more. Here, Lin Bei's voice became frighteningly deep. As long as one's conscience is clear, then all is permissible. Zhang Tong was momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he had heard Lin Bei utter the phrase all is permissible. It was practically an explicit instruction to show no mercy. Disciple, I understand. With that, Zhang Tong rotated his neck, the joints emitting a series of cracking sounds. Cheng Lu. Master Cheng. As he spoke, Zhang Tong advanced toward Cheng Lu. Having elected to challenge this dojo, allow me to avail myself of your expertise. Zhang Tong approached Master Cheng within a distance of 3 meters. I implore you to enlighten me. Cheng Lu, perceiving Zhang Tong's palpable animosity, responded with a sardonic smile, gesturing with a single hand for his martial arts school's disciples to recede. Subsequently, he cast aside his long coat, revealing his robust musculature. Zhang Tong. Cheng Lu stated in a deep voice, I have heard of your excessive arrogance during your time at the Liuhe Martial Arts School, causing our dojo to lose face. Today, he continued, if I do not cripple your limbs, I shall never quell the resentment in my heart. The numerous martial artists from the Liuhe Martial Arts School behind him revealed expressions of mockery. Zhao Bao, in particular, was acutely aware that Master Cheng's true objective was not merely a challenge, but rather to abduct Zhang Tong under the guise of one. That remains to be seen if you possess the capability. Zhang Tong retorted fearlessly, glaring back with indignation. The atmosphere instantly intensified. Finally, after a moment of confrontation, Master Cheng launched the first assault. With a light step, he lunged at Zhang Tong like a wild beast. Upon closing the distance, Cheng Lu transformed his palm into a claw, his fingers slightly bent, and viciously clawed at Zhang Tong's face. His initial move was the renowned technique of the Liuhe Martial Arts School, the tiger claw from the Liuhe Martial Arts techniques. Unperturbed, Zhang Tong traced a Tai Chi semicircle with one foot, slightly shifting his body and leaning back. The strike narrowly missed his face. Fragments of stone scattered as 5 finger marks, each half an inch deep, were left on the artificial mountain behind Zhang Tong. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the dojo's disciples, especially Tai Nyo, who swallowed hard in terror. That is indeed a faux mountain crafted from Qingtian stone. Remarkably solid, yet it has been marked by fingerprints? Before the crowd could express their astonishment, the master of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall swiftly shifted his stance and, like a colossal elephant, charged at Zhang Tong with his right arm. This is the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall's signature technique, the Iron Elephant Charge. Zhang Tong reacted with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously crossing his fists in defense. In the next moment, he was uncontrollably propelled several meters backward, only to land and retreat a few steps to dissipate the impact. Zhang Tong's expression turned grave in an instant. It is said that the Liuhe techniques are developed by mimicking the forms of 6 ferocious beasts. Now, in combat, he realized they were far more formidable than he had anticipated. His skin shimmered with a golden hue, as unyielding as diamond. The master of the hall's eyes glimmered with a hint of astonishment. If I am not mistaken, you have transcended the copper skin iron bones and reached the legendary unyielding state of the diamond body. Haven to you? No wonder you dare to engage me in battle. As soon as he spoke, the master bent low, resembling a cheetah. This is the cheetah stance? Zhang Tong's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath. Clearing his mind, he understood that if he allowed himself to be distracted and could not track the master's movements, he would surely be defeated. Indeed, in the next moment, the floor beneath the master cracked as he lunged forward with the speed of a cheetah, as swift as the leopard, as fierce as the tiger. His claw-like strikes aimed directly for Zhang Tong's throat. Zhang Tong maintained his composure, as if he had already anticipated the master's assault, deftly dodging to the sides to evade several of his attacks. How swift! My heavens! Is senior brother Zhang all right? The apprentices in the dojo were thrown into a frenzy. It was their first encounter witnessing a martial artist in action, and it was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Tong's eyes suddenly glinted with a frigid light as he effortlessly parried the attack from Master Cheng with a single hand. Employing the principles of Tai Chi, he deftly redirected the force, and with a gentle tug, he utilized minimal effort to achieve maximum effect. Master Cheng instantly lost his balance. And seizing the moment, Zhang Tong unleashed a swift strike that connected with Cheng's chin. In an instant, Master Cheng was propelled 2 meters into the air before crashing violently to the ground. Although he quickly regained his footing, his stance wavered slightly, clearly indicating he had not fully recovered. Zhang Tong capitalized on this moment, closing in and swiftly gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lin Bei observed everything unfold before him. Though he appeared calm and composed, a tempest of anxiety churned within him. Despite Zhang Teng's advantage, it was evident he could not secure a victory in the immediate future. The odds were uncertain. Furthermore, the Liuhe martial arts school had numerous practitioners present. What would happen if they charged in all at once? Stay calm. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his mind racing. Given the intensity of the exchange between Zhang Teng and Master Cheng, Lin Bei estimated that his body, honed through the refinement of spiritual energy, could only match a mere 30% of Zhang Teng's strength. What implications did this hold? If a confrontation ensued and he intervened, he would likely expose himself immediately. As Master Cheng faltered, the practitioners of Liuhe martial arts school began to stir restlessly, their leader, Zhao Bao, fixating intently on the arena, seemingly poised to intervene at any moment. Fearing the worst, Lin Bei contemplated his own unique ability. His golden finger seemed to be a tool for deduction. If he could strategize the battle, perhaps victory could be within reach. Yet, how could he harness this potential? As he continued to watch the conflict unfold, a long-awaited voice echoed within his mind. Chapter 11. Lin Bei takes action, astonishing all at the moment when the voice resonated in his mind. Lin Bei felt as though a mirror world, indistinguishable from the dojo, had emerged within his consciousness. In this mirrored realm, the strength of every individual was flawlessly replicated. The ethereal, yet vivid nature of this illusionary world left Lin Bei awestruck. He promptly began to simulate the confrontation involving Master Cheng and others. Yu and Zhang Teng collaborated to defeat Cheng Lu, while the martial artists of the Liuhe martial arts school joined forces with Cheng Lu, resulting in your defeat. Your combat skills have been enhanced. Upon completing the initial simulation, Lin Bei was overwhelmed by the vividness of the experience. The moment of their defeat felt excruciatingly real, as if he had witnessed their demise firsthand. How chilling. Wait. It seems I have not only grasped the intricacies of combat, but also the fighting styles of Cheng Lu and the martial artists of the Liuhe martial arts school. Lin Bei's heart swelled with joy. If that is the case, with continuous simulations and battles, turning defeat into victory and overcoming the odds should pose no challenge. Moreover, although the battles in the mirrored world appeared lengthy, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Continue the simulations. After numerous iterations, the outcomes within the mirrored realm indeed began to shift. Yu and Zhang Teng have triumphed over the members of the Liuhe martial arts school. With this revelation, Lin Bei finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, this was the correct application of his newfound ability. Now that a path to victory had been uncovered, Lin Bei felt emboldened. This time, without relying on Zhang Teng's strength, perhaps I too can emerge victorious. In the midst of deduction, Lin Bei's spiritual essence once again found itself in the mirrored realm. After countless iterations, Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of indescribable confidence shining within them. At this moment, on the dojo floor, the battle between Zhang Ting and Master Cheng remained fiercely contested. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that Zhang Teng was growing increasingly formidable, while Master Cheng began to show signs of strain. The many disciples of the dojo witnessed this scene, their eyes illuminating with joy. Conversely, Zhao Bao and his companions appeared increasingly restless. Fellow practitioners, it seems the master is struggling. Unbelievably, Zhang Teng, possessing merely the strength of body refinement, could compel the master into a defensive stance. Is the invincible Vajra truly that formidable? Brother Bao, what shall we do? The disciples of the Liuhe martial arts school spoke with urgency. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. On the count of 3, we strike together. No matter how strong Zhang Teng may be, he cannot withstand the assault of 4 hands. 1, 2. Just as Zhao Bao and the others subtly moved forward, adopting a stance of attack, Zhang Teng keenly sensed their intentions. In that instant, a wave of anxiety washed over him. In martial arts engagements, it is traditionally one-on-one. That is the rule. Clearly, the members of Liuhe martial arts school appeared unwilling to adhere to this principle. Simultaneously, Lin Bei had been closely monitoring the battlefield. They intend to tip the scales? Zhang Teng is no match for that. Lin Bei thought to himself. He could not bear to see Zhang Teng harmed. If Zhang Teng were injured, who would assist him in comprehending the art of breath control? With this thought in mind, Lin Bei immediately called out, "Enough. Zhang Teng, return." At the sound of his name, Zhang Teng paused, immediately relinquishing his advantage and retreating several steps, withdrawing from the confrontation. Master Cheng, having been under pressure, did not pursue but cast a suspicious glance at Lin Bei. In his eyes, Zhang Teng's so-called master was merely a charlatan from the underworld. He never anticipated that Zhang Teng would be so obedient. Master. A flicker of shame crossed Zhang Teng's face. The disciple's skills are lacking, and I failed to subdue this opponent. Lin Bei feigned nonchalance as he replied, You have only recently begun your training. To achieve victory despite your weaknesses is commendable. At this juncture, Lin Bei's tone shifted. However, in our dojo, we do not entertain those who maliciously challenge us with leisurely sparring. Withdraw. Yes. Zhang Teng promptly retreated a few steps. At that moment, Lin Bei rose and slowly approached the dojo. Master, are you going to take action personally? Zhang Teng exclaimed. Such trivial matters hardly warrant your direct involvement. As Lin Bei passed by Zhang Teng, he paused momentarily and whispered, The warriors of the Lu Hua martial arts school seek to overturn the table. Your current strength is insufficient to contend with them. Moreover, Lin Bei's voice, though gentle, carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. I shall only employ 1/3 of my strength today to demonstrate to you what it truly means to overcome strength with weakness. Zhang Teng was taken aback, his heart swelling with gratitude. He perceived Lin Bei's concern for him, coupled with the desire to guide him. How intriguing! As the master of the dojo observed Lin Bei approaching with measured steps, a look of disdain crept across his face. How audacious for a charlatan who spouts nonsense and deceives others with tales of cultivation to dare to take matters into his own hands. Master Chung rubbed his hands together, thinking, Does he truly believe I have never encountered a skilled practitioner before? A mere individual devoid of intent and momentum can only deceive naive fools like Zhang Teng. Preposterous. Zhang Teng retorted, You, a mere martial artist, have no comprehension of the profound mysteries of cultivation. You, who peer at the heavens from the confines of a well, dare to spout such drivel? Lin Bei raised a hand, effectively silencing Zhang Teng. Why engage in a battle of words? By this time, Lin Bei had ascended the dojo, calmly regarding Master Chung before him. With a single hand raised, he beckoned dismissively. This contemptuous gesture ignited a fury within Master Chung. Seeking death, he bellowed, his body bending forward as he resembled a leaping leopard, ready to strike, employing the same old trick. He moved with the swiftness of a leopard and the ferocity of a tiger. When Zhang Teng had initially faced this attack, he had been forced to retreat. Yet Lin Bei remained unperturbed, as if he had rehearsed this maneuver countless times in his mind. In the next heartbeat, Master Chung surged forward like a tempest. His tiger claw aimed directly at Lin Bei's throat. Rather than evade this thunderous strike, Lin Bei chose to absorb the force, employing the principle of yielding to overcome. Almost instantaneously, he executed a Tai Chi push, using the momentum of Cheng's assault to his advantage while simultaneously delivering an elbow strike. The elbow connected squarely with Master Cheng's solar plexus. In an astonishing display, the once agile Master Chung was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. The most alarming sight was that, in that fleeting moment of flight, he expelled a mouthful of blood. With a resounding thud, Master Cheng crashed heavily to the ground, his face a tableau of stunned disbelief. In the fleeting moment of their confrontation, he sensed that Lin Bei's strength was feeble, at most a mere third of Zhang Teng's. However, in that instant of engagement, an indescribable pressure enveloped him. His own strength seemed to dissipate, only to be wielded against him like a sharp blade. What was even more astonishing, Lin Bei had seized upon the remnants of his past injuries with remarkable precision, delivering a devastating blow. With a cough, blood sprayed forth once more. Master Chung attempted to rise, but his limbs betrayed him, rendering him helpless upon the ground. Horror gripped his heart as he realized that the meridians through which he had gathered energy had been ruptured with alarming accuracy. Chapter 12. The Mayfly seized the blue sky. This scene left the many martial artists of the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall utterly astounded. They came to the shocking realization that Master Chung, a cultivator of the Danhai realm, had been felled by a single strike and could not rise. How could this be happening? The turmoil within Master Chung was akin to a tempest. He had initially believed that Lin Bei's blow merely struck at an old vulnerability. Who could have foreseen that this strike would disrupt the flow of his Danhai energy and shatter the vital meridians through which he concentrated his qi? What caused him to spit blood was the revelation that the overwhelming force now coursing through his body was predominantly his own. In stark contrast to Master Cheng, the one who was most shaken was Zhang Teng. He had always prided himself on his exceptional talent and prowess in combat, having rapidly advanced and subdued Master Chung in earlier encounters. Yet now, he comprehended the true extent of his inadequacies. Lin Bei employed merely a third of his strength to strike Master Chung down. What does this signify? Defeating Master Cheng requires only this much power. Yet, the opponent utilized thrice Lin Bei's strength and still managed only a slight advantage. At this moment, he gazed at Lin Bei, akin to a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Meanwhile, numerous members of the Liuhe martial arts school sensed the unfavorable turn of events and hurried to Master Cheng's side. "Master Cheng, how do you fare?" inquired Zhao Bao and other martial artists from the Liuhe school, their voices laced with urgency. My Danhai energy has dissipated, and several crucial meridians have been shattered. I can no longer gather my energy," Cheng Lu remarked, casting a fearful glance at Lin Bei. "He and I are on entirely different levels." Upon hearing this, the crowd from Liuhe Martial Arts School erupted in astonishment. Initially, everyone assumed Lin Bei was merely a fraud, deceiving the unsuspecting villagers with an unheard-of cultivation method. But at this moment, they began to realize that this individual might not be a charlatan, but rather a genuine master. "Master Cheng," Zhao Bao could not restrain himself from asking, "I perceive that his strength appears to be significantly inferior to Zhang Teng's. Has he concealed his true power?" Speaking of strength, Master Cheng felt a chill. He must indeed be hiding his true capabilities. Yet in our battle, he employed only a third of Zhang Teng's strength. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This was truly the most terrifying aspect. Zhang Teng could contend across realms, and they deemed it reasonable. For Zhang Teng had once reached the Danhai realm. Though he had fallen, he had since forged himself into an indomitable force. Such a genius, endowed with profound depth, capable of contending with Cheng Lu, is something they can accept. But what of Lin Bei? It is one thing to be obscure, and another to engage in cross-border combat. Yet, what is most outrageous? With a single strike, nearly one blow to vanquish the master of the Qing Pavilion, rendering him utterly defenseless. In contrast to the astonishment of the members of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts School, the apprentices of the dojo, while surprised, deemed it somewhat expected. After all, Zhang Teng had demonstrated such prowess within mere days of his initiation. Thus, it was hardly astonishing that Lin Bei, as his master, could defeat these martial artists. However, it is only those of greater capability who can truly grasp the terror emanating from Lin Bei. At this moment, Zhao Bao came to his senses. With the master of the pavilion so easily defeated, what were they still doing here? Seeking their own demise? Let alone Lin Bei, who had made Cheng Pavilion's master spew blood with a single strike. Without him, even Zhang Teng could easily subdue them. Why linger? They must flee swiftly. Zhao Bao hoisted the master of the pavilion and prepared to escape. However, Zhang Ting directly obstructed their path. "Our dojo is not a place you can enter and exit at will," he stated, blocking the doorway. Zhao Bao turned pale, hesitating to force his way through. "We acknowledge our misfortune in losing the challenge. Do you intend to kill us as well?" The master of the pavilion weakly interjected. "When we arrived, we reported to the martial arts general headquarters. If you dare to kill us, the general headquarters will hold you accountable. Your unregistered dojo may well face closure, and the murderer shall face imprisonment." The martial arts general headquarters? Zhang Teng let out a cold laugh. Warriors adhere to their own code. Without a signed death warrant, killing you would indeed violate that code. However, the challenger must bear the consequences of their failure, which is also acknowledged by the Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing this, many martial artists from the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall sensed impending doom. As anticipated, Zhang Teng continued, "Before challenging the hall, you disregarded martial ethics by severely injuring Miao Air, and now you expect to leave unscathed?" Those words turned the faces of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall's practitioners pale. "The only correct decision you made was sparing Miao Air's life. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, you would not leave alive." Zhang Teng stretched his limbs and then turned his gaze to Lin Bei. "Master, please allow me to handle these individuals." Lin Bei nodded calmly and spoke with indifference. "Our dojo has always valued peace and eschewed competition. Since they wish to discuss rules, let us engage in that dialogue." A sense of relief washed over Cheng Guanzhu and the others. Lin Bei's words at least assured their safety. However, before they could fully exhale, Lin Bei's tone shifted. "Yet, we practitioners of the Tao also value clarity of intent." The members of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall were still perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Lin Bei's words. But Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with understanding. He had discerned Lin Bei's temperament. This statement was tantamount to instructing him to strike hard, but without killing. After all, Lin Bei had previously taught him the essence of clarity of intent. In simpler terms, it comprised 6 words: strike decisively, show no mercy. "Master, leave these individuals to me." There is no need for you to soil your hands. Zhang Teng spoke with unwavering confidence. Just right. I have recently gleaned insights from your combat style, and I humbly request your guidance. Lin Bei nodded gently in acknowledgement. At this moment, Zhang Teng turned to face Zhao Bao and the 18 members of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall. You may depart if you wish, or take Qing Lu with you if you desire. As he spoke, a flicker of battle intent flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. Now, I establish a rule. As he declared this, Zhang Teng retrieved a stick of incense from a nearby incense altar and firmly inserted it into the holder. All of you, come forth. After the incense burns down, those who can still stand may leave with their companions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bao's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in response. Arrogant. He was acutely aware of Zhang Teng's intentions. According to the established rules, when a martial artist challenges another, should one side concede, they may only be subjected to a limited degree of punishment, and not excessively so. However, during a skirmish, as long as no one is killed, anything goes. Zhang Teng's actions unmistakably conveyed that none of them would leave unscathed. Brother Bao, what shall we do? Inquired a martial artist from the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall. What else can we do? Zhao Bao replied solemnly. Since Zhang Teng has drawn the line, how can we possibly retreat? With that, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Teng and bellowed, let us all engage. Chapter 13. Cripple your Dantian as a punishment the instant Zhao Bao made his move. The numerous martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall exchanged glances, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. They understood that they were now irrevocably bound to Zhao Bao's cause. Words were unnecessary. In the blink of an eye, 18 warriors from the Liuhe Martial Arts School charged forward. Despite their numbers, their coordination was exceptional. As they surged together, their assault was anything but chaotic, effectively sealing off all escape routes for Zhang Teng. In the next moment, Zhao Bao was the first to strike. Remarkably, Zhang Teng did not retreat. Instead, he emulated Lin Bei, adopting an offensive stance as a means of defense. Utilizing his position, he evaded Zhao Bao's attack, while simultaneously harnessing the force of the assault to disrupt the rhythm of the encircling warriors. Not only that, but Zhang Teng also counterattacked in almost the same breath. With a swift elbow strike, he delivered a blow directly to Zhao Bao's solar plexus. He had almost flawlessly replicated the scene of Lin Bei's assault on the school's master. Zhao Bao was sent flying almost instantly, spewing blood as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This spectacle left many warriors of the Liuhe Martial Arts School utterly astonished. It was all too familiar. A sense of déjà vu enveloped them. Each individual instinctively recalled Lin Bei, who had triumphed against strength with apparent invincibility. Now, this very scene was being reenacted through Zhang Teng. Lin Bei, with a discerning gaze, recognized instantly that Zhang Teng had not grasped the essence, but merely mimicked the surface. Yet, this was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of the onlookers, for others could not perceive this distinction. At this moment, Lin Bei's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration as he observed Zhang Teng. The source of his admiration lay not in Zhang Teng's imitation of style, but rather in the realization that Zhang Teng possessed a keen understanding of psychological warfare. His deliberate and perfect replication of Lin Bei's attack served to intimidate those present. Moreover, it created an illusion among these warriors, one that suggested Zhang Teng had indeed mastered Lin Bei's techniques and could also triumph against might through cunning. It is essential to recognize that Zhang Teng's prowess is indeed capable of overshadowing that of Master Cheng. Now that he has mastered Lin Bei's technique, is he not invincible? This psychological pressure is nothing short of genius. Indeed, Zhang Teng's psychological warfare has proven effective. Initially, the coordination among these martial artists might have posed some challenges for Zhang Teng, making a swift victory elusive. However, after Zhao Bao was sent flying, the morale of the remaining fighters plummeted, leading to noticeable errors in their collaboration. In the face of elite combatants, Zhang Teng might have encountered a fierce struggle. Yet now, these individuals appear to him as nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Their flawed cooperation poses no threat whatsoever. As anticipated, Zhang Teng almost immediately identifies their weaknesses and vulnerabilities upon engaging with these martial artists. With a punch, a palm strike, and an elbow jab, each of Zhang Teng's attacks renders a martial artist incapable of continuing the fight. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle is devoid of any suspense. A mere incense stick's worth of time may seem brief, yet for those present at the Liuhe Martial Arts School, it feels interminably long and distant. When Zhang Teng finally brings down the last martial artist from Liuhe, Only 1/5 of the incense is burned. At this moment, the dojo is filled with the anguished cries of Liuha's fighters. Nearly everyone has suffered significant injuries. Some have broken arms, others shattered ribs, and some have had their leg bones fractured. Zhang Teng shows no mercy, fully executing Lin Bei's orders to strike hard and without compassion. Not a single martial artist present at Liuha remains unscathed. Each has sustained at least 2 or 3 injuries, although Zhao Bao may appear relatively unscathed. However, in actuality, Zhao Bao suffered the most grievous injuries among them all. Zhang Teng's attack had not only shattered his sternum but also ruptured several of his internal organs. It seems you were unable to withstand the duration of an incense stick, Zhang Teng remarked callously, his gaze sweeping over the martial artists. What do you intend to do? Hall Master Chung uttered weakly, his condition mirroring Zhao Bao's, with numerous meridians severed and severe internal injuries. Nevertheless, as a Danhai powerhouse, he could employ his true energy to protect his heart, enabling him to speak. In contrast, the martial artists of the Six Harmonies Martial Hall appeared far more wretched. Ignoring Hall Master Cheng's plea, Zhang Teng approached Niu Er, meticulously examining his wounds. He's severely injured, Zhang Teng observed. 3 ribs are fractured, and there are multiple fractures in his limbs. Such injuries would confine Niu Er to bed for at least a year or 2. After assessing the damage, Zhang Teng coldly inquired, who was responsible for inflicting these injuries upon Niu Er? Upon hearing this, the martial artists of the Six Harmonies Martial Hall all comprehended that the reckoning was at hand. Though none of them spoke, their gazes converged upon Hall Master Cheng. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Hall Master Cheng realized that he could not evade his fate. His actions of bringing Niu Er to provoke Zhang Teng had sealed his destiny. No need to ask, it was I? Hall Master Cheng gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. Do with me as you please. Zhang Teng approached Hall Master Cheng, crouching down before him. You possess courage, but alas, you are one who preys on the weak. With these words, Zhang Teng hoisted Hall Master Cheng to his feet. It seems you are indeed prepared to pay the price. The sound fell. Zhang Teng raised his fist, his gaze fixed on Master Cheng's dantian. Master Cheng suddenly realized something, his expression turning to one of terror. No, you cannot. Master Cheng was greatly alarmed. At present, his true energy could not protect him, and his dantian was exceedingly vulnerable. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Teng's fist had already struck fiercely upon his dantian. Master Cheng's face turned ashen. His dantian shattered. Today, I shall render your dantian useless as a form of punishment. Having said this, Zhang Teng walked towards Lin Bei. Master, this matter has been thoroughly resolved. I have investigated, and the Liuha Martial Arts Hall lacks any backing. Henceforth, no one shall disturb the tranquility of our dojo. Lin Bei nodded with a smile, then spoke earnestly. Now that this matter is settled, as the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. You must focus on comprehending the breathing technique. Yes. With that, Lin Bei turned and left, returning directly to his dormitory. Upon entering the room, Lin Bei let out a heavy sigh of relief. The intrusion of the Liuha Martial Arts Hall had indeed been perilous. Had it not been for his strategic calculations that turned the tide of battle, the outcome would have been unimaginable. I must not delay. I must devote myself to training and growing stronger. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei immediately began diligently practicing the breathing technique, refining his body. Meanwhile, at the dojo, Tainyo looked at the sprawled bodies of the martial artists from the Liuha Martial Arts Hall, feeling a mixture of satisfaction and confusion. Brother Zhang, what shall we do with these individuals? We cannot simply leave them lying in our dojo, can we? It appears they can no longer move. First, let us send Niu Er to Aunt Jia for recuperation. Zhang Teng cast a casual glance at the martial artists of the Liuha Martial Arts School. As for these individuals, they shall be loaded onto a bullock cart and returned to the Liuha Martial Arts School. Tainyo was taken aback and cautiously inquired if this was too ostentatious. Chapter 14. The Martial Arts Headquarters, the Forces of the World. Ostentatious? Zhang Teng chuckled as he patted Tainyo's shoulder. It is not a favorable situation for our dojo to be perceived as weak and easily bullied. You certainly do not wish to encounter a situation akin to Niu Er's again, do you? Tainyo vigorously nodded. Presently, we must take decisive action to make the people of Qingyun Town understand that our nameless village is not to be trifled with. Zhang Teng remarked with a smile. In the realm of martial artists, the strong reign supreme. If master desires tranquility and passivity, it is essential to instill a sense of fear in others. Tainyo nodded in agreement. Brother Zhang, It seems inappropriate for the nearby villages to lack names. Isn't it difficult to distinguish our nameless village? He suggested. Perhaps we should give the village a name? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ting replied, there is no need. Let it remain as the nameless village. This way, similar villages will evoke caution, and the common folk shall lead better lives. As he spoke, he gestured towards the dojo. See, our dojo itself bears no name, merely the words martial arts dojo. Your understanding of master as profound intention is still lacking. Namelessness is the origin of all things. A return to simplicity, do you comprehend? Tai Nyo and the surrounding apprentices of the dojo displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Originally, master, there exists such profound significance. As time flows, the waning rays of the setting sun cascade upon the floor of Qingyan town. The once bustling town has suddenly descended into an eerie silence. At the entrance of the town, 5 ox-drawn carts are making their way in. Upon the carts lie warriors, haphazardly sprawled, faint cries of anguish faintly audible. Are those the warriors from the Liuhe martial arts school? Is that not Master Cheng, who hunted the monstrous tigers? What has befallen him? Why has he succumbed to unconsciousness? And there is Zhao Bao. Heavens, why is he drenched in blood? His arm appears grotesquely bent. What could have transpired? The scene before me is utterly staggering. Warriors, in the hearts of the people, are revered beings, exalted and above. Yet now, these once lofty warriors lie discarded like refuse upon the carts. Tai Nyo and several apprentices stand tall and resolute, pulling the carts directly towards the Liuhe martial arts school. At this moment, an astute innkeeper's voice cuts through the air. I have heard that Master Cheng led a group to a nameless village to challenge their dojo. Is this a result of a failed challenge, a disastrous defeat? My goodness, how harrowing. I am aware of this tale. There was a man named Nyoer who had a penchant for boasting. A tavern attendant chimed in, immediately drawing the attention of many who leaned in to listen. Seeing the captivated audience, the attendant, brimming with excitement, continued. That Nyoer claimed their village harbored a recluse, a self-proclaimed immortal cultivator who later clashed with the esteemed Zhao Bao in our tavern, resulting in his being thoroughly beaten. As the blows rained down, old Zhao declared that the cultivator was a fraud and announced his intent to challenge the dojo. The onlookers eagerly chimed in. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. And then? The young attendant chuckled. Well, the eldest disciple from the Taoist temple in Nyoer village personally went to the Liuhe martial arts hall to challenge them. And he gave old Zhao a thorough beating. After that, when Master Cheng returned, he, of course, sought to reclaim his honor and personally led a group to issue a challenge. At this point, the young attendant shrugged. And then, well, as you all have witnessed, he gestured towards the others. The crowd turned their attention to Iron Bull and the others, expressions of realization dawning upon them. What is a cultivator? One pondered. Indeed, I've never heard of such a thing. Are they martial artists who practice a unique form of combat? Another observed. I have heard of certain esoteric schools of martial arts. Perhaps cultivators belong to such a category. Around the tavern, many were engaged in spirited discussions, including several martial artists. In their understanding, the concept of cultivators was non-existent, leading many to view them as merely practitioners of an unusual martial style. Yet this particular school was indeed formidable. Just days ago, Master Cheng had ventured to Nanshan and hunted a rare tiger, reportedly achieving a breakthrough into the Danhai realm. Now, he had suffered such a grievous defeat. A martial artist whispered, it's not just a defeat. It seems Master Cheng has lost all his spirit. His Dantian must be ruined. Ruined Dantian. Does that not render him a cripple? Gasps of astonishment echoed around. The cultivators of this martial art truly wielded their power with ruthless precision. At this moment, the gaze of the crowd towards Tiniu and his companions was imbued with both reverence and curiosity. Tiniu and his companions felt a swell of pride as they passed through. With the residents of Qingyan town parting to make way for them, even the martial artists among them. Among the throng, a young woman clad in the attire of the Qingyan Martial Arts Institute caught sight of the scene. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she promptly stepped forward to block Tinio and his companion's path. Confronted by this obstruction, one of the disciples from the dojo wore an unfriendly expression. Who are you? Why do you impede our passage? Tinio, observing the situation, hastily interjected, Hold your horses. Look at the insignia on her shoulder. She is affiliated with the Qingyan Town Martial Arts Institute. The Martial Arts Institute. The disciple's expression shifted slightly. In this world, martial prowess reigned supreme. The forces formed by martial artists were broadly categorized into three major factions: the family-based clan powers, the dojo-centric martial arts institute, and the academy-oriented martial arts academy. Among these three factions, the dojo held the most substantial influence due to its vast base of commoners. Every town boasted a multitude of dojos, all governed by the martial arts institute of that town. Once these dojos received the institute's endorsement, they were assigned jurisdictional areas and granted the authority to maintain public order. With the power to uphold security came the right to levy taxes, which enabled the dojos to sustain their operations and provide martial artists with ample resources. Although the Ryoha Dojo was considered a third-tier establishment, it was nonetheless recognized by the institute. Now, however, the entire dojo, including its master, had suffered grievous injuries, with the master rendered incapacitated. This matter was encountered by the personnel from the main hall, who naturally could not turn a blind eye to it. After the white-clad maiden obstructed their path, she directly revealed her identity. "I am a warrior from the Qingyan main hall, and my name is Mu Qingwei." As she spoke, the young woman displayed her martial arts medal. "Who are you? Why have you dealt with the members of the Ryoha Martial Arts Hall in such a manner?" Although Mu Qingwei's voice was not loud, it instilled a significant psychological pressure upon Tai Nyo and the others. In their eyes, the individuals from the martial arts main hall had always been esteemed figures, and now, confronted by the inquiries of such notables, how could they not feel anxious? Taking a deep breath, Tai Nyo responded with a composed demeanor, "We are from the dojo. The Ryoha Martial Arts Hall attempted to challenge us and met with failure. We were merely escorting them back." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei's eyes narrowed slightly. Failed in their challenge and brought back? At first glance, this statement appeared unremarkable. Yet upon deeper reflection, it evoked a sense of dread. Why? Because not a single member of the martial hall was able to return on their own. This was not merely a failure. It was a catastrophic defeat. The 15th chapter, Mu Qingwei from the main hall. A defeat in a challenge is already shameful enough, but to be returned like refuse is a humiliation of the utmost degree. Beneath Qingyan City, there are 4 towns, ranked as A, B, C, and D. The town of Qingyun holds the designation of D. Why has Mu Qingwei come to Qingyun town? It is because the head of the Ryoha Martial Arts Hall, Cheng, has broken through to the Danhai realm and applied for an assessment from the main hall. Should he pass the assessment, the Ryoha Martial Arts Hall would elevate from a 3rd tier to a 2nd tier status. Achieving a 2nd tier ranking would grant them the qualification to establish a branch hall. Establishing a branch dojo is akin to that of a martial arts school, with 2 distinct approaches. The first entails registering at the main dojo and challenging it. Should one emerge victorious, the jurisdiction of the defeated dojo is acquired, while the vanquished must seek another location. The second method involves delineating a specific area and recruiting residents to settle there. Mu Qingwei understood that challengers typically prepared thoroughly and possessed a certain level of confidence. This was her first encounter with someone returning from a challenge in such a disheveled state. She cast a glance at Master Cheng and the others. Her curiosity piqued. The Ryoha Martial Arts School had yet to pass the assessment, and yet they ventured to issue a challenge? After all, they had not been granted the authority to establish a branch. Was this not a case of courting trouble? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingwei concluded that there could only be one explanation: a feud. She turned to Iron Bull and inquired, "What is the name of your dojo?" "We are not a dojo. We are called a Daotang," Iron Bull replied candidly, not daring to conceal the truth. "Daotang." Mu Qingwei expressed her curiosity. "A new school of thought?" Iron Bull, with a simple demeanor, nodded and then shook his head. "Our master says we are cultivators. We do not know if it can be considered a new school." Mu Qingwei smiled and remarked, "An unfamiliar school indeed. You epitomize the essence of a new school." After a brief pause, she asked, "Do you have any grievances with the Ryoha Martial Arts School?" Iron Bull recounted the events leading to their current predicament. "I see," Mu Qingwei responded, a look of realization dawning upon her. "No wonder. It is quite common for new schools to be underestimated. Your Daotang must possess considerable strength to defeat the Ryoha Martial Arts School." After a moment's thought, she continued. "Very well," she stated. "The main institute will dispatch representatives to your dojo in 7 days to conduct an assessment. Inform your master accordingly." Oh, understood," Tainyo responded promptly. He was acutely aware of the implications of an evaluation from the main institute. Recognition would not only elevate their status significantly, but also bring substantial benefits and security to their village. In the martial world, strength commands respect. The main institute was indeed seeking to court them. After all, unregistered dojos like theirs could operate with complete autonomy. The fact that they had managed to defeat Master Chung and his cohort had met her criteria for potential alliance. Moreover, this new martial art seemed exceptionally formidable, and a potent new discipline is a treasure anywhere. However, deeming the dojo a new discipline at this juncture would be premature, hence her proposition for an evaluation. At that moment, Mu Qingwei glanced at Master Chung before remarking, "Please wait a moment while I examine Chung Lu." Tai Nyo and his companions did not interfere. Mu Qingwei approached Chung Lu, who looked at the white-clad maiden with profound bitterness. He understood that everything was lost, not just for him, but likely for the entire Six Directions Martial Hall. "Chung Lu," she said, "your dantian is beyond repair. Your application for assessment is now superfluous." Chung Lu's eyes were vacant. He knew it was all over. Mu Qingwei continued without further ado. "Your martial hall has suffered grievous losses. I will return in 7 days to assess whether you possess the capability to maintain order. Failure to demonstrate this will result in the revocation of your Six Directions Martial Hall's accreditation." Chung Lu opened his mouth, wanting to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. In this world, might reigns supreme, weakness is but a sin. Inside the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall, Chung Lu and the others sat in a state of stunned silence. "Master, what shall we do from here?" One of the less severely injured warriors struggled to rise. Approaching Chung Lu, "Master, can I still be regarded as such?" Chung Lu replied bitterly. A moment of greed had led to such dire consequences. The members of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall fell into a heavy silence. At this moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. "Master, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Zhang Tong has offended the Prince of Nanyang. Perhaps we could employ a strategy of using another's blade to strike." Upon hearing this, a flicker of ferocity crossed Chung Lu's gaze. One warrior, already subdued, spoke with evident uncertainty. "Master, perhaps we should let this matter rest. Zhang Teng's master appears quite enigmatic, I fear. Though Zhang Teng's master may be mysterious, what of it?" Zhao Bao replied coldly. "The most powerful family in Nanyang is the Zhou clan. They even proclaim themselves as kings. Do you comprehend their strength? Forget Zhang Teng's master if they pursue this. Even the main hall of Qingyun City would have to tread cautiously." A hint of madness flashed in Chung Lu's eyes. "They have destroyed me and Liuhe Martial Arts Hall. I shall ensure their dojo meets the same fate." As these words left his lips, some warriors rallied in shared animosity. Yet others revealed a flicker of doubt in their eyes. In this world, after all, the strong are revered. Such a dignified defeat. Some may refuse to accept their loss, yet there are those who acknowledge it gracefully. On the other side, in the nameless village, the demeanor of Tai Nyo and his companions as they returned home was markedly transformed. "Tai Nyo, what is you in such high spirits?" inquired a villager. "We have finally held our heads high, and we even encountered someone from the Grand Hall." Tai Nyo beamed with uncontainable joy. "The representatives from the Grand Hall expressed their intention to visit our Master's dojo." An apprentice at the dojo interjected, "The Grand Hall? Goodness, what would such esteemed figures want with our humble village?" Tai Nyo replied with a smile, "Of course, they are here to assist us in registering our dojo." Upon hearing this, many villagers displayed expressions of delight. With the endorsement of the Grand Hall, our village could look forward to prosperous days ahead. A stroke of good fortune indeed. Everyone understood that Lin Bei's dojo would endure. If the dojo received recognition from the Martial Arts Institute, they would be able to attract a multitude of residents to settle here. Why do the 4 great Qingyun towns exist beneath Qingyun City? Originally, Qingyun City blossomed from a modest martial arts school at its core, flourishing step by step. With a heart full of joy, Tai Nyo returned to the martial arts school. Upon his arrival, he noticed Zhang Teng instructing a few apprentices in Tai Chi. "Brother Zhang, I'm back." Zhang Teng glanced up at Tai Nyo and inquired with a smile, "How did it go? Was it successful?" Tai Nyo nodded enthusiastically, "Brother Zhang, we encountered a momentous occasion during our visit to Qingyun Town." "Oh, what kind of joyous event?" Zhang Teng asked with keen interest. "We encountered the martial artist from the main hall." Iron Bull immediately recounted his meeting with Mu Qingwei. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. Master is serene and untroubled, and does not concern himself with such matters. Iron Bull, this is not a reprimand from your senior brother. You must focus your thoughts on your cultivation. As soon as these words were spoken, Iron Bull felt a twinge of shame. However, coincidentally passing through the corridor, Lin Bei also overheard Iron Bull's words. What semblance of serenity and tranquility could be seen on his face? The joy was palpable. The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. At that moment, Lin Bei had but one thought. If it were to be expressed in a single word, it would be exhilarating. Chapter 16. A letter from the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Bei had been in this world for over a year. What was his primary driving force? Basic sustenance. Had it not been for his initial inability to survive in this realm, would he have deceived the villagers into believing he was a practitioner of the mystical arts? Now, if his dojo were to be recognized by the Martial Arts Academy, it would gain the qualification to levy taxes. Wouldn't the issue of sustenance be resolved in an instant? The more he pondered, the more exhilarating it became, and he found Zhang Teng increasingly agreeable. Before long, after admonishing Iron Bull, Zhang Teng quickly sought out Lin Bei. Master, I have something to report. What is it? Lin Bei replied with a smile, finding Zhang Teng's demeanor quite pleasing. Iron Bull mentioned that when he traveled to Qingyun town, he encountered someone from the Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Teng spoke hastily. That person identified herself as Mu Qinghua. She instructed Iron Bull to convey a message. The Martial Arts Academy will send someone for an assessment in 7 days. At this juncture, Zhang Teng expressed his discontent, saying, Master, I believe the Martial Arts Guild is indeed arrogant. As cultivators, we are beings from beyond the world. Why should we be subjected to their assessments? Lin Bei's smile abruptly froze. What was this? The more he listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Indeed, at that moment, Zhang Teng continued, Master, I think we should refuse the Martial Arts Guild's evaluation. We ought not to allow them to disturb our serene cultivation. Observing Zhang Teng's serious demeanor, Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. After all, he had finally found a means to alleviate their material concerns, and this lad was intent on obstructing it? Though internally vexed, Lin Bei understood that Zhang Teng's behavior was merely a consequence of his earlier persuasion. There was no alternative. The bitter fruit he had sown must be reconciled by himself. Tunger, for those who cultivate, arrogance is the gravest folly. Lin Bei began to admonish sternly. Your words carry a tone of disdain towards martial arts, and such a mindset is unacceptable. Martial arts are indeed a part of the Tao, and as cultivators, we too are practitioners of the Tao. We must always remember that one gains clarity through diverse perspectives. At this point, Lin Bei shifted his tone. I understand that you perceive cultivators as transcendent beings, yet the path of cultivation also emphasizes engagement with the world. How else could you witness your master's dojo? Since we have already entered the world, we must embrace it naturally. Only through personal experience can true cultivation be achieved. Zhang Teng's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Engaging with the world is also a form of cultivation. Zhang Teng murmured to himself, Master, your disciple understands now. It was my disposition that faltered. Seeing Zhang Teng acknowledge his error, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. The means of their livelihood had nearly been jeopardized by his prized disciple. Fortunately, the situation was salvaged in time. Tunger, sharpening the blade does not hinder the woodcutter. In these coming days, diligently contemplate the art of respiration. Lin Bei added a word of caution. Your disciple obeys, came the reply. Time ebbed slowly. Lin Bei commenced his physical cultivation within the room. 3 days hence, Lin Bei gradually opened his eyes, having completed his second bodily refinement. This time, Lin Bei distinctly perceived that his physique, having undergone tempering, had become fully twice as strong. What did this signify? With but one more session of quenching, his bodily fortitude would be comparable to Zhang Teng's invulnerable state. Beyond physical strength, Lin Bei also faintly sensed that his resonance with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to have drawn closer. Indeed, after physical refinement, one can command the laws. My reasoning is sound. Though his reasoning was sound, how to harness these celestial and terrestrial energies remained a mystery to him. However, Lin Bei harbored no anxiety concerning this. Provided he grasped the grand direction, the rest could be entrusted to his disciple, whose comprehension defied belief. Just as Lin Bei was engrossed in physical cultivation, an urgent voice arose. Master, are you within? Tainyo. Lin Bei recognized the voice of the person outside the door. Enter and speak. Tainyo pushed the door open and entered. Master, disturbing your cultivation fills your disciple with utmost shame, Tainyo hastily uttered. However, a matter has arisen that requires your judgment. What is it? Lin Bei could sense that Tainyo seemed somewhat uneasy. Indeed, while we were practicing martial arts, we heard a commotion outside the dojo. As Tainyo spoke, he produced a letter and handed it to Lin Bei. When we went to investigate, we encountered this. Without further ado, Lin Bei tore open the envelope. Upon reading the contents, he was taken aback. The message was succinct, stating, The matter regarding Zhang Teng has been exposed. Master Cheng has set off for Nanyang County, intending to report regarding the martial artists of the Lyoha Martial Arts School. Who else knows the contents of this letter besides you? Lin Bei inquired. Though he maintained a calm facade, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. No one, Tai Niu replied. What about Zhang Teng? Lin Bei pressed, aware that the letter implicated him. Hence I chose not to inform him. Tai Niu responded earnestly. Lin Bei nodded, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. Summon Zhang Teng. Understood. Before long, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei, puzzled. Master, did you call for me? As he spoke, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Something felt amiss. Although Lin Bei's expression remained serene, Zhang Teng felt as though he had been seen through. How is your cultivation progressing? Lin Bei asked. The art of breath regulation is extraordinarily profound. After 3 days of contemplation, I have made considerable progress, and I believe I am not far from perfection, Zhang Teng replied candidly. Lin Bei nodded and casually tossed the letter to Zhang Teng. Initially baffled, Zhang Teng then opened the letter. As he comprehended its contents, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he appeared momentarily unsteady, swaying slightly. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Tai Niu inquired with a face full of concern as he gently supported Zhang Teng. I'm fine, Zhang Teng replied, taking a deep breath and shaking his head before casting a heavy gaze towards Lin Bei. Master, I apologize for troubling you, Lin Bei said calmly. Please, speak your mind. What weighs upon you? Zhang Teng fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in reminiscence. The Zhou family of Nanyang was a martial lineage that, due to its formidable strength and vast territories, eventually declared itself a royal house, making the head of the Zhou family the Prince of Nanyang. Lin Bei listened intently. Once, the Prince of Nanyang hosted a grand banquet, and our Zhang clan was invited. During the festivities, my drink was laced with poison. As he recounted this, Zhang Teng's fists clenched tightly. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in bed with the prince's beloved daughter. Due to the vast disparity between the Zhang clan and the Zhou family, I faced severe repercussions from my family, resulting in the destruction of my dantian and my expulsion from the Zhang household, Zhang Teng lamented. I initially believed this ordeal had come to an end, and that the Zhang family had provided sufficient explanation to the Prince of Nanyang. Little did I expect, shortly after my departure from the clan, to learn that the prince remained relentless in his pursuit of me, forcing me to flee from Nanyang. Zhang Teng lowered his head. Eventually, I found my way to the dojo. In the end, he seemed to reach a resolute decision. Master, I believe I must leave the dojo. I cannot bring trouble upon it. Chapter 17, Breaking Limits. Continue to break limits. Leave. Lin Bei cast a profound glance at Zhang Teng. Had it not been for the activation of his extraordinary abilities, Zhang Teng might have considered fleeing. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. He could not allow Zhang Teng to depart. Lin Bei was acutely aware that the greatest utility of his unique gift lay in its capacity for prediction. Yet its most significant flaw rested in its dependence on individuals of profound insight to establish a foundation. Human beings, above all, dread the sight of hope. For hope and the promise of a brighter future compel one to pursue relentlessly, even when the path is fraught with thorns and dangers. In response to Zhang Teng's inquiry, Lin Bei unhesitatingly countered, Do you truly wish to leave? I do not, Zhang Teng replied, his voice barely above a whisper, devoid of hesitation. Then stay and dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Lin Bei gradually rose, making his way to the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast expanse of the sky. If the heavens were to fall, I shall bear the burden for you. Although Lin Bei's voice was soft, it resonated like a heavy hammer, striking deeply within Zhang Teng's heart. An indescribable emotion surged within him. His family, entangled in intrigue, had led to the destruction of his inner energy. His kin, fearful of the wrath of the Prince of Nanyang, had cast him aside. Zhang Teng once believed that life was governed solely by self-interest. Yet, in the presence of the Prince of Nanyang, Lin Bei assured him, if the heavens were to fall, your master shall support you. Master, may I stay? Zhang Teng struggled to suppress his emotions, though his voice trembled slightly. Certainly. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from overthinking, Lin Bei replied softly, without turning back. However, the strength of the Zhou clan in Nanyang is formidable. Zhang Teng expressed his concerns, and Lin Bei felt an ominous sense within. Alas, this fellow wouldn't he contemplate a hasty departure, would he? Realizing this, Lin Bei understood the necessity of providing reassurance. There was no room for doubt. Lin Bei's voice was calm, yet resolute. With a mentor present, the heavens shall not collapse. Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei's silhouette, momentarily stunned. Seizing the moment, Lin Bei urged, rather than fretting over unfounded fears, one ought to diligently cultivate. Lin Bei turned to face Zhang Teng, his expression grave, and imparted with earnestness, the path must be forged by oneself. If thorns lie ahead, one must tread through them. As long as your pace of growth is sufficiently rapid, you shall inevitably trample the Zhou clan underfoot. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. Observing the effectiveness of his counsel, Lin Bei continued with fervor. Remember, the path of cultivation is to defy the heavens. The compliant shall remain mortal, while the defiant shall ascend to immortality. To my mentor, the Zhou clan of Nanyang serves as the whetstone on your journey of growth. Henceforth, you are destined to contend with the heavens. Lin Bei's passionate declaration ignited a fervor within Zhang Teng, filling his heart with valor. Disciple understands. The mere Zhou clan of Nanyang. What is there for us cultivators to fear? Excellent. Lin Bei's face radiated with approval. Go forth. Dedicate yourself to mastering the breathing technique. Once you have perfected it, proceed to refine your Tao body. Disciple obeys. As he watched Zhang Teng and Tainyo depart, Lin Bei could no longer contain his mounting anxiety, feeling overwhelmed. Although Zhang Teng was steadied for now, the weight of responsibility loomed large. However, the Zhou family of Nanyang is evidently not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, Lin Bei experienced an epiphany. If confrontation was unwise, then evasion was certainly an option. He had concocted a splendid scheme. He would fabricate an excuse to persuade Zhang Teng to join him on a journey of exploration the following day. Just at that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple's breathing technique has reached perfection, elevating your mastery to a new realm. In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding the breathing technique flooded his consciousness. The essence of this practice appeared increasingly profound, akin to the mysterious and ever-changing nature of the universe and the fundamental essence of all things. At that moment, his comprehension of the breathing technique transcended to an entirely new level. Without hesitation, Lin Bei commenced the practice, and indeed, the efficiency of refining his Tao body surged by more than double. Truly, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. The shadows cast by the Zhou family of Nanyang were instantly dispelled. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Master, are you there? Come in. Zhang Teng entered, stating, Master, my breathing technique has been perfected, yet there remains a matter I do not understand, and I hope you can enlighten me. What is it? Lin Bei inquired. Zhang Teng replied eagerly. After reaching perfection in my breathing technique, I have a vague sense of grasping something elusive. It feels remarkably profound, as if the spiritual energy of the universe were a blank canvas, yet simultaneously capable of infinite transformations. Infinite transformations? A blank canvas? Lin Bei was taken aback, feeling a surge of astonishment within. This young man has unexpectedly touched upon the threshold of transcendence. It was only after his breathing technique surpassed its perfect limit that he became aware of these revelations. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bei suddenly grasped a profound truth. Why did his golden finger only break through when Zhang Teng's breathing technique reached perfection? Why was there no reaction during the cultivation process? It became clear that only at the moment of perfection could the foundation for breaking limits be established, allowing for further progression. Curiosity began to stir within Lin Bei. If Zhang Teng's breathing technique were to attain the level of transcendence, would his own technique still be capable of further enhancement? With this thought, Lin Bei unabashedly offered his guidance. Teng, you have touched the threshold of transcendence. Remember your current insights and continue your practice. You may yet break the limits of your breathing technique. The glimmer of joy flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. He had once heard that his talents were rather mediocre, that only those with truly exceptional qualities could break through limits on their own. Previously, he had lacked a clear understanding, but now it dawned upon him. So, this is what it means to transcend? Zhang Teng felt a surge of elation. However, after this joy, a tinge of disappointment emerged. He could only vaguely sense the path ahead. When it came to actual breakthroughs, he still found himself unable to advance on his own. The essence of the world's spiritual energy lies within the very fabric of creation, a truth that can only be intuited, not articulated. Lin Bei smiled and said, First, enter a state of tranquility. Allow me to demonstrate for you. He had decided to attempt to guide Zhang Teng. He was eager to discover if, upon Zhang Teng's breakthrough to the pinnacle of his breathing technique, his golden finger could also use this as a foundation for further evolution. Yes, master. Without delay, Zhang Teng composed himself, entering a state of serene focus. Simultaneously, Lin Bei assumed a cross-legged posture, his countenance solemn. Thereupon, Lin Bei initiated the circulation of his limit-breaking breathing technique. Zhang Teng appeared to glean understanding, alternating between moments of perplexity and contemplation. Upon the completion of a single cycle of Lin Bei's breathing exercise, Zhang Teng's eyes flared with sudden insight. Eureka! Master, I comprehend. Without further hesitation, he immediately adopted a cross-legged position and commenced the breathing technique. In the ensuing instant, a notification echoed within Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple's mastery of the breathing technique has reached its zenith, transcending into the limit-breaking realm. Consequently, your own breathing technique has ascended to secondary limit breaking. Lin Bei was astounded. Could it truly achieve secondary limit breaking? Chapter 18. An unannounced visit. With the advent of Lin Bei's breathing technique's secondary limit breaking, he perceived a palpable shift in the very fabric of existence. With each inhalation and exhalation, he could sense the ubiquitous spiritual energy permeating the cosmos. Moreover, he discerned the subtle fluctuations of this energy in its various states. These nuances deepened Lin Bei's comprehension of magical manipulation. Upon employing the breathing technique, Lin Bei observed a twofold amplification in its efficacy. Verily, it aligns precisely with my conjectures. While the secondary limit breaking of the breathing technique elated Lin Bei, his true joy stemmed from his newfound understanding of the underlying logic of his golden finger. He furnishes Zhang Teng with broad directives, which Zhang Teng then employs his perceptive acumen to decipher, constructing a framework. Within this framework, he persistently populates, refines, and rectifies, ultimately comprehending the authentic method of immortal cultivation. His extraordinary ability allows him to extrapolate directly to perfection through this correct cultivation method introduction. When Zhang Teng cultivates to perfection, he will indicate to Lin Bei the path to transcend limitations. Because extrapolating along the correct path makes it easy for his ability to overcome boundaries. Lin Bei demonstrated a limit-breaking breathing technique to Zhang Teng, who, after comprehending, pointed out the next path to surpass limitations. This marks Lin Bei's second transcendence. Perhaps there might be a third. Lin Bei's heart raced. He can demonstrate limit-breaking breathing techniques, aiding Zhang Teng in surpassing his limits. Once Zhang Teng comprehends, he will provide insights for the next transcendence. At that time, Lin Bei can continue with a third transcendence. If this cycle continues, Lin Bei acted on his thoughts immediately, looking at Zhang Teng with a smile. Tenger, you have done exceptionally well, having already broken through a limitation. Do you have any insights? Zhang Teng honestly replied, I seem to sense something in the depths of my being, but it is too profound. Is that the second transcendence? Lin Bei nodded repeatedly. Indeed, you have a perception of the second transcendence. Next, your teacher will demonstrate the breathing technique for the second transcendence. Lin Bei immediately began the demonstration. After the demonstration, he glanced at Zhang Teng with anticipation. Faced with Lin Bei's expectant gaze, Zhang Teng lowered his head, somewhat ashamed. Master, I do not comprehend it. Perhaps my realm is too low? Although Lin Bei secretly felt it was a pity, he also found it normal. After all, to experience a single epiphany that propels one directly into the realm of limit breaking is already a rare feat. There's no need to rush. With gradual progress, enlightenment will eventually dawn. Zhang Teng inquired, Master, should I continue to delve into the breathing technique? Lin Bei countered, Do you possess the conviction to comprehend it? Zhang Teng shook his head. Although Master has demonstrated it for me, I still lack direction. My aptitude is simply too inferior. Aptitude? Lin Bei instantly recalled the grand promises he had made to Zhang Teng. The notion that only those with superior talents could break through limitations, pure fabrication. Observing Zhang Teng's evident shame, he realized that perhaps he had been too harsh in his discouragement. This would not do. Zhang Teng must rally himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei promptly declared, While your innate abilities may be unremarkable, you have already embarked on the path of cultivation, and many constraints no longer apply. Remember, human determination can triumph over destiny. Success depends on individual effort. Do not be confined by your perceived limitations. Lin Bei immediately offered encouragement, and a glimmer of resolve flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. Master, your disciple understands. Success depends on individual effort. Witnessing Zhang Teng's unwavering gaze, Lin Bei realized that his words had been received with profound conviction. Devote yourself diligently to body tempering. As your cultivation deepens, your comprehension of the art of respiration will naturally become more profound. At that juncture, attempt a second breakthrough. In truth, Lin Bei's words were not mere fabrication, for he had already completed his second session of body tempering. With each refinement of his physical form, his understanding and knowledge of the spiritual energies of the world had indeed deepened. Yes, your disciple will undoubtedly strive diligently. Your disciple takes his leave. Go then. As he watched Zhang Teng's departing figure, a faint smile graced Lin Bei's lips. Zhang Teng's relentless efforts would undoubtedly render him stronger. Lin Bei discreetly infused Zhang Teng with a surge of motivation. Devote yourself to your training, for tomorrow I shall entice you on a journey. Lin Bei had already devised his persuasive rhetoric. Time elapsed, approximately 2 hours. Tainyo rushed in a flurry, breathless. Master, Master, she has arrived. Who has come? The members of the Zhou clan? So soon? Lin Bei sprang to his feet. Glancing around before his gaze ultimately settled on the bundle, he resolved to swiftly coax Zhang Teng to accompany him. Just at that moment, Tainyo, catching his breath, continued, Mu Qingwei's here. The martial artist from the martial arts headquarters. What? Lin Bei was taken aback, nearly losing his composure at Tainyo's fervent exclamations. Was it necessary to speak while panting? He was on the verge of embarrassment. Wait a moment. Mu Qingwei. Was she not supposed to arrive in 7 days? How has she come so early? After a brief contemplation, Lin Bei realized that with his current strength, participating in the assessment would likely expose him. Thus, he directly instructed, let Zhang Teng handle the reception. I still have a week's worth of breathing exercises to complete. Understood. Tainyo hurriedly complied and departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Qingwei stood at the dojo, her expression laden with confusion. Initially, after reporting the new faction's establishment to the headquarters, she found them to be particularly attentive. After all, a new martial arts faction, especially one of considerable strength, was regarded as a treasure in its infancy. It could offer martial artists a wealth of new insights. Consequently, the headquarters was anxious to ensure that the new faction did not slip away. Directly empowering Mu Qingwei, she hastened to initiate the assessment of the dojo. Mu Qingwei, mindful of the gravity of the situation, promptly paid a visit. However, upon her arrival at the dojo, she was utterly astonished. She distinctly recalled Iron Bull mentioning that the individuals within the dojo were practitioners of a new school of martial arts, seemingly self-proclaimed cultivators. Yet, the apprentices practicing Tai Chi appeared to be mere mortals, particularly feeble, struggling even to maintain a stable horse stance. This proficiency was hardly befitting of practitioners from a new school. They were, in fact, inferior to mediocre martial artists. Had she not witnessed the dismal state of Master Chung and others with her own eyes, she might have turned and left. This new school, in her perspective, was exceedingly weak. Just as Mu Qingwei pondered this, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She sensed a formidable figure approaching with a steady gait from a distance. Turning her gaze, she beheld Zhang Teng, exuding vigor and confidence as he approached her. A skilled martial artist, and among his peers, he was notably strong. Mu Qingwei swiftly assessed the situation, her curiosity deepening. Was the disparity in strength among cultivators so vast? Esteemed martial friend, may I inquire your name? Mu Qingwei asked, locking eyes with Zhang Teng, who responded with a courteous introduction. I am Zhang Teng, the chief disciple taken under my master's wing. Zhang Teng could sense the formidable aura of Mu Qingwei, yet he maintained his composure, undaunted. After all, she was merely a martial artist. What was there to fear? Chapter 19. The Sword's Intent Soars High. Chapter 19. The true essence of martial arts. Mu Qingwei regarded Zhang Teng with keen interest. She could sense that although Zhang Teng appeared exceptionally humble on the surface, an innate pride radiated from him. She understood that this man before her held his identity within his new school in high regard. Zhang Teng, you are the chief disciple. Are these individuals your junior brothers? Who is your second junior brother? Mu Qingwei inquired with a playful smile. Her curiosity piqued regarding the capabilities of this second junior brother. All of them are my junior brothers, yet they have not comprehended the art of cultivation nor received the master's direct teachings. Thus, there is no ranking. Zhang Teng replied with a smile. Therefore, I do not yet have a second junior brother. Is that so? I see. Mu Qingwei casually picked up her teacup and took a sip, only to furrow her brow slightly. The quality of the tea was rather subpar. lacking the finesse of careful preparation. A bit bitter? Zhang Ting remarked with a smile. This is natural wild mountain tea. If savored properly, one can appreciate its authentic flavor. Mu Qingyue offered a faint smile and set the teacup down. You do have an appreciation for the finer things. Are you aware of the purpose of my visit to your esteemed establishment today? Of course, Zhang Ting nodded, pouring a cup of wild mountain tea. Without further ado, Mu Qingyue stated, in that case, let your master come forth. I shall conduct the assessment personally. Zhang Ting shook his head lightly. It is merely an assessment. There is no need for the master to intervene. I am sufficient. Oh, Mu Qingyue glanced at Zhang Ting with mild surprise. You should be aware that the assessments at our main hall determine the ranking of the martial arts school. The level of ranking signifies the allocation of resources. I am aware. With composed demeanor, Zhang Ting stated, I am also aware that your assessment can only qualify as a second-rate martial arts hall. My intervention will suffice. There's no need for the master to act. Having spoken, Zhang Ting glanced at the three-striped insignia on Mu Qingyue's sleeve. Oh, you seem to possess knowledge of our main hall, Mu Qingyue remarked, piqued with interest, and promptly rose. In that case, allow me to test your mettle. Mu Qingyue stepped onto the arena, her gaze fixed upon Zhang Ting. I must caution you. You have but one opportunity. Should you fail, relegation to the third rate will necessitate a personal application to the main hall for advancement. Zhang Ting approached Mu Qingyue. Rest assured, Lady Qingyue, I am equally curious to witness the main hall's assessment. With these words, Zhang Ting gestured an invitation. Then, do be cautious, for I shall commence. Scarcely had the words left her lips when Mu Qingyue's aura underwent a profound transformation. An intangible pressure instantly enveloped Zhang Ting's heart. Her very being seemed to emanate an intense presence, an intent. At that moment, Mu Qingyue standing before him resembled a keen-edged sword. Sword intent. Zhang Ting's pupils contracted. Having once been the pride of the Zhang clan, he was intimately familiar with the significance of a martial artist's intent. The first stage of martial cultivation is body refinement. The second, the cultivation of the dantian. These two stages, with diligence and resource expenditure, are attainable even for those of mediocre talent. However, to transcend the dantian stage and transform one's martial physique and the qi gathered within the dantian, one must comprehend the true essence of martial arts. An individual capable of comprehending martial intent is undoubtedly a prodigy, a rare find among hundreds. At this moment, as Zhang Ting confronts Mu Qingyue's sword intent, he perceives countless invisible swords in the surrounding atmosphere, all aimed at him. The sword intent soars to the heavens. This marks the first trial of the assessment, the oppression of martial intent. To withstand this pressure, one must at least mobilize the qi of the dantian and stimulate the blood, causing one's own qi and blood to surge, to have any chance of enduring the sword intent oppression. Otherwise, an ordinary martial artist facing martial intent will experience a significant reduction in strength, unable to unleash even 50% of their combat power. This is the essence of intent, the third realm of a martial artist, the martial Dao true intent realm. Oh, Mu Qingyue, glancing at the composed Zhang Ting, felt a flicker of surprise within her heart. The Zhang Ting before her had not caused his qi and blood to surge to resist her sword intent. Yet, astonishingly, his body showed no signs of the tremors produced when being oppressed by sword intent. What did this signify? Her sword intent had not exerted the slightest influence on Zhang Ting. Well, have I passed your sword intent test? Zhang Ting asked with a teasing smile. Inwardly, he became even more convinced that cultivation was a dimensionality reduction strike against martial arts. Why? Because the moment Mu Qingyue's sword intent surged, he sensed it immediately. In his view, so-called sword intent was merely Mu Qingyue's mental focus, imbuing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy with the sword in her heart. This was the essence of sword intent's deterrence. Yet, martial artists were completely unaware of this. Even those whose martial Dao true intent had manifested were ignorant. They merely believed that their martial Dao true intent had taken form. This was evident from the very naming of the martial artist's realms. Manifestation of intent, revelation of form, verity of meaning. Indeed, the third tier of martial intent is known as verity. Martial practitioners believe that when their martial intent is as facile as moving their limbs, they have grasped the true essence of martial arts. However, from Zhang Ting's perspective, this is merely a consequence of one's potent will influencing the ambient spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Zhang Ting understands that martial practitioners may not be incorrect in their comprehension of realms. After all, their limited vantage point obscures the complete picture. Attempting to elucidate the fluctuations of spiritual energy would likely be perceived as nonsensical. Mu Qingyue, observing Zhang Teng's serene composure, was filled with perplexity and inquired, "You haven't incited the boiling of martial blood within you. How have you managed to remain unaffected?" Zhang Teng smiled and replied, "Having discerned the very essence of your sword intent, I can naturally isolate it." Zhang Teng's approach was straightforward. He merely circulated the art of respiration, amassing the untainted spiritual energy and displacing the energy imbued with sword intent. It was as simple as that. To resist head-on, in Zhang Teng's view, would be imprudent, akin to needlessly enduring a blow that could be evaded. Why court suffering when one could simply sidestep it? Discern the essence of my sword intent, Mu Qingyue questioned, her face etched with skepticism. You jest, surely? That a martial practitioner of the body refinement stage could perceive her martial intent seemed preposterous to Mu Qingyue. Nothing short of a jest. She and Zhang Teng are indeed separated by two significant realms. Do you doubt it? Zhang Teng smiled faintly. I can sense your sword intent is exceedingly potent. It seems to have reached the level of manifestation. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue was taken aback. Oh, you discern that as well? Zhang Teng nodded with calm assurance. Then he made a startling proclamation. Believe it or not, I can render your martial intent difficult to condense and manifest. Chapter 20. Zhang Teng's talent. At this declaration, Mu Qingyue's expression shifted. Although she internally doubted his words 100-fold, she refrained from excessive rebuttal. For she firmly adhered to a principle: actions speak louder than words. Let me witness your abilities, she asserted. No sooner had Mu Qingyue finished speaking than Zhang Teng immediately sensed an extraordinarily formidable sword intent coalescing within the entirety of the space. Mu Qingyue seemed to transform into a sword. Centered around her, her sword intent rapidly began to permeate the spiritual energy of the world. As countless strands of this energy began to converge swiftly, this was indeed the process of martial intent manifesting, just as expected. At that moment, Zhang Teng took a deep breath and approached Mu Qingyue, abruptly activating his breathing technique. In an instant, a vast amount of formless spiritual energy from the world was inhaled and exhaled by him. As this abundant spiritual energy gathered, it directly disrupted Mu Qingyue's process of condensing her sword intent. However, Mu Qingyue's sword intent was immensely strong, and the spiritual energy stirred by Zhang Teng's technique was swiftly tainted by her sword intent. Nonetheless, Zhang Teng remained undeterred, continuing to utilize his technique to expel the spiritual energy that had been influenced by her sword intent. Throughout this process, Mu Qingyue's expression began to change. Initially, she was skeptical. However, she now found herself compelled to believe, as she truly struggled to condense her sword intent. Although Zhang Teng could not prevent her from doing so, the entire process would require at least 10 times the usual amount of time. If two martial artists of true intent were to engage in combat, such a delay would be utterly fatal. How did you achieve this? Mu Qingyue asked in astonishment. Zhang Teng responded with a faint smile. This is a secret among cultivators. If you wish to know, you must join our sect and be personally taught by the master. Mu Qingyue paused, then smiled lightly. Indeed, as it was a new school of thought, it possessed its unique merits. At this juncture, she shifted her tone. However, we martial artists ultimately value strength. Disrupting true martial intent, while wondrous, is ultimately fragile if one's own abilities are lacking. At that moment, Mu Qingyue gazed at Zhang Teng. May I witness the extraordinary aspects of your martial school? Zhang Teng, brimming with confidence, replied, Please. Mu Qingyue smiled gracefully. In that case, I shall not hold back. I will demonstrate with the strength of a novice in the Danhai realm. This shall be the standard for assessment. With that, she lightly brushed her shoulder-length hair. In the next instant, she swiftly retrieved a hairpin from her hair and hurled it toward Zhang Teng. To her surprise, the hairpin transformed into a small sword. Its double edges unsharpened, yet the tip was keen. At that moment, Lin Bei, who was secretly observing, could not help but mutter, despicable. He also realized that when martial artists engaged in battle, there seemed to be no regard for martial ethics. Upon reflection, it seems rather natural. The strong are revered, and only those who can triumph are deemed powerful. Initially taken aback by Mu Qingyue's stealthy assault, Zhang Teng did not anticipate that such a formidable opponent would resort to such tactics. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Although caught off guard, his mastery of the breathing technique endowed him with heightened perception, thus he remained unfazed. At the moment the concealed dart was launched, his fingers, akin to chopsticks, deftly captured the small blade. Invincible as a diamond? Barehandedly intercepting a concealed weapon? Mu Qingyue gazed at the glimmering gold between Zhang Teng's fingers with astonishment. At that instant, she seemed to grasp the truth. Having the invincible diamond technique at his side, it was no wonder that Master Cheng was defeated. Yet, the assessment was far from over. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingyue, like a cunning rabbit, lunged towards Zhang Teng, launching her attack from the right. Her right leg, swift as a sword, struck with such velocity that it left an afterimage in the air. Zhang Teng arched backward, evading the blow. Simultaneously, he severed a small tree, as thick as his arm, with a single strike. Such sharp martial prowess. The energy emanated from her was palpable. Although she utilized merely the strength of the early stage of the Danci, her power was evidently far superior to that of Master Cheng. However, Zhang Teng himself had grown significantly stronger. In recent days, he had comprehended the breathing technique, using it to refine his body. Had he faced Master Cheng in his previous state, he could have subdued him in 3 moves. Were it not for this newfound strength, he might not have been able to withstand the onslaught. Following that initial strike, Mu Qingyue's attacks came crashing down like a tempest. Immediately after, she unleashed a series of incredibly sharp kicks. Zhang Teng nimbly shifted his feet, deftly evading her strikes with ease. As she suspected, Zhang Teng was indeed formidable. At that moment, Zhang Teng retaliated with a palm aimed directly at her jade-like throat. In martial arts combat, every move is potentially fatal, though seemingly gentle. Mu Qingyue sensed the force concealed within the attack. If struck, even she would suffer. Reluctantly, she retreated to evade. This was inconceivable for a martial artist from the main hall. Usually, surviving 3 moves against a main hall martial artist was enough to pass the assessment. How could one counterattack, let alone repel? After all, there was a vast disparity between the strength of a Danhai initial stage martial artist from the main hall and ordinary martial artists. Even a Danhai middle stage martial artist might not be a match for a Danhai initial stage martial artist from the main hall. He unexpectedly seized the opening in my martial technique to counterattack. Before Mu Qingyue could express her surprise, Zhang Teng unleashed a continuous barrage of Tai Chi Quan attacks. Mu Qingyue evaded several times before seizing an opportunity to counterattack, her hand transforming into a sword to strike. However, this time, Zhang Teng did not evade but met the attack head-on. With a clang, his clothes were torn, revealing golden muscles. What? Invincible physique. Able to withstand my arm sword. Even martial techniques can be resisted? As Mu Qingyue was stunned, she felt a chill at her neck. Zhang Teng's hand, poised to strike, halted just before her throat. It turned out that the continuous attacks concealed a deadly intent. At that moment, Mu Qingyue was somewhat dazed. Had she actually lost? Had she failed the main hall assessment? Had I passed the assessment? Having ceased his offensive, Zhang Teng offered a faint smile. Despite the lethal nature of their preceding exchange, a cessation of hostilities immediately restored amicable relations between the two. They had passed the test. Mu Qingyue cast a complicated glance at Zhang Teng. Her pride was unwavering, even among the most accomplished martial artists. Yet, she had been defeated by Zhang Teng while employing her Danhai cultivation base. This outcome was difficult for her to accept. Congratulations, she said. Then, she couldn't help but add, Zhang Teng, your cultivation lineage is truly remarkable. You have actually achieved the Vajra indestructibility. Zhang Teng responded with a faint smile, offering no further elaboration. The so-called Vajra indestructibility was merely a martial arts body refinement he had inadvertently achieved while practicing his breathing techniques. Vajra indestructibility? Was it considered impressive? He paid it no mind. Vajra indestructibility? It's nothing more than a trivial skill. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue was slightly shaken, and a single word flashed through her mind: arrogance. Chapter 21. Profoundly mistaken for martial artists, copper skin iron bones was already a formidable achievement. Superior copper skin iron bones were possessed by only the most exceptional talents. What, then, was Vajra indestructibility? In Qingyun town, it was the stuff of legends, representing the pinnacle of martial arts talent. Yet, Zhang Teng dismissed it with disdain. What was even more outrageous was that Mu Qingyue could sense that Zhang Teng's disdain was not feigned. Rather, he genuinely believed that Vajra indestructibility was insignificant, a mere trifle. This sentiment stirred within Mu Qingyue a peculiar sense of frustration. The Vajra indestructibility she revered. To others, it may seem merely a trivial skill. a mere display of one's abilities. If one were to boast, it would be one thing. But the key lies in the fact that others genuinely appear to hold such thoughts. Reflecting on this, Mu Qingyue could not help but voice her disagreement. Is the invincible diamond merely a trivial skill? Zhang Ting, do you not think your words are somewhat inflated? Zhang Teng was taken aback, quickly apologizing. I am sorry. I did not intend to offend. However, the invincible diamond was an unexpected product of my cultivation, and to me, it holds little significance. His words were heartfelt. It was only after he had harnessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his body that he realized the process of refining one's Tao body was, in essence, a continuous enhancement of the physical form. According to his estimation, upon completing the third cycle of body refinement, his physical strength would be on par with the invincible diamond. Moreover, the strength of his Tao body was merely a byproduct of this refinement process. What is the crux of refining the Tao body? It is the elevation of one's understanding and perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, Zhang Teng sincerely felt that the utility of the invincible diamond was indeed limited. For the time being, it may possess some value. But as he continued to refine his Tao body, the invincible diamond would ultimately become obsolete. Observing Zhang Teng's earnest demeanor, Mu Qingyue suddenly entertained an astonishing thought. Could the sect of immortality truly be this formidable? Do they genuinely dismiss even the invincible diamond? With this in mind, she could not resist inquiring, is there, perhaps, a method within the sect to achieve the invincible diamond? Not at all. Zhang Teng replied candidly. I had previously cultivated to the level of superior copper skin and iron bones, and during my pursuit of immortality, I accidentally broke through to the invincible diamond. As these words left her lips, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Why does the main hall place such significance on the new sects? It is precisely because these new sects may offer invaluable insights to martial artists. Should the cultivation methods of the immortals aid a martial artist in achieving a body of bronze and iron or attain invincibility, it would undoubtedly deliver a tremendous impact on the martial arts of Qingyan City. Mu Qingyue promptly inquired whether the methods of immortal cultivation could assist martial artists in transcending the limits of their bronze and iron bodies, or perhaps help those who have achieved such a physique comprehend the essence of invincibility. Zhang Ting found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To assert that it could not be so seemed plausible, yet it felt equally unfounded. After all, the methods of immortal cultivation have little to do with martial arts. Conversely, to claim that it could be done appeared equally valid. Entering the realm of immortal cultivation to train one's bronze and iron body, or even to attain invincibility, seemed exceedingly simple. Yet, if one could indeed embark upon the path of immortal cultivation, who would choose to pursue the training of bronze and iron bodies? Who would opt for the pursuit of invincibility? Who would willingly forfeit something greater for something lesser? At that moment, Zhang Teng regarded Mu Qingyue, and an odd sensation stirred within him. The understanding of martial artists appears to be worlds apart from that of cultivators. Is it truly impossible? Mu Qingyue observed Zhang Teng's demeanor, sensing a hint of disappointment. It is not entirely impossible, Zhang Teng clarified. However, if one could embark on the path of immortal cultivation, no one would choose to train in the bronze and iron body or invincibility. Why is that? Mu Qingyue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is widely acknowledged that a solid foundation is of utmost importance. A well-established base paves the way for countless possibilities in the future of martial arts. Why are the bronze and iron body, as well as invincibility, so venerated among martial artists? It is precisely because of the cultivation of these skills that one establishes a solid foundation in martial arts. For us cultivators, to embark on the path of immortality, it is imperative to comprehend the art of breath regulation. Once this art is mastered, it will refine the Tao body. Zhang Ting spoke calmly. My master once mentioned that the foundation for refining the Tao body lies in the 9 refines. Each completion of a major cycle of refinement equates to 1 refinement. Mu Qingyue remained silent, attentively listening, her demeanor reflecting a humble eagerness to learn. If the first refinement is successful, in terms of physical strength, it is roughly equivalent to a martial artist who has reached the stage of refining blood and gathering qi. Should the second refinement be successful, it would be akin to cultivating a body of bronze and iron upon that foundation. As Zhang Teng reached this point, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Qingyue's eyes, and she promptly inquired, what about the third refinement? It corresponds to being invulnerable like a diamond. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingyue felt somewhat dazed. She had already realized that the path of the cultivator was extraordinary, but Zhang Teng's description left her profoundly shocked. The third refinement equated to invincibility? What then of the fourth? And the ninth? It is well known that the more solid the foundation laid by a martial artist, the brighter their future in the martial path. Mu Qingyue, somewhat incredulous, could not help but ask, what comes after the 9 refinements for you cultivators? What realm is that? A glimmer of longing flashed in Zhang Teng's gaze. My master said, the next realm is the mastery of the laws. What does mastery of the laws entail? One can comprehend that the essence of martial arts. Zhang Teng elucidated. It is merely that the art of control does not focus on a singular truth, but is instead ever-changing. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue exhibited a look of realization. While her heart sighed in relief, she also inwardly ridiculed herself. She had assumed that the foundation of this cultivator's martial prowess was profoundly solid. Now, it appears that although the methods differ, when compared, the act of breathing and refining is akin to a warrior's body tempering, the 9 refinements parallel to a warrior's danci, and the art of control corresponds with the true essence of martial arts. In this light, cultivators seem rather ordinary. A warrior at the danci realm, refining their true energy to enhance their physique, naturally possesses formidable strength, and it stands to reason that they would surpass even the indomitable. As for the so-called ever-changing nature, to her, it merely resembled a haphazard and unrefined interpretation of the true essence of martial arts. She almost fell for it. Mu Qingyue quietly mused. To ensure she had not erred, she could not help but inquire, in your 9 refinements as cultivators, do you possess a power akin to true energy within your bodies? Zhang Teng smiled and nodded. Indeed, we harness the spiritual power of heaven and earth to temper our bodies. After each major circulation of energy, our bodies resonate with the spiritual power of the cosmos, and every inch of flesh and blood contains this essence. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue was enlightened. If that is the case, then there is no issue. What difference is there between a warrior at the danci realm refining their physique with true energy? Moreover, in her view, the so-called 9 refinements realm, in its initial stages, is even incapable of externalizing true energy, seemingly inferior to warriors. She remained completely oblivious to the fact that her comparisons of realms were utterly flawed, and absurdly so. Chapter 22. Is it merely bad luck? Zhang Teng observed Mu Qingyue's demeanor, discerning the underlying implications behind her inquiries. However, he refrained from providing excessive explanations. In his perspective, despite Mu Qingyue's current status as a practitioner of the true intent of martial arts, she remained akin to a frog confined to the depths of a well. Given this, what was the purpose of engaging in further debate? Zhang Teng had once been a martial artist, specifically at the Danhai level, and he understood better than anyone that cultivators and martial artists belong to entirely distinct realms. At this juncture, Mu Qingyue suddenly spoke. Zhang Teng, forgive my boldness, but how did you transcend from the resilience of iron skin and bone to attain the indomitable state of Vajra? I comprehended the breathing technique and, during my physical cultivation, unexpectedly broke through to the indomitable state. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mu Qingyue's eyes. If that is the case, is the breathing technique from your cultivation sect available for instruction? Zhang Teng stared at Mu Qingyue in astonishment, suddenly realizing that this woman sought to leverage the breathing technique to achieve the indomitable state. Indeed, the disparity in understanding was vast, rendering the situation somewhat comical. Of course, but our entry into the cultivation sect is quite challenging. If one cannot grasp the breathing technique, all efforts are in vain. With a confident smile, Mu Qingyue replied, might I request some guidance from a martial friend? Zhang Teng nodded in agreement. Certainly, if you wish to practice, first perfect the Tai Chi Chuan, and then I shall impart to you the incantation of the breathing technique. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Qingyue's gaze. In her view, new sects typically held their teachings closely. She had merely posed a tentative inquiry, yet the senior disciple of this cultivation sect had readily acquiesced. Is it not necessary to consult your esteemed master regarding this matter? Inquired Mu Qingyue. Unnecessary, Zhang Teng responded, shaking his head. My master has stated that all who are destined may enter. As the foremost disciple under my master, I am capable of imparting the introductory methods, though I am not versed in the more profound techniques. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue nodded with a smile. Very well, but this matter must be deferred for the moment, as I must return to the main hall to report the results of the assessment. I am in your debt, Zhang Teng expressed, deliberately displaying a troubled countenance. Indeed, there is a matter for which I must trouble Miss Mu. Speak without hesitation, Mu Qingwei replied with a gracious smile. Mindful that Zhang Teng had agreed to impart the breathing technique to her, and she wished to reciprocate the favor. Zhang Teng then stated, as I recall, according to the rules of the main hall, subsidiary martial halls may apply for protection from the main hall should they encounter a life-or-death crisis. Mu Qingwei cast a slightly surprised glance at Zhang Teng. Is your dojo in danger? Zhang Teng sighed, saying with some resignation, the matter is rather lengthy. Would Miss Mu be willing to hear my account? Indeed, Mu Qingwei affirmed with a nod. Zhang Teng immediately recounted his experiences in their entirety. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's description, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Qingwei's eyes. Her astonishment did not stem from Zhang Teng's experiences themselves, but rather from the fact that Zhang Teng's dantian had been crippled. It should be noted that once the dantian is destroyed, the path of martial arts is also destroyed. And under such circumstances, he can still cultivate? At this moment, Mu Qingwei's expression became serious. A school that can continue the path of cultivation will greatly increase its value. Upon realizing this, Mu Qingwei promptly stated, I am already cognizant of this matter. Mu Qingwei solemnly declared, I shall immediately return to the main branch and request their intervention to mediate this affair. Many thanks. Zhang Teng exclaimed inwardly, elated that the dojo's crisis would be resolved if the main branch could successfully mediate. It is the main branch's obligation. Mu Qingwei replied with a somewhat stern expression. This matter is pressing, so I must depart at once. Farewell, Miss Mu. As Mu Qingwei departed, Lin Bei emerged. Master, you have emerged from seclusion? Zhang Teng inquired, offering a respectful greeting. Lin Bei, of course, could not reveal that he had been observing in secret, and merely nodded in response. Has the matter with the main branch been resolved? Did it proceed smoothly? Lin Bei inquired, feigning ignorance. Very smoothly, Zhang Teng replied. Our dojo has passed the main branch's assessment, and I have entrusted the Director General to mediate the feud between myself and the Prince of Nanyang. Lin Bei was already well aware of this, and inwardly admired Zhang Teng's competence. However, despite this internal approval, Lin Bei maintained a stern facade and began to impart instruction. Do not place your hopes in others. Personal strength is the foundation upon which one establishes oneself. Yes, this disciple understands. Time elapsed. On the other side, at the main branch, the Director General was a man who appeared to be in his early 20s, with a square face, sharply defined features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, possessing a somewhat rugged appearance. Upon her return, Mu Qingwei immediately went to the Director General's training ground. Qingwei, you have returned? The Director General inquired, wiping sweat from his body and gazing at Mu Qingwei with a beaming smile. Proprietor, she began, there are matters I must bring to your attention. Intrigued by the gravity in Mu Qingwei's expression, the proprietor's countenance lit up with interest. Pray, enlighten me, he urged. Without further ado, Mu Qingwei meticulously recounted the events that had transpired at the dojo. The Grandmaster listened intently, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern upon learning of the indestructible physique and the ability to cultivate even with a destroyed dantian. To forge an indestructible physique, and to cultivate even with a ruined dantian? This school of thought possesses a certain allure. After a moment of contemplation, the Grandmaster responded, however, Zhang Teng's account remains one-sided and pertains to a personal affair. The proprietor sighed. We cannot refute this matter, but we may endeavor to mediate. Mu Qingwei, you shall personally journey to the Zhou family of Nanyang, bearing my letter of credence. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence in Nanyang, the Prince of Nanyang, adorned in resplendent attire, regarded the man kneeling before him with a stern and frigid gaze. The man was none other than Qing Lu, the proprietor of the Six Harmonies Martial Hall. Prostrate before the prince, Qing Lu tearfully recounted the events involving Zhang Teng at the dojo, leaving no detail unsaid. So, the rascal has taken refuge in the Qingyun territory, the Prince of Nanyang scoffed. Summon the guard. A man clad in black, his face marred by numerous scars, materialized before the prince, kneeling deferentially. Your Highness, your command. Relay this information to the Zhang clan. They banished him. Now they shall recapture him. Yes, sir. Wait. The prince interjected. Upon the utterance of these words by the Prince of Nanyang, the man abruptly halted. He informed the Zhang clan that the moment they retrieved the individual in question, they would be deemed worthy to participate in the grand demon hunting ceremony. Indeed, the man in the black robe appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he accepted the command and departed promptly. Soon enough, news of Zhang Teng reached the Zhang clan's sanctuary. The atmosphere within the clan's assembly hall grew heavy with solemnity. What shall we do, esteemed members? Zhang Teng has been located, and the orders from the Prince of Nanyang have arrived. What else can be done? Given the circumstances, we must retrieve him. At this juncture, Zhang Teng's grandfather, his figure trembling slightly, spoke up. Are we truly to annihilate him? The patriarch of the Zhang clan sighed deeply. We can only blame his ill fate. Chapter 23. The whistleblower. The patriarch's words plunged the members of the Zhang clan into silence. The Zhou clan of Nanyang loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating their spirits. The patriarch surveyed the room, observing the members' bowed heads in silence, before finally breaking the stillness. Now, who among you is willing to retrieve Zhang Teng? At this moment, a burly man with a face full of flesh revealed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. My son, Zhang Tao, can bring him back. At the mention of Zhang Tao, many in the assembly exhibited expressions of complexity. Zhang Tao had always been regarded as the prodigy of the Zhang clan, having reached the pinnacle of the Danxi realm, and was not far from manifesting martial intent. Initially, all resources of the Zhang clan had been devoted to him. However, since Zhang Teng's emergence, his resources had dwindled considerably. Thus, when Zhang Teng's scandal first broke, it was Zhang Tao's hand that moved. Had it not been for the desperate pleas of Zhang Teng's grandfather, it is highly likely that Zhang Tao would have directly taken Zhang Teng's life. Thus, the moment the clan leader spoke, Zhang Tao's father immediately acquiesced. A flicker of anguish flashed in Zhang Teng's grandfather's eyes. He was acutely aware that if Zhang Tao were to act, there would be no chance for Zhang Teng to escape. Furthermore, should Zhang Teng resist arrest, he could very well be killed on the spot. After all, the existence of Zhang Teng posed a potential threat to Zhang Tao. Very well, the clan leader nodded, instructing Zhang Tao to set forth without delay. Within the training hall, the atmosphere had imperceptibly turned tense. Each apprentice was diligently striving to perfect their Tai Chi, seeking to discover the threshold to transcendence. Lin Bei observed these industrious disciples with a tinge of shame. He understood that Zhang Teng's ability to enter the realm was solely due to his extraordinary comprehension. Even if these individuals were to achieve consummate mastery of Tai Chi, they would likely still be unable to touch upon the essence of the breathing technique. If given the chance, perhaps he could have Zhang Teng create a simplified version. Lin Bei pondered silently, for these individuals had been among the first to follow him. He did not wish to see them squander their time in the training hall. Master, please enjoy some tea. Tai Nyo approached with a naive smile, offering tea. Lin Bei savored a sip of tea, feeling at ease. He had been in seclusion for several days, and now, after circulating a complete cycle of energy to refine his body, he emerged for a breath of fresh air and to enjoy some tea. Since the second breakthrough of the breathing technique, his cultivation speed had surged. In just over a day, Lin Bei had successfully completed the third round of body refinement. With the successful tempering of his body, Lin Bei's comprehension of the framework for compiling imperial techniques became increasingly lucid. At that precise moment, Lin Bei's brow arched slightly as he detected a furtive figure lurking on the periphery of the training ground. Who's there? Reveal yourself. At Lin Bei's stern rebuke, a young girl emerged tentatively. She appeared to be of tender years, her large eyes brimming with a watery innocence, now tinged with trepidation at Lin Bei's harsh words. Tai Nyo escorted the girl before Lin Bei. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bei discerned that she was approximately 13 or 14 years of age, clad in a family's prescribed long gown, reminiscent of when Zhang Teng first arrived. Who are you? Lin Bei inquired, his tone now considerably more amiable. I am Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Teng's younger sister. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo's face immediately broke into a smile. So you are senior brother Zhang's sister. If you have come to the training ground, then you are family. Come this way. Lin Bei, however, maintained an impassive countenance throughout. He was cognizant of Zhang Teng's situation. Having previously inquired about it, Zhang Teng seemed to harbor little affection for his family. What brings you here? Lin Bei queried, taking a measured sip of his tea. I came to implore my brother to flee with haste. News of his refuge here has reached the Zhou clan, and the Prince of Nanyang Commandery has pressured our family to apprehend him. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Thus, the family has dispatched individuals to capture my brother. Upon hearing these words, Tai Nyo was immediately incensed. Your Zhang clan is truly peculiar. Not only are you incapable of protecting your own kin, but you are also intent on capturing them? Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her head in shame. The family is powerless. The Zhou clan from Nanyang is formidable. At this very moment, Zhang Teng emerged from his secluded chamber. Brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhang Teng, feeling a twinge of shame. In the past, when Zhang Teng was wronged, she had lacked the courage to stand up for him. Now she felt unworthy to face him. Zhang Teng instantly discerned her sentiments and gently remarked, "Xiao Xiao, I am glad you came to inform me, but this time, I shall not flee." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao anxiously replied, "Brother, if you do not escape, will you not be captured? If you fall into the hands of the Prince of Nanyang, then—" Zhang Teng interrupted her, calmly inquiring, "Who is the visitor?" Zhang Xiaoxiao answered, "It is Zhang Tao." "Is it him?" Zhang Teng scoffed. "I am not surprised he would come." "Senior brother, who is Zhang Tao?" Tiniu quickly asked. A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Teng's eyes. "Zhang Tao is the one who crippled my Dantian and the one who conspired against me," he declared vehemently. "Yet, my explanations are met with disbelief. Or even if the Zhang family believes me, they choose to protect Zhang Tao rather than myself." At this point, a sense of desolation enveloped Zhang Teng. Their reasoning stemmed solely from a fear of complicating matters, of implicating the Zhou clan and tarnishing Zhang Tao's reputation. Lin Bei could sense Zhang Teng's fury, helplessness, and despair towards the Zhang family. "Xiao Xiao, you should return. I know it was grandfather who sent you, correct?" Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded. Zhang Teng regarded her with indifference. Convey to grandfather that such measures are unnecessary. In the past, for his sake, I risked my life to obtain the qi-gathering pill, which should be considered the fulfillment of my obligations. I also comprehend his prioritization of the greater good. However, our bond of gratitude is now severed. Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Grandfather, I am aware," Zhang Teng interjected, halting Zhang Xiaoxiao's words. "I am fully aware that he has his reasons. It's just that, comparatively, I am not of paramount importance. It's a matter of weighing the pros and cons, I understand." At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao could not utter a single word. She was acutely aware that Zhang Teng was a pawn to be sacrificed. "When will Zhang Tao arrive?" Zhang Teng inquired. "At most an hour, or as little as half an hour," Zhang Xiaoxiao replied. "Is that so?" Zhang Teng scoffed. "Xiao Xiao, you should leave, lest Zhang Tao sees you and accuses you of leaking information, making things difficult for you and grandfather." "I—" Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated, ultimately lowering her head and departing with a sense of despondency. Once Zhang Xiaoxiao had left, Zhang Teng finally turned to Lin Bei, his head bowed in shame. "I apologize. Master, I have let you down." Lin Bei remained silent, observing Zhang Teng intently before finally speaking. Why do you say that?" Chapter 24. This disciple is somewhat monstrous. Zhang Teng kept his head down, clenching his fists, his heart filled with resentment and unwillingness, his gaze lingering in the direction of Zhang Xiaoxiao's departure. There was also a hint of despair towards the Zhang family. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Your disciple is cold and ruthless, treating his family with such callousness. Master, you must be very disappointed, aren't you?" Lin Bei smiled faintly and patted Zhang Teng on the shoulder. "You are a good child. Distancing oneself can also be a form of protection for them. Moreover, for those who cultivate the way, clarity of thought is paramount. Remember this feeling. If you wish to surpass it, you must devote yourself to even greater diligence in your practice." At this moment, Lin Bei added, "Whether it be the Zhang family or the Zhou family from Nanyang, if they cloud your clarity of thought, what does it matter if you cast them aside? Some matters must be decisively severed. If your thoughts are unclear, remind yourself that it is the will of the master." Zhang Teng could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. "Master, I shall obey your command." Witnessing Zhang Teng's earnestness, Lin Bei felt a twinge of guilt. To be honest, he had somewhat intended to win people's hearts. Yet, the words he spoke were indeed his genuine thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Teng had evidently shed the burden of guilt within him, and his thoughts had become clear. At this juncture, Tainyo could no longer restrain his curiosity. "Master, didn't the main hall say they would mediate this matter? Why have the Zhang family members come to apprehend people? Could it be that the mediation has failed?" Zhang Teng shook his head. "Not necessarily, based on the timeline. It is likely that Nanyang received the news first, and the personnel from the main hall have yet to arrive. The main hall is truly unreliable." Tainyo could not help but complain. Lin Bei smiled slightly. "The only dependable one is oneself." Tainyo and Zhang Teng wholeheartedly agreed. "So, Brother Zhang, if Zhang Tao arrives, do you think you can contend with him?" "It is difficult to say," Zhang Teng replied candidly. "Zhang Tao's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Danhai realm, far surpassing Chung Lu, rendering any comparison futile." At this juncture, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. "Yet, I am no pushover. Recently, The image of my master's formidable prowess has persistently lingered in my mind. It seems I have begun to grasp its essence. If I can manifest it, Zhang Tao would be insignificant. Iron Bull, intrigued, inquired, "Senior brother, what essence have you grasped? Could you elaborate? Would you be so kind as to teach your junior?" Zhang Teng glanced at Lin Bei, seemingly hesitant to showcase his insights. "Do share, so that I may discern the depth of your understanding." With Lin Bei's encouragement, Zhang Teng felt compelled to reveal his thoughts. The quintessence of defeating the strong lies and identifying their weaknesses. Every adversary, every technique, every martial art possesses vulnerabilities. By seizing upon these weaknesses and employing the principles of Tai Chi, using minimal force to achieve maximum effect and leveraging strength against strength, one can triumph over the mighty. Zhang Teng continued. At first glance, it appeared that my master overcame the formidable Cheng Guanzhu with apparent weakness, but this was far from the truth. In the moment of attack, my master astutely identified Cheng Guanzhu's vulnerabilities and applied the Tai Chi method, utilizing minimal force to achieve a crushing victory. While it seemed my master was feeble, in reality, he wielded overwhelming strength to dominate. Iron Bull, grasping only partially, remarked, "Master, I possess an immature thought, and I am uncertain if my reasoning aligns." Zhang Teng promptly sought guidance with utmost respect. "Please share." Lin Bei nodded in approval, satisfied with the exchange. It must be said that Zhang Teng's insights are indeed astute. Yet, Lin Bei is equally intrigued by what profound realizations Zhang Teng has come to. Prior to confronting an adversary, he possesses the uncanny ability to instantly assess the enemy's movements, predicting the techniques and trajectories of their attacks, and swiftly devising numerous strategies in his mind, ultimately selecting the most advantageous one. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo was left astonished. "Senior brother, is such a feat truly achievable? When warriors engage, actions unfold in an instant. Is it feasible to contemplate so much?" Zhang Teng responded with a smile. "It is indeed possible. With continuous body refinement, I have discovered that it is not merely my physical strength that has enhanced, but also the speed of my cognitive processes." At this moment, Lin Bei was equally taken aback by Zhang Teng's words. This young man is extraordinarily gifted. What he articulates transcends mere correctness. It is profoundly accurate. Why was Lin Bei able to swiftly defeat Master Cheng? It was not merely because he quickly apprehended various elements, but because he utilized his unique advantage to simulate combat scenarios, identifying the optimal solution after countless iterations. Zhang Teng's reasoning is entirely sound, and indeed, somewhat exceptional. This approach bears little distinction from his instantaneous simulations. The level of insight displayed is astonishing. Although Lin Bei adheres to a philosophy of rigorous education, he could not help but praise Zhang Teng in that moment. This child is indeed teachable. Zhang Teng, elated by Lin Bei's acknowledgement, felt immense joy within. Simultaneously, his admiration for Lin Bei deepened, bordering on reverence. For he understood that while it may sound simple, the execution is immensely challenging. Previously, during his battle with Mu Qingwei, he had attempted such a method. In his perspective, should Lin Bei take action, he might employ a lesser force to defeat Mu Qingwei in their initial encounter. Yet, he found himself compelled to evade attacks, ultimately seizing the opportunity to counter and emerge victorious. Zhang Teng felt a significant distance still lay between himself and Lin Bei. However, he remained unaware that without the ability to foresee combat, Lin Bei was not truly comparable to him. "Master, I have an unconventional request," Zhang Teng suddenly declared, his gaze directed towards Lin Bei, laced with anticipation. Curiously, Lin Bei inquired, "What unconventional request do you have?" "I still lack sufficient understanding of your combat style, Master. I wish to seek your guidance." At this juncture, Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with the fervor of battle. "Might I request a sparring match with you, Master? I yearn to comprehend the extent of our disparity." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? This young man wished to fight him? Before Lin Bei could respond, Tai Nyo immediately began to cheer. "Excellent. Splendid. I was somewhat bewildered by what senior brother Zhang had previously said. Perhaps a spar would illuminate things for me." This proclamation drew a crowd of many within the dojo. "What is happening?" "Senior brother Zhang desires guidance from the master," Tai Nyo exclaimed. "He wishes to engage in a match with the master." "Fantastic. I still vividly recall how the master effortlessly defeated Master Cheng. His prowess was astounding. Now we shall witness the master display his extraordinary might once more." The apprentices of the dojo were now brimming with eager anticipation. Lin Bei felt overwhelmed. Nonetheless, Given the atmosphere that had escalated to this point, he naturally could not refuse. In light of this, please take your time to adjust your breathing and reach your optimal state. Once you have achieved that, I shall impart some guidance. Lin Bei deliberately delayed with a facade of grandeur, for the intricacies of battle simulation require ample time. Chapter 25. The spirit of battle soars. Zhang Teng was oblivious to Lin Bei's ulterior motives. At that moment, he sat cross-legged, clearing his mind, and began to practice the art of breathing, drawing in the ethereal energies of the universe to recalibrate his own state. As Zhang Teng focused on his adjustments, Lin Bei's mental realm was fervently engaged in simulating the combat between them. Initially, Lin Bei believed he had reached a third refinement in his practice, and his Tai Chi had transcended its limits. Defeating Zhang Teng seemed a trivial matter. However, when the battle commenced, Lin Bei was taken aback. Zhang Teng's innate combat talent appeared overwhelmingly formidable from the outset. In their initial exchange, Zhang Teng found himself at a disadvantage, but as he adapted to the fight, the tides began to turn. After their first encounter, Lin Bei suffered a direct defeat, a result that left him astounded. Through relentless simulation, Lin Bei gradually found his footing, transitioning from multiple defeats to eventual victories. After thousands of simulations, he finally opened his eyes with renewed confidence. "Master, I am ready." Zhang Teng, brimming with energy, opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. "Let us proceed to the dojo." Lin Bei wasted no words and led the way to the training hall. The surrounding apprentices displayed expressions of eager anticipation. It was about to begin. "How many moves do you think Brother Zhang can withstand?" "I am uncertain. However, should the master employ the same prowess as Senior Brother Zhang, I am confident that Senior Brother Zhang would undoubtedly exhibit exceptional performance. Indeed, Senior Brother Zhang's combat prowess is evident to all. He is exceedingly formidable." At that moment, Lin Bei turned to Zhang Teng and said with a smile, "He is my disciple, and I shall not hold back. I will engage you with the same strength as you possess." A glint of shrewdness flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes, accompanied by a hint of pride. "Thank you, master." His pride stemmed from Lin Bei's recognition. In his estimation, Lin Bei's strength was beyond comprehension. Even if he were to use a lesser power, he would be unable to prevail. Now, for Lin Bei to spar with him using equal strength was, in essence, a form of acknowledgement. Lin Bei discerned Zhang Teng's pride and initially intended to defeat him swiftly, thereby imparting a lesson. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered. After all, he was his disciple, and there was no need to undermine his confidence. With this in mind, Lin Bei said, "Tenger, make your move." "Very well." At that moment, the two were separated by approximately 10 meters. As soon as Lin Bei uttered the words "make your move," Zhang Teng surged forth like an arrow. As he approached within 2 meters of Lin Bei, beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Initially, at a distance of 10 meters, he perceived Lin Bei to be riddled with vulnerabilities. However, as he drew closer, he discovered that Lin Bei was entirely without weakness, lacking any discernible openings. How could he dare to attack? Consequently, he hastily altered his offensive strategy, adjusted his combat stance, and began to circle Lin Bei with rapid movements. He resolved to seek out Lin Bei's weaknesses and vulnerabilities through his movements. His speed was remarkable, impressing many apprentices in the dojo. Yet, as he moved, Zhang Teng's heart filled with growing trepidation. No matter how he maneuvered, Lin Bei effortlessly adjusted his stance, whether by shifting his foot, subtly rotating his body, or turning his gaze. These seemingly simple actions rendered Lin Bei flawless and devoid of any weaknesses, as if he had instantaneously sealed off every possible vulnerability. Is this what it means to be a master? It is truly astonishing. How am I supposed to approach this? Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Teng's forehead. At that moment, the surrounding apprentices were puzzled. "Tainyo, why hasn't Brother Zhang launched an attack? His speed is so fast that I can barely keep up." Tainyo slapped the shoulder of the person speaking. "Xiao Yozi, what do you understand? Brother Zhang may be formidable, but he is facing the master. In such circumstances, how can one act carelessly? If he exposes a flaw, it would be disastrous." Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Tainyo discerned the underlying truth. Brother Zhang's hesitation signified his inability to identify the master's weakness. Xiao Yozi displayed an expression of realization. "Tainyo, if Brother Zhang cannot find the master's weakness, then does that mean the master cannot find Brother Zhang's weakness either? Why isn't the master attacked?" Upon hearing this, Tainyo shot him an exasperated glance. "The master is testing Brother Zhang." After saying this, Tai Nyo noticed the cold sweat on Zhang Teng's forehead and couldn't help but offer a piece of advice. Brother Zhang, since you cannot find a weakness, why not create one? At this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tai Nyo, who usually appeared somewhat dull-witted, could discern the crux of the issue. Lin Bei cast a profound glance at Tai Nyo, realizing that this individual might possess a unique form of genius. Though Tai Nyo had always been immensely strong, his understanding seemed rather average. Perhaps Lin Bei had not fully recognized his potential. A thought stirred within Lin Bei's mind. If he could guide Tai Nyo down an appropriate path, he might become an exceptionally formidable disciple. At that moment, Zhang Ting's eyes blazed with the fire of determination. He understood that Tai Nyo was correct. If there were no flaws to exploit, then he would create one. Continuing to search for vulnerabilities would be a mere waste of time. So he resolved to take action. In an instant, Zhang Teng maneuvered to the right rear of Lin Bei, launching a punch from an exceptionally awkward angle. Yet, Lin Bei seemed to possess a premonition. At the very moment of the attack, he executed a slight shuffle, evading the blow while simultaneously countering. Aiming directly at Zhang Teng's waist, Zhang Teng was struck with alarm. This was it. He was acutely aware of his meticulous efforts to conceal any openings. Even during his offensive maneuvers, he believed he had maintained perfect defense. However, in the instant Lin Bei struck, he had unwittingly exposed a weakness. Contrary to his expectations of a devastating blow, he merely felt a gentle tap at his waist, and the two retreated from one another. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Teng suddenly comprehended. Lin Bei was testing him. The light touch was a signal, indicating that his recent vulnerability had been perilously significant. Is this what it means to have a master? Truly remarkable. Zhang Teng was engulfed in profound astonishment. In that moment of receiving the challenge, he instantaneously realized the fallacy of a perfect defense. There were no unassailable positions. The instant they engaged, vulnerabilities would inevitably emerge, even in the absence of flaws. Various methods could elicit weaknesses in others. Enlightenment dawned upon Zhang Teng. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Bei, who smiled back and nodded in acknowledgement. A surge of realization coursed through Zhang Teng. He understood Lin Bei was urging him to press the attack. Should he continue to receive challenges? Elation washed over him. Yet his demeanor turned gravely serious. He comprehended that this battle could arguably be the most sophisticated he had ever faced, a tremendous opportunity. With his fighting spirit soaring, Zhang Teng roared, "Fight!" Chapter 26. The second breaking of limits in Taiji in the dojo, Zhang Teng cast aside all distractions and immersed himself wholly in the combat. They continued to exchange blows. With each encounter, Lin Bei struck him from various angles, sometimes lightly tapping his shoulder, occasionally grazing his forehead, or gently slicing his neck. Despite facing defeat each time, Zhang Teng felt no trace of discouragement. Why? Because this was his master. Even if Lin Bei were to effortlessly overpower him in an instant, it was hardly surprising. On the contrary, to engage him with equal prowess was the utmost validation. This time, he bore no psychological burdens. Instead, he focused on refining his combat skills. His fighting capabilities were ascending at an extraordinary rate. As the saying goes, the expert observes the nuances, while the novice merely enjoys the spectacle. At that moment, Zhang Teng's attacks appeared remarkably fierce, executed with breathtaking speed. Upon reflection, Lin Bei also retaliated while evading. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Lin Bei and Zhang Teng were engaged in an evenly matched exchange. At this moment, Xiao Liuzi from the dojo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Tai Nyo, is Zhang Xixiang really that formidable?" "Formidable?" Tai Nyo replied, utterly perplexed as he glanced at Xiao Liuzi. "What do you mean by formidable? Just look at Zhang Xixiang. He seems to be holding his ground against our master." "Which is impressive." Tai Nyo nearly stumbled in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? Just because it looks like they are evenly matched does not imply he is formidable. I can see clearly that with every strike, Zhang Teng is being defeated. The manner of his defeat may vary, but he is still losing." Unable to restrain himself, Tai Nyo admonished, "Xiao Liuzi, and all of you, if you lack understanding, it is best to refrain from speaking. It is utterly embarrassing." "What do you mean?" one of them questioned. "We find the match quite exciting. It seems Zhang Xixiang's attacks are becoming increasingly fierce." Many in the dojo displayed expressions of confusion. Tai Nyo sighed deeply. "You truly comprehend nothing. Why does it seem like they are evenly matched?" "It is precisely because our master is feeding him techniques." His expression then grew serious. "However, you are correct. Zhang Shixiang's attacks are indeed becoming more formidable. Initially, our master could defeat him with each counter. Yet now it often takes 2 moves to overcome him. The crowd exchanged glances, and Xiao Liuzi could not help but ask, "Isn't that still a swift defeat?" "No," Tai Niu replied earnestly. "You have no idea just how powerful our master truly is." Achieving this level in such a short span of time speaks volumes about Zhang Shixiang's extraordinary talent. The crowd exchanged glances, indeed perplexed. They could not comprehend the situation. Tai Niu's words resonated with Zhang Teng and Lin Bei, particularly with Lin Bei, who had already formed a judgment in his heart. Tai Niu, without a doubt, is a genius. He possesses an extraordinary talent for combat. As time passed, after 100 exchanges, Zhang Teng utilized his Tai Chi footwork to deliver a powerful strike. Lin Bei swiftly moved in, striking his wrist with one hand, preparing for the next attack aimed at his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Teng executed a swift maneuver, simultaneously diverting the force and countering with a palm strike of his own. The two engaged in a clash of palms, both retreating half a step. Observing this, Tai Niu was astonished. "Remarkable. Is this truly Senior Brother Zhang? His combat prowess is astonishing. What happened?" Many apprentices in the dojo inquired. "Senior Brother Zhang has, for the first time, withstood Master S' attack, and it is also the first time Master has failed to defeat Senior Brother Zhang in a single strike." Tai Niu exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd exchanged glances. Just one strike without defeat. Does that truly signify greatness? At that moment, Lin Bei also displayed a look of surprise. "That Zhang Teng fellow is indeed impressive. I have simulated countless scenarios, and in our exchanges, I barely managed 100 moves. He has progressed so rapidly." Realizing this, Lin Bei understood it was nearly time to conclude. Just as Zhang Teng was about to advance, Lin Bei raised a hand in a gesture of halt. "Enough. You have entered the threshold. Continuing further holds no significance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, promptly ceasing his assault. Simultaneously, his heart surged with exhilaration. He understood that he had earned Lin Bei's acknowledgement. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Lin Bei responded with a gentle smile. "Remain humble and diligent in your practice." The disciple acknowledges the command. After departing, Lin Bei's hand trembled slightly after clashing with Zhang Teng. This young man truly strikes with ferocity. He was acutely aware that if the confrontation continued, he would likely face defeat. Consequently, he hastily called for a halt. Zhang Teng's innate talent was indeed extraordinary, and during this brief exchange, Lin Bei had come to terms with it. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but reminisce about Zhang Teng's martial prowess. Although formidable, it did not seem overwhelmingly exceptional. This individual must have been a cultivator whose path was hindered by martial arts. Lin Bei's conviction deepened. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Your disciple Zhang Teng's understanding of Tai Chi has deepened and reached the limit-breaking level. Your Tai Chi has undergone a second limit breaking." "What is happening? Tai Chi has broken its limits?" Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization struck him. During their final exchange, when both he and Zhang Teng retreated a step, Zhang Teng had employed the techniques of Tai Chi. It was evident that the earlier exchanges had enlightened Zhang Teng to the profound depth of Tai Chi, revealing that it was far more than mere combat techniques. Indeed, he is a remarkable disciple. Lin Bei felt an inner joy. The second limit-breaking Tai Chi seemed to have become even more enigmatic. Furthermore, while practicing, Lin Bei sensed that his Tai Chi could potentially harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. This revelation astonished him. If his Tai Chi could indeed invoke the spiritual forces of the universe, would that not result in a tremendous surge in power? Meanwhile, at the dojo, Zhang Teng was diligently practicing Tai Chi, savoring its intricacies. As Zhang Teng ceased his movements, Tai Niu could not restrain himself from offering his congratulations. "Congratulations, Senior Brother Zhang. Your Taiji has once again transcended boundaries. I seem to perceive the shadow of our master within you. Your Taiji has surpassed limitations." Zhang Teng, filled with joy, could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, the Master's words rang true. Diligence can compensate for inadequacy, and success lies in human effort. Initially, according to the Master's judgment, my innate talent was insufficient to break through the limitations of Taiji, yet I have achieved it now. Tai Niu appeared to grasp something profound, his gaze becoming resolute. He murmured softly, "Diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Success lies in human effort." After this quiet reflection, he suddenly turned to Zhang Teng. "Senior brother, I find it exceedingly challenging to comprehend the subtleties of Taiji. Perhaps I am simply not suited for it. Is there any alternative path through which I might grasp the art of breathing and circulation? Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback by the question. I am uncertain, he admitted candidly. It would be best for you to consult the master. Perhaps he can provide you with an answer. Tainyo hesitated slightly. But I fear the master may chastise me for being overly ambitious. Zhang Teng chuckled, moving closer to Tainyo and giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. What is there to fear? At most, you'll receive a scolding. He's our master, after all. Chapter 27. Guiding the Lost at the Dojo. In Lin Bei's training room, the progress of the fourth body refinement was exceptionally smooth. According to Lin Bei's estimation, within half a day's time, he would successfully complete the fourth refinement. It seems that my cultivation speed has increased compared to before. Could it be due to the second breakthrough of Taiji? During the fourth phase of body refinement, Lin Bei discovered that the speed of his body tempering had unexpectedly accelerated compared to before. He immediately speculated that this might be attributed to the second breakthrough of Tai Chi. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Bei shook his head, acknowledging to himself that this was not an illusion. The speed of his body tempering through the breathing technique had indeed improved. Initially, Lin Bei was unaware of the enhancement Tai Chi conferred upon the breathing technique. He had only acquired the breathing technique after the first breakthrough of Tai Chi. Hence, he had remained oblivious to the benefits. Now, following the second breakthrough of Tai Chi, he could distinctly perceive the differences in the breathing technique. The second breakthrough deepened his understanding of Tai Chi, consequently amplifying the efficacy of the breathing technique. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. Although there was an enhancement, he still felt a lack of comprehensive integration. Perhaps I could attempt to utilize my special ability for further deduction? He endeavored to comprehend and merge the techniques, only to regretfully discover an invisible barrier seemingly hindering his progress. Contemplating this, Lin Bei concentrated intensely, his mind persistently attempting to deduce. At that moment, a voice indeed resonated in his mind. Deduction failed. Your comprehension is insufficient. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, possesses extraordinary insight and shares a deep bond with you. You may leverage his understanding for deduction. Please impart your thoughts to Zhang Teng. Taken aback at first, Lin Bei then slapped his forehead, exclaiming how he had failed to grasp such a straightforward solution. Naturally, this was a task best entrusted to Zhang Teng. However, Lin Bei was also increasingly aware of the capabilities of his special ability. It appeared that the deduction of techniques could harness Zhang Teng's comprehension. Moreover, aided by an insightful deduction ability, he is even more formidable than Zhang Teng himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei was just about to rise when he suddenly sensed a subtle movement in his ears. Someone was approaching from outside. Indeed, at that moment, a timid voice emerged from beyond the door. Master, are you there? Lin Bei felt somewhat puzzled. What brought Tainyo here? Unable to fathom the reason, he decided to dismiss his thoughts. Come in. Tainyo pushed the door open, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Lin Bei looked at him with curiosity. Is there something you need? Tainyo's eyes drifted, but then he seemed to solidify his resolve. Master, I understand that my Tai Chi is not yet perfected, and I am not qualified to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation. Tainyo's face was filled with despondency. However, my desire to cultivate is overwhelming. I can sense that my innate talent is lacking, and I fear that I may never be able to enter the realm of cultivation, no matter how long I practice. At this point, Tainyo suddenly lifted his head to gaze at Lin Bei, his eyes filled with sincerity. Master, you possess immense abilities. Could you allow me to enter the path? What was happening? Was Tainyo seeking a shortcut? No. Lin Bei suddenly realized that Tainyo did not seek a shortcut, but rather hoped for Lin Bei to impart to him a cultivation method suitable for him. Faced with Tainyo's earnestness, Lin Bei inwardly lamented. He wished to assist Tainyo in establishing a unique cultivation method tailored to him. However, he truly felt incapable of doing so. At most, he could provide a rough framework, but the essential insights must be grasped by oneself. From every angle, Tainyo did not seem to be a person of exceptional understanding. Just as Lin Bei prepared to decline, an idea struck him. Was Tainyo truly devoid of talent, utterly lacking in insight? Lin Bei recalled his previous encounter with Zhang Teng and Iron Bull's performance, immediately dismissing his own thoughts. Perhaps Iron Bull truly possesses a gift. Yet it may not lie in the cultivation of Tai Chi or the comprehension of breathing techniques. Take Zhang Teng, for instance. He is a martial artist who has honed his skills remarkably, achieving a robust physique, yet he does not stand out among his peers as an exceptional talent. After all, Zhang Teng has practiced martial arts since childhood and has only reached the Danhai realm, which pales in comparison to his innate talent for cultivation. Could it be that Iron Bull harbors a similar potential, yet has yet to recognize it? After all, it is widely known in Wuming Village that Iron Bull has possessed extraordinary strength since a young age. Lin Bei did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Iron Bull and inquired. Since he was aware of his lack of comprehension, why push him further? Iron Bull, undeterred, replied, Master, I only believe in one thing you once said. What is that? Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback, as he could not recall what he had said himself. Having once been prone to exaggeration, it is all dependent on human effort. Iron Bull asserted resolutely. You once mentioned that Zhang Shixiang's talent is mediocre. Yet he was still able to transcend limitations in Tai Chi, which illustrates that it is indeed dependent on individual effort. Iron Bull then knelt down. Master, I implore you to show me the way. Indeed, Iron Bull sought his guidance. Lin Bei cast a deep, contemplative glance at Iron Bull. Go to the dojo and demonstrate a set of Tai Chi for me. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. The two swiftly made their way to the dojo. Without uttering a word, Tai Nyo commenced the diligent practice of Tai Chi, although his movements bore a semblance of authenticity. Lin Bei keenly discerned that Tai Nyo's interpretation of Tai Chi diverged from tradition. Tai Chi emphasizes the harmonious interplay of hardness and softness, the balance of yin and yang. Despite Tai Nyo's earnest attempts to embody this duality, Lin Bei was able to penetrate the essence of his technique. Tai Nyo's rendition of Tai Chi was characterized solely by rigidity, devoid of any softness. It was all yang with no trace of yin. As the sequence of movements concluded, Tai Nyo gazed expectantly at Lin Bei. Master, what do you think? He inquired. Lin Bei, with a grave demeanor, responded, You are correct, without a moment of enlightenment. Even a lifetime of practicing Tai Chi will yield no fulfillment. With that, Lin Bei approached a stone table within the dojo, producing ink and brush. He inscribed the two characters, Tai Chi. After finishing, he turned to Tai Nyo and beckoned him closer. Tai Nyo hastily complied, yet Lin Bei refrained from further commentary, instead handing him the paper bearing the inscription. Tai Nyo's face was a canvas of confusion. At that moment, Lin Bei offered him a brush. What is this, Master? Tai Nyo questioned, bewildered. Lin Bei did not respond directly. Instead, he spoke softly. Contemplate your technique, and bring this paper to me tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. Tai Nyo stood in a daze, staring at the paper in his hand, lost in thought. Several disciples from the dojo approached him, eager to engage. Yet he remained oblivious to their inquiries, understanding that Lin Bei's intentions were profound. Should he fail to comprehend, it seemed he would be forever distant from the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the secluded chamber of Zhang Ting, as Lin Bei arrived at the door, it fortuitously opened. Master, what brings you here? Zhang Ting's tone conveyed both surprise and delight. Have you been practicing the breathing technique? Lin Bei inquired. Indeed, Zhang Teng replied candidly. With a smile, Lin Bei asked, Have you gained any insights? My disciple is currently perplexed. Zhang Teng quickly responded, I humbly request your guidance, Master. Chapter 28. Tremendous Gains. The Tai Chi breathing technique without the need for words. Lin Bei understood Zhang Teng's thoughts, which likely aligned with his own. Let us proceed. Lin Bei stated decisively, turning towards the dojo, with Zhang Teng closely following. Upon arriving at the dojo, Zhang Teng noticed Tiniu, standing in a daze, and then observed the paper and brush in his hands. When he saw the paper inscribed with the characters Tai Chi, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Just then, Lin Bei's voice resonated in Zhang Teng's ears. Some paths must be treaded alone. Zhang Teng immediately grasped the implication. He understood that Lin Bei was urging him not to attempt to assist Tiniu in analyzing matters. As they entered the dojo, many apprentices from the martial arts school greeted them respectfully. Tenger, I am aware of your confusion. You wish to inquire if the practice of the breathing technique has accelerated after transcending the limitations of Tai Chi? Zhang Teng nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with admiration, as if to say, Indeed, Master knows everything. Lin Bei smiled gently. Now, I too have words to impart to you. With a calm demeanor, Lin Bei remarked, Some truths can only be understood through experience, and certain journeys you must undertake on your own. Zhang Teng obediently nodded, acknowledging, Your words ring true, Master. At that moment, Lin Bei arrived at the open space of the dojo, raising his hand slightly. As Zhang Teng observed Lin Bei initiating the Tai Chi opening posture, he became completely engrossed. The instant Lin Bei raised his hand, Zhang Teng experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the spiritual energy between heaven and earth resonated in harmony with Lin Bei's movements. Each stance and transition, each motion and stillness, seemed to embody the principles of yin and yang. At that moment, perceiving Zhang Teng's apparent comprehension, Lin Bei was reminded of Lao Tzu's exposition on yin and yang. He seized the opportune moment and gently intoned, "All things carry yin and embrace yang," achieving harmony through the blending of qi. Only by understanding the principles of yin and yang can one comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Zhang Teng meticulously listened to each word, and as he watched Lin Bei's Tai Chi, he felt as if sparks of inspiration ignited within his mind. Tai Chi. Breathing exercises. Breathing exercises. Tai Chi, Zhang Teng murmured. All things carry yin and embrace yang, achieving harmony through the blending of qi. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with divine light. His murmuring tone shifted from perplexity to enlightenment, achieving harmony through the blending of qi. The instant Zhang Teng uttered these words, his face radiated a look of profound realization, tinged with a hint of self-assurance and elation, as if to proclaim, "This young master has comprehended it." Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Your disciple has comprehended the principles of Tai Chi, integrating Tai Chi with breathing exercises, and has achieved a breakthrough in Tai Chi breathing exercises for the first time. Your breathing exercises have advanced to Tai Chi breathing exercises, achieving a second breakthrough." Instantly, a myriad of insights flooded his mind. Many profound principles, previously only partially understood, were now completely clear. At this moment, Lin Bei was deeply shaken. Although it merely added the term Tai Chi, the Tai Chi breathing technique exponentially accelerated Lin Bei's cultivation speed, nearly multiplying it tenfold. Yet, this was not the most pivotal aspect. What was truly essential? The Tai Chi breathing technique had thoroughly unlocked Lin Bei's mind. Previously, he had been groping in the dark regarding the creation of defensive spells, akin to constructing castles in the air, entirely insubstantial. But now, not only did he have a clearer vision, but he also possessed a definitive direction for laying the foundations of these spells. The gains were immense. At this moment, Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei with profound reverence. "Master, I have comprehended it. I have grasped the essence of the Tai Chi breathing technique." Lin Bei could discern Zhang Teng's joy and eagerness. He understood that Zhang Teng was anxious to retreat into seclusion to distill and fully assimilate the Tai Chi breathing technique. "Go into seclusion, my disciple. I beg your pardon." After bowing in respect, Zhang Teng, without uttering another word, swiftly returned to his secluded chamber. At this moment, Lin Bei glanced at Tang Yo, who had already settled in a nearby pavilion, engrossed in his writing with pen and paper. Initially, Lin Bei had merely harbored a bold notion on how to guide Tang Yo, with no assurance of its success. However, after mastering the Tai Chi breathing technique, that once uncertain idea had transformed into a faint possibility. "I hope you comprehend my intentions and demonstrate your insight. Otherwise, how could you ever grasp the essence of my flowers in the mirror, moon on the water?" Lin Bei mused silently, choosing not to linger further, and turned to depart. Just as Zhang Teng was eager to prepare for his seclusion, so too was Lin Bei. Having previously required perhaps half a day to complete the fourth stage of body refinement, I might now, seizing this opportune moment of enlightenment, break through in less than half an hour. Time slipped by. On the other side, in Qingyan town, a maiden was trussed up in plain sight and dragged directly into an inn. Who are these people? How dare they act so brazenly? Abducting that woman in broad daylight and forcing her into the inn? I see martial artists from the White River Martial Hall. They haven't intervened. Perhaps it's not a grave matter? The White River Martial Hall was responsible for maintaining order in this area. Upon hearing this, many people looked enlightened. What did that maiden do? Who knows? But those who seized her are wearing similar garments. Perhaps they belong to the same family? Meanwhile, inside the Longyan Inn, Zhang Xiaoxiao was seized by 3 Zhang family servants and thrown before a young man. "Young master, the person has been apprehended." The young man glanced at Zhang Xiaoxiao, a sneer playing on his lips. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, you run fast, don't you? Were you off to inform on us?" The speaker was none other than the current young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tao. "Zhang Tao, what do you mean by this? Do you not fear punishment from the clan elders for treating me this way?" Zhang Xiaoxiao struggled, but the ropes were too tight for her to break free. "Punishment?" Zhang Tao scoffed. "I'm here to capture Zhang Tong, and you, the one who tipped him off, dares to speak so brazenly? Who is the guilty one?" You don't think your actions are unknown. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in fury. My brother is not a criminal. Without a word, Zhang Jia slapped the table, splashing the drink in his hand onto Zhang Xiaoxiao's face. In the realm of power, victors are kings while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. With that, Zhang Jia stepped directly before Zhang Xiaoxiao, grasping her chin with both hands. You are now a prisoner, having erred gravely. As the young master, I shall teach you a lesson. A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving Zhang Xiaoxiao in tears, her beauty marred. I have heard news of Zhang Ting and came hastily, even foregoing the opportunity to obtain the martial intent pill. If you allow Zhang Ting to escape, can your lineage bear the consequences? Zhang Xiaoxiao retorted. I do not comprehend your words. Feigning ignorance? Can you maintain this charade? Zhang Jia scoffed, rising to his feet and commanding his attendant, go to the dojo. Seal off all routes surrounding the dojo. Zhang Tung must not escape. Chapter 29. The Fourth Refinement, Success. At this moment, within the dojo, Lin Bei sat cross-legged, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, swirling around him like a vortex. As he inhaled and exhaled, the energy circulated throughout his body, expelling impurities. For Lin Bei, cultivation was an exhilarating pursuit. With each breath, he purified the essence and refined his physical form. In his practice, Lin Bei experienced not only empowerment, but also a profound harmony with nature. Tranquility enveloped him. The fourth refinement. It is complete. After the fourth refinement, Lin Bei felt a newfound clarity coursing through his entire being, his thoughts unimpeded. Regarding his own capabilities, a newfound understanding emerged. By estimation, he was at least of the Danhai realm. In comparison, even without the aid of deduction, Lin Bei felt confident in his ability to defeat Master Cheng. After the fourth refinement, Lin Bei distinctly sensed that his body had undergone a transformation. Previously, the celestial energy he cultivated in a single day would suffice to saturate every cell, completing his body refinement. However, that was no longer the case. Now, he required at least 3 days. Moreover, this was contingent upon his mastery of the Tai Chi breathing technique. Had he not advanced in this practice, the time required could have extended to 10 days. Lin Bei realized that he was becoming increasingly formidable, his foundation growing ever more formidable. At this moment, he pondered, how powerful would he be after the 9th refinement? Just then, Lin Bei's ears perked up. He sensed someone outside. Since they had arrived, why not enter? As Lin Bei spoke, Tainyo finally pushed the door open. Upon surveying the room, Lin Bei noticed that Tainyo held a piece of paper and a pen in his hands. When Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the paper, he focused intently. The 2 characters for Tai Chi were still prominent, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a drop of ink above the character Tai. Clearly, this was placed there by Tainyo, who seemed to have intended to write something, but ultimately refrained. Master, Tainyo's voice carried an echo of emptiness. Lin Bei remained silent, simply observing Tainyo. Thus, Tainyo continued, do I truly lack understanding? I cannot grasp the profound meaning of these characters for Tai Chi, unable to comprehend? It seemed not entirely so. Lin Bei gazed deeply at the black dot atop the character Tai in Tai Chi. He could discern that Tainyo was harboring a certain thought, yet seemed unable to summon the resolve to act upon it. Tainyo, I once imparted a piece of wisdom to Zhang Tung, and now I extend it to you. Tainyo looked up at Lin Bei, bewildered. Please guide me, master. Is your mind clear and unobstructed? As cultivators, we must be free of guilt and ensure our thoughts are unclouded. These words struck Tainyo like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily frozen, his inner turmoil akin to a tempest. He realized that Lin Bei seemed to have penetrated the depths of his thoughts. This statement was, indeed, a revelation. At that moment, Lin Bei smiled gently and approached Tainyo, lightly patting him on the shoulder. Come to me once you have found clarity. However, just as Lin Bei prepared to move toward the dojo, Tainyo suddenly exclaimed, Master, please wait. Lin Bei halted in his tracks. In Tainyo's eyes, a flicker of madness danced. Master, I understand that my forthcoming actions may be deemed disrespectful, even if it results in my expulsion from the sect. I must demonstrate my resolve to you, allow you to witness my clarity of thought. With that declaration, Tainyo grasped the brush in his hand and raised it high. In the next moment, to Lin Bei's astonishment, he boldly crossed out the character Tai within Tai Chi. Now, only the character Ji remained upon the canvas. Upon completing this act, the brush in Tainyo's hand felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. He seemed to have expended every ounce of his strength. With his hand hanging low, he fixed a gaze filled with fervor upon Lin Bei. Tainyo understood that his actions at this moment could very well shape his destiny. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Bei, who had previously worn a stern expression, suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Now, have you attained clarity of thought? Indeed, I have. Iron Bull nodded affirmatively. That is well. With that, Lin Bei turned to step outside. By the way, place the paper and brush on my desk, and follow me to the dojo. At these words, Iron Bull was filled with elation. He understood that his insights had not been in vain. His actions had now garnered Lin Bei's approval. Yes, master. Iron Bull promptly and cautiously arranged the paper and brush before hastening to follow in Lin Bei's footsteps. The two soon arrived at the dojo, where Lin Bei settled into a chair at the stone table, and Iron Bull dutifully presented tea. Each day, Lin Bei would spend some time at the dojo to rest and offer guidance to the apprentices. Iron Bull, why did you strike out the character Tai Chi? Iron Bull replied earnestly, the path of Tai Chi is profoundly mysterious, encompassing all things, yet I cannot comprehend it. If you cannot grasp it, then why force it? Iron Bull seemed to drift into reminiscence. Master, you once said that in this world, when anything reaches its zenith, one can attain enlightenment. Proficiency in technique is akin to stepping through the door of cultivation. Iron Bull nodded slightly, his heart filled with admiration. This Iron Bull, who often appeared clumsy and simple-minded, surprisingly possessed a keen intellect, and the words he spoke were etched in his memory. At that moment, Iron Bull continued, Master, I was born with extraordinary strength and a robust physique. I believe I can delve deeper into my innate gifts, perhaps crossing the threshold of cultivation. This is the reason I have struck out the character Tai Chi. Excellent. Lin Bei nodded, exceedingly pleased. Tainyo, today, you have truly impressed me. Not only have you gained insight into the direction of your cultivation, but you also dare to defy convention. Knowing full well that the cultivation method I imparted is related to Tai Chi, you boldly crossed out the character Tai. Very well. Tainyo said, somewhat guiltily, Master. Lin Bei raised a hand. I am praising you. There is no need to be nervous. A cultivator defies the heavens. I once told Zhang Tong, for us cultivators, to follow is to be mortal, to defy is to be immortal. Now, these words are even more fitting for you. Tainyo was overjoyed. At this juncture, Lin Bei abruptly changed the subject. But do not be too elated. I once said that the Tao should not be lightly imparted. Do you know the meaning of these words? Tainyo replied, I did not understand before, but now I do. It is not that master is being miserly with knowledge, but rather that the Tao cannot be learned through instruction. It must be comprehended. Lin Bei was exceedingly pleased. Tainyo was remarkably perceptive, understanding everything with the slightest prompting. Now that the groundwork had been laid, even if the cultivation method he concocted proved useless, it would not arouse suspicion in others. Not even Tainyo would suspect anything, instead believing that he simply lacked the talent. Just as Lin Bei was about to begin imparting the method, his expression suddenly shifted slightly. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze towards the outside of the training ground. There, a group of people had intruded upon the grounds, one of them carrying a young girl. The girl was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 30. Where victory and death are decided, the intruders were none other than Zhang Tao and his entourage. Upon witnessing the arrival of the visitors, Iron Bull immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The newcomers were not here with good intentions. Without the need for Lin Bei to utter a word, he promptly rushed to inform Zhang Tong. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon our dojo? A young apprentice, upon perceiving the imposing demeanor of the visitors, stepped forward to scold them. However, before he could finish his admonishment, he was mercilessly kicked aside by one of Zhang Tao's attendants. Get lost. In that fleeting moment, while Lin Bei maintained a calm demeanor, the teacup in his hand was crushed, fissures appearing on its surface. Before Lin Bei could express his wrath, a thunderous shout resonated through the corridor of the dojo. Impudence! Accompanied by this fierce reprimand, Zhang Tong emerged onto the scene. Zhang Tong. Upon seeing Zhang Tong, a flicker of delight flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoxiao's words proved correct. You did not flee. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head vigorously. I did not say that. I have never betrayed my brother. Zhang Tong cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoxiao, then shifted his gaze to Zhang Tao, letting out a cold snort. Zhang Tao, you remain as despicable as ever. After this declaration, he glanced at the unconscious apprentice who had been struck down, a glimmer of icy disdain flickering in his eyes. He then approached Lin Bei's side. Master, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Before Lin Bei could respond, Zhang Tao was the first to display a scornful expression. Master? Is this what you call a cultivator? Zhang Tao's demeanor was laced with derision as he regarded Lin Bei, his eyes brimming with provocation. Zhang Tong, are you attempting to amuse me? To accept such a charlatan as your master? Have you never encountered a unique school of martial arts? Zhang Teng's face flushed crimson with rage. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but such disparaging remarks about his master were utterly intolerable. Master, your disciple seeks battle. Lin Bei, exhibiting an air of indifference, declared without hesitation. Revenge for enmity, retribution for grievances. Though spoken in a calm tone, Zhang Teng instantly grasped the implications. What did it mean to avenge enmity? What did it mean to repay grievances? Previously, Lin Bei had approached the matter concerning the Liuhe martial arts school with restraint, merely urging Zhang Teng to strike decisively and without mercy. However, Lin Bei's current declaration unmistakably exuded a murderous intent. Disciple obeys. With these words, Zhang Teng stepped forward, confronting Zhang Tiao directly. Zhang Tiao, if you think to threaten me with Zhang Xiao, you are sorely mistaken. Since you have chosen to come today, you shall not leave. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Teng called out to Tainyo, dig a pit. Tainyo, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation. Understood. Without further ado, he commanded the disciples of the dojo, everyone, get to work. Dig a proper pit for the burial. Zhang Tiao observed the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor, unable to suppress a scoff. Zhang Teng, I recognize that look in your eyes. I saw it when I incapacitated you before. Do you truly believe you are worthy enough to kill me? With that, Zhang Tiao set Zhang Xiao aside and spoke deliberately. Xiao, you have performed admirably. Not only have you located Zhang Teng's position, but you have also revealed that he has no intention of leaving. Well done. Upon hearing this, some disciples of the dojo erupted in condemnation. I knew that woman was no good. Tainyo swiftly intervened to silence them. Enough. Have you truly fallen for such a simplistic scheme of discord? The man paused, bewildered. A scheme of discord? Tainyo nodded. Zhang Ta knew that Zhang Teng and Zhang Xiao were siblings, and this was a deliberate attempt to sow discord. Upon hearing this, the apprentices of the dojo erupted in anger, denouncing Zhang Ta's treachery, which was now laid bare for all to see. In the face of Zhang Ta's provocations, Zhang Teng remained unfazed. Zhang Ta, you are indeed the epitome of despicability. Yet you believe this ploy can disturb my peace of mind? A fool's errand, he retorted, his tone growing fierce. Today, you approach your demise yet remain oblivious, still indulging in these futile theatrics? Zhang Ta, upon hearing this, cast a curious glance at Zhang Teng. You, a mere waste with your dantian destroyed, dare to spout such nonsense? I truly wonder what gives you the audacity. Is it this inconsequential new martial arts school? With that, Zhang Ta rose, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Teng. It seems you are not inclined to surrender? With a swift motion of his hand, the 13 followers behind him encircled the apprentices and Lin Bei. This inconsequential new sect, lacking even the Danhai realm, I presume? Suddenly, Zhang Ta burst into laughter. I am of a kind heart, reluctant to engage in violence. I still hope you will yield. It is evident you hold deep affection for this dojo, do you not? Surely, you would not wish for them to suffer. Despicable. Shameless. The apprentices of the dojo cried out in outrage. Observing this, Zhang Teng unexpectedly smiled, the irony evident upon his lips. Zhang Ta, you shall pay dearly for your actions. The sound of impact reverberated. Zhang Teng struck first, taking a swift step directly towards Zhang Tao. How foolish. Zhang Tao regarded him with disdain. A mere waste who had lost his cultivation in the Dan Si posed no threat to him. As Zhang Teng's fist barreled towards him, Zhang Tao extended a single hand, bracing himself to absorb the blow. However, at the very moment he prepared to seize Zhang Teng's fist, his expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Teng had unexpectedly altered his technique, stepping into a Tai Chi stance, feigning an attack before delivering a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Zhang Tao. He had astutely identified my weakness in an instant. The change in tactics was too sudden for me to evade. Zhang Tao thought to himself, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. What of his exquisite technique? He was a warrior at the peak of the Dan Si. In the early stages of the Dan Si, one gathers energy into the Dantian. In the mid-stages, energy transforms into threads, and at the peak, one can even project the true energy of the Dan Si externally. Although Zhang Teng's strike was directed at his Dantian, Zhang Tao remained unperturbed. He channeled his true energy to the surface of his body, preparing to withstand the blow. Bang! The fist connected. In the next moment, Zhang Tao was propelled backward like a released arrow, crashing violently into a wall outside the dojo. Upon landing, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Spitting out the crimson liquid, Zhang Tao's face was a portrait of shock and disbelief. In a moment of carelessness, he had been struck and injured by Zhang Teng. How could this be? He was a master at the peak of the Dan-Si, and Zhang Teng, merely a practitioner whose cultivation had been destroyed. How could such force be behind this attack? And more absurdly, what was the reason? In the moment he was attacked, he felt it. Zhang Teng's strike was infused with dark energy, piercing through his protective vital energy. It was precisely for this reason that he was left spitting blood. Zhang Teng. Zhang Jia roared in furious indignation. Are you seeking death? Enraged, he lost all semblance of composure, no longer the picture of tranquility he had previously embodied. At this juncture, he finally comprehended. Zhang Teng, even with his dantian destroyed, was not a soft persimmon. Words were futile. Zhang Teng spoke with frigid disdain. Today, between you and me, we shall determine not only victory and defeat, but also life and death. Chapter 31. Lin Bei's Guidance. Zhang Teng's words fell like a spark upon dry tinder, igniting Zhang Jia's fury in an instant. He glared at Zhang Teng, his eyes filled with jealousy, nearly bursting with resentment. Why? Why could Zhang Teng, merely at the initial stage of the Dan-Si, usurp his position as the heir? Why could Zhang Teng, after having his dantian destroyed, still contend with him, relying on an obscure new school of thought? A waste should remain a waste. Zhang Jia retrieved a tiger claw from his pocket, strapping it to his hand. The spikes atop it were each a finger's length. Since you choose to resist stubbornly, I shall escort you on your journey. Each word Zhang Jia uttered was nearly ground out between clenched teeth. At this moment, his murderous intent was palpable. Even from a distance, Zhang Xiao, who had been captured, sensed Zhang Jia's killing intent and could not help but cry out. Zhang Jia, what are you planning to do? The family has decreed that Zhang Teng must be captured alive. Capture alive? Zhang Jia scoffed. At this point, what is there to discuss about capturing him alive? In the realm of combat, where fists and feet wield no eyes, even a lifeless body can suffice for a reckoning. As he spoke, he donned his brass knuckles with precision. There was no need for further discourse. The truth would soon unveil itself through his blows. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tao roared and surged forth like a bolt of lightning. His brass knuckles shimmered with a swirling aura of vital energy, igniting the air around him into a searing blaze, causing the atmosphere to boil with intensity. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with profound concern, for she understood that Zhang Tao was intent on slaying his brother. As Zhang Teng witnessed Zhang Tao charging at him, he did not retreat. Rather, he advanced boldly to meet the challenge head-on. Seeking death, Zhang Tao's murderous intent surged as he unleashed a ferocious punch. The force of his strike was such that it could topple stone tables and chairs several paces away. Yet, Zhang Teng seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, evading the blow with remarkable agility and seizing the moment to counterattack, delivering a powerful strike that sent a hidden force crashing into Zhang Tao's body. In a fleeting span, the two engaged in 3 exchanges. Logically, Zhang Tao, being at the later stage of the Dan-Si realm, possessed greater strength than Zhang Teng and should have overwhelmed him effortlessly. However, the reality was starkly contrary. Zhang Teng not only emerged unscathed, but landed 3 successful counterattacks on Zhang Tao, particularly with the third punch, which sent Zhang Tao staggering backward, blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth. Invulnerable as a diamond, Zhang Tao, now pushed back, spoke through gritted teeth, his expression darkening with distress. Internally, he began to panic. Despite his superior speed, greater power, and stronger overall prowess compared to Zhang Teng, his strikes either missed entirely or were effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. The ferocity of his attacks felt akin to striking against cotton, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Conversely, each of Zhang Teng's assaults was exceedingly ferocious, even borrowing his strength on several occasions, in addition to his own power. Had he not intentionally employed his vital energy to safeguard his vital points, he might have already been defeated. Zhang Tao, your Zhang ancestor long fist technique has regressed with practice. Zhang Teng's tone brimmed with disdain. And you dare to call yourself the foremost exponent of the Zhang ancestor long fist within the Zhang clan? Is that all you've got? Zhang Tao was instantly incensed, his anger flaring. You, a good-for-nothing whose dantian has been destroyed, presume to defeat me? You are utterly delusional. The vital energy within Zhang Tao coursed through his muscles. as if his entire being were ablaze. His bones resonated in unison, and the blood within him surged like a roaring tempest. This was a clear indication of him forcefully stimulating his vital energy to augment his explosive power. Zhang Teng calmly observed Zhang Tao's stance, his mind racing. He understood that Zhang Tao was exploiting his potential at any cost, utilizing his vital energy. He would soon face a tempestuous onslaught. In the past, the disparity in their strength would have made him recoil. After all, even with his Vajra indestructibility, his strength was simply too meager to withstand Zhang Tao's attacks. Once struck, he would likely lose all ability to fight. But at this moment, the words Lin Bei once spoke to him surfaced in his mind. We cultivators defy the heavens. In an instant, a sense of heroism arose within him. I can triumph. Zhang Teng understood that he was currently walking a tightrope, allowing no room for error. No sooner said than done. Zhang Tao exerted a slight force with his foot, and cracks instantly appeared on the floor of the arena. In the next moment, Zhang Tao's speed surged to an astonishing level, doubling his previous pace. In an instant, he dashed before Zhang Teng. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Under the tempestuous onslaught, Zhang Teng found himself utterly unable to retaliate. It was too swift. Even if he discerned Zhang Tao's vulnerabilities, he could not respond. His eyes and mind could keep up, yet his body could not. This exemplified the chasm in their abilities. At this moment, Zhang Zuchang's fist technique was unleashed with grandiose ferocity. 3 punches and a kick, each strike aimed lethally. Zhang Teng now appeared to be merely managing to evade. Occasionally, when caught off guard, the wind from a punch grazed his cheek, causing blood to spurt forth. It is worth noting that Zhang Teng possessed an invulnerable physique. Even ordinary blades struggled to inflict harm upon him. Yet he could not withstand the force of Zhang Tao's punches. Dodge, dodge, dodge. I shall see how long you can evade. Zhang Tao's expression twisted with ferocity. Finding no opportunity to strike Zhang Teng, he became even more frenzied, his attacks growing increasingly violent. Zhang Teng gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood that although Zhang Tao was formidable at present, the principle of an initial surge followed by decline was one he grasped well. He was waiting, biding his time for a counterattack. The more powerful Zhang Tao appeared now, the greater the weaknesses he would reveal when his strength waned. Not far off, Lin Bei silently observed the unfolding battle, also perceiving Zhang Teng's intentions. However, Zhang Teng evidently had not anticipated Zhang Tao's extraordinary endurance. His brow furrowed slightly as he discerned that Zhang Teng's Tai Chi steps were no longer as fluid as before. Zhang Teng's evasion began to falter. Indeed, Zhang Tao's punch nearly grazed Zhang Teng's shoulder, and the tip of his fingers pierced through the flesh on Zhang Teng's shoulder. Had it not been for Zhang Teng's extreme evasion, he would likely have had his arm pierced. Master, Zhang Shixiang Tainyo stood beside Lin Bei, his eyes filled with concern. At this moment, a sense of foreboding flashed through Zhang Teng's mind. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Zhang Tao's assault. In order to withstand the onslaught, he had long begun to exploit his potential. Compared to Zhang Tao, it seemed he might be the first to falter. Just as despair enveloped him, suddenly, he heard a familiar voice in the distance. It was Lin Bei speaking. Realizing Zhang Teng was on the verge of collapse, Lin Bei no longer remained a mere observer and directly called out. Tai Chi stepped forward, Bagua Qian position, leveraged strength against strength, blending hardness and softness. The moment those 16 concise words resounded, Zhang Teng felt an explosion in his mind. Why had he been able to endure so long in combat with Zhang Tao? It was due to his extraordinary combat talent, allowing him to constantly perceive the shifts in Zhang Tao's attacks and devise countermeasures in advance, identifying the most effective means of resistance. Upon hearing Lin Bei's succinct guidance, he suddenly realized how narrow his perspective had been. Why? Because even when he found himself at a disadvantage, on the brink of collapse, Lin Bei's 16 words were instructing him on how to reverse the tide, to triumph over strength with weakness. Even they were guiding him on how to deliver a decisive blow to his adversary. Chapter 32. The Sky Will Not Collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng acted upon Lin Bei's instructions. In the next instant, Zhang Tao's attack descended, his fingers targeting Zhang Teng's heart. In the past, he would have surely anticipated the strike and instinctively evaded. Indeed, that blow was fraught with peril, its vulnerabilities imperceptible to him. Yet, in that moment, his faith in Lin Bei was absolute. Far from evading, he strode forward resolutely, executing the Tai Chi advancing step. Verily, the subtle deflection of the Tai Chi step coupled with the advance, not only evaded the strike, but also closed the distance to Zhang Tao. This sudden shift in technique and style momentarily bewildered Zhang Tao, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. Zhang Teng was inwardly astounded, for Zhang Tao, previously impregnable, now possessed an opening. Bear in mind, Zhang Tao was still at the zenith of his momentum. Despite his astonishment, Zhang Teng refrained from exploiting the weakness to counterattack. Instead, he adhered to Lin Bei's guidance, stepping directly into the Qian position of the Bagua. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Tao, caught off guard, resorted to the Zhang family's signature splitting fist. However, Zhang Teng's movement seemed to have anticipated this strike perfectly. Moreover, this position allowed for the flawless application of Tai Chi's deflection and leverage. Without hesitation, the Tai Chi pushing palm neutralized the attack while harnessing immense force, turning the force against itself. Following this exchange, Zhang Tao was propelled into the air. Most terrifyingly, he was utterly defenseless at that instant. His dantian, the energy center, was exposed directly to Zhang Teng. Unable to muster even a wisp of true energy for defense due to the preceding, intense circulation of vital energy. How can this be? Zhang Tao was aghast, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. At this moment, Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Zhang Tao was now as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, and Zhang Teng's task could be summed up in 2 words: decisive annihilation. Without uttering a word, Zhang Teng summoned the essence of Tai Chi, blending softness and hardness in a single, powerful strike. This blow struck directly at Zhang Tao's dantian, causing his body to arch dramatically, resembling a bow. In an instant, he was propelled into the air by the force of the punch. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground, his face etched with shock. He realized, to his horror, that Zhang Teng's punch had unleashed both overt and covert energies into his dantian, utterly destroying it. You, Zhang Tao stammered, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Zhang Teng. You have ruined my dantian. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many were left in a state of bewilderment, particularly those attendants of Zhang Tao who had surrounded Lin Bei. Zhang Tao was a formidable master at the late stage of the Dantian Sea realm, merely a step away from the true essence of martial arts. And Zhang Teng, a discarded waste, deprived of his Dantian, who had not even utilized true Qi throughout this confrontation. Logically, Zhang Tao should have easily vanquished Zhang Teng. Yet, here they were. Zhang Teng emerged victorious, having incapacitated Zhang Tao. Is the sensation of having your Dantian destroyed painful? Zhang Teng gazed coldly at Zhang Tao, devoid of any trace of pity. What do you intend to do? Zhang Tao's fear escalated as Zhang Teng approached him step by step. He could scarcely believe that in the blink of an eye, he had been defeated. You have lost. Zhang Teng's tone turned frigid. I have declared that today. We shall determine both the victor and the fate of our lives. Perish. Zhang Teng bellowed, channeling all his resentment into those final words. You intend to murder me. Zhang Tao shrieked, his voice laced with terror. He desperately sought a lifeline, his gaze darting towards his retinue. What are you waiting for? Seize the disciples of the dojo. Should he dare to kill me, you shall slaughter them. His command echoed in the air, yet his attendants remained motionless, exchanging hesitant glances. Why do you stand idle? Zhang Tao's voice escalated into a frantic shriek. Do you defy my orders? Still, his attendants remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a shared understanding. No one present was naive. They all comprehended the source of Zhang Teng's newfound strength, a formidable master. The 16 words uttered earlier resonated with chilling effect, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of the servants. With a mere 16-word directive, Zhang Teng had not only reversed the tide of battle, but had also crippled Zhang Tao's Dantian with a single strike. At that moment, Lin Bei stood before them, silent and still. Though he had neither acted nor spoken, his mere presence was enough to deter the attendants. Who among them dared to court death? Zhang Teng, his gaze fixed upon the struggling and deranged Zhang Tao, spoke with chilling detachment. Even now, you cling to life with such base tactics. Do you truly believe they would dare to act? My fellow disciples may possess modest strength, but our master is present. The weight of those words hung heavy in the air, spoken with an unwavering trust. Zhang Tao's face went ashen. He watched Zhang Teng approach, and a primal fear gripped his heart. No, you cannot kill me. Vengeance has its origins, and debts must be paid. Zhang Teng advanced upon Zhang Tao, ready to enumerate his transgressions. You poisoned me, implicated me in the disgrace of the princess, crippled my dantian, and usurped my position as young master. Now, you've come to the dojo seeking to end my life and threaten my fellow disciples." At this moment, Zhang Teng approached Zhang Tao, bending down to gaze coldly upon him. Nearly gnashing his teeth as he spoke, "You deserve to die?" With that, he seized Zhang Tao's throat, death imminent. Zhang Tao wept, begging for mercy. "Zhang Teng, you mustn't kill me. As long as I live, I can prove your innocence. I'm willing to confess, to admit that I was the one who poisoned you. Don't you desire your vindication? Once you're exonerated, the Nanyang Zhou clan will no longer hold you accountable." Zhang Teng paused, then looked at Zhang Tao with pity. "You are truly pathetic. Even now, you still cling to life?" Zhang Tao hastily replied, "Even if you kill me, the Zhang family will send others, even the elders themselves. And even if you can withstand the elders, the Nanyang Zhou clan will still come. Killing me is detrimental in every way." Zhang Tao's voice was urgent. "Do you truly not wish to clear your name?" Zhang Teng sneered, "It matters not. If one comes, I shall strike them down. If two come, I shall strike them both. These people are merely obstacles on my path of cultivation. With my master here, the sky cannot fall," Zhang Teng declared with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes twitched. So, Zhang Teng's confidence stems entirely from him? But Lin Bei knows his own limitations. He is far from reliable. "Insane. You're utterly insane. You lunatic," Zhang Tao shrieked. "I might as well tell you, as I face my demise, it matters not whether I am innocent or guilty. To be found in the company of the princess is a transgression in itself. The Zhou clan of Nanyang will not let this stand." Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhang Teng approached Zhang Tao's ear and said with chilling indifference, "Elder brother, all past grievances are now settled. Fear not, it will be painless." Crack. The sound of a neck being snapped echoed through the arena. Chapter 33. Desperate measures. The arena was plunged into a brief silence. Zhang Teng gazed up at the sky, a sense of liberation washing over him like never before. Tai Nyo was the first to shatter the eerie quiet. "A fitting end. Congratulations, senior brother Zhang. Your vengeance is complete." Zhang Teng, relieved, finally offered a long-lost smile. He then approached Zhang Xiaoxiao and untied her. Zhang Xiaoxiao was filled with worry. "Brother, you've slain Zhang Tao. He was the young master of the Zhang family. The clan will never let this go unpunished." "Oh," Zhang Teng responded with indifference. "Let them come. The debt of gratitude was severed the moment they crippled me. Now, seeking to aid the wicked and capture me, they are my enemies." Having said this, Zhang Teng continued, "Xiao Xiao, do not leave for the time being. Stay here." Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Teng cast a cold glance at her. "I fear you might return to betray me. I need time to grow stronger, even if it's just for a day. It is crucial." Zhang Xiaoxiao stood there, dumbfounded. Her gaze towards Zhang Teng was filled with guilt and disappointment. They are indeed siblings. How could Zhang Teng exhibit such wariness towards her? Yet, upon further reflection, Zhang Teng's demeanor appears entirely justified. Should she return, even if she harbors certain secrets, the pressure of familial obligations would likely compel her to divulge everything that transpired here. "I shall not depart. I will remain here." Zhang Teng sighed and softly uttered, "Do not disappoint me." Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a mixture of grievance and shame. "I will not leave." At that moment, Zhang Teng refrained from saying more, directing his gaze towards the perplexed attendants of Zhang Tao. Among them, the vast majority were martial artists personally recruited by Zhang Tao, with only a few family members in attendance. "Will you not surrender and submit? Do you truly wish to risk your lives for a deceased individual?" Upon hearing these words, the attendants dared not speak further. They understood that Zhang Teng had even detained his own sister. Should they attempt to flee, they would likely share the same fate as Zhang Tao. As for resistance, that was an unthinkable notion. Each of them had lost their fighting spirit, and the reason was clear. They recognized that the most formidable presence within this dojo was not Zhang Teng, who had slain Zhang Tao, but rather his master, this seemingly youthful man. They were acutely aware of how weak Zhang Teng had been after his dantian was destroyed. Within the Zhang clan, he had been easily bullied. Yet, how long had it been since their arrival here? Zhang Ting appeared to have transformed entirely. Not only had he regained his confidence, but his combat prowess had also soared. It is important to note that Zhang Tao was not far from grasping the true essence of martial arts. He certainly belonged to the elite within his realm. But what about Zhang Teng? To their astonishment, a mere physical prowess allowed him to vanquish Zhang Tao, a formidable expert in the late Danhai stage. They felt that this dojo was truly terrifying, especially with Lin Bei standing before them. Although he did not engage directly, his casual guidance enabled Zhang Tong, a man rendered a cripple by the destruction of his Dantian, to triumph against overwhelming odds, ultimately incapacitating his opponent with a single strike. Faced with such a situation, how could they harbor any thoughts of resistance? We surrender. The attendants all hung their heads, too fearful to look up, kneeling with their hands clasped behind their backs. Zhang Ting issued a direct command. The martial artists complied, understanding that by becoming captives, they would enjoy a temporary safety. Addressing Tainyo, Zhang Tong instructed, Tainyo, fetch some ropes so we can bind them together. All right. The apprentices of the dojo promptly sought out ropes, securing the attendants tightly. At this moment, Zhang Tong approached Lin Bei, lowering his head in a display of shame. Master, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Though Lin Bei felt exasperated internally, thinking, does this lad truly comprehend the notion of causing trouble? He could only offer words of consolation. Have your thoughts reached clarity? Zhang Tong appeared to find solace in the question. Master, my thoughts have indeed become clear. Lin Bei's face reflected concern. What shall we do next? His apparent compassion concealed a strategic contemplation of whether to flee, should they find themselves unable to prevail. Lin Bei resolved to concoct an excuse to whisk Zhang Ting away for a journey. Master, after Zhang Tong's defeat, we have detained these individuals. They will remain unaware of the situation for 3 days, Zhang Tong analyzed with a grave expression. I have already sent someone from the main hall to mediate. If the mediation succeeds, everything will naturally be well. Even if it does not, it will buy us some time. As long as we have sufficient time, I am confident in confronting any peril. Zhang Tong's face bore an expression of unwavering determination. Share your thoughts. Lin Bei continued to inquire. He was deeply concerned about this matter. Should the enemy prove insurmountable, he would undoubtedly find a way to discreetly assist Zhang Tong in escaping. Zhang Tong replied earnestly, I believe that given the nature of the Zhou clan, the likelihood of a successful mediation is quite low. However, the main hall must ultimately save face. The Zhou clan will likely exert pressure on the Zhang clan to apprehend me. He continued, the next person most likely to come from the Zhang clan would be an elder who has comprehended the true essence of martial arts and has reached the realm of gathering intent. Yet, there exists a possibility of extreme circumstances. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. What unexpected turn of events do you foresee? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tong responded, the strongest among the Zhang clan is Zhang Tao's great-grandfather, Zhang Songlong. He is a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of true martial essence. However, Zhang Songlong has gone to the battlefield beyond the borders and is unlikely to return. Thus, the extreme situation would be his sudden return upon hearing that Zhang Tao was slain by me, seeking vengeance. When Zhang Songlong was mentioned, Zhang Tong's expression grew complex, tinged with a hint of resentment. He understood all too well. Why did the family not pursue accountability for Zhang Tao's treachery? Why were they willing to abandon him? Apart from his descent into ineptitude, Zhang Songlong remains the paramount instigator. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's account, Lin Bei's apprehension diminished somewhat. The realm of martial Dao true intent, while formidable, is not insurmountable. Lin Bei is confident that with a modicum of time, his cultivation would burgeon ceaselessly. In due course, even if a martial Dao true intent powerhouse were to appear, he might yet prevail in battle. That being the case, why flee? Lin Bei's composure was instantly restored, and his spirits lifted considerably. Enough, Lin Bei interjected, cutting off Zhang Tong's discourse, and instead, he offered an encouraging smile. Cultivate diligently. Confront adversities head-on. For even if the heavens were to collapse, your master remains. Zhang Tong was deeply moved. Your disciple understands, and shall heed your instructions. At that moment, Lin Bei noticed Tainyo's return. Have the individuals been settled? Lin Bei inquired. Indeed, master. Is there not a cavern in our rear mountain? They have all been relegated to the woodshed. An excellent locale. Zhang Tong promptly expressed his approval. It is not far from my meditation chamber. So should they dare to misbehave, I can readily attend to them. Lin Bei nodded with a genial smile. Tainyo, well done. Henceforth, I shall impart to you the immortal cultivation arts. Tainyo was overjoyed and immediately prostrated himself. I am all ears to my master's teachings. Chapter 34. The method of enlightenment. Observing Tainyo's expression of elation, Lin Bei resolved to temper his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Tainyo, you aspire to tread an unconventional path, commencing with the extreme. Are you cognizant of the implications? Please enlighten your disciple, Tainyo said with utmost respect. Lin Bei, eschewing further suspense, spoke directly. To pursue the ultimate path demands an effort that is beyond the imagination of others. Lin Bei accepted the tea offered by Zhang Teng and continued, stating that it necessitates casting aside all distractions and immersing oneself wholeheartedly in the endeavor. The crux of the matter is at this juncture. Lin Bei raised his gaze to the kneeling Tai Nyo, who looked back with eager anticipation. No matter how diligent or absorbed you may be, there exists the possibility of your efforts being in vain. You may never grasp the essence or gain entry into its domain. Lin Bei took a sip of tea and solemnly inquired, "Even so, do you still wish to cultivate?" Tai Nyo replied with unwavering determination, "I wish to cultivate. Please, Master, impart your teachings to me." Lin Bei exhaled in relief. He felt that he had laid the necessary groundwork. If Tai Nyo ultimately failed to succeed, it would not bear upon him. With that thought in mind, Lin Bei spoke directly. "If you wish to cultivate, you must comprehend the ultimate path." He recited the prepared teachings derived from the Tao Te Ching. The essence of the ultimate path lies in the Tao, rather than in the extremes. As it is said, the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. The Tao encompasses all, and conversely, all things also contain the Tao. Although he was instructing Tai Nyo, Zhang Teng listened intently, understanding that this was a profound moment of enlightenment from Lin Bei, which could yield boundless benefits. Tai Nyo, the so-called ultimate path is to push a particular endeavor to its utmost limit, to transcend that limit, ultimately allowing one to glimpse the truth of the great Tao. Do you understand? Tai Nyo nodded. I understand. Regardless of the cultivation method, achieving the pinnacle will invariably lead to a convergence of paths. The phrase convergence of paths indeed possesses a certain ethereal quality, Lin Bei remarked with satisfaction. Tai Nyo, though innately challenged in comprehending yin and yang, you possess an extraordinary aptitude for physical prowess. Today, I shall impart to you the method for enlightenment. Remember, you must strive to perceive the power of heaven and earth through your own rigorous training. Once you can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and incorporate it into your apertures, your path of cultivation will be complete. Tai Nyo listened attentively to every word, his excitement palpable. Please, Master, bestow upon me the method. Lin Bei promptly stated, throughout the human body, there are 365 major apertures, namely Tian-Tu, Xianji, Huagai, Zigong, Yutang, Shanzhong, Zhongting, Juquebec. When you practice Tai Chi, do not focus on comprehending the true essence of Tai Chi or grasping the method of breathing exercises. Instead, seek an alternative approach, allowing your apertures to resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Let the instinct of your body perceive heaven and earth on your behalf. When your body can instinctively inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, you will have entered the gateway. Lin Bei's transmission of this method far surpasses the teaching of breathing exercises to Zhang Teng. He has not only incorporated his previous knowledge but also devised this technique through his own experiences in body refinement, the second breakthrough of Tai Chi, and the comprehension of Tai Chi breathing exercises. Although he himself lacks the talent to master it, his theoretical foundation is undoubtedly solid. The path has been paved. Whether or not it can be achieved depends entirely on Tai Nyo himself. Go forth. Pursue your path. Yes, Master. Tai Nyo's fighting spirit ignited. At this moment, Zhang Teng cautiously inquired, Master, this technique of unlocking the acupoints is truly exquisite. If one could open their own acupoints and combine it with the Tai Chi breathing method, wouldn't that exponentially accelerate the cultivation process? May I comprehend this technique? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain about this matter. His intention was merely to assist Tai Nyo in his practice, having only recently devised this method. Should Tai Nyo succeed, he could provide Zhang Teng with a definitive answer. At present, he genuinely did not know if it was feasible. Lin Bei was well accustomed to navigating such situations. Instead of responding directly, he smiled and replied, Truth emerges through practice. The way encompasses all things in the universe. Why not give it a try? Zhang Teng's eyes lit up with understanding. Your words are enlightening, Master. I take my leave. Observing Zhang Teng's eager departure, Lin Bei felt a sense of anticipation. As time flowed gently, the Taoist temple returned to tranquility. Lin Bei was enjoying his tea when suddenly someone approached him with caution, offering a cup of tea. Out of the corner of his eye, he recognized that it was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Lin Bei did not accept the tea, and Zhang Xiaoxiao softly reminded him, Senior, is there something you need? Lin Bei inquired nonchalantly. He held no significant fondness for Zhang Xiaoxiao. Although she was Zhang Teng's younger sister, her perception of familial bonds seemed notably frail. Senior, you are so remarkable and compassionate. It is truly admirable, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly stated. Flattery? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. This young lady appeared to have ulterior motives. While others might be susceptible to such praise, Lin Bei was impervious to it. Speak plainly, he urged. Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, not expecting Lin Bei to speak so bluntly, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and replied, Senior, you are my brother's mentor. Do you truly wish to see him in conflict with the family? Perhaps you could visit the Zhang family and persuade them to cease their hostility towards him. I believe that upon witnessing your strength, they would certainly reconsider. Additionally, would it be possible for you to visit the Zhou family in Nanyang? I am confident that they would overlook past grievances for your sake. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei wore an expression of disbelief. To him, the silver lining was that Zhang Xiaoxiao regarded him as formidable and held him in high esteem. The downside, however, was that this young lady had completely misjudged his capabilities. Yet, even if Lin Bei possessed such prowess, he had no intention of intervening. Observing the look of anticipation on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, he refrained from answering directly. Instead, he poured the tea she had prepared onto the ground. Tea is not brewed in this manner. Learn how to properly prepare it before serving others. With that, Lin Bei rose to his feet. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood momentarily stunned, having grasped his implication. He had outright rejected her. Senior, why? You could easily resolve this matter just by stepping in. Why choose this path? Lin Bei paused, casting a cold gaze in her direction. I advise you to refrain from meddling in your brother's affairs. Furthermore, whether it be the Zhang family or the Zhou family, they must be prepared to reap the consequences of the seeds they have sown. With these words, Zhang Xiaoxiao was left in a state of shock. Her countenance was imbued with despondency. At that precise moment, Zhang Teng materialized behind Zhang Xiaoxiao. Elder brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao promptly exclaimed. However, Zhang Teng merely cast a frigid gaze upon her. Xiaoxiao, have I, perchance, granted you an excess of latitude? Should you dare to affront my esteemed mentor again, do not fault me for disregarding the bonds of kinship. Upon these pronouncements, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 35, Thrice Breaking the Limit, the Fifth Refinement. Zhang Teng's words struck Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart like a resounding hammer. She felt a profound sense of injustice. Clearly, her intentions were for Zhang Teng's benefit, yet not only did he fail to appreciate her efforts, but he even threatened to disregard their fraternal ties. Thus, Zhang Xiaoxiao inquired through gritted teeth, Elder brother, am I incorrect in my assertions? Senior Lin Bei is so formidable. Should he be willing? Before she could complete her utterance, Zhang Teng interjected abruptly. At this juncture, Zhang Teng experienced an ineffable sense of disillusionment. In his estimation, Zhang Xiaoxiao was akin to a frog confined to a well, lacking a broader perspective. Without further elaboration, Zhang Teng deemed it futile to even attempt an explanation. Either maintain your silence, or seek refuge in the woodshed. The choice is yours. Zhang Xiaoxiao appeared poised to utter further words, but upon beholding Zhang Teng's glacial stare, she ultimately opted for silence. As time elapsed, night descended. Tai Niu escorted Zhang Xiaoxiao to a guest chamber. Within the confines of the chamber, Zhang Xiaoxiao stood before the window, gazing at the resplendent moon, her thoughts inscrutable. On the opposite side, within the secluded chamber, Lin Bei was engaged in the fifth refinement. It was at this very moment that a voice resounded within the recesses of his mind. Your apprentice, Zhang Teng, has gained a deeper understanding of the Tai Chi breathing technique through comprehending the acupoints of the celestial circuit, and he has achieved a secondary breakthrough by realizing that the Tai Chi breathing technique encompasses all things. Your Tai Chi breathing technique has been elevated to a tertiary breakthrough. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. This Zhang Teng, does he possess such formidable comprehension? After the tertiary breakthrough, he activated the breathing technique this time, and even the acupoints throughout his body were engaged in the breathing process. Lin Bei understood that Zhang Teng had not comprehended the extremity that he had imparted to Tai Niu, but rather, he had assimilated and refined it, thereby achieving a breakthrough in the Tai Chi breathing technique. A true prodigy. This Zhang Teng is simply a born saint for cultivation. Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Time elapsed gradually. The next day, dawn. A gentle breeze wafted through the flowers outside the house, carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms. The fifth refinement. Accomplished. After the fifth refinement, Lin Bei exuded an aura of transcendence. This sensation was akin to being reborn. It seemed that the 9 refinements of breathing were a process of transcending the mundane. Lin Bei's understanding of the art of command was also gradually deepening. Originally, in his conception, the art of command was merely the manipulation of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. But now he suddenly realized, the art of command is not simply the manipulation of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but rather, it is a state of resonance and symbiosis with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. He had a deeper understanding of the 4 words go with the flow. Arriving at the training ground, Lin Bei noticed that Tai Nyo was practicing his fist techniques with unwavering focus. Master, please manage Tai Nyo. A disciple at the training ground was extremely anxious. Lin Bei glanced at him. This person had a good relationship with Tai Nyo and was known as Xiao Luzi. What's wrong, Xiao Luzi? Master, Lin Bei inquired. Has Tai Nyo lost his senses? Xiao Luzi was exceedingly anxious. He's been practicing his fist techniques incessantly since yesterday, without any rest. Won't this lead to complications? At that moment, Zhang Xiao interjected. He did rest for 2 hours last night. Even so, one cannot train like this. Xiao Luzi exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scrutinized Tai Nyo intently. He's in excellent condition. He discerned that Tai Nyo was pushing his limits, seeking to naturally open his acupuncture points by exploiting his body's utmost potential. He's fine, Lin Bei stated calmly. Tai Nyo is in excellent condition. He's attempting to embark on the path of cultivation. Do not disturb him. Xiao Luzi was taken aback. Master, do you mean there's no issue with training like this? Lin Bei immediately perceived his thoughts. Tai Nyo possesses innate divine strength from a young age. He has the talent and foundation to train in this manner. You do not, so dismiss the thought. As expected, upon hearing these words, Xiao Luzi and several other disciples in the dojo revealed expressions of disappointment. Precisely at that moment, Zhang Tong emerged. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Zhang Tong, for she sensed a transcendent aura emanating from him. 4th refinement? Lin Bei inquired softly. He, too, was somewhat surprised. His Tai Chi breathing technique had broken its limits 3 times already, far surpassing Zhang Tang's pace. How had Zhang Tong managed to break through to the 4th refinement in such a short span of time? Noticing Lin Bei's surprise, Zhang Tong revealed a look of shame. Master, I must confess with some embarrassment that the reason I was able to reach the 4th refinement so quickly is that I was already invulnerable. During the breathing exercises, the speed of my body refinement was exceptionally fast. Zhang Tong spoke candidly. The 5th refinement, I fear, will be considerably slower. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. Master, I have another matter to report. Speak. Pausing without hesitation, he immediately said, Master, last night I had an epiphany. My breathing technique seems to have broken its limits for the 2nd time. Passable, Lin Bei said calmly. Concerned that Zhang Tong might become arrogant if he knew how monstrously talented he was, and thus decided to temper him slightly. I originally thought that after I discussed the method of acupoints with Tai Nyo, you would be able to break through upon your return, but I didn't expect it to take you half a day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong was slightly stunned, and then realized that Lin Bei had known all along. At that moment, he had a sudden realization. It turned out that Lin Bei's instruction of Tai Nyo and cultivation methods in front of him was also subtly guiding him. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Lin Bei smiled faintly, worried that excessive suppression might shake Zhang Tong's confidence, and thus offered a slight encouragement. To break through the limit of the breathing technique, you can be considered quite exceptional. Do not be complacent, and continue to work hard. Yes, Zhang Tong was full of fighting spirit. Seeing Zhang Tong's state, Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the dojo. Lin Bei looked up. The visitor was none other than Mu Qingyue from the main hall. Miss Mu, you've arrived? Zhang Tong greeted her with a smile. How did the mediation go? At that moment, Mu Qingyue bore an air of contrition. Despite the esteem held by our Azure Cloud City Martial Arts main hall, its influence wanes in Nanyang. Mu Qingyue sighed with resignation. I have already sought assistance from the Nanyang main hall, but alas, the Shou family of Nanyang disregards our entreaties. Though unstated, it was understood that mediation had failed. However, Mu Qingyue's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight as she shifted her tone. While we are powerless in Nanyang, this is within Azure Cloud City's sphere of influence. I have apprised the hall master, who wishes for your dojo to relocate adjacent to the main hall. Mu Qingyue voiced with anticipation. Once situated beside the main hall, we can naturally provide you with protection. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei pondered briefly and deemed the proposition agreeable. Yet, before Lin Bei could respond, Zhang Teng interjected with a firm refusal. We shall remain here. We will not move. Chapter 36. Severed ties what? Lin Bei thought, surprised by the abrupt rejection. This lad dares to act unilaterally? Lin Bei was speechless. If one can recline, why strive? This young man lacks experience. At this juncture, Mu Qingwei turned her gaze towards Lin Bei. This gentleman must be martial friend Lin Bei? Lin Bei nodded. Indeed, I am. Mu Qingwei bowed slightly. Our previous parting was too brief to allow for a proper meeting, which is regrettable. Since you are the master, the dojo is naturally under your command, is it not? Indeed, Lin Bei affirmed. I am in charge of the dojo. Given the circumstances, what do you think, Lin Wuyo? Should we relocate next to the main hall? Mu Qingwei inquired with a smile. What is there to ponder? Lin Bei replied without hesitation. Did you not hear Ting? We are not going anywhere. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that as the master of the dojo, Lin Bei would consider the bigger picture. However, it appeared that he, the master, was utterly indifferent. She could never have imagined that Lin Bei's reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from an inability to act. He was trapped by his own previous boasts. He had spoken of the need to embrace challenges, viewing every hurdle as a sharpening stone for growth. He had thoroughly brainwashed Zhang Teng. Now that he had made such declarations, to suddenly backtrack and propose establishing the dojo beside the main hall would shatter his carefully constructed persona. While Zhang Teng might not currently suspect him of deceit, Lin Bei was acutely aware that Zhang Teng's extraordinary talent and unwavering faith in cultivation were largely due to his absolute trust in him. Should his facade crumble and the truth be revealed, it could sow seeds of doubt in Zhang Teng's mind. If Zhang Teng's resolve were to falter, Lin Bei would find himself in a truly lamentable situation, for Zhang Teng was the very foundation of his rise. How could he possibly jeopardize that foundation? Indeed, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Zhang Teng's expression confirmed Lin Bei's fears. Lin Bei felt a deep sense of resignation. There was no other choice, having boasted so boldly. He must continue to uphold that image, even through tears. What a pity it would be, if that is the case. Mu Qingwei exclaimed, her face etched with regret. I have done all I can in this matter. From now on, you must fend for yourselves. There's no need for Miss Mu to concern herself. Our dojo has its own means of handling things, Zhang Teng said with insouciance. If that is the case, then I can only wish you success in your martial endeavors. Mu Qingwei bowed slightly and said to Lin Bei, Martial brother Lin, farewell. Farewell. Mu Qingwei nodded and then turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, Zhang Teng couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Master was right as always. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. I once placed my hopes on her, looking back. How laughable. Lin Bei smiled faintly and patted him on the shoulder. Cultivate diligently. Ultimately, one must walk their own path. Lin Bei turned and departed. Seeing him leave, Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, Brother, now that you've exhausted your last resort, why not implore Senior Lin Bei to go to the Zhang family? Enough. Zhang Ting interrupted her brusquely. There will be no next time. If I hear such words again, I will send you to the woodshed. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes. In her view, she was acting in Zhang Teng's best interest, but she did not realize that her timidity and folly were tantamount to severing Zhang Teng's path of cultivation. Time elapsed. Inside the room, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to have come to a realization. She stealthily took out a flute and began to play it softly. Soon, a white dove descended. She inserted a rolled-up note into a bamboo tube and secured it to the dove's right leg. However, just as she released the dove, Xiao Luzi happened to witness it. Silent, Xia Luzi furtively sought out Zhang Teng, who was immersed in his Tai Chi practice at the dojo. Lately, Zhang Teng had discovered that the art of Tai Chi breathing wasn't always most efficiently cultivated through meditation alone. Conversely, combining it with Tai Chi boxing expedited the process. Senior brother Zhang. Xia Luzi called out, hurrying over. Xia Luzi, what is it? Is something amiss? Zhang Teng inquired, somewhat surprised. Usually, when he practiced, even if the disciples had questions, they would wait until he had finished. It was almost unheard of for them to approach him directly during his practice. It's just a small matter, Xia Luzi responded, quickly recounting what he had witnessed. Upon hearing about the carrier pigeon, a look of icy resolve washed over Zhang Teng's face. Without a word, he strode to Zhang Xiaoxiao's residence and pushed open the door. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was in the midst of her toilette. Upon seeing Zhang Teng, She immediately ceased her actions, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. Brother, what brings you here? However, the joy in her eyes was ephemeral, for she discerned the disappointment in Zhang Teng's gaze. A sudden sinking feeling enveloped Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart as she realized that her actions had likely been exposed. Indeed, Zhang Teng confronted her directly. Xiaoxiao, I had hoped to spare you confinement out of brotherly affection, but you have sorely disappointed me. You were aware of the machinations that led to my downfall, yet you did not testify on my behalf. I could have understood if you had, because the Zhang family was sure to abandon me because of Zhang Tsonglong. Even if you had testified, it would have been in vain, only needlessly implicating you. Zhang Teng's tone was tinged with anguish as he uttered these reproaches. I never anticipated that you would betray me. From this day forward, our fraternal bond is severed. You are confined to the house, and I forbid you from venturing out. I shall seal the doors and windows, and woe betide you if I discover you attempting to escape. With these words, Zhang Teng turned away resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao panicked and hastily exclaimed, Elder brother, allow me to explain. Zhang Ting immediately shook off Zhang Xiaoxiao's grip on his sleeve. I did not entrust the letter to another. I gave it to grandfather, hoping he would assist you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng paused, a bitter, sorrowful chuckle escaping his lips. Grandfather? You were present when he abandoned me. Do you truly believe he would offer aid? On the contrary, he will likely come to apprehend me himself. For everything must be subservient to the greater good. After a few more sorrowful laughs, he turned to Xiaoxiao. Is prioritizing the greater good wrong? Is striving for the continuation of the family wrong? After all, our parents perished for the sake of the family. Grandfather, Silence. Zhang Teng's eyes were bloodshot as he glared coldly at Zhang Xiaoxiao. You are not wrong, but am I? Zhang Xiaoxiao, remember this. I owe you nothing, nor do I owe anything to the Zhang family. Elder brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao cried out in terror. If grandfather arrives, what? What will you do? Zhang Teng paused, answering in an icy tone, I have severed all ties with him. If he comes to capture me. Zhang Teng inhaled deeply, tilting his head back as a tear traced down the corner of his eye. I shall not show mercy. Chapter 37. Opening the heavenly gate. Zhang Teng's resolute demeanor left Zhang Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. As she gazed at the man before her, he appeared utterly unfamiliar. She had always believed that Zhang Teng was merely sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, but in this moment, she sensed his chilling indifference. Brother, do you truly intend to be so heartless? That is our grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, a tremor had crept into Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice. Heartless? Zhang Teng scoffed, his back turned to her. I would stand by my brothers through life and death, and for my master, even at the cost of my own existence. I would willingly embrace peril without fear of mortality. Zhang Teng spoke coldly. It is not that I lack compassion or loyalty, but rather, you were the ones who forsook me first. Brother, we are bound by blood. Why can you not show us understanding? How can you be so? Before Zhang Xiaoxiao could finish her words, Zhang Ting abruptly slammed the door shut. Bang! He firmly sealed her within her room. Xiao Yozi, secure the windows and doors. Xiao Yozi exchanged bewildered glances with his companions. Zhang Xixiang, are you serious? Zhang Ting shot him a stern look. What do you think? Xiao Yozi recoiled slightly. All right, as you wish. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao heard the sound of nails being driven into the door from outside. At that moment, Zhang Teng stood in the dojo, observing his junior brothers practicing their punches, lost in thought. What troubles you, Zhang Xixiang? Tainyo had approached him at some point. Have you finished your practice? Zhang Ting looked up and greeted with a nod. While practicing his martial arts, he occasionally found himself in deep contemplation, feeling as though he grasped something elusive and yet nothing at all. Tainyo, with his simple-minded demeanor, scratched his head. Brother Zhang, why do you appear so troubled? Is it that obvious? Zhang Teng responded. Of course. He sighed heavily. Tainyo, do you think I am making the right choice? Am I not decisive enough? Even if Zhang Xiaoxiao has made a grave mistake, I find it hard to bear. Tainyo chuckled innocently. Brother Zhang, why overthink it? At least this way. Doesn't your heart feel more at ease? Zhang Ting's gaze dimmed slightly. Tainyo continued. The master has said, as long as one seeks to have a clear conscience, that is sufficient. The world often yields results based on one's talents, does it not? Zhang Ting cast a surprised glance at Tainyo, not expecting this seemingly simple-minded giant to possess such insight and articulate such philosophical thoughts. Xiaoxiao asked me if they were wrong. At that moment, I did not know how to respond. I could only retort that I was not at fault. Yet the truths of this world are inherently contradictory. Suddenly, Tainyo interjected, Brother Zhang, the master has already provided you with an answer, has he not? What answer? Zhang Ting asked, bewildered. The master once mentioned that all of this is merely a whetstone on your path of cultivation. Zhang Ting nodded. This indicating that once you surpass it, a new world will unfold before you? Tai Nyo spoke earnestly, his innocent demeanor unchanged. What do you rely on to overcome these obstacles? Strength. If your strength were sufficient, would the Zhang family treat you in this manner? Will your loved ones still be caught in dilemmas, forced to choose between unfavorable options? At this juncture, Tai Nyo brandished his fist. All predicaments stem from a deficiency in strength. Our master has said that these are merely stumbling blocks, and he hopes you can cast them aside, not dwelling on principles, contradictions, positions, or notions of right and wrong. Tai Nyo gestured towards his fist, declaring, "This is the principle. This is the position. This is the measure of right and wrong." Zhang Tung was suddenly enlightened, and then he looked at Tai Nyo with excitement. Tai Nyo, you're right. Your words today are like a thunderbolt from the blue. Senior brother was too caught up in appearances. Zhang Tung stood up, full of fighting spirit. Junior brother, I've been watching you practice boxing, and there's something I've been holding back for a long time, afraid of misleading you. But I want to say it now, because I don't think you'll be misled by me. Zhang Ting pointed to his head and said with a smile, "You are wise, seemingly foolish, but actually intelligent. Please enlighten me, senior brother." Tai Nyo asked cautiously. Zhang Tung said solemnly, "When I see you practicing boxing, you pay special attention to the balance of the acupoints throughout your body, but the master said that your path is one of extremity. Why not aim at one acupoint and attack?" As soon as he said this, a flash of light flashed in Tai Nyo's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped something that he couldn't grasp before. I see. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Soon, Tai Nyo continued to practice boxing with confidence. At this time, Xiao Luzi came to Zhang Tung with some loss. "Senior brother Zhang, what's wrong?" Xiao Luzi. At this moment, Zhang Tung's spirit had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if the ominous clouds that had enveloped his heart had been entirely dispelled. Do we lack the innate talent for cultivation? Even Tai Nyo has prospects for spiritual advancement, while we are left utterly bewildered. Zhang Tung discerned the disappointment in Xiao Luzi. It was not only him, but the entire Taoist temple seemed to share a sense of despondency. Cultivation, after all, is no easy endeavor. Zhang Tung sighed. Xiao Luzi, convey to our fellow disciples not to rush, but to diligently practice. I have a premonition that I might be able to assist you. Really? How will you help us? Xiao Luzi inquired eagerly. Indeed, Zhang Ting replied with unwavering confidence. It is quite simple. I may be able to open the heavenly gate for you. What is this heavenly gate? Xiao Luzi asked, utterly perplexed. To put it plainly, it involves awakening your latent potential, enabling you to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe. At that point, mastering the art of breathing and meditation will become effortlessly achievable. Zhang Tung asserted with conviction. I shall consult with master immediately to determine its feasibility. Xiao Luzi was overjoyed, exclaiming, if that is the case, it would be marvelous. Soon after, within the secluded chamber of Lin Bei in the temple, Lin Bei was practicing his martial arts when he suddenly sensed someone outside. Come in. Zhang Tung entered without hesitation. Master, I seek your guidance on a matter. Zhang Tung bowed respectfully and inquired earnestly. Speak. Zhang Tung promptly responded, Master. Recently my fellow disciples have expressed their struggles with cultivation. Based on my observations, even after years or decades of practice, they find it exceedingly difficult to make any progress. Apprentice, I dare suggest, perhaps we could assist them in opening their celestial gate. Open the celestial gate? Lin Bei's brow arched. He had considered the simplified version of the breathing exercise, but he had not truly contemplated opening the celestial gate. Indeed, open the celestial gate. Zhang Tung affirmed, Master, your disciple believes that to perceive the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, aside from relying on comprehension to step into the path of cultivation, one can also employ external forces. The so-called celestial gate is simply the barrier preventing our fellow disciples from communicating with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Your disciple was pondering, if we were to forcefully infuse the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into our junior brothers' bodies, activating the acupoints throughout their bodies, if successful, perhaps they too could perceive the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. This was simply ingenious. If it succeeded, then their dojo would be a veritable dojo of immortal cultivators. Moreover, according to Lin Bei's judgment, Zhang Teng's proposal was almost certainly feasible. Chapter 38. The Seventh Refinement. Refining the Spirit. Although Zhang Teng's proposal was highly plausible, Lin Bei recognized that implementing it would be exceedingly difficult and fraught with considerable risk. The difficulty lay in the fact that each person's acupoints were extremely delicate, some even well concealed. To control the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, locate these acupoints, and assist them in activating them, would require meticulous and precise manipulation. The risk was substantial because the human body is fragile, and any misstep in the process of activating the acupoints could have unimaginable consequences. Therefore, Lin Bei immediately made a judgment. Zhang Teng's idea was commendable, but its practical application required refinement. With this in mind, Lin Bei decided to proceed according to established practice. First, temper Zhang Teng's enthusiasm, and then articulate his own thoughts. Foolish. What difference is there between your actions and forcing seedlings to grow? This is prematurely depleting their potential. If the gate of heaven is opened, but they are still unable to enter, then they will have no hope of cultivation for the rest of their lives. Moreover, what if you make a mistake? People will die? Zhang Teng lowered his head, accepting the reprimand without daring to argue. At that moment, Lin Bei shifted his tone and sighed. Alas, although it is akin to forcing seedlings to grow, some of them would have no hope of cultivation in their entire lives. There are gains and losses. Losses and gains. Your idea ultimately extends a path for them. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. What did this signify? His idea had been acknowledged. Tenger, if you wish to help them open the gate of heaven, your teacher will not obstruct you, but not now. Zhang Teng listened obediently as Lin Bei continued. A person's acupoints are extremely fragile. When your cultivation is sufficient, your teacher will impart the way of dominion to you. At that time, you can contemplate how to help your fellow disciples open the gate of heaven. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. Yes, your disciple obeys. Soon, Zhang Teng departed. Many apprentices from the dojo surrounded him, and little Lu Zi quickly inquired, Senior Brother Zhang, how did it go? Zhang Teng deliberately wore a stern face. Master scolded me severely, rebuking me for forcing seedlings to grow and disregarding the safety of my fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, the apprentices in the dojo revealed expressions of disappointment. However, at that moment, Zhang Teng changed his tone. Although it was a rebuke, Master also acknowledged my idea. After my Dao body is complete, Master will impart the way of dominion to me, and then I can help all of you fellow disciples open the gate of heaven. Upon hearing this, the acolytes of the dojo were elated. Little Lu, possessing a profound understanding of the Dao body, promptly inquired, Senior Brother, is it true that your Dao body has undergone the fourth refinement? Little Lu's countenance was imbued with a sense of pleasant surprise. After 9 refinements, does one attain the mastery of the arcane laws? Indeed, Zhang Teng affirmed with a nod, my Tai Chi exhalation technique has transcended its limitations twice, resulting in an exceedingly rapid cultivation velocity. Esteemed junior brothers, do not be impatient. Diligently practice your martial art. Zhang Teng's expression metamorphosed into one of gravity. Junior brothers, you must comprehend that even if your celestial gateways are opened, it merely entails the premature exploitation of your latent potential. Only by swiftly comprehending the exhalation technique and commencing the 9 refinements of the Tao body can one be considered to have embarked upon the path. The Tai Chi fist is infinitely profound. During its practice, one must not be indolent, but must assiduously contemplate its essence. Yes, Senior Brother Zhang. Little Lu interjected at the opportune moment. Henceforth, everyone should exhibit discernment and not impede Senior Brother Zhang's cultivation. Understood. Zhang Teng could not help but shake his head and chuckle. You rascal. Are you urging me to cultivate with haste? Little Lu scratched his head sheepishly. Hee. As time elapsed, within the secluded chamber, Lin Bei could perceive that he was on the verge of attaining the 6th refinement. Accomplished. 6th refinement. Upon the completion of the 6th refinement, Lin Bei's gaze became solemn. He began to apprehend that the difficulty of the 7th refinement was escalating. In the preceding 6 refinements, Lin Bei merely needed to circulate the Tai Chi exhalation technique, whereupon the spiritual energy of the cosmos would temper his physique. However, as the 7th refinement commenced, Lin Bei was astonished to discover that after the celestial spiritual energy had tempered his entire being, it began to surge upward, directly into the apertures of his head. The 7th refinement was, in fact, tempering his spirit. This was spiritual refinement. As he refined his spirit, Lin Bei noticed that his perception, cognitive faculties, and reflexes were all escalating at an alarming rate. This sensation was truly wondrous. Lin Bei could not help but exclaim that, at this moment, in his eyes, the world seemed to possess, in addition to the celestial spiritual energy, countless interwoven principles. These principles were exceedingly profound. Was the essence of the ever-changing celestial spiritual energy a transformation of these principles? Controlling the law. I have a notion, Lin Bei mused inwardly. As soon as Zhang Tong can reach the seventh refinement, I can impart the prearranged method of controlling the law to him. Lin Bei was somewhat thrilled at this moment. He understood that once he genuinely attained the level of controlling the law, he would be a bona fide cultivator. Time elapsed. 2 days later, Lin Bei, standing in the dojo, observed Tai Nyo practicing his fist techniques and could not help but nod in approval. Indistinctly, he seemed to perceive celestial spiritual energy encircling Tai Nyo's body. This implied that he had seemingly touched the threshold and was only one step away from entering the realm of cultivation. Master, have some tea. Little Lu cheerfully offered tea. Lin Bei glanced at Little Lu. Why are you so joyous today? Little Lu grinned. Master, I just encountered senior brother Zhang Tong. He has already broken through to the 5th refinement. Lin Bei nodded slightly. The 9 refinements of exhalation and inhalation were becoming increasingly difficult. After such a long time, he was not far from the 7th refinement either, so it was quite normal for Zhang Tong to break through to the 5th refinement. Zhang Tong has successfully broken through the 5th level of refinement. Are you truly happy for him? Lin Bei inquired with a smile. Master, I am indeed pleased for him, but I am also glad for my fellow disciples. Everyone is eagerly awaiting Zhang's assistance in opening the heavenly gate for us. Lin Bei feigned a forlorn expression. Day in and day out, all you think about is taking shortcuts. Can't you learn from Tai Nyo or Zhang Tong and devote yourself to diligent cultivation? Xiaolu was chastised and immediately wilted, offering an awkward smile. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the Taoist temple, stooping as he approached. Is this the Taoist temple? He stood before the unremarkable plaque, observing the surroundings within with a contemplative gaze. Hey, old man, what are you doing here wandering about? An apprentice from the temple, recognizing the elder was a stranger, bluntly retorted. The apprentices here are mostly from the village and quickly identified him as an outsider. The elder glanced at the apprentice with indifference, then surveyed the temple once more. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a voice tinged with age. Is Zhang Ting here? At that moment, Xiaolu also arrived. Upon seeing the elder, he hesitated slightly, noticing a striking resemblance between him and Zhang Tong. Who are you? Xiaolu questioned. What business do you have with Zhang? I am Zhang Tong's grandfather. The elder scrutinized Xiaolu, his eyes filled with confusion. Zhang Xiaoxiao's letter had informed him of the hidden talents here. Yet what he observed was an assembly of ordinary individuals, lacking even a single warrior of body refinement. Upon hearing the elder's response, Xiao Yoji was momentarily taken aback, his tone imbued with incredulity. You truly came. Chapter 39, Not Leaving? Let none depart. Xiao Yoji's tone left Zhang Tong's grandfather somewhat bewildered. Do you know me? He inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Unable to restrain his anger, Xiao Yoji exclaimed, I had thought that Zhang Shixiang at least had some familial connection to you. Surely, among those who captured him, you would not be present. Who could have imagined you would actually show up? A hint of fury laced Xiao Yoji's voice. Zhang Tong's grandfather paused for a moment before exhaling a sigh. It seemed he was aware that Xiao Xiao had informed me. Where is Xiao Xiao? Is she well? At this, Tinyu, standing not far away, interjected with mockery. What? In your eyes, Zhang Tong is the heartless one who would harm his own sister? Zhang Tong's grandfather fell silent. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Bring him over. At this command, the disciples of the dojo parted to clear a path. My master has summoned you, Tinyu declared. Without hesitation, Zhang Tong's grandfather traversed through the throng of disciples, making his way towards Lin Bei. Tinyu and the others followed closely behind. Before long, Zhang Tong's grandfather arrived at the stone table where Lin Bei sat. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he first expressed surprise, followed by a sense of confusion. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that he had not anticipated Lin Bei's youthfulness. His bewilderment was due to the absence of any palpable spiritual energy emanating from Lin Bei. What could this signify? The man before him was perhaps not even at the Danhai level? Although Zhang Tong's grandfather understood that Lin Bei was reputed to be a practitioner of a new school of thought in cultivation. However, regardless of the genre, the principles of cultivation are universally applicable. Within the body, devoid of true energy, one remains in the realm of physical refinement. In a moment of abstraction, I heard Lin Bei gently knock on the stone table. Zhang Teng's grandfather then took a seat. I am Zhang Yong. May I ask your esteemed name? Lin Bei, came the reply, as Lin Bei scrutinized Zhang Yong closely. What brings you to my dojo? After a brief silence, Zhang Yong spoke. I have come to find Zhang Teng. Xiao Li, slightly agitated and somewhat irate, interjected. What business do you have with senior brother Zhang? You are not welcome here. I seek to take him home. Upon hearing this, before Lin Bei could respond, Tai Nyo erupted in anger. Ah, Zhang Yong, your name is aptly chosen for a coward. Home. I suspect you wish to take Zhang Teng back to claim credit for his achievements. A flicker of pain crossed Zhang Teng's grandfather's eyes. I have 3 sons. All perished in the defense of our family. I cannot bear to see him ruin the Zhang lineage. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. This matter is personal, so I kindly ask you not to interfere. Lin Bei took a delicate sip of bitter mountain tea and replied coolly. I have heard that Zhang Teng has severed ties with the Zhang family. If that is the case, it is no longer a family matter. Moreover, he is my disciple, and the dojo is his true home. I am curious as to how you define family matters. Zhang Yong calmly responded. Blood ties cannot be altered. How can it not be a family matter? Not so, Lin Bei retorted. Zhang Teng has risked his life for the Zhang family, sacrificing much and contributing numerous treasures. He has already repaid his debts of gratitude. Lin Bei calmly uttered, Please take your leave. At this moment, his tone shifted abruptly, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Should you choose not to depart, it would be deemed a provocation against the dojo, and I would not hesitate to impart a lesson upon you. However, Lin Bei's words evidently failed to instill any fear in Zhang Yong. Initially, he held a considerable apprehension towards Lin Bei, particularly due to the enigmatic descriptions found in Zhang Xiaoxiao's letter. Just a few words of guidance had enabled Zhang Teng to turn the tide and defeat Zhang Tao. Yet, upon witnessing the scene firsthand, he perceived it as mere empty reputation. With no visible vital energy and an absence of martial intent, how could he be considered a master? Perhaps Zhang Teng's victory over Zhang Tao was attributed to Lin Bei's counsel, but Zhang Yong believed that the greater factor was Zhang Teng's innate talent for combat. Are you truly intent on meddling in the affairs of the Zhang family? Zhang Yong's gaze sharpened instantly. Then, with a sudden thump on the table, he unleashed the full force of his martial intent. A powerful surge of martial essence mingled with vital energy created a palpable heaviness in the air. Many apprentices in the dojo changed color, struggling to maintain their footing, while some even felt their legs weaken. The terrifying aura of his fists instilled in everyone an illusion of an impending strike, as though a fist were poised to collide with their faces at any moment. Humph! Lin Bei scoffed coldly. In an instant, the previously oppressive martial intent was dispersed. The apprentices around the dojo felt a sudden lightness wash over them. It turned out that Lin Bei, in order to dismantle the martial intent, had directly employed the Tai Chi breathing technique, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to disrupt Zhang Yong's concentrated force. Zhang Yong was clearly taken aback. He had no knowledge of such spiritual energy. All he knew was that the essence he had gathered was utterly shattered by Lin Bei's mere cold snort. His perception of Lin Bei was utterly transformed. He could only feel, this person is remarkably powerful. Just at that moment, a furious shout echoed. Enough! Zhang Yong, are you not leaving? Do you truly wish to drink the cup of punishment after rejecting the toast? It turned out that Zhang Teng had arrived at the dojo unbeknownst to him. Zhang Yong's pupils constricted as he gazed at Zhang Teng, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Tenger, are you even unwilling to address me as grandfather? Zhang Teng replied coldly. Our bond has long been severed. I hope you will show some self-respect. With a sigh, Zhang Yong slowly rose to his feet and cast a glance at Lin Bei. Though I do not know how you have accomplished this, I concede that I have underestimated you. After speaking, he turned his attention to Zhang Teng. Tenger, silence. Address me by my full name. Zhang Teng reprimanded fiercely. Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback, and ultimately, with a look of desolation, he said, Allow me to take Xiao Wei. Your affairs are beyond my concern. I will return to report to the family, and you have a worthy master willing to protect you. He continued earnestly, the family will inform the Zhou clan of Nanyang. I believe the Duke of Nanyang will weigh the pros and cons. If you truly possess the qualifications to garner the Duke of Nanyang's favor, this matter will naturally be resolved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng erupted into laughter, his voice laced with derision and bitterness. Ridiculous. Utterly laughable, Zhang Yong. Your words are filled with arrogance, looking down from a lofty perch. On what grounds does the Zhang family condescend to our dojo? By what right does the Duke of Nanyang hold himself in such high esteem? Zhang Teng bellowed. Zhang Yong, your obsequiousness towards the Duke of Nanyang is utterly revolting. Zhang Yong cast a deep glance at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, you possess an utter ignorance of power. No matter how formidable your master may be, he ultimately remains a solitary figure, capable of departing at a whim. And you? What of those in this sanctum? Zhang Yong argued, his face flushed and voice raised. You cannot escape. Even your master will be hunted down like a rat crossing the street. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Ting erupted in fury. Silence! He bellowed. Your servitude has degraded you to your very core, yet you remain blissfully unaware, reveling in your own delusions. Were it merely that, it would suffice. But you dare show disrespect towards my master. Zhang Ting's eyes blazed with anger. Today, not only will you not take Zhang Xiaoxiao away, but you shall not leave this place even a single step. Chapter 40. Breaking the true intent, the true demon. Having uttered his words, Zhang Teng blocked the exit of the sanctum, gazing coldly at Zhang Yong. This sanctum is not a place you can enter and exit at your leisure. Zhang Yong stared at Zhang Teng in disbelief. Are you truly prepared to engage me in combat? Though you possess an indomitable physique and exceptional combat talent, do not forget that your Dantian has been destroyed. I am of the true martial intent realm. To attempt to challenge me across 2 major realms and several minor ones, you are not worthy. If you wish to detain me, you should summon your master. With that, Zhang Yong cast a glance at Lin Bei, seemingly reassured by Lin Bei's lack of action. In that moment, Zhang Teng remained undeterred, his fighting spirit ignited. Words are futile. Let the truth be revealed through our fists. Zhang Teng inhaled deeply, adopting a fighting stance. To retreat, one must first conquer me. Zhang Yong refrained from striking, instead casting a glance at Lin Bei. Noticing Lin Bei's tacit approval, he let out a cold snort. Very well. Allow me to witness what you have gleaned in this dojo. As soon as his words fell, Zhang Yong vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared directly before Zhang Teng, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the side of Zhang Teng's face. In a heartbeat, Zhang Teng spun 3 times in midair before landing. As he touched the ground, his left foot traced a large circle, successfully dissipating the force of the blow. Did he actually evade it? Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback. His earlier punch had seemed to strike directly, yet it merely grazed Zhang Teng's chin. Nevertheless, the ferocious wind from the punch had still sent Zhang Teng's body into a spin. In fact, a cut had marred his chin, drawing blood. How could it be so swift? Xiao Liuzai stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. In the prior battle between Zhang Teng and Zhang Tiao, the disparity was evident. Yet he could still follow the action. This time, however, Zhang Yong's assault was so rapid that it left him struggling to keep up. Tainyo fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield. He had harnessed his martial will, combining his innate speed with the force of his will, propelling himself forward with astonishing swiftness. This is the manifestation of martial will. How formidable! Brother Zhang, is he our opponent? The palpable disparity filled Xiao Yozai and the others with trepidation. Tainyo spoke with unwavering conviction. I believe in Brother Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Teng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a glance downward before offering a self-deprecating smile. He understood. Had he not attained the strength of the 5th refinement, if he were truly merely at the body refinement realm, that punch would have directly concussed his mind, potentially rendering him imbecilic, or at worst, causing complete paralysis. Zhang Yong's strike was utterly merciless. After wiping away the blood from his chin, a frigid glint began to emanate from Lin Bei's eyes. Martial intent is indeed formidable. Alas, your unexpected ambush has failed. You shall have no further opportunities. As the words faded, Zhang Teng surprisingly initiated an attack, charging directly toward Zhang Yong. Presumptuous. Your attacks are more ferocious than those of ordinary mid-Dan Sea realm cultivators. But before me, they remain sluggish. Zhang Yong remarked with nonchalance. Do you believe you can triumph over me with such paltry efforts? After evading Zhang Teng's initial 2 attacks, Zhang Yong launched a Zhang ancestral long fist, aiming straight for Zhang Teng's heart. Initially, he believed that with the augmentation of martial intent, the velocity of his strike would surge, ensuring a successful hit. However, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Zhang Teng appeared to possess prescience, preemptively executing an evasive maneuver the instant he exerted force. Were it merely this, it would be of little consequence. What truly astounded him was that as he prepared to imbue his fist with martial intent to accelerate its speed, he discovered, to his dismay, that he was incapable of mustering his martial intent. This occurrence mirrored the previous instance when Lin Bei had directly shattered his martial intent. Did Zhang Teng also possess the knowledge of how to prevent him from concentrating his martial intent? Amidst his bewilderment, Zhang Teng had already evaded his assault. Seizing the brief vulnerability in his defenses, bang, 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 Zhang Teng transformed his palm into a finger, striking Zhang Yong 3 times in quick succession. Zhang Yong immediately stabilized his stance and repelled Zhang Teng with 2 powerful punches. Xiao Liuzi, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of deep concern. Was it truly impenetrable defense? Could this be the prowess of a martial artist at such a level? It was astonishing. Brother Zhang's strikes could split mountains and shatter stones. Suddenly, Tainyo burst into laughter. Impeccable defense? That was merely a fade. The true essence of martial arts was indeed formidable, surpassing even the protective true qi. Yet, he had not been able to withstand Brother Zhang's onslaught. Xiao Liuzi hurriedly inquired, "Why is that?" Zhang Yong appears utterly unscathed. "That is simply superficial," Tainyo explained. During the attack, Brother Zhang directly targeted Zhang Yong's acupoints. Now, Zhang Yong's martial true qi and the essence of martial arts are no longer functioning smoothly. Observe, his speed has diminished. Indeed, just as Tainyo had articulated. In their earlier exchanges, Zhang Yong's speed and strength had overwhelmingly surpassed Zhang Teng's. But now, the two were engaged in a balanced struggle, with Zhang Yong clearly sensing discomfort, his rhythm of attack thrown into disarray. After several rounds of confrontation, Zhang Teng seized the opportunity to counterattack once more. In mere moments, he struck Zhang Yong at least 7 times, while astonishingly, Zhang Yong failed to land even a single hit on Zhang Teng. "Brother Zhang, we are on the verge of victory." Tainyo's tone brimmed with excitement. This spectacle left Lin Bei utterly dumbfounded. The reason he had dared to challenge Zhang Yong was solely due to his mastery of the 6th refinement of the Tao body. He had conducted extensive battle simulations long before, honing his technique through hundreds of iterations to gradually grasp the method of sealing acupoints with force. Yet Zhang Teng, after only a few exchanges, had already mastered such a technique. Even Lin Bei harbored doubts that this young man had devised a method to unravel Zhang Yong's martial essence even before the battle commenced. Lin Bei understood that, even among those who had reached the 5th refinement in the dojo, only those capable of evenly matching a Danhai realm fighter could be deemed masters. The fact that Zhang Teng could engage with Zhang Yong, who embodied the martial essence at the manifestation stage, was remarkable. After initially facing a disadvantage, he gradually began to reclaim his ground. It was not merely the strength of the 5th refinement. Rather, it was Zhang Teng's extraordinary prowess that defied belief. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Teng was indeed a prodigy. The confrontation between Zhang Teng and Zhang Yong continued, and it was evident to nearly everyone in the dojo that Zhang Teng was dominating the exchanges. How has Brother Zhang suddenly become so formidable? Xiao Lu was taken aback, while Tina chuckled. It's not that Brother Zhang has grown stronger, it's that Zhang Yong has weakened. Brother Zhang has sealed his acupoints, disrupting his vital energy and the cohesion of his martial essence. Now, it has purely devolved into a contest of stamina and combat skills. Clearly, Brother Zhang holds the upper hand. Indeed, as Tiniyu's words faded, Zhang Teng seized a significant opening in Zhang Yong's defense. With a series of strikes from the Taiji Bagua palm, he landed 9 consecutive blows upon Zhang Yong. The final strike directly impacted Zhang Yong's heart, sending him into a backward somersault, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. At that moment, Zhang Yong struggled to lift his head in disbelief. Just then, a hand descended toward his skull, growing larger in his vision. Chapter 41. The Challenge, the Death Pact. A lethal aura surged forth, with murderous intent laid bare. He comprehended that the possessor of this hand intended to end his life, and that this very hand belonged to his own grandson. A profound chill enveloped Zhang Yong, his eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow and self-derision. He had secretly rejoiced at Lin Bei's tacit agreement to the duel with Zhang Teng. His initial scheme was to cripple his grandson, rendering him mentally impaired, and then deliver him to the Zhou family of Nanyang. He yearned for the Zhou family of Nanyang to spare his life, considering his grandson's diminished state. Now, his machinations had not only failed, but he was also on the verge of dying at the hands of his own grandson. He lamented the absence of familial affection between grandfather and grandson, with his own grandson seeking to kill him. He mocked his own cowardice, his failure to champion justice for his grandson, and his deserving fate for aiding and abetting wrongdoing. Yet, there was also a sense of release. The so-called family righteousness had long weighed him down, compelling him to commit acts that violated his principles. He had contemplated abandoning family righteousness, but he couldn't. His children had all sacrificed themselves for the family, and he had to safeguard it, even if it was riddled with holes. However, the anticipated fatal blow did not fall. Zhang Teng's hand halted before him. In a daze, he lifted his head, only to see Zhang Teng's face awash with tears. Yet, it was not out of compassion that Zhang Teng relented, but because Lin Bei had seized Zhang Teng's hand directly. Master. Zhang Teng's eyes, brimming with tears, held a mixture of doubt and confusion as he gazed at Lin Bei. Will killing him bring you peace of mind? Lin Bei inquired. I should kill him. Zhang Teng, gritting his teeth, glared at Zhang Yong. In the exchange of blows, he showed no mercy, nor should I. It is a matter of respect for the martial way. Enough, Lin Bei stated softly. Dry your tears. I perceive your resolve, yet your tears betray you. Subsequently, Lin Bei patted Zhang Teng's shoulder. To slay him would not bring catharsis, but rather tarnish your Dao heart. Lin Bei earnestly conveyed. They're unworthy of clouding your Dao heart. At that moment, Zhang Teng finally wiped away his tears. Master, what should I do? Bewilderment, trepidation. At a loss, Lin Bei gazed silently at Zhang Teng, then turned his back to him, gazing up at the sky. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. In this world, there are countless shackles, countless hardships, countless trials. To resolve them, one must perceive the essence of things. As the saying goes, simplify the complex. The essence of all things is invariably simple. If one can see through the essence, then break the shackles, resolve the hardships, and sharpen your blade ever faster amidst the trials. Zhang Teng listened quietly, the bewilderment in his eyes seemingly receding somewhat. Tenger, tell me, what has caused you such suffering? Zhang Teng gnashed his teeth and exclaimed, the Zhang family. The Zhang family destroyed my dantian, extinguished my kinship, and obstructed my clarity. What will you do? Shatter them. What shackles the Zhang family? Lin Bei inquired further. The Nanyang Zhou clan. Zhang Teng snarled through gritted teeth. What will you do? Shatter them. Lin Bei smiled faintly. And what is the essence that has caused all of this? With unwavering resolve, Zhang Teng declared, it is because I am too feeble. What course of action will you undertake? Ceaseless cultivation, surpassing your own limitations. Turning, Lin Bei nodded in commendation, then grasped Zhang Teng's hand. With your very fists, shatter the shackles of the Zhang family, obliterate the arrogance of the Zhou clan. Since they are unwilling to engage in reason, then employ your fists to impart some sense to them. I comprehend, master. Zhang Teng exclaimed, his countenance flushed with fervor, his blood coursing with zeal. Observing Zhang Teng's appearance, akin to one invigorated by a potent elixir, Lin Bei harbored a sense of profound satisfaction. This metaphorical brew had been imbibed by Zhang Teng without reservation. Assuredly, the youth would now dedicate himself to even more assiduous training. However, at that juncture, Zhang Teng swiftly approached the stone table within the training grounds, seizing the paper and brush atop it, and commenced to inscribe with flamboyant strokes. Presently, he cast a missive toward Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, escort Zhang Xiaoxiao back. Convey to the Zhang family that in 10 days hence, I shall pay them a visit. This constitutes a declaration of war. Do not entertain notions of concealment. I shall deliver the challenge to the main hall, ensuring impartial adjudication. Having spoken, he turned to Lin Bei with an earnest expression, seemingly inquiring, Master, have I acted appropriately? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. What manner of occurrence was this? He now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What declaration of war? He had merely sought to instill some encouragement in Zhang Teng, with the intention of urging him toward diligent cultivation. He harbored no desire to instigate conflict. Zhang Teng's demeanor suggested that all of this had been at his behest. Alas, the youth had misconstrued his intentions. Lin Bei now felt as though he were enduring a bitter ordeal, rendered speechless. However, there was one matter that brought Zhang Teng a measure of solace. At least this lad had the prudence to wait 10 days, to diligently enhance his strength. What is it you intend to do? Invoke the arbitration of the Grand Hall? Do you mean to challenge the Zhang family in a duel? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Yong's countenance. Indeed, do you seek to apprehend me? Then I shall venture to the Zhang family and ascertain who possesses the capability to seize me. Zhang Teng retorted with a cold snort. Upon notifying the Grand Hall, they shall dispatch an impartial arbiter. At that juncture, even with the presence of the Nanyang Zhou family, none shall lay a hand on me. Therefore, upon your return, inform the Zhang family to cease any expectation of succor from the Nanyang Zhou clan. Furthermore, convey to those who seek to capture me that this challenge shall be a contest of both victory and demise. I shall bear a death warrant. Zhang Yong inhaled sharply, comprehension dawning upon him. Zhang Teng intended to gamble his very life. Are you not apprehensive of the Nanyang Zhou clan? Zhang Yong's voice trembled slightly. Should you emerge victorious, the Nanyang Zhou clan, sensing a threat, might dispatch an expert to eliminate you. Should you falter, you shall perish at the hands of the Zhang family. Though you prevailed against me, it was solely through your innate combat prowess. You stand no chance against the Zhang family's multitude. Zhang Teng cast a frigid gaze upon him. Spare me your ludicrous concern. My resolve in this matter is unwavering. Zhang Teng declared with confidence. As for the Nanyang Zhou clan you speak of, fret not. Should I conquer the Zhang family, I shall immediately challenge the Nanyang Zhou clan. According to the regulations, should I triumph over the Zhang family, I am entitled to a 6-month respite. Within those 6 months, I may challenge the Nanyang Zhou clan at any moment, while they may not retaliate against me until after the expiration of that period. This is a grand scheme. If, in 6 months, I still lack the ability to defeat the Zhou family of Nanyang, then I deserve to perish. Zhang Teng's words were resolute, leaving Zhang Yong utterly astonished. Xiao Liuzi, go bring Zhang Xiaoxiao out. Understood. Xiao Liuzi hurriedly made his way to the place where Zhang Xiaoxiao was held captive. Soon, she emerged. Upon arriving at the dojo and seeing her grandfather collapsed on the ground with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, she was momentarily stunned. Chapter 42. The 10-Day Agreement. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed towards Zhang Yong. As she noticed Zhang Yong's inability to stand and the determined expression on Zhang Teng's face, realization dawned upon her. I have lost. Help me up. Zhang Yong was assisted to his feet, casting a deep glance at Zhang Teng, then another at Lin Bei. Ultimately, he uttered nothing more than 2 words. Let us go. Go. Zhang Xiaoxiao was still somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to believe that Zhang Teng would allow them to leave. Let us go. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. Only then did Zhang Xiaoxiao breathe a sigh of relief. Just as the two were about to step out of the dojo, Zhang Teng suddenly called out, Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao paused, her steps faltering. Take care. Though Zhang Teng's words sounded caring, Zhang Xiaoxiao detected a hint of resolve beneath them. Oh, you take care as well. With that, she supported Zhang Yong and vanished at the entrance of the dojo. Outside, Zhang Yong sighed deeply. Xiaoxiao, do you understand what Zhang Teng's words of take care truly signify? Zhang Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Yong in confusion. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? My brother wishes for my well-being. Is that not a sign of concern for me? Concern? Zhang Yong let out a self-deprecating smile. Take a look at this. Zhang Xiaoxiao accepted the challenge letter that her grandfather handed her, penned by Zhang Teng himself, and felt utterly bewildered. Do you understand now? Zhang Yong said with a bitter tone. He is subtly informing you not to impede him, not to stand against him. For if you do, he will show no mercy. For a moment, the grandfather and granddaughter exchanged silent glances. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Xiaoxiao broke it. Grandfather, did you lose to the Lin master of the dojo? No, I lost to Zhang Teng. You lost to my brother? Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face. Just a short while ago, Zhang Teng was unable to defeat Zhang Tao and required guidance from his master to reverse his fortunes. Now, he had managed to defeat her grandfather? It was simply unfathomable. At that moment, the image of Lin Bei flashed through her mind. The casual remark he made that had turned Zhang Teng's defeat into victory was profoundly shocking. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, did his master guide him? No. Zhang Yong shook his head silently. How could that be? You are a formidable expert in the realm of martial arts. Zhang Yong let out a wry smile. In truth, that is precisely what happened. I lost to Zhang Teng. Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with immense shock. After a brief moment of silence, she could no longer restrain herself. Grandfather, if my brother truly goes down this path, will you take action against him? Although Zhang Xiaoxiao had already arrived at a conclusion in her heart, it was when Zhang Yong referred to Zhang Teng by his full name rather than as Teng that she truly understood. Yet, she could not help but inquire further. Zhang Yong remained silent, gazing into the distance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I do not know. Zhang Xiaoxiao was left in quiet contemplation. Did he genuinely not know, or was it too difficult to articulate? Why had matters unfolded in such a manner? Unable to restrain her tears, she lamented. The fault has never been with my elder brother, has it? In the dojo, Zhang Teng articulated the reasons behind his challenge with clarity. It turned out that in the realm of warriors, there exists a custom. Any grievances can be resolved through the issuance of a challenge. Once adjudicated fairly, it becomes a legitimate contest among warriors. This method of challenge is widely accepted among martial artists, regardless of whether it pertains to martial arts schools, families, or academies. As long as the content of the challenge is acknowledged, a fair resolution will ensue. During the adjudication, the central dojo would dispatch skilled fighters to provide protection. Zhang Teng's decision to issue a challenge was made after careful deliberation. Presently, the Zhang family relentlessly pursued him, showing no signs of relent. Should the Zhou family of Nanyang learn of the Zhang family's failed attempts to capture him, it was likely they would intervene personally. In such a scenario, the dojo would find itself overwhelmed. Rather than waiting for a confrontation, it was more prudent to take the initiative and issue the challenge. This approach would afford him considerable time. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei wholeheartedly concurred. Sometimes, evading confrontation only perpetuates the issue. A single decisive strike may well prevent a multitude of ensuing blows. Although Zhang Teng occasionally gave Lin Bei the impression of being somewhat simple-minded, it must be acknowledged that in this instance, Zhang Teng's considerations were indeed thorough. Upon hearing the entirety of Zhang Teng's plan, Lin Bei immediately summoned Xiao Luzi. Xiao Luzi, coming. Xiao Luzi arrived swiftly. Master, you summoned me. Take your senior brother Zhang's challenge to the main branch in Qingyuan City. Understood. Xiao Luzi promptly departed. Senior brother, will the main branch acknowledge and ensure fairness in this matter? Tai Niu inquired with some concern. Indeed. Zhang Teng replied with unwavering confidence. We are not submitting this application without due cause. We have already requested the main branch to mediate the dispute. The true colors of the Zhou family of Nanyang should be evident to the main branch as well. Refusal to mediate would be tantamount to disrespecting the main branch. Now that I have issued a challenge, the main branch will naturally not obstruct it. They may even dispatch an expert to oversee the battle, preventing the Prince of Nanyang from interfering. This would not only be to support me, but also to restore the reputation of the main branch. Tai Niu's apprehension dissipated. I see. Could it be that senior brother Zhang had already considered this? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was rendered speechless. Nonsense. If Zhang Teng were truly this meticulous, the Six Harmonies Martial Hall incident would never have occurred. It was purely coincidental. As expected, Zhang Teng offered an awkward smile. This was indeed fortuitous. Had Master not enlightened me, I wouldn't have even considered issuing a challenge. Tai Niu inquired with concern. 10 days. Is that sufficient time? Zhang Teng replied with unwavering confidence. In 10 days. I will only grow stronger. I cannot claim absolute certainty, but I will at least have a fighting chance. Meanwhile, at the main branch in Qingyuan City, Mu Qingyue was practicing her sword techniques within the main hall when suddenly, a female warrior from the hall rushed over. Sister Qingyue, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me. Mu Qingyue paused her practice and adjusted her hair. Who is it? I heard that the person claims to be Xiao Yozi. Xiao Yozi. Mu Qingyue responded, perplexed. I don't know him. You may send him away. Oh, right. He also mentioned that he is from the dojo. From the dojo? Then I know him. I shall go and see. Mu Qingyue sheathed her sword. Sister, could it be that the dojo is in need of assistance? I recall you mentioning a martial arts prodigy named Zhang Teng, who seems to have a grudge against the Nanyang Zhou clan. Your attempt at mediation was unsuccessful. The female warrior inquired with curiosity. Mu Qingyue smiled and nodded. It's possible. If the dojo is willing to relocate, that would be advantageous. This faction possesses certain peculiarities that are worth emulating. Has the hall master agreed to the relocation? The female warrior asked, her face alight with curiosity. Of course, he has. Mu Qingyue replied. The Nanyang Zhou clan has shown us no respect, and naturally, the hall master will not indulge them. Mentioning the Nanyang Zhou clan, Mu Qingyue's expression soured. As they spoke, the two arrived at the front of the main hall, spotting Xiao Yozi, who was gazing around in awe. Chapter 43. Justice, for time's breaking limits. Iron Bull's breakthrough. Xiao Yozi appeared like a rustic villager entering the city, his eyes wide as he took in the 30-meter-high walls adorned with various statues and carvings. You are Xiao Yozi? Mu Qingyue's gentle voice broke through, startling the wandering Xiao Yozi. Greetings, Miss Mu. Upon seeing Mu Qingyue, Xiao Yozi felt a flicker of shyness. His voice slightly constrained as he hurriedly presented the challenge letter bestowed upon him by Zhang Teng to Mu Qingyue. This is for you. What is this? Mu Qingyue inquired. her expression morphing into one of astonishment as she accepted the challenge letter. A challenge letter, Xiao Yozi promptly replied. It is a formal challenge from senior brother Zhang Tong to the Zhang clan, specifically requesting the impartiality of the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall's impartiality? Mu Qinghua echoed, her surprise deepening. Typically, such a request is made only for battles to the death. Is Zhang Tong prepared for a fight to the bitter end? Xiao Yozi nodded. One of the martial artists beside Mu Qinghua asked curiously, why did he not come himself? Xiao Yozi immediately responded with sincerity, the challenge is issued for 10 days hence. Senior brother Zhang must cherish every moment to cultivate, hence I am here in his stead. Miss Mu, to attest to the authenticity of the letter. Senior brother Zhang instructed me to present you with this. As he spoke, Xiao Yozi produced a small hairpin shaped like a sword. Upon seeing this small sword-shaped hairpin, Mu Qingyue's face lit up with a smile. This was her concealed weapon, one she had recognized instantly. She recalled having retrieved it only to misplace it later. I remember you. I would trust the authenticity of the challenge letter even without this proof. Moreover, if the Grand Hall agrees to arbitrate, they will dispatch someone, rendering any deception futile. Having said that, Mu Qingyue turned to the martial artist beside her and instructed, sisterly, please take Xiao Yozi into the martial arts hall for a cup of tea while I report to the hall master. Certainly. Sisterly smiled at Xiao Yozi. Come along, Xiao Yozi. As she spoke, Junior Sisterly directly took little Lu Zi's hand. Little Lu Zi was startled, his face visibly reddening. He. Junior Sisterly chuckled amusingly. Let's go. I'll treat you to the best Qingyun tea in our main hall. Inside the main hall, in the martial arts arena of the Grandmaster, a figure was seen, inverted in the arena, supported by a single finger. It was none other than Mu Qingyun, the Grandmaster of Qingyun City. Around him, dozens of martial arts experts sat cross-legged, intently watching the Grandmaster's demonstration. Observe carefully. Next, I shall allow you to perceive the application of potential. At the instant the words fell, Mu Qingyun abruptly removed the finger supporting him. A miraculous scene unfolded as he hovered in midair, as if buoyed by an unseen force. When your potential can be fully derived, to the point of sustaining yourself, you have achieved the initial stage. The essence of potential is the ultimate extension of martial intent, yet it is formless and traceless. This is potential. Martial intent made visible, externalized. These have discernible traces. Imagine, once martial intent transforms into potential, formless and traceless, how can it be resisted? This realm is not merely profound, but a transcendence for martial artists. Once potential is achieved, one can be called a martial arts grandmaster. As his voice concluded, the grandmaster soared into the air, landing steadily. The surrounding martial artists erupted in thunderous applause. Mu Qingyue, seeing the grandmaster's demonstration conclude, immediately stepped forward. Grandmaster, please take a look at this challenge letter. A challenge letter? The head of the main hall was perplexed as he received the challenge letter and began to read it thoroughly. Before long, a look of intrigue appeared on his face. How fascinating. This Zhang Tong is truly unexpected, daring to challenge the entire Zhang clan. Indeed, Mu Qingyue nodded, initially thinking that the dojo had changed its mind and intended to relocate beside the main hall. What are your thoughts? The head turned to Mu Qingyue. If it were someone else, I would say they are courting death, but Zhang Tong. It's hard to say. Oh, the head, slightly taken aback, inquired. I recall you mentioned that he is merely an undefeated body-refining realm practitioner, correct? Although he triumphed over you, it was under the circumstances where you were only utilizing the strength of the initial stage of the Dan Si. The Zhang family boasts numerous formidable practitioners of martial intent, with Zhang Chonglong being a peak master of martial intent, rumored to be on the verge of gathering momentum. The disparity is too great. Mu Qingyue nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Though his master is quite enigmatic, a challenge must be faced personally. I too wish to discern his confidence. The head of the hall pondered for a moment. Regardless, the dojo is our certified martial arts venue. Since a challenge has been issued and a request for impartiality made, we cannot turn a blind eye. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Head, please allow me to serve as the impartial judge. In my view, Zhang Tong is by no means a reckless individual. I wish to uncover the source of his confidence. Very well. The head nodded in agreement. Let us also take the dojo's certified documentation along this time. On the other side, in the dojo, Tainyo's Tai Chi seemed to embody an absence of softness. Each move and posture appeared gentle, yet in truth, they were imbued with an unwavering strength. The harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility in his Tai Chi seemed to exude an even greater firmness in his hands. Strangely, a cosmic energy danced around him. His punches were now capable of invoking the forces of nature. Lin Bei watched with satisfaction as Tai Nyo executed his techniques. It appeared that Tai Nyo was on the verge of comprehending the art of cultivation. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Bei suddenly realized that the celestial energy surrounding Tai Nyo began to surge into his own body. Has he succeeded? Almost simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple Tai Nyo has grasped the Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing technique. Your Tai Chi breathing method has achieved a profound understanding. Congratulations, your Tai Chi breathing technique has surpassed its limits 4 times. The unexpected joy of surpassing the limits of the Tai Chi breathing technique 4 times was exhilarating. In the next instant, insights regarding the Zhou Tian Qi Shui flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The sensation was truly marvelous. Until now, Lin Bei had always actively practiced the breathing technique to refine his Tao body. Yet at this moment, he found that he did not need to consciously operate the Tai Chi breathing method. His body's acupoints would autonomously breathe and circulate energy. Lin Bei's form seemed to instinctively engage in this process. The Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing technique that Zhang Teng had comprehended remained within the framework of the Tai Chi breathing method. Although Tai Nyo's Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing technique sounded similar, it was fundamentally different. Master. At this moment, Tai Nyo approached Lin Bei with a look of joy. I have gained insight. It seems I am able to cultivate. Lin Bei nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, with diligent practice, you shall become my second disciple. Tai Nyo, filled with joy, then hesitantly inquired, Master, I harbor an audacious idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. What idea? Lin Bei responded, slightly perplexed. Tai Nyo boldly declared, I wish to establish an entirely new martial art rooted in Tai Chi. Lin Bei was taken aback. What audacity! To create a new martial art? Could it be that Tai Nyo's innate talent surpasses even that of Zhang Teng? Chapter 44. The Extraordinary Talent of Tai Nyo. Lin Bei was momentarily stunned by Tai Nyo's words, rendered speechless. At that moment, a peculiar thought arose within him. Although Zhang Teng, as the elder disciple, possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the path of immortality, Tai Nyo's innate aptitude for combat and technique was evidently far superior. Please, share your thoughts, Lin Bei urged. Recognizing that Tai Nyo's willingness to express his ideas was, in essence, a request for guidance. In the past, Lin Bei lacked genuine skills and could only evade such inquiries. However, now, having transcended the limits of Tai Chi twice and achieved 4 breakthroughs in Tai Chi breathing techniques, his own strength had reached the 6th refinement of the Tao body. He was more than capable of guiding Tai Nyo. Upon hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, Tai Nyo eagerly articulated his concept. Master, while Tai Chi embodies a harmonious balance of softness and strength, my martial art is characterized by unyielding rigidity and vitality. In this context, I aspire to utilize softness as a support, ensuring that the essence of rigidity remains intact while crafting a method that embodies ultimate strength. Lin Bei listened intently, his heart filled with astonishment. Despite his seemingly rustic and robust nature, Tai Nyo possessed a subtle discernment, understanding that excessive rigidity could lead to fragility, and that true strength lay in tempering firmness with gentleness. It was no wonder he based his approach on Tai Chi, demonstrating an ability to extract its essence and integrate it into his own style. Tai Nyo comprehended that the most suitable path was the one tailored to his own strengths. Lin Bei acknowledged Tai Nyo's insights, saying that since he had grasped the principles of Tai Chi, exploring alternative paths was indeed a viable option. Tai Nyo was elated and proceeded to say, Master, I have also developed a technique to complement this style of boxing, and I would be honored if you would offer your guidance. A technique? Lin Bei inquired, immediately understanding. Was this a skill developed to rival the martial techniques of martial artists? What kind of technique? Is it similar to your senior brother Zhang's acupoint sealing? Tai Nyo shook his head. Senior brother Zhang's acupoint sealing is a martial technique derived from Tai Chi. And my Jiyang fist technique is also a martial technique derived from Tai Chi. I am referring to a technique, not a martial technique. Lin Bei's interest was piqued. Indeed, he had not misjudged Tai Nyo. In certain aspects, this young man possessed an extraordinary talent that even Zhang Teng could not match. Tell me about your approach to this technique. Yes, Tai Nyo responded promptly. Master, While comprehending the circulatory breathing method, I realized that within my body, although there are 365 acupoints, these acupoints are divided into major and minor cycles. The major cycle refers to all 365 acupoints, while these acupoints can be combined to form 9 minor cycles. Lin Bei nodded with feigned nonchalance, but inwardly, he was deeply impressed. Had it not been for his mastery of the Tai Chi breathing technique, seamlessly integrating the breath work of the meridians, he would have struggled to comprehend Tai Nyo's words during their fourth breakthrough. He realized that what Tai Nyo articulated was the essence of the meridian breathing method. This insight was beyond even Zhang Teng's grasp. Observing Lin Bei's nod, Tai Nyo felt a surge of confidence within. Master, he began. The art of breathing involves absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into every fiber of our being, thereby refining our Tao body. I believe that, in addition to assimilating these energies into our flesh, we could also store the spiritual essence within the meridians. Should we harness this energy during combat, our strength would undoubtedly multiply. Moreover, I have discovered that the 9 primary circulatory meridians progress in layers. If these 9 meridians are completely filled with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, and if we activate them using a special method, the resultant explosive power might yield a 9-fold increase in combat prowess. Lin Bei gasped inwardly, astonished by the notion of a 9-fold enhancement in strength. Such a concept seemed almost fantastical. Yet, he understood that Tai Nyo's proposition was entirely feasible. With the simplest of expressions, Tai Nyo unveiled an extraordinary technique. Lin Bei refrained from elaborating further, instead casting an encouraging glance at Tai Nyo after affirming its viability. Have you considered a name for the martial arts and techniques you are preparing to create? Tai Nyo nodded. Master, I wish to call my martial art the Supreme Yang Fist, and for the technique, I would like to name it the 9 Yang Dao Method. Excellent. Lin Bei responded with a smile, nodding in approval. A splendid name. Meanwhile, on the other side, as they journeyed to the dojo, within the carriage, why didn't your master intervene when Zhang Teng challenged the Zhang clan? Xiao Luzi, Mu Qingwei inquired. And why should he? Xiao Luzi, perplexed, responded. Master actually encouraged him to settle his grievances. Mu Qingwei was bewildered. What on earth? Isn't Zhang Teng essentially courting death by challenging the Zhang clan with his current strength? Why would Lin Bei encourage such a thing? With a face full of doubt, she asked, the Lin estate owner encouraged him to seek vengeance? Once the gauntlet is thrown, it's a matter of life and death. Xiao Luzi, with an expression of certainty, replied, Indeed. It's precisely because a challenge to the death is issued according to the rules that senior brother Zhang sought the impartiality of the main hall. Mu Qingwei grew even more perplexed, unable to comprehend why Xiao Luzi seemed to think Zhang Teng's actions were perfectly reasonable. Did he not realize that against the might of the Zhang clan, Zhang Teng's strength was tantamount to suicide? Filled with consternation, she was taken aback when Xiao Luzi questioned her. Mu, are you under the impression that senior brother Zhang is seeking his own demise? Somewhat, Mu Qingwei admitted candidly. The Zhang clan holds a prominent position in Nanyang, boasting dozens of martial artists at the level of martial intent, the strongest of whom is named Zhang Tsonglong, rumored to have achieved great mastery of martial truth. By rashly sending a challenge, you risk even drawing Zhang Tsonglong back from the frontier. Xiao Luzi, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, What is there to fear? Senior brother Zhang can defeat Zhang Yong now, and in 10 days, he'll be able to defeat Zhang Tsonglong. Zhang Yong, who is he? Did someone from the Zhang family try to capture Zhang Teng? Mu Qingwei inquired. Xiao Luzi then recounted the entire affair involving Zhang Tao and Zhang Yong. Upon hearing that Zhang Teng had triumphed over Zhang Tao, Mu Qingwei was astonished yet found it somewhat understandable. After all, during her own assessment, she had utilized the strength akin to that of an initial stage of the Danci, comparable to an ordinary warrior at the mid-Danci level. It was not inconceivable for Zhang Teng to defeat her, nor was it surprising for him to overcome those at the late Danci stage. However, when she learned that Zhang Teng had bested Zhang Yong, her heart sank in disbelief. Zhang Yong was a formidable warrior at the manifestation level of the martial intent realm. This was not merely the initial stage of martial intent, but rather a level where one had mastered its application. Although Zhang Teng had disrupted her sword intent manifestation at the time, she understood deep down that he could never contend with a warrior of Zhang Yong's caliber. With this thought in mind, Mu Qingwei immediately inquired. The disparity between body refinement and martial intent is like that between heaven and earth. How on earth did he accomplish this? With a confident smile, Xiao Liuzai replied, because he is Brother Zhang. By the time he defeated Zhang Yong, he had already reached the 5th refinement of the Tao body. The mention of the 5th refinement of the Tao body left Mu Qingyue utterly astonished. She was aware of the 9 refinements of the Tao body. Zhang Teng had mentioned during their previous encounter that the 3rd refinement was equivalent to the indestructible nature of the diamond. Originally, Mu Qingyue had perceived the 3rd refinement as comparable to a warrior's Danxi realm. Yet, it now appeared that the reality was far more complex. How could Zhang Teng, at the 5th refinement of the Tao body, possibly defeat a master of the manifestation level of martial intent? This was simply outrageous. At that time, what refinement was Zhang Teng at when he battled me? Mu Qingyue asked. Oh, Xiao Liuzai chuckled. At that time, Brother Zhang had just begun. He was at most at the 1st refinement. Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within Mu Qingyue. Chapter 45, the 7th refinement? Notary. Zhang Teng once remarked that the indestructible diamond was roughly equivalent to the 3rd level of refinement. What does the 1st level signify? It implies that during her confrontation with Zhang Teng, he did not harness the innate powers of a cultivator. Rather, he triumphed solely through his unyielding golden body. This suggests that her understanding of cultivators is limited to Zhang Teng's descriptions. Moreover, her own conjectures about the strength of the new sect could very well be misguided. At this moment, what was once a clear perception of the new sect in Mu Qingyue's eyes was once again shrouded in an aura of mystery. Nevertheless, Mu Qingyue comprehended that hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believing. Thus, she resolved that upon her visit to the dojo, she would engage in a spar with Zhang Teng. Xiao Liuzai, I have a question for you. Mu Qingyue began after a brief contemplation. What is it? Xiao Liuzai replied, gazing at her earnestly. I recall that the time since my last parting with Zhang Teng has been quite brief. Has he truly advanced from the 1st to the 5th level of refinement in such a short span? Is the cultivation speed among cultivators so rapid? Xiao Liuzai, upon observing the curiosity in Mu Qingyue's eyes, could not help but exhale a sigh. Miss Mu, I have yet to embark on the path myself, so I cannot ascertain whether the typical pace of cultivation is indeed swift. However, in my eyes, Senior Brother Zhang is nothing short of a genius. Mu Qingyue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, in the dojo, Zhang Teng was diligently practicing his punches. Ever since he integrated the method of breath control through acupoints, he discovered that the combination of stillness and movement significantly accelerated his cultivation progress. After a short while, Zhang Teng came to a halt. At that moment, an apprentice from the dojo presented a towel for wiping sweat. Iron Bull approached with a broad smile, congratulating his senior brother. Congratulations, you have completed the 6th refinement. After Zhang Teng finished his practice, his expression turned serious. I could sense that the first 6 refinements were relatively straightforward, but the 7th refinement would pose significant challenges. It seemed not only to involve the honing of the physical body, but also the cultivation of the spirit. Cultivating the spirit? Iron Bull expressed some surprise. Is it truly difficult? Not so much difficult as it is slow in progress, Zhang Teng elucidated. The first 6 refinements focus on channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to directly refine the flesh, bones, and internal organs. The 7th refinement, however, requires a resonance between the spirit and the spiritual energy, making it not only challenging but necessitating a state of unity of man and nature. Upon saying this, Zhang Teng chuckled. However, after I began attempting to refine the spirit, I discovered that I have gained control over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Brothers, once I reach the 9th refinement, I will be able to open the heavenly gate for you. At this proclamation, the disciples of the dojo displayed expressions of delight. Wonderful. If the heavenly gate is opened, we too shall be able to cultivate. Just then, Lin Bei emerged, gently clearing his throat. The disciples of the dojo immediately reacted, hastily exclaiming, Greetings, Master. Lin Bei nodded. Why are you all gathered here instead of practicing your punches? Iron Bull quickly replied, Master. Senior Brother Zhang has just completed the 6th refinement of his body and shared insights on the 7th refinement, which is why the younger disciples have come to listen. Completed the 6th refinement? Lin Bei cast his gaze upon Zhang Teng, who remarked, having just achieved a breakthrough, I ventured to attempt the 7th refinement. Lin Bei nodded in approbation. Strive diligently, for I anticipate the day you attain the 9th refinement. Indeed, Master, Zhang Teng responded. As Lin Bei departed, Zhang Teng expressed his admiration. Truly, he is a master beyond compare. What is it? Tai Niu inquired, directing a perplexed look at Zhang Teng. Standing beside our master just now, I could perceive the celestial spiritual energy enveloping him, existing in an extraordinary symbiotic state. Zhang Teng elucidated with reverence, in essence. Even without deliberate cultivation, the spiritual energy of the cosmos ceaselessly elevates our master's cultivation. What manner of realm is this? Tai Nyo exclaimed, his countenance reflecting profound astonishment. Your words, senior brother, fill me with shame. What is it? Zhang Teng inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. To be candid, Tai Nyo confessed with earnestness. I had initially grasped the method of Zhou Tian acupoint respiration, enabling my body to instinctively inhale and exhale, thereby augmenting my cultivation. I even took pride in this, presuming I had pioneered a novel approach to immortal cultivation. Yet, upon hearing your exposition, senior brother, I realized that our master's realm far surpasses my comprehension. My so-called innovation, in our master's eyes, may merely be a trifling skill, no more than child's play. Zhang Teng erupted in laughter. Why trouble yourself with such trivial matters, junior brother? After all, he is our master. At that moment, Lin Bei, seemingly composed as he sipped his tea, secretly reveled in his disciples' imaginative interpretations. It appeared they were entirely oblivious to the fact that his accomplishments were entirely contingent upon them. Nevertheless, this realization brought Lin Bei a sense of reassurance. Has that lad Zhang Teng finally commenced the seventh refinement? It seems that prior to challenging the Zhang clan, he should be able to thoroughly consolidate the seventh refinement. As for Lin Bei, he is already at the seventh refinement, and is even on the cusp of achieving the eighth. By the time Zhang Teng reaches the seventh refinement, Lin Bei should be able to attain the ninth refinement. At that juncture, Lin Bei will have completely formulated the framework for law manipulation. Observing Zhang Teng and Tai Nyo practicing boxing, Lin Bei felt immensely gratified, especially with Zhang Teng, who had been exceptionally diligent in his cultivation recently. It should be noted that Lin Bei had already initiated the seventh refinement when his Tai Chi breathing technique broke its limit for the third time. Now that his Tai Chi breathing technique has broken its limit for the fourth time, he is only less than 2 refinements ahead of Zhang Teng, which sufficiently illustrates how assiduously Zhang Teng has been cultivating lately. At that very moment, the voice of a dojo apprentice echoed from a short distance away. Master, Xiao Lu Zi has returned, and he has brought people from the main branch with him. Lin Bei's brow arched slightly. The people from the main branch have arrived? This implies that the main branch has accepted Zhang Teng's challenge application and has dispatched someone to officiate. As he spoke, Xiao Lu Zi and Mu Qingyue entered. Upon stepping into the dojo, Mu Qingyue was visibly shaken. What astonished her was not Zhang Teng, nor Lin Bei, but rather Tai Nyo. She had encountered Tai Nyo not long ago, and he was merely an ordinary person. But what about now? She could sense a potent aura emanating from Tai Nyo. This level of strength was almost superior to that of a bone refinement realm martial artist. How long has it been? One must realize that for a martial artist to cultivate to the extent of bone refinement, it requires a tremendous amount of energy, resources, and time. Tai Nyo, has he attained the entry level? Mu Qingyue couldn't help but inquire. At this moment, she suddenly began to realize how utterly ignorant she had been in her belief that she possessed sufficient understanding of the sect of immortals. Now, she felt as though she truly knew nothing about them. Miss Mu, you have arrived. Lin Bei greeted her with a warm smile upon seeing Mu Qingyue. Please, take a seat. Xiao Liuzai, ever perceptive, promptly poured tea. Master Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Our headquarters has accepted Zhang Teng's application for notarization. Mu Qingyue responded with a courteous smile. I am here as the notary. Chapter 46, The Development of the Dojo and Sparring. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. Although Mu Qingyue was somewhat surprised, she had confirmed an important fact. Lin Bei supported Zhang Teng's challenge against the Zhang clan. After taking her seat, Mu Qingyue presented an appointment letter sealed with the headquarters emblem. Lin Bei glanced at it, feeling a peculiar sensation, for it bore the words Dojo Martial Arts Hall. Master Lin, this is your dojo certification as a second-tier martial arts hall. I have brought it on your behalf, Mu Qingyue stated. Before Lin Bei could respond, Xiao Liuzai's face lit up with excitement. This is wonderful. With the headquarters appointment letter, our nameless village can begin to recruit residents. Tai Nyo, equally delighted, could not help but exclaim, Master, when shall we commence the recruitment? When will the common folk settle here? We have vast fields awaiting cultivation. The faces of everyone in the dojo were filled with joy. They understood that with the headquarters appointment, life in the nameless village would flourish. In bygone days, Their destitution compelled them to cultivate remote, untaxed lands. Yet, the more isolated the locale, the more profound their indigence. Now, at long last, an opportunity for change has emerged. With a gentle smile, Mu Qingwei remarked, should you opt to enlist commoners, numerous villages lie beyond the sphere of Qingyun Town's influence. However, persuading them may prove arduous. They chose to till the outlying lands precisely because their penury rendered them unable to remit taxes. They lack the funds to relocate to Qingyun Town, and moreover, they may be loath to abandon their cultivated fields to settle here. Lin Bei concurred, Miss Mu speaks with reason. Mu Qingwei chuckled, to establish a settlement. Security and prosperity are indispensable. As the principal dojo of a second-rate martial arts school, safety is assured, but prosperity is sorely lacking. Roads, commerce, and resources are virtually non-existent here. At this juncture, Mu Qingwei paused to sip her tea. Lin Bei responded with a faint smile, indeed. My disciples have known hardship since childhood. Now, with the chance to ameliorate the villagers' circumstances, their zeal is palpable, yet the path is fraught with obstacles. Mu Qingwei nodded in earnest agreement, her gaze then drifting towards Zhang Tong, who was practicing his fist techniques in the distance. At that moment, she appeared hesitant, as if on the verge of saying something. Lin Bei discerned her demeanor and inquired, is there aught else on your mind, Miss Mu? Hearing this, Mu Qingwei seized the opening. Indeed, during my return with Xiao Luzi, we engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the challenge. I understand that Zhang Tong once vanquished a martial intent expert of the manifestation level. That is indeed the case. Mu Qingwei felt a flicker of surprise within her, and she curiously inquired, I recall that Zhang Tong had only recently joined, correct? It seems he was merely at the 5th refinement of the Tao body during our previous encounter. It appears you are indeed well informed about the intricacies of our cultivation levels. Lin Bei chuckled. Indeed, when Zhang Tong faced off against Zhang Yong, he was at the 5th refinement of the Tao body. A glimmer of combat spirit flashed in Mu Qingwei's eyes. Lin, to be frank, I initially believed I had a considerable understanding of the cultivation sects. But now I realize how limited my perspective has been. May I personally test Zhang Tong's prowess? Certainly, Lin Bei readily agreed, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Tong's direction. Zhang Tong, come here. Zhang Tong promptly ceased his practice and hurried over. Master, did you call for me? Lin Bei had been urging him to practice diligently. So even with Mu Qingwei's arrival, he had chosen to focus on his training. I am here. Zhang Tong replied respectfully. Miss Mu wishes to engage in a formal spar with you. Please accompany her in her practice. I shall obey, Zhang Tong responded, but then muttered under his breath. Do we really have to fight again? Didn't we just spar? Mu Qingwei looked on, exasperated. She sensed Zhang Tong's discontent regarding her request for a spar, which prompted her to clarify, Zhang Tong, during our previous spar, I had restrained my strength, having entered the manifestation of martial intent for many years. The combat at the Danhai realm does not truly reflect my capabilities. This time, I wish to engage in a genuine contest of strength with you. Should you emerge victorious, I shall request the master to recommend your dojo as a candidate for a top-tier martial arts school. A candidate for a top-tier martial arts school? This would greatly benefit the development of our dojo. Zhang Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that case, I humbly request your guidance, Miss Mu. Mu Qingwei's gaze sharpened instantly. Blades are merciless. During this exchange, I implore you to exercise caution. Zhang Tong, brimming with confidence, recalled how he had defeated Zhang Yong while still at the 5th refinement stage. Now, having advanced to the 6th and currently progressing towards the 7th, his strength had surged far beyond that initial triumph. Even if Mu Qingwei hailed from the main hall and possessed formidable skills, what of it? Please. The two stepped into the spacious arena of the dojo. Mu Qingwei stood resolutely with her sword. Zhang Wuyo, be wary. Let us begin. The sparring commenced. In an instant, Mu Qingwei's eyes gleamed like blades, cold and unyielding. Her sword intent seemed to fuse with her very being. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of light, thrusting her sword forth. As she executed this strike, 3 blades of white sword energy coalesced at the tip, manifesting her martial intent. Clearly, unlike Zhang Yong, who merely enhanced his attacks with martial intent, her approach was distinct. She not only amplified her attack and speed, but also materialized her martial intent in an instant. As her sword neared Zhang Tong, the 3 swords of condensed martial intent shifted trajectories, simultaneously attacking from above, the left, and the right. Iron Bull felt a surge of tension. He had not anticipated Mu Qingwei's extraordinary prowess. The manifestation of martial intent is indeed remarkable, executed with such finesse. From this, three sword forms are something Zhang Yong could not achieve at the time. Lin Bei was equally impressed. Although Mu Qingyue and Zhang Yong both occupy the realm of martial intent manifestation, she evidently possesses strength beyond measure. At this moment, her fierce onslaught is upon him. Her pupils narrow slightly. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind. What is happening? Why does he not evade my manifested sword intent? It is too late to retreat now. Does he seek his own demise? Despite her confusion, Mu Qingyue's assault shows no signs of abating. She is eager to ascertain the source of Zhang Teng's courage, rumored to have triumphed over the realm of martial intent manifestation. Just then, Zhang Teng's eyes blaze with determination. He takes a deep breath and begins to channel the ethereal energies of the universe. He then shouts towards the direction of the sword intent, break. In the next instant, the solidified white sword energy is shattered like mere bubbles by his roar. Mu Qingyue's eyes widen in disbelief, her pupils filled with astonishment. In that moment, she recalls how Zhang Teng had previously demonstrated the very scene that had made it difficult for her to manifest her martial intent. Can it truly break my martial intent? After a brief moment of surprise, Mu Qingyue remains resolute, her offensive stance growing even more formidable. Manifestation is merely one application of martial intent. What does it matter if it is broken? A true master of the martial realm embodies a comprehensive strength. As both sides prepare to clash, Zhang Teng, brimming with fighting spirit, exclaims, "Come forth." Chapter 47. A startling revelation. As the incoming long sword approaches, Zhang Teng swiftly sidesteps, avoiding the attack with agility. In the ensuing moment, a palm-executed Tai Chi inch punch, striking Mu Qingyue's wrist directly. The sword in her hand instantly flew loose. What? The instant Mu Qingyue's sword was dislodged, her entire countenance reflected disbelief. Zhang Teng's evasion, in her estimation, was exceedingly close. Even anticipating her attack and dodging preemptively due to his inability to keep pace with her velocity. This implied that her strength, even with her martial intent scattered, should have definitively suppressed Zhang Teng. Yet, Zhang Teng's series of evasive counterattacks were not only fluid but, more alarmingly, she found them unavoidable. Despite launching an attack without any apparent vulnerabilities, she was compelled to reveal a weakness in combat, which Zhang Teng seized, directly knocking the sword from her grasp. For a martial artist whose intent was embodied in the sword, disarming was a profound disgrace. However, Mu Qingyue, befitting her status as a master of the main hall, turned adroitly the instant her sword was released, transforming her palm into a sword, reclaiming the initiative. Nevertheless, before she could execute 3 moves to regain control, Zhang Teng's Tai Chi palm techniques proved invaluable, not only parrying her attacks but also countering with extreme cunning. Had she not possessed considerable strength, she would have been defeated long ago. How can this be? I am clearly superior, yet I am no match for him in close-quarters combat. Mu Qingyue was utterly astounded. She was, after all, a martial artist in the manifested intent realm, stronger than Zhang Teng. Yet, after engaging, she was gradually falling behind. Senior brother Zhang's strength has improved so much. Tai Niu exclaimed in admiration. How much? Xiao Luzi inquired curiously. Previously, brother Zhang faced off against Zhang Yong, enduring relentless pressure and finding himself utterly defenseless. It was only through his formidable combat talent, meticulous strategy, and keen observation of vulnerabilities that he gradually turned the tide in his favor. Although he still lacks the profound foundation to rival Mu Qingyue, have you not noticed? Brother Zhang is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Mu Qingyue, each displaying commendable offense and defense. Xiao Liuzai suddenly comprehended the situation. Moreover, I can discern that Mu Qingyue is significantly stronger than Zhang Yong, Iron Bull remarked with a grin. This is merely the 6th refinement. If it were the 7th refinement, could it be? Xiao Liuzai's excitement was palpable. If it were the 7th refinement, perhaps his physical strength would finally match that of Mu Qingyue. As Iron Bull reflected on this, he uttered, "The crux of the sparring has arrived." Indeed, after several exchanges, Zhang Teng's style underwent a remarkable transformation. Seizing an opportunity, he deftly transformed his palm strike into a finger thrust, striking Mu Qingyue on the shoulder, sealing the acupoint. In an instant, Mu Qingyue felt her internal energy and martial intent begin to falter. What kind of technique is this? Mu Qingyue's pupils narrowed slightly, her heart gripped by terror. Initially, She believed that once she adapted to Zhang Tung's combat style, her superior strength would ensure her victory. Yet now, she abruptly realized that defeat might be imminent. I could lose. Though incredulous, the thought once born could not be suppressed. Zhang Tung was slightly taken aback. Throughout their encounter, Mu Qingyue's martial prowess had astonished him, making it difficult to find any flaws. However, just moments ago, he clearly sensed her aura destabilizing, her movements revealing significant openings. Has her fighting spirit wavered? Is it due to the sealing of her acupoint? A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Tung's eyes as he swiftly discerned the reason behind Mu Qingyue's transformation. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he executed the Tai Chi Bagua Palm to perfection. In the brief span of a single breath, he managed to seal at least 12 of Mu Qingyue's acupoints, utterly disrupting the rhythm of her vital energy and martial intent. Panic surged within Mu Qingyue. Her mind raced, leaving her at a loss for how to extricate herself from this predicament. Just then, Lin Bei unexpectedly interjected. Enough, this is merely a sparring match, let us cease. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tung, who had been poised to press his advantage, halted his assault, offering a respectful salute to Mu Qingyue. Mu Wuyo, a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Mu Qingyue found herself in a daze. Though she appeared outwardly unvanquished, deep down, she recognized the truth. She had been thoroughly defeated. Thank you, she replied, returning the gesture of respect and extending her gratitude to Lin Bei as well. She understood that Lin Bei had afforded her a measure of dignity. Otherwise, in her chaotic state, she would have faced a humiliating defeat without any semblance of grace. Who emerged victorious? Inquired Xiao Yozi, his curiosity piqued. With a playful flick to the head, Tiniu responded with a chuckle, what victory or defeat? This is merely a friendly exchange, a matter of courtesy. In truth, he was aware that the outcome had already been decided, but he wished to preserve Mu Qingyue's honor. Indeed, Mu Qingyue's martial prowess far surpassed that of Zhang Yong. Enough, silence yourself, Tiniu admonished, as he shoved a pear from the fruit platter into Xiao Yozi's mouth. Master, Iron Bull is bullying me. Xiao Yozai immediately went to complain. Iron Bull, Lin Bei scolded sharply, causing Iron Bull to shrink back his head and glare fiercely at Xiao Yozai, who wore a smug expression. At this moment, Mu Qingyue instinctively sheathed the sword that Zhang Tung had tossed to her. She felt a sense of disorientation. Her astonishment stemmed not only from her own defeat, but also from the brief time since she had left the dojo. Zhang Tung's growth was astonishingly prodigious. Moreover, it was important to remember that Zhang Tung had previously been rendered a waste due to his damaged dantian. In just a few days, not only had his dantian been restored, but his strength had also undergone a remarkable transformation. At this moment, she harbored but one thought. The new sect of cultivators might be extraordinarily powerful. Seeing Mu Qingyue sit down in a daze, Lin Bei inquired, Miss Mu, what do you think? Do you still believe that Zhang Tung is overestimating himself by challenging the Zhang clan? Mu Qingyue initially intended to assert that Zhang Tung's strength paled in comparison to Zhang Zonglong of the Zhang clan, but she soon found herself at a loss for words. She realized that Zhang Tung was still in the process of growing. At the moment of their 10-day agreement, could Zhang Tung truly not stand a chance against Zhang Zonglong? She could not be certain. Master Lin, what level has Zhang Tung reached? Mu Qingyue asked, observing Zhang Tung as he continued to practice his punches after their sparring session. He has reached the 6th level, Lin Bei replied without reservation. The 7th level is somewhat more challenging. Even Zhang Tung would likely require a considerable amount of time. Mu Qingyue pondered for a moment before asking, will he be able to reach the 7th level before the 10-day agreement? Absolutely. Mu Qingyue understood at once. I have finally come to understand the source of Zhang Tung's audacity in challenging the Zhang clan. If he can triumph over the 7th refinement, how formidable must he be after achieving it? After much hesitation, Mu Qingyue suddenly mustered the courage to inquire aloud, Master Lin, is it possible for me to cultivate in the realm of immortality? Upon her utterance, many disciples in the vicinity exhibited expressions of astonishment. Her words resonated throughout the hall. Who is Mu Qingyue? She is a prodigy from the main hall. In terms of age, she is comparable to Zhang Tung, being around 18 or 19 years old. However, she is a veritable master at the manifestation of martial intent. As for Zhang Tung, when his dantian was destroyed, he was merely a practitioner at the Danci realm. Now, this remarkable talent wishes to learn the methods of immortality. It is said that anyone can cultivate, yet the path of immortality differs from martial arts. emphasizing destiny and enlightenment. Lin Bei calmly responded, gesturing towards the many apprentices within the courtyard. Observe them. After over a year of cultivation, they still have not grasped the fundamentals, nor have they even comprehended the essence of Tai Chi. He then pointed at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng is different. Not only has he swiftly understood Tai Chi and the breathing techniques, but he has also attained the sixth refinement. Lin Bei turned his gaze back to Mu Qinghue. If you are interested in the methods of immortality, you may consult Xiao Liuzai about Tai Chi. Should you achieve mastery in Tai Chi, come to me, and I shall impart the breathing techniques to you. As for your ability to comprehend them, that will depend on your enlightenment. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Master Lin, you mentioned that the methods of immortality hinge upon destiny and enlightenment. If I possess enlightenment, what of destiny? From where should one acquire it? Lin Bei smiled faintly, lifting his teacup to take a sip. At that moment, Tai Nyo spoke calmly, far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. Mu Qinghue was taken aback. It suddenly dawned on her that Lin Bei was indeed the opportunity she sought. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bei had become remarkably enigmatic in her heart. Regaining her composure, Mu Qinghue turned to Xiao Liuzhi. Might you teach me Taijiquan? Xiao Liuzhi replied with confidence. Although my Taijiquan is not perfected, I have practiced it long enough to achieve some proficiency. Teaching you shall pose no challenge. As they spoke, the two proceeded to the training hall, where Mu Qinghue began to follow Xiao Liuzhi's lead in practicing Taijiquan. It must be said, Mu Qinghue truly lived up to her reputation as a prodigy of martial arts, swiftly mastering the forms of Taijiquan. However, what struck Lin Bei as peculiar was that while Mu Qingyue's movements appeared quite authentic, they were merely superficial. After observing for a while, Tai Nyo could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Master, why does it feel so awkward when Miss Mu practices? Her heart was solely focused on martial arts. Devoid of the pure intention to forsake all in pursuit of the path of immortality, her martial spirit had become an impediment to her entry into the training hall. Even if she were to achieve consummation in her practice, it seemed unlikely she could comprehend the art of breathing and energy manipulation. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Bei ceased watching Mu Qingyue's practice and turned to leave. At that moment, Xiao Liuzhi seemed to sense something amiss. Miss Mu, please wait. I sense something is wrong with your practice. Allow me to consult with Tai Nyo. Soon, Xiao Liuzhi approached Tai Nyo to inquire. Tai Nyo shook his head and said, Tell her to cease her practice. The master has mentioned that her martial aspirations have become a stumbling block in her pursuit of the path of immortality. Why is it? Xiao Lu inquired with perplexity. That senior brother Zhang, formerly a martial artist, can now cultivate in the arts of immortality? Tai Nyo chuckled softly. His dantian was destroyed, and having endured the treachery within a martial arts clan, he likely harbors disillusionment towards the martial path. With his spirit detached from martial arts, coupled with the guidance of our master, and perhaps a natural aptitude, he was able to learn the mystical arts. The initiation into the immortal arts has never been an easy feat. Xiao Lu listened, somewhat dazed. Eventually, he approached Mu Qinghue and recounted the matter in its entirety. Is that so? Mu Qinghue sighed. It seems my destiny does not lie with the Taoist temple. Xiao Lu did not elaborate. Miss Mu, your heart is set on martial arts. Then pursue the path of martial arts. Master has said, all paths lead to the origin, so why force it? All paths lead to the origin. Mu Qinghue smiled faintly. We martial artists believe that all schools of thought must eventually converge upon the orthodoxy of martial arts. But hearing you say this, I sense you do not share this sentiment. Xiao Lu grinned. Of course not. All cultivation methods should ultimately align with us cultivators of immortality. Martial arts is the orthodoxy. Our Azure Cloud main hall is insignificant within the realm of martial arts. Once you witness the true martial arts orthodoxy that assimilates the strengths of all schools, you will understand. Xiao Lu curled his lip, inwardly dismissive. He was unaware of the strength of martial arts orthodoxy, but he had personally witnessed the growth of Zhang Ting and Tai Nyo. At that moment, Tiniu approached and said, Xiao Lu, let us take a few junior disciples and pay a visit to Qingyun Town. What purpose do we have in going to Qingyun Town? Xiao Lu inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Tiniu stood beside him and patted his shoulder. Have you forgotten? We are now a second-rate dojo, and of course, we must recruit individuals to aid in the development of our village. But didn't Miss Mu mention that given our current circumstances, it would be best to gradually recruit villagers from the surrounding areas? Xiao Lu countered. What she says is irrelevant. You should heed my words, Tiniu replied, somewhat exasperated. Opportunities like this must be sought in Qingyan Town. Brother Zhang Teng shares my perspective on this matter. Xiaolu pondered for a moment. Then, Brother Tiniu, should we consult Master for guidance? With a swift motion, Tiniu delivered a light slap to Xiaolu. Is this a matter that requires Master's concern? What are you thinking? But we ought to inform Master about our reasons for leaving the dojo, Xiaolu protested, looking aggrieved. Of course, Tiniu nodded in agreement. On the other side, Tiniu and Xiaolu entered to report to their master. Come in. As they pushed the door open, they found Lin Bei in the midst of his cultivation and immediately bowed respectfully. Master, Xiaolu and I are preparing to strengthen the dojo by recruiting residents in Qingyan Town. We seek your permission. Granted, Lin Bei replied without hesitation. He, too, harbored aspirations of expanding the dojo and improving the lives of the villagers in Wuming. Tiniu, do you have any plans for recruiting residents in Qingyan Town? Upon hearing this, Iron Bull broke into a hearty smile. Master, I believe that in order to expand our dojo and village, recruiting villagers from the surrounding areas is not a viable strategy. Oh, Lin Bei looked at Iron Bull with keen interest. He understood that despite Iron Bull's seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed a keen intellect and was far more astute than Xiao Yozi. Do elaborate. Iron Bull, still smiling, replied, Master, the residents and merchants of Qingyan Town are all under various influences, making it exceedingly difficult to sway them. However, do you remember the Yoha Martial Arts School? With a grin, Iron Bull continued, their martial arts school already harbors grievances against us, and now that the head of Yoha Martial Arts, Cheng, has been incapacitated, it presents a golden opportunity to strike. Xiao Liuzi, upon hearing this, immediately displayed a look of excitement. Iron Bull, you truly have a sharp mind. What do you plan to do? Of course, we shall uproot them, Iron Bull proclaimed, using the simplest words to express the most ruthless intent. Chapter 49. The Final Opportunity? Observing the confident Iron Bull, Lin Bei couldn't help but wonder if he had misjudged him in the past. Previously, Iron Bull's greatest impression on Lin Bei was his diligence and simplicity. But now, this young man was speaking of uprooting others. Nevertheless, Lin Bei appreciated Iron Bull's character. He was generous and sincere towards his own, yet resolute against his foes. Furthermore, Iron Bull's recent performance had caught Lin Bei's attention. He not only exhibited meticulous thought, but also possessed a unique perspective on matters. The young man has indeed matured. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei spoke directly. Very well, pursue whatever you desire. Yes, master, the two replied in unison. We shall depart tomorrow. Observing their departing figures, Lin Bei felt a surge of emotions. Not to mention Tainyo. Even Xiao Lu seemed to have grown considerably of late. Time flowed on. As night enveloped the world and the moon hung high, Lin Bei arrived at the dojo. The disciples had all returned to rest, save for Zhang Teng, who continued his practice. Through careful observation, Lin Bei noted a significant decline in Zhang Teng's training efficiency. Tenger, come here. Upon hearing his master's call, Zhang Teng immediately ceased his practice and rushed over. Master, refining one's spirit requires not only diligence, but also ample energy. After training for so long, you should return and rest properly, Lin Bei instructed. Yes, I apologize for troubling you, master. With a sudden realization, Zhang Teng acknowledged that he had been overly eager in his cultivation recently. Practice and meditation must complement each other. Do not assume that hastening your training will yield better results. Lin Bei offered further guidance. Yes, I understand my mistake now. Go on. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Teng bowed respectfully and took his leave. Watching him depart, Lin Bei felt a deep sense of reflection. Once, he had relied solely on persuasion. Yet now he found himself capable of genuinely guiding Zhang Teng. Just at that moment, a melodious voice, as sweet as a songbird, resonated from behind Lin Bei. Master Lin, why are you still awake at such a late hour? The speaker was none other than Mu Qingwei. As a notary, she arrived early at the venue, naturally settling in as a guest. Under the bright moon and gentle breeze, it was indeed a time to appreciate the moonlight. Lin Bei, with his eyes wide open, spoke nonsense. In truth, he was merely wandering aimlessly, feeling weary from his spiritual cultivation. The master of the forest, Lin, was in high spirits. Mu Qingwei smiled and said, Master Lin, was it your intention for Xiao Yozi to convey that message? Lin Bei was taken aback, immediately realizing that Mu Qingwei referred to Xiao Yozi advising her not to waste time on immortal cultivation. Your heart is wholly devoted to martial arts, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. If you wish to incorporate the strengths of immortal cultivation to enhance martial arts, this notion will inevitably prevent you from mastering the art of immortality. Is that so? Mu Qingwei sighed with a bitter smile. It seems I am destined to be at odds with the path of immortal cultivation. Lin Bei offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Mu Qingwei suddenly remarked, Master Lin, the challenge letter to the Zhang family should have arrived by now. What do you think their reaction will be? After a moment of silence, Lin Bei softly uttered 3 words, not important. With that, he turned and departed, his silhouette growing increasingly enigmatic in Mu Qingyue's eyes. On the other side, within the Zhang clan, numerous distinguished members gathered, their faces etched with seriousness. Zhang Yong, do you still have the audacity to return? The clan leader glared at the severely injured Zhang Yong, his face ashen, anger boiling within him. Beside him, a hawk-nosed elder, seething with fury, hurled the challenge letter at Zhang Yong, rebuking him. Zhang Yong, look at the fine grandson you have raised. Another elder joined in the reproach. The beast that forsakes its kin deserves the utmost condemnation. Chief Zhang coldly snorted, what shall we do now? Zhang Tiao is dead. How do we explain this to Zhang Songlong? Upon the utterance of these words, silence enveloped the Zhang clan's council hall. The death of Zhang Tiao was a significant blow to the Zhang family. An elder spoke in a chilling tone. How do we explain it? What more can we say? Capture Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. Then let Zhang Songlong administer punishment. Did he not issue a challenge? Let us await his arrival. At this moment, Chief Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Gentlemen, do you not find this peculiar? Zhang Teng, clearly stripped of his cultivation, was able to slay Zhang Tiao. Moreover, he injured Zhang Yong. Is this reasonable? Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances. The elder with a hawk-like nose scoffed, to kill Zhang Tiao. Perhaps he employed some method from that so-called dojo. As for injuring Zhang Yong, do you truly believe such nonsense? I suspect that Zhang Yong fabricated this tale to buy time. Another elder cast a disdainful look at Zhang Yong and then coldly remarked, indeed. Zhang Teng is Zhang Yong's own grandson. Previously, Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed to deliver news, and seeing that Zhang Teng was reluctant to leave, she called for Zhang Yong merely to delay, allowing Zhang Teng to escape. Enough. Zhang Yong finally could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, for the sake of the family, I have severed all ties with Zhang Teng. Do you possess no conscience in uttering such words? Coughing violently 3 times, Zhang Yong suddenly rose and picked up the challenge letter from the ground. You assert that my pursuit of Zhang Teng is an act of concealment. What is this but a declaration of war? It has already been validated by the main hall. Do you truly believe there could be any falsehood in this matter? Upon uttering these words, the members of the Zhang clan exchanged glances, for under normal circumstances, a declaration of war coupled with validation could never be fabricated. At this moment, an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, suddenly sighed. With his sigh, all members of the Zhang clan fell silent, their gazes turning towards him. This individual was none other than Zhang Zhong, the recently returned ancestor of the Zhang clan. His return had ignited a fervor of joy within the clan, as everyone had presumed him to be deceased on the battlefield. Initially, Zhang Songlong had taken his place at the front lines. Who could have imagined that he not only survived, but also achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, successfully returning to the borders and to the Zhang family? I wish to pose a singular question. If Zhang Teng has indeed regained his strength and is a prodigy of the heavens, would the clan consider making an exception for his reintegration? He continued. As for the matter concerning Zhang Tao, it can only be said that he was outmatched. I can speak on behalf of Zhang Songlong, and regarding the Zhou clan, I can also venture to the borders and beseech acquaintances on our behalf. Upon hearing this, the clan leader of the Zhang family was momentarily taken aback, casting a weary glance towards the elder before letting out a sigh. Zhang Zhong, this matter may be beyond possibility now. Look at this declaration of war. Does it harbor even the slightest affection for the clan? Zhang Zhong fell into silence, subsequently releasing a sigh. Clan leader, your handling of this situation has been unjust, which is why Zhang Teng's heart has been shattered. The clan leader promptly bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault, exclaiming, it is my error. Zhang Zhong cast a weary glance at the clan leader, his face etched with resignation. He awaited Zhang Teng's arrival, hoping for one final opportunity. Should there remain a flicker of familial affection within him, he might choose to return to the family fold. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yong's expression brightened with hope. The clan leader promptly inquired, and if he does not? Not. A fleeting glimmer of resolve crossed Zhang Zhong's aged visage. Then there is but one course of action. He must perish. Chapter 50. Iron Bull Scheme in Qingyun Town. As the morning sun ascended, two figures sat upon an ox cart, making their way to the outskirts of the town. The grand signboard of Qingyun Town bore not only the characters for Qingyun, but also a character for Ding. Iron Bull, how shall we recruit? Should we head directly to the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall? Little Lu appeared somewhat perplexed, momentarily at a loss for action. What purpose do we have at the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall? Iron Bull shook his head. It is widely known that the master of the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall has been rendered impotent by our dojo. Therefore, we must seize this moment while the rumor is still fresh, and venture to the places once governed by the Lyoha dojo to recruit individuals. Little Lu's eyes widened in understanding, though a hint of doubt remained as he gazed at Iron Bull. What shall we do next? Iron Bull replied, First, we shall pay a visit to the shops under the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall's jurisdiction. If we can entice a few merchants to join us, it would greatly benefit our village's commercial development. Upon hearing this, Little Lu furrowed his brow in confusion. But our village possesses nothing of value. Why would those merchants come to us? Tainyo gently clasped Xiao Yozi's shoulder and whispered, I have heard that under the auspices of the Lyoha Martial Arts Academy, many merchants have suffered considerable losses due to unscrupulous tactics employed by its warriors in the cutthroat world of commerce. A glint of cunning flashed in Tainyo's eyes. Do you think that if we were to champion their cause and help them reclaim what is rightfully theirs, they might consider establishing at least a branch in our village? Xiao Yozi suddenly grasped the concept. If our village attracted merchants, we could persuade neighboring villages to join us. With an influx of people, we could entice even more merchants to seek profit, thereby strengthening our village and fostering commercial prosperity. In just a few succinct sentences, Tainyo had completely won over Xiao Yozi, who gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, Brother Tainyo, you are remarkable. Let us first pay a visit to the Chun Fabric Store, Tainyo declared, leading the way into Qingyun Town. Why the Chun Fabric Store? Xiao Yozi followed closely, his face alight with eagerness to learn. The Chun Fabric Store once boasted numerous branches, but it had fallen into decline after being unfairly acquired by Linglong Silk through dubious means. It is the perfect target for us. Tainyo smiled mysteriously. Moreover, the clothing sold at the store is an essential item for everyone. If we were to open a shop in our village, wouldn't it attract the surrounding villagers? Absolutely. We could also consider a grain and oil shop or a blacksmith's. Those would be invaluable as well. Xiao Yozi eagerly responded. This is not urgent. Let's take it one step at a time. Tainyo chuckled. The Lyoha Martial Arts School once aspired to elevate itself to a second-tier institution, and the territory under its influence is quite substantial. Moreover, we can pursue this matter openly. Once the members of the Lyoha Martial Arts School became aware, they could only acquiesce reluctantly. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Chun Fabric shop. The young attendant, upon seeing them, immediately approached with enthusiasm. Esteemed guests, what garments would you like to see? We have a myriad of training attire for martial artists, as well as various styles of exquisite clothing. Tainyo waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, Call your manager over. We are from the dojo. Dojo? The attendant was perplexed, yet recognizing Tainyo's imposing presence. He understood he was dealing with a martial artist and dared not be neglectful. Please wait a moment. Before long, the manager of the Chun Fabric shop rushed over upon hearing that martial artists had arrived. Upon seeing Tainyo's tall and robust figure, he respectfully inquired, Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed martial artist? You seem somewhat familiar. It is only natural that I appear familiar. Not long ago, I retrieved those martial artists from the Lyoha Martial Arts School who had suffered broken legs. Many in Qingyun Town recognized me. With these words, both the manager and the attendant instantly recalled something. The attendant exclaimed in surprise, You are the martial artist from the Immortal Cultivation Dojo? Being a shop under the Lyoha Martial Arts School, they were certainly aware of its current situation. Ever since the head of the school, Chung, had his dantian rendered useless, many martial arts schools have been eager to make their move. Recently, it has come to my attention that Zhao Bao is fervently training in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough in his mastery. Yet should he fail, it is likely that the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall will soon be consumed. After all, in the realm of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. The Lyoha Martial Arts Hall is indeed a coveted prize. In their eyes, figures like Iron Bull and his companions are esteemed individuals. Despite the somewhat awkward phrasing regarding the martial artists of the Immortal Cultivator's Dojo, Iron Bull offered no further clarification. I have come to your Chun Fabric shop bearing immense fortune for you. The shopkeeper of Chun Fabric shop, his countenance shifting to one of realization, spoke with earnest anticipation. "Pray, noble martial artist, guide us. I have heard that your Chun fabric shop has lost numerous storefronts to the Linglong silk store. We have come to deliver justice on your behalf." Iron Bull declared with unwavering confidence. "Not only can we assist you in reclaiming what is rightfully yours, but we can also ensure they compensate you. Provided you possess sufficient evidence, we shall report this matter to the main hall according to protocol." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. Iron Bull nodded. Although he had made no mention of his own demands, the shopkeeper was astute enough to understand that in this world, fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. "May I ask your esteemed name?" The response came, "Iron Bull," also known as Little Six. The shopkeeper immediately began his performance. "Esteemed warriors, you are unaware of our plight. We had been peacefully conducting our business here until the Lyoha Martial Arts School dismantled the previous establishment, subjecting us to relentless oppression and brazenly seizing several of our shops, which we have endured in silence. If you, noble sirs, could advocate for justice on our behalf, we would be willing to offer you 30% of our pure profits from those shops." Upon hearing this, Tenia furrowed his brow. "Do you take us for mere mercenaries? We, the members of this dojo, are here to uphold justice, not to extort you. If we were to accept your offerings, what would that make us? No different from the Lyoha Martial Arts School." Teniu's righteous tone left the manager of the Chun fabric store momentarily speechless. Noticing the tension, the clever Xiaolu interjected. "Indeed, our dojo is preparing to recruit a substantial number of residents. Should the Chun fabric store establish a branch in the village, it would significantly contribute to the prosperity and development of the community, for which we would be immensely grateful." Xiaolu continued, following the script agreed upon with Teniu. "Furthermore, our dojo offers preferential support for shops. The first 10 establishments to settle here will benefit from a 50% reduction in taxes based on the existing rates." At this, the manager of the Chun fabric store suddenly realized the magnitude of the opportunity before him. As a shrewd businessman, he quickly grasped that this initiative from the dojo was clearly aimed at undermining the Lyoha Martial Arts School and establishing their own territory. Seizing this chance could herald the rise of the Chun fabric store. "Please wait a moment. This matter is of great importance. I shall promptly consult the family head for a decision." Watching the Chun fabric store's manager leave in a flurry, Teniu nodded in satisfaction. He comprehended. The matter was settled. Chapter 51. Xiaoyuer, a prodigy. The rear courtyard of the Chun clan cloth store. The shopkeeper was reporting the situation to a middle-aged man in his 40s, recounting everything Tai Nyo had said in detail. The Chun family head remained silent for a moment, making no comment, but tapping the table with his hand. "Afyu, what are your thoughts on this matter?" The shopkeeper, addressed as Afyu, immediately responded, "In my judgment, the expansion of the dojo is a momentous opportunity. If we can seize this chance, the rise of our Chun clan cloth store is within reach." "Oh," the Chun family head said with some surprise. "Why are you so certain?" "Family head, the dojo's strength is formidable, at least that of a second-rate martial arts hall." Afyu began to analyze earnestly. "Such strength already warrants opening branch halls, but they have not chosen to do so, nor have they opted to supplant others through challenges. Instead, they have chosen to expand the main hall. This implies that they will devote all their efforts to developing the dojo. It is for this reason that they have dispatched the dojo's martial artists to win over the hearts of the people by upholding justice." At this point, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Afu's eyes. "Family head, why don't we ride this wave? We can not only request their assistance in upholding justice and vent our grievances, but also seize the opportunity to help them pave the way and establish themselves in the dojo. In the future, as long as the dojo develops, we can be the first to establish ourselves and rise along with it." The Chun family head fell silent. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Afu, are you suggesting that we stake everything on the dojo, betting the future of the Chun clan cloth store on it?" "Indeed." Master Fu nodded. "Consider this, my lord. The temple upholds justice for us so that we may establish our branches. If it can administer justice on our behalf, it can do so for others as well. With a multitude of merchants joining, they will attract numerous common folk. Prosperity cannot be far off." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Master Chen's eyes. "You are right, Fu. We must not only settle in swiftly, but also strive to gain prestige and become a renowned storefront. This indeed presents an opportunity for our rise." It seemed that Master Chun had resolved firmly. A core area of a temple with at least second-rate strength must be flourishing. To establish ourselves here and gain the temple's support is of utmost importance. Thus, I have decided to assist the temple by persuading the merchants I know, thereby enhancing our leverage. Upon hearing this, Fu smiled broadly and said, as expected of the master. At that moment, a young girl of around 11 or 12 dashed in. "Father, why are you so happy today?" With her delicate features and sparkling eyes, she curiously gazed at Master Chun. "Xiao Yuan, our family's opportunity for resurgence has arrived. A benefactor for the Qin family is here, and I must meet this benefactor." Master Chen joyfully lifted the girl and exclaimed, "What benefactor? I want to see the benefactor too." "Very well, come with me, but do not speak out of turn and offend the benefactor." Master Chen gently tapped Xiao Yuan's little nose. Oh, in a short while, the head of the Qin family, accompanied by the manager A Fu, arrived at the front hall, where they encountered the tea-drinking warriors, Tine Yo and Xiao Yozi. "Esteemed warriors, I am Chen Luo, and I apologize for not greeting you sooner." The head of the Qin family bowed respectfully. The two warriors, taken aback by such deference for the first time, felt somewhat uneasy. Tine Yo quickly responded, "You honor us, Qin family head." Soon, the head of the Qin family took his seat and commanded loudly, "A Fu, bring forth my collection of aged Qinyan tea." "Yes." A Fu promptly departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan gazed curiously at Tine Yo. Tine Yo, puzzled, glanced back at her and unconsciously touched his face, wondering if something was amiss. The head of the Qin family, noticing his daughter's inquisitive stare at Tine Yo, remarked, "Xiao Yuan, that is impolite." "Oh." Xiao Yuan quickly retracted her neck. The head of the Qin family then smiled and continued, "Esteemed warriors, to be candid, we have long suffered under the oppression of the Linglong silk store. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to uphold justice." Tine Yo chuckled. "Has the manager elucidated the situation?" "Indeed," replied the head of the Qin family with a smile. "Please observe, these are the property deeds of our Chun fabric store. All 3 shops have been unlawfully seized by the Linglong silk store through unscrupulous means." "Excellent." Tine Yo clapped his hands. "We shall take this matter to our dojo." At this juncture, Xiao Yozi inquired, "Head Chun, what about the matter of opening a branch store?" The head of the Qin family promptly responded, "Opening a branch store is out of the question. We are not merely relocating the main store. I am also willing to persuade the merchants under the Lyoha Martial Arts Hall to join us at your esteemed dojo, contributing to its development. Furthermore, our Chen family's fabric shop is prepared to invest in road construction." A glimmer of joy flickered in Tine Yo's eyes. "If that is the case, thank you. The dojo will not forget your contributions." At that moment, both parties reached a harmonious agreement, conversing merrily and discussing further details. Tine Yo promptly prepared to visit the Linglong silk store. At this juncture, Qin Yuan could no longer restrain herself. Uncle Tine Yo." "Uncle?" Tine Yo felt somewhat bewildered. Though he appeared mature and robust, he was only 18 years old. Xiao Yozi seemed to sense Tine Yo's awkwardness and immediately chimed in with a smile. "Call him brother." "Oh," Qin Yuan responded. "May I ask you a question, brother?" Seeing this, the head of the Qin family did not intervene, as the previous conversation had fostered a friendly rapport, and Tine Yo and the others were quite amiable. It was permissible for his daughter to inquire, "What question do you have?" Tine Yo's curiosity was piqued. Since their first meeting, Yuan had been glancing at him surreptitiously, leading him to wonder if his face was dirty, even discreetly asking Xiao Yozi if there was something amiss. "What are those strange white, translucent dots surrounding you?" Yuan's eyes sparkled with innocence and clarity. Tine Yo's initially smiling expression froze, replaced by a look of astonishment directed at Yuan. "You can see them?" His demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He certainly understood what the little girl, Xiao Yuan, referred to as the so-called transparent white light spots. That was none other than the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. Even he could not perceive it visually, only feeling its presence. Yet, here stood this young girl, capable of seeing it with her naked eye. How utterly absurd. The energy of heaven and earth is colorless, tasteless, formless, and shapeless. Even he could merely sense it. How could Xiao Yuan actually see it? He knew well that the transparent and white hue she perceived were not the true colors and forms of this energy, but rather a manifestation of her ability to feel and see it. Indeed, Xiao Yuan curiously remarked, "How strange. They swirl around you, then vanish into your body." Tine Yo took a deep breath. At that moment, he could be 100% certain that what Xiao Yuan saw was indeed the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. For his own cultivation method involved continuously absorbing and refining this energy in precisely such a manner. Xiao Yozi suddenly grasped something. His gaze towards Xiao Yuan tinged with a hint of astonishment. "Is it true, Tine Yo?" Can one truly see the ethereal energy? Tainyo, equally astonished, responded. I thought only those with cultivation at least at Brother Zhang's level could sit. I never expected Xiao Yuaner to be able to do so. The Chen family head was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend every word spoken by Xiao Yuaner and Tainyo, yet when pieced together, their meaning eluded him. My lords, what are you discussing with Xiao Yuaner? I cannot fathom it. It is only natural that you find it incomprehensible. Tainyo's expression turned grave. Your daughter may possess the innate talent for cultivating immortality. The Chen family head was left in a state of utter confusion. Are you suggesting that my daughter can become a martial artist? But that seems impossible. When she was young, we hired a martial arts master. Yet her progress in body training was painfully slow, and even with medicinal baths, she could barely absorb a mere 10%. The head of the Chen family quickly interjected. We precisely deemed her lacking in martial talent, and, given our family's limited means, decided to abandon that path. Tiniu gazed deeply at the head of the Chen family before responding. She possesses the aptitude for cultivating immortality rather than for martial arts. Our dojo is dedicated to the path of immortals, not to the practice of martial disciplines. The head of the Chen family appeared momentarily stunned. To him, the sect of immortality was merely a new branch of martial arts. Head of the Chen family, your family has indeed struck a stroke of luck, little Lu remarked, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Such talent is something even senior brother Zhang Ting lacks. Little Yuaner is bound to become a formidable immortal cultivator. The head of the Chun family stammered. Are you implying that little Yuaner can practice martial arts? Not martial arts. Tiniu shook his head. She can cultivate immortality. Chapter 52. The Eighth Refinement. Zhang Zhong. Cultivating immortality? The head of the Qin family stood in stunned silence, then abruptly came to his senses. Regardless of the terminology, martial practice or otherwise, Tiniu had just informed him that little Yuaner could embark on this new path, which felt akin to a boon from the heavens. Is that truly the case? Can little Yuaner genuinely cultivate? Indeed. Tiniu nodded with a smile before turning his serious gaze towards little Yuaner. Little Yuaner, do you wish to cultivate immortality? Can I also become a martial artist? Little Yuaner asked, her face alight with joy. Tiniu confidently replied with a smile. Becoming an immortal cultivator is far more formidable than being a martial artist. Is that so? Little Yuaner's innocent gaze was filled with longing. I aspire to cultivate immortality. Very well, Lin Bei responded. Once I've attended to some matters, I shall bring you back to the Taoist temple. If you can pass my master's trials, you shall become my third junior sister. Little Yuaner inquired with curiosity. Third junior sister? Our sixth brother and Tainyo elder and second senior brothers? Upon hearing this, little Lu Zi's face flushed with shame. I have not yet formally entered the sect. I am merely an apprentice. Tainyo is my master's second disciple. Little Yuaner responded with a soft "oh." Tainyo chuckled and patted little Lu Zi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The eldest senior brother is called Zhang Tong. He is exceptionally skilled. On the other side, within the Taoist temple, Lin Bei was alone in his room, practicing his cultivation through meditation. The eighth refinement is complete. After the eighth refinement, he distinctly perceived that the entire world had become much clearer. Wherever his eyes fell, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was almost omnipresent. This spiritual energy operated according to a unique set of principles. What could be sensed was the spiritual energy, and what existed but could not be sensed was the very fabric of existence. The Tao of mastering the law must be about manipulating the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth through these principles. As his cultivation deepened, Lin Bei increasingly understood the profundity of the realm of mastering the law. However, he could not penetrate its essence. To comprehend the Tao of mastering the law, I must rely on Zhang Tong. Lin Bei murmured to himself, resolving to emerge from his seclusion and observe. At that moment, Zhang Tong was cultivating within the Taoist temple. Lin Bei carefully observed that Zhang Tong had gradually entered the zone, and his progress in the seventh refinement had greatly improved. It seems that in 3 days, he will be able to complete the seventh refinement entirely. Lin Bei was quite impressed. Zhang Tong's progress far exceeded his expectations, advancing much more swiftly than he had anticipated. Clearly, in his quest to enhance his cultivation, Zhang Tong had exerted tremendous effort. Master Lin, you have arrived? Mu Qingyue, who had been observing Zhang Tong's training at the dojo, approached him upon noticing Lin Bei's presence. Miss Mu, have you been watching Zhang Tong's training all this time? Lin Bei inquired. Mu Qingyue nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Tong's practice, whether in Tai Chi or meditation, evokes an oddly intriguing sensation within me. Lin Bei, slightly curious, asked, "What do you find peculiar about it?" I can't shake the feeling that he is gathering martial intent, yet simultaneously seems to be accumulating momentum. A delicate balance between martial intent and momentum. Mu Qingwei explained. Lin Bei realized that this young lady had been comparing Zhang Teng's abilities to martial arts. "That is because we are cultivators," he replied calmly. "The distinction between cultivators and martial artists is indeed fascinating," Mu Qingwei remarked, her expression tinged with regret. "Alas, I find myself unable to enter this realm." Lin Bei remained noncommittal. "Master Lin, it seems that entering the realm of cultivators is rather arduous. I've heard that some disciples have trained for over a year without making any progress," Mu Qingwei inquired. Lin Bei nodded. "Their opportunity has not yet arrived. One cannot force such matters. I find myself increasingly eager for the forthcoming fair outcome," Mu Qingwei remarked with a playful smile. Just as she was about to say something further, her brow furrowed in sudden realization. A formidable presence approaches. Indeed, as her words echoed. A stooped elder made his way into the dojo. As Lin Bei gazed upon the figure before him, he discerned that the individual had surpassed the age of 80. Despite his stooped posture, an aura of profound danger emanated from him. The moment this man arrived, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire dojo. As if the very air had thickened. What could be the matter? Why does it feel as though breathing has become laborious? Indeed, it seemed as though their bodies had grown significantly heavier. Many apprentices exchanged perplexed glances. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the man at the entrance of the dojo. "Who are you?" inquired one of the apprentices, stepping forward. The old man said nothing but shot a glance at him, causing the apprentice to stagger back several paces, his legs trembling. "Where is Zhang Teng?" The old man spoke slowly. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated in the ears like a thunderclap. "This is an imposing presence." Mu Qingwei raised her brow, a master-level expert. At this moment, Zhang Teng stepped forward towards the old man, his gaze filled with curiosity. "Brother Zhang, do you have any idea who this person is? He seems extraordinarily formidable." Zhang Teng's face reflected his bewilderment. "He looks somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before." As he spoke, a sudden realization struck Zhang Teng. "I remember now. I encountered him in the Zhang family ancestral hall." Arriving before the old man, Zhang Teng scrutinized him closely and gasped in astonishment. "You are Zhang Zhong? You are not dead?" Upon hearing this, the old man's imposing presence immediately dissipated, and he regarded Zhang Teng with a warm smile. "So you are Zhang Teng? Indeed, you possess the bloodline of the Zhang family, bearing a resemblance to Xiao Yong." Zhang Zhong remarked calmly. "I come to you with a singular question. If the Zhang family assists you in resolving the matters concerning the Prince of Nanyang and absolves the past transgressions regarding Zhang Tao's demise, would you consider returning to the Zhang family?" Zhang Zhong, with unyielding directness, immediately conveyed his stance. Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon cast a resolute gaze toward Zhang Zhong. The rift between them had not formed overnight. Having severed ties, there was no possibility of reconciliation. Zhang Zhong, slightly taken aback, fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he inquired again, "If the Zhang family were to overlook Zhang Tao's affair and assist you with the troubles surrounding the Prince of Nanyang, could the declaration of war be rescinded?" This time, Zhang Teng's response was even more steadfast. "Absolutely not." Zhang Zhong was taken aback. He gazed deeply at Zhang Teng, struggling to comprehend. After all, Zhang Teng was of the Zhang lineage. Having made such concessions, why was he still unwilling to yield? "Why?" Zhang Zhong pressed on. "I have long severed all ties with the Zhang family. Now that enmity has been established, there is no need to suppress it. It is far better to resolve it completely, thus attaining clarity of thought." Zhang Teng replied coldly. "This declaration of war embodies my resolve." "Excellent. A commendable clarity of thought and a remarkable stance," Zhang Zhong exclaimed with fervor, his eyes flickering with a glint of coldness. "It appears that you, with your rebellious spirit, cannot be allowed to remain." Lin Bei felt a tightening in his chest. At the moment Zhang Zhong unabashedly revealed his murderous intent, Lin Bei experienced a sensation akin to suffocation. In that instant, he suddenly grasped the sheer magnitude of the so-called power wielded by a martial arts master. Turning his gaze toward Zhang Teng, he noted that although Zhang Teng continued to grit his teeth in defiance, his legs trembled involuntarily. This is not an indication of his fear, but rather an instinctive response of the body. A martial arts master exhibits such formidable prowess. Without waiting for Lin Bei to speak, Mu Qingwei charged forward. "Zhang Zhong, I am the official witness of the challenge from the main hall. What do you intend to do before the 10 days are up? Chapter 53. A Battle of Wits? Let us see who can intimidate the other more. The Qingyan main hall. Zhang Zhong abruptly turned his head, the power in his gaze akin to a mountain pressing down. At the moment he locked eyes with Mu Qingyue, her heart seemed to stop. A chilling intent to kill struck her like a cold blade, slashing directly at her heart. Her steps faltered. Such a terrifying aura of murder. Mu Qingyue's pupils constricted. She understood that the overwhelming force approaching her was imbued with a deadly intent, born from the slaughter of countless beings. Just then, a yawn echoed from a distance. Accompanying this sound, Mu Qingyue suddenly felt her body relax. The previous sensation dissipated like an illusion. A shock coursed through Zhang Zhong's heart. Is there another expert present? Someone has silently shattered his imposing aura. Zhang Zhong slightly furrowed his brow and abruptly turned to look. There, by the stone table, Lin Bei leaned casually against a wooden chair, nonchalantly picking up the bitter mountain tea on the table and stirring it lightly. As if sensing Zhang Zhong's gaze, Lin Bei slowly remarked, "Are you here to challenge us, sir?" Zhang Zhong remained silent, his eyes narrowing as murderous intent surged forth, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. However, the moment his aura solidified, Lin Bei suddenly snorted disdainfully. Humph! With that cold snort, Zhang Zhong's oppressive force evaporated in an instant. Zhang Zhong's heart sank with fear. Previously, his imposing aura had merely been disrupted, leading to its dissipating. But this time, the person before him had directly shattered his presence. A master. Zhang Zhong's heart silently acknowledged this, and a flicker of wariness passed through his gaze as he regarded Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei's heart raced with anxiety as well. Confronting Zhang Zhong, he had envisioned countless battle scenarios, yet each time he faced utter defeat, with no prospect of victory. The principle of overcoming the strong with the weak seemed utterly ineffective against Zhang Zhong. In this instant, Lin Bei comprehended the stark contrast between a master-level warrior and one who merely grasped the essence of martial arts. Thus, Lin Bei realized he must instill fear in his opponent. Otherwise, with the murderous intent he currently harbored, should he unleash his full strength, the consequences would be dire. His only leverage to intimidate Zhang Zhong lay in his ability to disrupt the aura after refining his spirit. He simply needed to synchronize his mental will with the celestial spiritual energy, employing the method of breathing to infuse it into the realm of presence, thereby dismantling and even obliterating it. The existence of presence is governed by a unique set of rules. By undermining these rules, he could naturally disrupt the presence itself. Although Lin Bei possessed the capability to dismantle presence, he understood through countless simulations that what he could disrupt was merely the aura, a singular manifestation of presence. In a genuine confrontation, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. The more dire the situation, the less he could afford to panic. As a seasoned deceiver, Lin Bei was adept in this art. Therefore, he adopted a demeanor of nonchalance, leisurely sipping his tea as he spoke. Might you not engage in a civilized conversation? Lin Bei gradually rose to his feet, his gaze toward Zhang Zhong radiating confidence. His expression exuded an air of confidence, as if he had everything planned out. His demeanor was as serene as a gentle breeze on a clear day. Indeed, his performance intensified Zhang Zhong's wariness towards him. I realized that Zhang Tong's reliance was none other than him. Although cautious, Zhang Zhong was still inclined to probe further, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. If I can disperse my own power, I would very much like to witness your remarkable skills. Zhang Zhong's words held profound meaning. He expressed a desire to learn, but did not commit to it. This is the art of conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's heart raced. Was he not intimidated? Though anxious, Lin Bei, well-versed in the art of persuasion, understood that it was precisely in such moments that one must assert dominance. Therefore, his expression remained unperturbed, and his gaze deliberately flickered with a hint of menace. It seems you are not inclined to leave this arena alive. Upon utterance of these words, the entire room erupted in astonishment. Mu Qingyue was equally taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Lin Bei's intent to kill. Indeed, the previously imposing Zhang Zhong suddenly broke into a smile, shifting his tone. I came here primarily to meet Zhang Tong. Now that I have encountered him, and also the notary from the Qingyuan General Pavilion, under such circumstances, I shall graciously welcome you all within my family. With that, Zhang Zhong turned on his heel, almost without looking back. As he departed, Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. The old man had previously regarded him with a flicker of trepidation. which Lin Bei had keenly detected. Moreover, when Zhang Zhong spoke of seeking counsel, there was no trace of combativeness. What did this imply? It was merely a facade to intimidate him. As a master of deception, Lin Bei discerned Zhang Zhong's bluster at a glance. He understood that in such moments, one must not show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, if this cunning old fox detected it, a confrontation would be inevitable. Thus, Lin Bei adopted a strategy of retreating by advancing. Zhang Zhong indeed took a step back. However, as Zhang withdrew, Lin Bei sensed something amiss. His pace seemed unusually slow. What does a slow departure signify? A probe. If he were to let him go too easily, Zhang Zhong might perceive it as a display of bravado, an attempt to intimidate him. Lin Bei realized that any further probing would solidify his suspicions. Sure enough, at that moment, Zhang Zhong abruptly turned his gaze toward Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong, although you have issued a challenge and possess the impartiality of the main hall, it does not guarantee your safe passage to the Zhang family. This journey is fraught with difficulty. What was this? A threat? This old trickster was likely testing me. Lin Bei mused. He understood that if he allowed this to unfold unchecked, Zhang Zhong would likely not depart easily and might even concoct an excuse to spar with him. If it came to that, he would be in a dire predicament. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Bei spoke up. Did I grant you permission to leave? You dare threaten my disciple and still wish to exit the dojo? Indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Bei distinctly felt Zhang Zhong's composure falter, a profound wariness flickering in his eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Zhong halt, Lin Bei inwardly prayed that Zhang Zhong would swiftly reveal his trump card. At that moment, he could take advantage of the situation to allow Zhang Zhong to depart. Otherwise, he would find himself in an inextricable dilemma. Precisely. The reason Lin Bei was so assertive was that he sensed Zhang Zhong possessed a hidden card, a confidence that prompted such testing. After all, ever since this fellow arrived at the dojo, his persuasion of Zhang Tong was permeated with the essence of a cunning schemer. Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Zhong spoke up. I am a general stationed at the border. Look at this. He produced a peculiar token. Mu Qingyue gasped, the border general's command. Immediately, she turned to Lin Bei. Master Lin, let him go. A person bearing the border general's command cannot be harmed without just cause. Otherwise, it would lead to considerable trouble from the border authorities. Lin Bei felt a sense of relief within. Indeed, this old rascal was merely testing him and possessed his own trump card. His instincts for deception had proven unfaltering. Humph. Lin Bei deliberately snorted coldly, saying nothing, and simply sat down. This tacitly allowed Zhang Zhong to depart. Observing this, Zhang Zhong too breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that Lin Bei's enigmatic nature made him wary, yet he harbored some disbelief that such a master could exist in this place. Consequently, he resolved to test further, and each time, Lin Bei's performance unequivocally demonstrated his prowess. Zhang Zhong's boldness stemmed from another reason. Mu Qingyue was also present. With her as a witness, he felt emboldened to probe further, for he understood that as long as he presented the border general's command, Mu Qingyue would never allow him to be detained. Everything unfolded as he anticipated, and indeed, Mu Qingyue obstructed Lin Bei. Little did he realize, Lin Bei was merely displaying his acting skills while discerning his thoughts. Before Zhang Zhong could exhale in relief, Lin Bei had already done so ahead of him. In a fleeting exchange of words, two individuals engaged in a contest of wits, each harboring at least 800 schemes. Chapter 54, My Disciple, Iron Bull, is a peerless genius. Zhang Zhong wasted no words. This time, he quickened his pace as he departed. Indeed, this was the appropriate speed for his exit. Once Zhang Zhong's figure vanished, Lin Bei finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. The martial arts world is not to be underestimated. Although he had achieved the 8th level of refinement, he was still leagues away from the realm of martial arts masters. Two words resonated in his mind: mastery of techniques. I must comprehend the mastery of techniques, for without it, I could never hope to contend with this individual. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei cast a glance at Zhang Tong, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Master, I appreciate your concern. Zhang Tong was profoundly moved at this moment. Lin Bei's statement, dare to threaten my disciple and still wish to leave the dojo, only deepened Zhang Tong's respect for him. Lin Bei felt a twinge of guilt. His intention had merely been to intimidate Zhang Zhong, using Zhang Tong as a pretext. He had been preoccupied with the psychological duel against Zhang Zhong. However, Lin Bei soon brushed aside this guilt. After all, from the perspective of evaluating actions rather than intentions, Zhang Teng's respect for him was entirely justified. He could bear it. No matter, let us focus on diligent training. Lin Bei smiled gently, his eyes nearly overflowing with expectation for Zhang Teng. Excellent. I shall devote myself to my training. Zhang Teng's spirit soared. Should he succeed in refining his spirit, what could Zhang Zhong do? Perhaps he could indeed take a chance. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei found himself rather speechless. Did Zhang Teng harbor some misconception regarding the seventh refinement? Let alone the seventh refinement, even the ninth would prove insufficient against Zhang Zhong. This was a conclusion he had personally derived through combat simulations. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bei resolved to offer a subtle hint. The 9 refinements of the Tao body are merely foundational. Even with the commencement of spirit refinement at the 7th stage, one must not succumb to hubris. Grandmasters are not mere ornaments. Evidently, these words immediately conveyed Lin Bei's meaning to Zhang Teng, who appeared somewhat dejected. Master, the 7th refinement offers a significant boost. Yet even so, victory remains unattainable? Observing this, Lin Bei promptly adopted a stern demeanor. Even the 9th refinement would be insufficient. Zhang Zheng is a grandmaster-level martial artist, unless... Zhang Teng's eyes flickered with anticipation. Unless what? Lin Bei then commenced the dispensing of motivational rhetoric. Unless you can comprehend the path of mystical control. With the augmentation of mystical control, even with merely the 9 refinements of the Tao body, an opportunity may yet present itself. In this instance, Lin Bei was purely administering a shot of adrenaline to Zhang Teng, for he himself remained uncertain of the potency of mystical control. His sole intention was to encourage Zhang Teng to diligently pursue the comprehension of mystical control after the 7th refinement. Regardless of the extent of Zhang Teng's cultivation within the 10-day period, Lin Bei was confident in his own ability to swiftly advance to the 9th refinement. Upon comprehending mystical control, his strength would surge exponentially. Only with the capacity to contend against Zhang Zhong could he confidently face the impending 10-day engagement. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, a fervent longing ignited within Zhang Teng's eyes, his fists clenched tightly, brimming with resolve. Master, I will strive diligently. I shall personally kick aside all obstacles, even if it involves confronting a master like Zhang Zhong. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei cast a gaze of encouragement towards him. Mu Qingyue, however, was left in a state of astonishment. Why did she perceive something amiss within this sect of cultivators? What qualifications did a mere 7th-level practitioner possess to comprehend any profound techniques? If such comprehension were achieved, could one truly have a chance against a master? Was there such a vast disparity in strength within this sect? She recalled the words from the main hall, stating that a significant disparity in cultivation indicated immaturity. Yet, it appeared that the sect of cultivators was remarkably mature. Unbeknownst to her, the practitioners had once again shrouded themselves in an air of mystery in her eyes. Just at that moment, a messenger pigeon descended from the heavens. Mu Qingyue, somewhat taken aback, unfolded the note carried by the pigeon, revealing an expression of shock. After tucking the note away, she approached Lin Bei's side. Lin, what is the matter? Lin Bei inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. The head of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall, Cheng, has accused your dojo of aggressively recruiting merchants within their jurisdiction while favoring one merchant over another, Mu Qingyue explained. Moreover, he mentioned that the martial artists of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall are of no help, as Tainyo is particularly domineering. He requests that we, the main hall, take charge of this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively chuckled. Is Liuhe Martial Arts Hall still in existence? Mu Qingyue blinked in surprise, then let out a wry smile. Of course it is. Although it seems Cheng has suffered a severe setback, Xiao Bao's formidable strength barely sustains the hall. What are your thoughts on this? Do you intend to mediate on behalf of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall? In this regard, Lin Bei found it quite reasonable. After all, Zhang Teng had initially requested the headquarters to mediate with the Zhou family in Nanyang. It could be said that the grievances between you and the Liuhe Martial Arts School are well understood by our headquarters. There are unspoken rules among martial arts schools that cannot be brought to light, and it is quite justifiable for you to seize opportunities for merchants. Mu Qingyue smiled and remarked, however, I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. Miss Mu, do you believe our dojo to be unreasonable? Mu Qingyue shook her head and replied, your dojo adheres to principles and treats others with kindness. Recently, individuals from Qingyun town have sent people here to learn the ways of cultivation, and you have not turned them away. Moreover, you often allow your apprentices to assist local residents in farming. Lin Bei chuckled. If that is the case, why then worry about Tainyo acting recklessly? I trust he knows better. Mu Qingyue nodded in agreement, indeed. After this exchange, Mu Qingyue returned to her correspondence, where she noted a line stating that the headquarters is continuously monitoring the developments of this matter. Upon the delivery of this letter to the Liuhe Martial Arts School, Zhao Bao, filled with rage, tore the letter to shreds. Damn it! What does continuously monitoring even mean? Is this an implicit endorsement of the dojo's actions? Bear with it. Sighed the helpless Chung Guanju. The attention from the headquarters is, at the very least, a good thing. It provides us with an excuse to refuse any aggressive actions from the dojo before they attempt to kick us out. Besides, what choice do we have? We cannot even defeat Zhang Tong. I recently heard that he bested a master from the Zhang family who had manifested martial intent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bao and the others felt utterly deflated, as if air had been let out of a balloon. The dojo has now established itself as a second-tier establishment, while their third-rate martial arts school is indeed not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, on the other side, Iron Bull presides over the Chun family's fabric shop, while Xiao Liuzi, accompanied by several apprentices from the dojo, assists the head of the Chun family in dispensing justice. With time on his hands, Iron Bull diligently practices his martial arts there. Each of his movements exudes an intense ferocity, creating the illusion of a human warrior. In the second round, he succeeded. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, Iron Bull took a deep breath, withdrawing his fists and standing tall. Iron Bull, you are so impressive, Xiao Yuaner exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration as she observed Iron Bull's technique. Xiao Yuan, what I do pales in comparison to senior brother Zhang's prowess. You will come to understand this in time. Oh, Xiao Yuan shrank her neck slightly, then inquired, your martial arts are truly magnificent. May I learn from you? Iron Bull gently ruffled Xiao Yuaner's hair, his tone laced with fondness as he replied, Xiao Yuaner, to learn martial arts, one must first have a foundation. If Master consents to your training, I would certainly be able to teach you. Must it be Master's approval? Can't you teach me? Xiao Yuaner pouted, playfully tugging at Iron Bull. Having never encountered such a situation, Iron Bull responded affectionately, my technique is somewhat unique and may not be suitable for you. Thus, it requires Master's judgment. If it turns out you are not suited for it, my instruction could inadvertently lead you astray. Oh, Xiao Yuaner puffed her cheeks, seemingly dissatisfied. But I really want to learn your martial arts. They look so impressive. Iron Bull, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested, how about I teach you the authentic Tai Chi? That is certainly a style you can learn. Really? Xiao Yuaner's eyes sparkled with eagerness upon hearing this. Absolutely. My martial arts technique is fundamentally rooted in Tai Chi, which I have creatively adapted. As Tainyo spoke, he began instructing Xiao Yuan in the practice of Tai Chi initially. Tainyo exhibited great patience. However, after an hour of teaching, and witnessing Xiao Yuan struggle to maintain a proper horse stance, he gradually began to lose his composure. Doubts began to creep in. Does Xiao Yuan truly possess the innate talent for cultivation? The stance she was adopting was difficult to articulate. Tainyo, do you think I lack the talent for cultivation? Am I truly inept at practicing martial arts? Tainyo, rendered speechless, gazed into Xiao Yuan's sparkling eyes and eventually sighed. There is no doubt that you possess talent. However, your practice of Tai Chi appears less than ideal, and it is also possible that my teaching methods are lacking. After further instruction, they finally managed to establish a correct horse stance, and Tainyo seized the opportunity to delve into the comprehension of the Nine-Yang technique. Time passed. The following day, at the dojo, with the dawn breaking, Lin Bei sensed that he was nearing the 9th refinement. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Your disciple Tainyo has comprehended the Nine-Yang technique. Entry into the first yang. Your first yang of the Nine-Yang technique is now perfected. Tainyo has finally attained enlightenment. Lin Bei's heart swelled with joy. A torrent of knowledge surged forth, elevating his understanding of his own energy channels to an extraordinary level. As this knowledge was absorbed, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. The first yang of the Nine-Yang technique could potentially double his combat power by unlocking the latent potential within his energy channels. I always knew Tainyo was a genius, a prodigy unlike any other, entirely distinct from Zhang Tong. Chapter 55, Astonishing. The Nine-Yang Dao art. Prior to Tainyo's creation of the Nine-Yang Dao art, Lin Bei possessed an understanding of its underlying principles. However, it was only upon the actual genesis of the art that Lin Bei truly apprehended the chasm between mere conceptualization and tangible reality. The disparity between Tai Nyo's initial vision and the ultimate manifestation of the Nine-Yang Dao art was considerable. This realization was particularly acute after Lin Bei attained the consummation of the first Yang. Tai Nyo had ingeniously interwoven the principles of Tai Chi, incorporating the ceaseless cycle of mutual generation and subjugation into the Nine-Yang Dao art. Ultimately, he partitioned all of his acupoints into 9 grand cycles, predicated on the interactions between them. The first Yang, in essence, constituted the inaugural cycle. While seemingly straightforward, Lin Bei discovered upon achieving the first Yang zenith that the interplay and reciprocal relationships between acupoints were intricate, profound, and even necessitated precise regulation of the influx of spiritual energy into each acupoint to sustain the cycle. Furthermore, the successful cultivation of the first Yang demanded constant vigilance in maintaining the acupoint cycle and respiration. Hence, the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique, which ingrained the memory into the body's instincts, proved indispensable. The Nine-Yang Dao art was undeniably potent, yet its intricacy surpassed even the Tai Chi breathing technique comprehended by Zhang Teng. This realization filled Lin Bei with profound astonishment. Such a profound technique was truly prodigious. Soon, Lin Bei successfully cultivated the first Yang of the Nine-Yang Dao art. Sensing the circulation of spiritual energy within his acupoints, he could not help but exclaim, "This technique is unlikely to be imparted to Zhang Teng. Only Tai Nyo and I are capable of mastering it." Tai Nyo's prowess is attributed to his innate talent and the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique. In contrast, Lin Bei has integrated the Tai Chi breathing method into the Zhou Tian technique during his 4th breakthrough. Zhang Teng has not mastered the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing technique, rendering him incapable of autonomously absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, thereby hindering his cultivation of this method. As time passed, the following day arrived. Tai Nyo and the other apprentices, including Xiao Yozi, returned. Upon their arrival at the dojo, they encountered Lin Bei and Zhang Teng practicing martial arts. "Master, we are back," Tai Nyo exclaimed as he hurriedly approached Lin Bei. "Have you accomplished your task?" Lin Bei inquired, casting a glance at the timid yet curious Xiao Yuan, who was hiding behind Tai Nyo. "Indeed, I persuaded 18 shops to establish roads and bridges in our village and to build their establishments." Tai Nyo proudly reported the success of their mission to Qingyun Town. "Next, we can venture to the surrounding villages and even to Qingyun Town to recruit more shops and residents to settle down," he continued. "Excellent." Lin Bei nodded in approval, pleasantly surprised by Tai Nyo's reliability in handling matters. At this moment, Tai Nyo appeared somewhat bashful, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. Master, I have a few more matters I wish to report to you." "Speak," Lin Bei encouraged. Tai Nyo then pulled Xiao Yuan forward, presenting her to Lin Bei. "Master, this is Xiao Yuan, the daughter of the Chun family's cloth merchant. Initially, I believed she possessed talent for cultivation." As he spoke, a look of uncertainty flickered in Tai Nyo's eyes. "However, when I taught her Tai Chi, I discovered that her aptitude for martial arts was exceedingly poor. She could not even maintain a stable horse stance, and her Tai Chi practice was difficult to articulate." Lin Bei exhibited a look of perplexity. Wasn't this a clear indication of a lack of talent? Why would such a composed individual as Tai Nyo assert that she possessed a gift? Before Lin Bei could voice his thoughts, Mu Qingyue, standing nearby, inquired first, "Isn't Tai Chi the foundational principle for entering the path of cultivation? If she lacks talent in Tai Chi, it seems improbable that she could embark on this journey. What does this have to do with possessing innate abilities for cultivation?" Though Lin Bei remained silent, his gaze seemed to echo the inquiry. Observing this, Tai Nyo promptly explained, "Master, the reason I believe she possesses the talent for cultivation is that she can perceive the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth." Mu Qingyue wore an expression of confusion and curiosity. Yet, at that moment, Lin Bei could not suppress his astonishment. "What? She can see the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth? The spiritual energy is formless, colorless, and tasteless. How could it possibly be seen?" It was only during his 7th refinement that he could, in a certain sense, begin to see the rules governing the spiritual energy in the natural world. Indeed, Tai Nyo then turned to Xiao Yuaner and said, "Xiao Yuaner, please share your experience. How do you perceive the spiritual energy?" Although Lin Bei was amiable, Xiao Yuana felt a twinge of trepidation at the reverence and respect that her admired Tai Nyo showed towards Lin Bei. I see white points of light surrounding brother Tai Nyo," moving in a beautiful trajectory before finally merging into his body. As she spoke, Xiao Yuaner animatedly gestured with her little hand, as if illustrating a small circle. Lin Bei was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Tainyo, who seemed to believe that by employing the Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing technique, the natural spiritual energy of the universe enveloped him, precisely mirroring what Xiao Yuaner had described. Is it truly visible? Lin Bei was astounded, then turned his gaze towards Tainyo. Have you taught her Tai Chi? Indeed. Tainyo promptly nodded, emphasizing. I taught her the fundamentals of Tai Chi. Lin Bei pondered thoughtfully. Master, does she possess the talent for cultivation? Absolutely. Lin Bei asserted emphatically. It is no joke. If one can perceive the natural spiritual energy and even the changes in its rules, how could one lack the talent for cultivation? In many respects, such a gift is astonishingly formidable. However, it is evident that Xiao Yuaner is ill-suited to begin with Tai Chi. Master, if she truly has talent, why is she unable to even grasp the basics of Tai Chi? Lin Bei explained, the essence of Tai Chi lies in the practice of the form, allowing one to comprehend the natural spiritual energy, ultimately leading to the realization of the breathing technique and the eventual entrance into the realm of cultivation. Tainyo was struck with a sudden understanding. Xiao Liuzi, quick-witted as ever, immediately inquired, Master, do you mean to suggest that Xiao Yuaner might not require Tai Chi as a foundation and could directly practice the breathing technique? Upon hearing this, the disciples in the dojo erupted in astonishment. Is that true? Can one truly practice the breathing technique directly? How extraordinary! Even senior brother Zhang Teng cannot accomplish that. The disciples were taken aback, and even Zhang Teng, not far away, paused his practice, intrigued by the unfolding conversation. Lin Bei merely smiled faintly, for this was also his sentiment. After all, one must not speak too definitively. Such is his philosophy of life. It is indeed possible. Whether it holds true, however, will depend on her ability to comprehend the art of breathing and meditation. Although Lin Bei did not provide a definitive answer, the expressions of many gazing at Xiao Yuaner shifted noticeably. At this moment, Lin Bei turned to Xiao Yuaner, inquiring kindly, Is your name Xiao Yuaner? Yes. Xiao Yuaner is my childhood name. My surname is Qin. A hint of shyness glimmered in Xiao Yuaner's sparkling eyes, as Lin Bei exuded an aura of authority without anger. Lin Bei then asked with a smile, Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master and join the Taoist temple? Chapter 56, 9 Refinements. Mastery of the Law. The dawn of a new realm. Upon Lin Bei's words, many disciples of the temple revealed expressions of envy. Within the temple, there exists an unwritten rule. To take on a master, one must first cross the threshold and grasp the art of breathing and meditation. Although all present were disciples of the temple, they were acutely aware that they were merely outer disciples at this stage. Now, with Lin Bei directly inquiring if Xiao Yuaner wished to take him as her master, how could they not feel envious? I am willing. Iron Bull had long discussed the temple with Xiao Yuaner. Understanding the rarity of such an opportunity, she answered without hesitation. Excellent. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. In these days, familiarize yourself with the temple, and once your senior brother completes his training, you may learn the art of breathing and meditation from him. Lin Bei's management of the situation was impeccable. I understand, Master. A flicker of joy passed through Xiao Yuaner's eyes. During the time she spent alone with Tinyu, she came to appreciate the formidable prowess of cultivators. Although she was aware that Tinyu had only recently embarked on his journey, the combat strength he displayed before her far surpassed that of seasoned martial artists. This realization instilled in her a profound admiration for cultivators. Coming from a well-to-do family, she had been exposed to martial arts training from a young age, yet she comprehended the arduousness of martial cultivation. She understood the challenges involved in refining the body, including the strengthening of bones, internal organs, and the circulation of vital energy, all of which demanded substantial resources. Therefore, the revelation that Tinyu, a cultivator who had only just begun his path, could wield such immense power with seemingly little resource expenditure left her utterly astounded. Gradually, she began to perceive that cultivators and martial artists might belong to entirely different realms of existence. As time flowed, the entire dojo immersed itself in practice, and Lin Bei naturally dedicated himself to his endeavors. 2 days later, within the confines of his secluded chamber, Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, radiating an intense brilliance. A mystical aura seemed to emanate from the corners of his eyes, signaling the completion of his 9th refinement of the Tao body. With the successful culmination of this 9th refinement, Not only could he perceive the ethereal energies and cosmic laws permeating the world, but his body also resonated harmoniously with these invisible principles. The next step was to harness this celestial energy, mastering the art of controlling it. This mastery involved understanding the operational rules of the celestial energies and influencing them through sheer will, utilizing the vital energy within his body to command them. Yet, Lin Bei soon found himself confronted with a perplexing challenge. After all, the Tai Chi breathing technique, when used to temper the physical body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, had already integrated with flesh and blood, becoming an inseparable part of the body. To mobilize it would be immensely difficult. Mastering techniques would be the true watershed. Never mind, I'll leave this to Zhang Tong, Lin Bei conceded. He understood that his comprehension was truly lacking. At that moment, Lin Bei heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Master, are you there? Zhang Tong. Lin Bei promptly responded, enter. As Zhang Tong entered, a hint of delight appeared on Lin Bei's face. He could discern that Zhang Tong had already reached the 7th stage of body refinement and was beginning to cultivate his spirit. Master, I have already reached the 7th stage of body refinement. May I be taught the way of techniques? Indeed, Lin Bei had been prepared for this. One was eager to teach, and the other was eager to learn, a perfect meeting of minds. Tunger, today I shall impart to you the way of techniques. Zhang Tong immediately knelt before Lin Bei, his expression extremely earnest, fearing to miss a single word. Lin Bei wasted no time and began to impart the framework of techniques that he had devised. All things have their principles. All things have their way. The so-called way of techniques is to capture the rules of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to influence it, control it, and command it with one's own will. Mastering techniques is to command the rules by which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth operates. Lin Bei spoke for a full 10 minutes in one breath. He now understood how to fabricate cultivation methods. Therefore, the techniques he imparted to Zhang Tong were mostly frameworks and directions. As for the content, there was absolutely none. Lin Bei understood that only in this manner could he fully unleash Zhang Tong's innate understanding. What is this called? It is aptly referred to as the correct method of utilizing a disciple. After imparting his knowledge, Lin Bei gazed at the entranced Zhang Tong and felt an overwhelming joy within. Indeed, this method of teaching yielded results far superior to those before. Zhang Tong had plunged directly into a state of enlightenment. Lin Bei could even perceive a mysterious aura of Tao flowing around him. This ethereal essence granted Lin Bei the illusion of soaring through the profound intricacies of the Tao. What exactly was he comprehending? How astonishing! Lin Bei was taken aback, as he sensed an instinctive intuition that Zhang Tong's grasp of the art of control was extraordinarily formidable. This young man inherently believed that this mastery could allow him to contend against grandmaster-level warriors. Perhaps this belief was the very source of his terrifying comprehension of the art. Previously, Lin Bei had engaged in simulations against Zhang Zhong, losing each time despite countless iterations. Realizing the insurmountable gap in their realms, he understood that even at the 9th refinement of the Tao body, one could not stand against a grandmaster. Now, with Zhang Tong's understanding of the art of control, he instinctively felt that even as a 7th refinement of the Tao body, he stood a chance of victory. This young man had been subdued by Zhang Zhong's overwhelming presence. Surely, he comprehended the disparity between himself and a grandmaster. After a while, Lin Bei sensed that the spiritual energy of the entire seclusion chamber was rejoicing in the Tao rhythm that Zhang Tong was contemplating. As time passed, Lin Bei noticed that even after 2 hours of enlightenment, Zhang Tong showed no signs of halting. Without further ado, he approached the door and hung a sign that read, "Do not disturb." This time, what kind of surprise were you preparing for me? Observing Zhang Tong in the midst of his epiphany, Lin Bei's heart swelled with anticipation. Meanwhile, outside, Tainyo seemed to sense something amiss. Casting a bewildered glance towards Lin Bei's secluded chamber. "What is the matter, Brother Tainyo?" Xiao Yuan inquired with curious eyes. "I feel it. The legendary Tao rhythm." "Tao rhythm? What is that?" Xiao Yuan asked, intrigued. "Our master has taught us that cultivators are, in essence, seekers of the Tao. The Tao is imperceptible, unseen, and inexpressible. It transcends existence and non-existence, yet remains elusive. The so-called Tao rhythm signifies that someone is comprehending the Tao." "Oh," Xiao Yuan responded, somewhat enlightened. She understood that the comprehension of the Tao was accompanied by the flow of the Tao rhythm, and that senior brother Zhang Tong was extraordinarily formidable. "Xiao Yuan, in which direction do you see anything?" Tainyo suddenly felt inspired to ask. I can see many white points of light, swirling like a vortex. Flowing into Master S room, Xiao Yuan replied candidly. That is, seeing your brother is comprehending the Tao. Tai Niu marveled at Xiao Yuan's innate talent, while also reflecting on Zhang Teng's extraordinary prowess. Others might not grasp the significance of this moment, but he was different. Having entered the realm of cultivation, he understood more than most just how terrifying and extraordinary Zhang Teng was at this moment of enlightenment that could invoke the Tao rhythm. Chapter 57. The Tao Palace. Volcano. The Tao rhythm continued to resonate, growing ever more intense. Lin Bei sensed that the spiritual energy within the secluded chamber was becoming increasingly potent. This spiritual energy revolved around Zhang Teng, adhering to a unique and intricate pattern. Initially, Lin Bei remained composed. However, as Zhang Teng's brow became increasingly beaded with perspiration, Lin Bei began to sense that something was amiss. What was happening? Why did Zhang Teng's countenance betray a hint of suffering? Though Zhang Teng remained immersed in his meditative comprehension, Lin Bei could distinctly perceive the shift in his demeanor. At first, Zhang Teng was serene and composed, but as the mystical resonance deepened, his expression gradually contorted in pain. Could something be going awry? Had he been too hasty? Zhang Teng was only at the 7th refinement of his Tao body, yet he had been urged to comprehend the art of governing. Visibly alarmed, Lin Bei grew increasingly anxious. At that critical juncture, a familiar voice echoed within his mind. Your disciple has grasped the Tao of governing the law, entry level, and your Tao of governing the law, perfection level. Congratulations, you have mastered a new realm. Success. In the ensuing moment, a deluge of information flooded Lin Bei's consciousness. At long last, Lin Bei fully comprehended the true nature of Zhang Teng's comprehension of the Tao of governing the law. It transpired that, during his endeavor to comprehend the Tao of governing the law, Zhang Teng had come to realize a pivotal issue. To govern the law and wield the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, it was insufficient to merely rely on the spiritual energy contained within one's Tao body. 4. By utilizing the spiritual energy within the Tao body, one not only weakened the Tao body itself but also increased the difficulty of governing the law. Before influencing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, one would first need to extract the spiritual energy from within the Tao body. Clearly, this did not align with his understanding of cultivators. Consequently, by integrating the process of tempering the Tao body and transforming the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for his own use, he had come to a profound realization. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth could be refined for one's own purposes. Thus, he had grasped the true essence of governing the law, to govern the law with one's own vital energy. This energy refers to the ethereal power of heaven and earth, refined for one's own use after the process of inhalation and exhalation. Upon comprehending the profound essence of the art of control, he realized that the Tao possesses an ultimate nature. Thus, he must seek a method to store this refined celestial energy. However, how to store it? Zhang Teng had already made attempts during his contemplation, all of which ended in failure. The celestial energy could only be tempered through the fusion with flesh and blood, and only after this tempering could it be stored. Otherwise, the energy would ebb and flow within him with each breath. The only apparent solution seemed to be the storage within the acupoints. However, these points are inherently fragile, and unless one possesses an exceptionally robust physique, this practice is exceedingly perilous. Therefore, Zhang Teng understood that this was not the true path. It was at this moment that beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, as he felt trapped in a dead end. But soon, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He recalled that Lin Bei had once told him that they, the cultivators, are also practitioners of the Tao. They cultivate the way. This implies that only the Tao can accommodate the celestial energy. Although the Tao appears to be elusive and intangible, Lin Bei had also stated that it permeates all things and embraces everything. Based on this principle, Zhang Teng boldly engaged in an act that left Lin Bei utterly astonished. He ingeniously combined the teachings of Lin Bei. From the one comes the two. From the two comes the three, interpreting the three as heaven, earth, and humanity. From this foundation, he audaciously proposed a novel concept, to create a space within himself capable of harboring the celestial energy. Thus, he named it the Tao Palace. Within this palace, he based his structure upon the circulatory pathways among the three significant acupoints, Feng Fu, Shinting, and Shangxing, which he regarded as the heavenly palace. Regarding the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, embodied within the 5 internal organs, One should regard them as the subterranean palace. The 12 meridians within oneself can be perceived as the human palace. By establishing the foundations of the human palace, the heavenly palace, and the subterranean palace, one can gradually cultivate and ultimately integrate and refine the spiritual energies of heaven and earth for personal use. According to Zhang Teng's insights, simply mastering one of the 12 meridians within the human palace could enable the storage of vast amounts of celestial energy, thereby presenting a possibility to overcome Zhang Teng, you truly are a prodigy. Lin Bei felt a profound sense of admiration. Not only did Zhang Teng flawlessly articulate the cultivation of the art of control, but he also conceived a method to potentially defeat Zhang even at the 7th level of refinement. At this moment, Zhang Teng's expression was serene as he slowly opened his eyes. Master, I have comprehended it. I have discerned the method of cultivating the 3 palaces. I beseech your guidance. Zhang Teng eagerly began to articulate his understanding. After hearing Zhang Teng's recounting, Lin Bei realized that Zhang Teng was merely at the threshold of understanding. His grasp of the 3-palace cultivation method was, in truth, not yet mature. Numerous aspects contained errors, and certain directions in practice were significantly flawed. It was evident that Lin Bei's deductions were far more refined and devoid of mistakes. Is this the disparity between the entry level and the perfected mastery of the art? While Lin Bei reflected on this, he began to point out the flaws and misguided paths in Zhang Teng's understanding. Indeed, after receiving guidance, Zhang Teng experienced a moment of enlightenment. It is true. The method imparted by my master is entirely correct and aligns with my own insights. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Watching Zhang Teng depart with enthusiasm, Lin Bei felt a multitude of emotions stirring within him. The immensity of the Dharma realm surpassed his wildest imagination, ushering Lin Bei into an entirely new world. He would begin by cultivating one of the 12 meridians, storing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within, the very threshold of the human palace. Subsequently, he would cultivate the earth palace, and finally, the celestial palace. Upon the convergence of the 3 palaces, he should be able to comprehend the true essence of the next realm. Lin Bei understood that the cultivation of the Tao palace was infinitely more vast than that of the Tao body. The cultivation of the 12 meridians of the human palace merely required the inhalation and exhalation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the cultivation of the 5 viscera of the earth palace might benefit from certain unique locations. Lin Bei recalled a volcano not far away. If he could seize the volcano, his cultivation of the fire palace among the 5 elements of the earth palace would be significantly enhanced. He realized that the Tao field might need to be expanded. With this in mind, Lin Bei left the meditation chamber. Tainyo. Lin Bei called out to Tainyo, who was practicing boxing in the Tao field. Tainyo trotted over. Master, did you need me? Tainyo asked with simple honesty. I recall there being a volcano 300 miles east of the Tao field. Tainyo nodded. Yes, there is. That volcano has a lot of rock ore. Does that volcano belong to anyone? Lin Bei inquired further. No. It is said that there is a scarlet-red exotic beast, a fire python, and many snakes and insects in the mountain, which is very dangerous. So no one dares to occupy it, even though there is rock ore. Lin Bei nodded, his interest piqued. Since it belonged to no one, he could hunt the fire python in the mountain and incorporate it into the Tao field. What is the strength of the fire python? Lin Bei asked. Very strong. I've heard tell, bellowed Tainyo, of a party of 10, comprised of martial intent experts, who ventured into the mountains to hunt the fire serpent. 8 perished, and the 2 who escaped were grievously wounded. It is said that even grandmasters are helpless against the serpent. And so that volcano came to be known as Fire Serpent Mountain, a place shunned by all. Lin Bei understood. At that moment, little Yuaner came running, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lin Bei, her voice timid as she called out, Master. Chapter 58, Little Yuaner. 12 meridians. Little Yuaner appeared utterly pitiable, on the verge of tears. Lin Bei smiled genially at her, stroking her head. What is it? Has someone been bullying our little Yuaner? Little Yuaner said with a grievance, Master. You told me to wait for senior brother Zhang to finish his fist practice and then ask him about the breathing technique, but he has been perpetually occupied. Lin Bei was taken aback. He then remembered that not long ago, he had become a hands-off master, taking in little Yuaner and immediately passing her on to Zhang Teng. However, Zhang Teng, after the 7th refinement of his Tao body, had been in his room, attempting to comprehend the magic. After comprehending it, he devoted himself to perfecting the magic, attempting to cultivate some of the human palace meridians as soon as possible, so as to gain the opportunity to defeat Zhang Zhong. As a result, little Yuaner had been neglected. Your senior brother Zhang has been busy lately. Your teacher will teach you. Little Yuaner cheered with delight upon hearing this. The so-called breathing technique. Lin Bei immediately began to instruct her, imparting the essence of the breathing technique while demonstrating it to little Yuaner. Soon, the expression on little Yuaner's face metamorphosed from one of inquisitive eagerness to a furrowed brow. Lin Bei, having concluded his explanation, looked towards little Yuaner with anticipation, awaiting her comprehension. Do you understand? Little Yuaner shook her head in bewilderment. I do not comprehend. You don't understand? Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback, as little Yuaner's perception of the spiritual energies of the world should have been exceptionally acute. After all, she was capable of perceiving these energies with the naked eye. Lin Bei remained skeptical. Then, in accordance with my instruction, commenced the practice of respiration. Even if she did not understand, surely she could emulate the actions. Provided that her innate gifts were sufficient, the mastery of respiration should be readily attainable. Very well. Little Yuaner, ever amenable to guidance, nodded with utmost docility and immediately began to attempt respiration. However, despite her strenuous efforts in inhaling and exhaling, she failed to elicit any response from the spiritual energies of the world. Lin Bei grew increasingly exasperated. The art of respiration is not merely the act of breathing air. What manner of practice is this, with your exaggerated inhalations and forceful exhalations? Despite his frustration, he found little Yuaner's puffed cheeks to be rather endearing. With resignation, Lin Bei sighed. Cease your practice. You are incapable of respiration. Little Yuaner immediately became dispirited, resembling a frost-bitten eggplant, her eyes brimming with dejection. Lin Bei fell into contemplation. To suggest that little Yuaner possessed no innate talent was something he vehemently refuted. And yet, what was the explanation for this anomaly? It was one thing for her to exhibit an extraordinary lack of aptitude for Taijiquan, but to be equally inept at the art of respiration? Could it be attributed to her tender age? Was it necessary for her to engage in diligent study beforehand? Lin Bei shook his head, swiftly dismissing the notion. What correlation could there possibly be between innate talent, comprehension, and academic pursuits? At this moment, Lin Bei caught sight of Tai Nyo practicing his martial arts, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. It must be that his approach was misguided. Tai Nyo, undoubtedly a prodigious talent, had squandered over a year due to his erroneous method. Now, it seemed that Xiao Yuaner was in a similar predicament. Xiao Yuaner, what do you enjoy in your daily life? Xiao Yuaner tilted her head thoughtfully. I like eating, sleeping, and playing. Lin Bei's lips twitched. Wasn't that quite the coincidence? Those were once his own cherished pastimes. But what was the intent behind his inquiry? He sought to unearth Xiao Yuaner's innate talents. What an enigma! Lin Bei felt utterly helpless. At that moment, Xiao Yuaner suddenly exclaimed, I particularly detest medicinal baths. What medicinal baths? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yuaner, with curiosity, elaborated, to become a martial artist, isn't it necessary to undergo the purification of medicinal baths? My father wishes for me to become a martial artist, and since childhood, he has insisted I immerse myself in these baths. However, every time I do, I feel extremely uncomfortable and utterly loathe it. Eventually, my father remarked that my absorption efficiency of the medicinal baths was too low, rendering me incapable of becoming a martial artist. Lin Bei was enlightened. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped a vital concept. Why do you dislike medicinal baths? Xiao Yuaner replied. I find those baths to be particularly murky and foul-smelling, a mixture of the beneficial and the useless. When I conveyed this to my father, he reprimanded me, stating that these prescriptions had been refined repeatedly by martial artists. Beneficial? Useless? Instantly, Lin Bei discerned something remarkable. Could this child possess an extraordinary sensitivity to herbs? Could she be innately endowed with a constitution ideal for pharmaceutical pursuits? With this realization, Lin Bei promptly beckoned to Xiao Luzi in the distance. Xiao Luzi, coming. Xiao Luzi hastened over. Master, accompany Xiao Yuaner on a journey to Qingyun town and allow her to select various medicinal herbs to bring back. Having spoken, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards Xiao Yuaner. Xiao Yuaner, choose any herbs that you find particularly exceptional. Once you have acquired them, return to me. Understood. The pair departed. Observing their receding figures, Lin Bei was filled with anticipation. Should Xiao Yuaner indeed possess such an aptitude, perhaps a cultivation technique could be devised, integrating the divine farmer's herbal classic with the principles of yin and yang. As time elapsed, Lin Bei did not remain idle. Now possessing the Tao of governing laws, he immediately commenced cultivation. He understood that his 12 meridians were not interconnected. Therefore, Lin Bei needed to select a specific meridian and then systematically unblock each of the 12 until they were entirely unobstructed, at which point the human palace would achieve perfect completion. Soon, he settled upon the Han-Tien Lung meridian, the most readily refined conduit for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the activation of the Tai Chi breathing technique, his primary meridian began to teem with an abundance of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. Lin Bei understood that this energy was not yet his own. He needed to refine it, transmuting it into an integral aspect of himself, through the refinement of the Tao body. This influx of spiritual energy into the primary meridian was soon distilled into a mere wisp. Could this wisp perhaps be spiritual essence? Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement within his heart. He comprehended that the emergence of this trace of spiritual energy signified his complete transcendence of the Tao body realm, propelling him into an entirely new domain of spiritual mastery. Lin Bei endeavored to channel this fragment of spiritual energy. Indeed, once refined, the energy was summoned forth by the intent of his consciousness. Upon its activation, Lin Bei distinctly perceived the surrounding natural spiritual forces responding in harmonious resonance. It was astonishing. Myriad spells essentially originated from this singular trace of spiritual energy. Raising a finger, Lin Bei unleashed this wisp of spiritual energy, which promptly attracted a substantial amount of natural spiritual forces. Through the power of his thoughts, he attempted to transform it into fire, yet met with failure. Realizing the reason behind his unsuccessful endeavor, he acknowledged that he had yet to grasp the transformations of fire within the natural spiritual energy. Perhaps, by observing fire more closely, he could unravel its mysteries. The natural spiritual energy was infinitely changeable. Lin Bei understood that his journey along the path of spiritual mastery was merely in its infancy. After experimenting for a while, he discovered that this fragment of spiritual energy could morph into various forms under the guidance of his thoughts. It could resemble a miniature sword, a blade, or even armor to shield his body and protect his vital organs. However, as the trace of spiritual energy was depleted, Lin Bei remained unsatisfied. The myriad forms of spells were countless, and relying solely on his own comprehension would take an eternity. Lin Bei mused inwardly. Perhaps it was imperative to enlist Zhang Tong's assistance to help the disciples of the dojo unlock the celestial gates. He understood that once his disciples grasped a particular spell, he would be able to deduce its completion instantaneously, rather than slowly deciphering spells on his own. It would be far more prudent for Lin Bei to inspire his disciples to diligently cultivate and develop their magical abilities. Although this notion is commendable, prior to that, Lin Bei must delve into various spells himself. After all, should Zhang Tong challenge the Zhang clan, he must possess the strength to hold his ground against Zhang Zhong. Thus, it is imperative for him to master a repertoire of formidable spells. At this moment, a sudden epiphany struck Lin Bei. His extraordinary ability to deduce through his innate talent raised a question. Could spells be deduced? If so, he could explore various spells and continuously refine them, treating them as his ultimate secret techniques. With this thought, Lin Bei's heart surged with excitement. Chapter 59. Deduction of Spells. Lin Bei was known for his swift decisiveness. Upon formulating a plan, he immediately set it into motion. He understood that before immersing himself in spell comprehension, he must first refine a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would lack the necessary resources. Thus, he focused on refining an adequate supply of spiritual energy before proceeding to decipher spells. Before long, Lin Bei realized that each strand of spiritual energy required several breaths to refine. After approximately half an hour, he successfully condensed over 100 strands of spiritual energy. To his astonishment, he observed that these strands coalesced into droplets resembling water. A brief calculation revealed that through a day's practice, he could gather around 20 droplets of spiritual energy. Following this trend, it would take approximately 1,000 droplets to completely fill the first meridian, thereby allowing him to unlock the second meridian. This indicated that Lin Bei would need at least 50 days to advance to the second meridian. To comprehend that his current Tai Chi breathing technique has surpassed its limits 4 times, one can only speculate on the future of his disciples at the dojo. If they were to open the heavenly gates yet remain unable to transcend their confines, it would likely result in an even longer cultivation period. At this moment, Lin Bei has gained a tangible understanding of qi refinement and has come to appreciate the saying, "The path of immortality is long, and the mountains are devoid of time." As time flows, after Lin Bei has condensed 10 drops of spiritual energy, he immediately begins to conceptualize his foundational spell. Previously, Lin Bei attempted to transform the earthly spiritual energy into the form of fire. Although he met with failure, he gleaned that to effectuate a change in the essence of spiritual energy, one must possess profound knowledge of the subject at hand. What, then, is Lin Bei most adept at? Tai Chi. His mastery of the Tai Chi breathing technique has transcended its limits 4 times, granting him an exceptionally deep understanding of the path of Tai Chi. Consequently, Lin Bei resolves to commence his creation of a foundational technique rooted in Tai Chi. Once prepared, Lin Bei promptly exits the seclusion chamber and strides towards the exterior of the dojo, intending to experiment with his spell in an uninhabited locale. Just as he is about to depart, he fortuitously encounters Mu Qingwei. With evident surprise, Mu Qingwei inquires, "Master Lin, are you preparing to leave the dojo?" In her eyes, Lin Bei seldom leaves the dojo, typically only emerging to guide his disciples or engage in solitary cultivation. "Indeed, I am preparing to venture out." Lin Bei responds with a smile. Noticing that Lin Bei is disinclined to elaborate further, Mu Qingwei wisely refrains from pressing for more information. However, as she watches Lin Bei depart, a flicker of curiosity dances in her eyes. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei arrives at a secluded mountain not far from the dojo. At the base of the mountain, he casts a meaningful glance behind him before nimbly ascending the peak. At that moment, Mu Qingwei revealed her form. Such astonishing speed. Even a master would struggle to match it. Initially, Mu Qingwei had been driven by curiosity, wishing to follow Lin Bei and discern his intentions. However, her tracking skills were evidently lacking, and she was swiftly shaken off after being discovered. On the other side, after evading Mu Qingwei, Lin Bei found himself deep within the mountains in the blink of an eye. Once assured of his solitude, he took a deep breath, then opened one hand, initiating his arcane experimentation. My Tai Chi breathing technique has surpassed its limits 4 times, and with profound comprehension of Tai Chi, I shall commence from there. Lin Bei mused inwardly as he began to channel the spiritual energy within the first meridian. In the next moment, tendrils of spiritual energy surged forth, drawing vast amounts of celestial energy to coalesce. Before his eyes, this spiritual energy transformed into the form of a Tai Chi diagram. Indeed, Lin Bei's deep understanding of Tai Chi allowed him to succeed almost effortlessly. Gazing at the Tai Chi within his palm, he could sense the terrifying power it contained. At this moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. Using Tai Chi as a foundation, he sought to deduce a spell of formidable offensive capability. His focus sharpened, he began to engage his innate abilities for the deduction. As anticipated, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Beginning deduction, insufficient comprehension. Based on the knowledge acquired from the Tai Chi breathing techniques for limit breakthroughs, commencing deduction. Deduction successful, spell deduced, Tai Chi seal. A torrent of knowledge surged into Lin Bei's consciousness, as if he had rehearsed the Tai Chi seal countless times before. Meanwhile, Lin Bei wielded the essence of Tai Chi, manifesting it as 2 streams of ethereal energy, resembling playful fish, intertwining gracefully above his palm. This was the preliminary form of the Tai Chi seal. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck forth with a powerful palm. In the blink of an eye, the black and white energies coiling around his hand coalesced into a palm imprint towering approximately 2 meters high, soaring forth with the swiftness of lightning. Almost instantaneously, it crashed against the nearby mountainside. In that moment, the earth trembled violently. Not far away, Mu Qingwei felt the intense vibrations immediately. An earthquake? Instinctively, she prepared to flee the area. However, the tremendous quake lasted but a fleeting instant, leaving a glimmer of confusion in her eyes. At this moment, the mountainside struck by Lin Bei's Tai Chi seal revealed a breathtaking spectacle. There, embedded within the towering 100-meter-high and 10-meter-wide cliff, was a colossal palm imprint. The entire mountain was marred with fissures as though it had been struck mightily by an ancient giant. This was the Tai Chi seal. Gazing at his creation, Lin Bei finally comprehended the vast chasm between mastery of technique and the essence of Tao. The potency of this move far exceeded his expectations. What was even more astonishing, such a formidable spell had consumed merely a drop of spiritual energy. What if he expended 10, 20, or even 100 drops? In that instant, He grasped why practitioners were often described as possessing boundless magical power. If it truly were boundless, it would be nothing short of unfathomably powerful. The attack had proven sufficient. Next, he would build upon the foundation of Tai Chi breathing technique to devise the most potent offensive spell imaginable. Initiating the deduction. With insufficient comprehension, based on the knowledge of the Tai Chi breathing technique's 4 breakthroughs, I commenced the deduction. Deduction successful. Spell conjured. Tai Chi mystic shield. A torrent of knowledge flooded into my mind. This time, Lin Bei refrained from testing its strength. The reason was simple. From the Tai Chi seal, one could roughly estimate the defensive prowess of the Tai Chi mystic shield. Every strand of spiritual energy necessitated arduous cultivation. Following the deduction, he had already grasped the skillful application of it. Thus, to conserve effort, Lin Bei proceeded to his destination without delay, returning directly to the dojo. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyue emerged from her brief confusion following the tremors. What had caused the earlier commotion? Realizing something, her expression shifted slightly, and she hastily made her way to the source of the disturbance. Soon, she arrived at the location where Lin Bei had previously tested the Tai Chi seal. Gazing upward, she beheld a colossal palm print, approximately 2 meters in size, embedded deeply into the mountainside, over 3 meters deep. The scene was utterly astounding. Could this truly be the work of the Master Lin? Although she had long been aware of Lin Bei's concealed prowess, this spectacle seemed to convey to Mu Qingyue that she had still underestimated his strength. At this moment, in the dojo, Lin Bei leisurely sipped his bitter mountain tea, his mood exceedingly jovial. From the instant he created the Tai Chi seal, he had come to a realization. He had truly stepped into the realm of cultivators. Simultaneously, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple, Zhang Tong, has comprehended the spell Soul Piercer, beginner. And your spell Soul Piercer has now reached perfection. In the next moment, a wealth of knowledge related to spells flooded into Lin Bei's mind. Upon understanding the essence of Soul Piercer, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Bei's eyes. This young man, Zhang Ting, has indeed been contemplating how to triumph over Zhang Zhong. Chapter 60, Soul Piercer, Journey to Nanyang. The audacity to challenge a master at the 7th level of Dao Body is truly remarkable. Lin Bei held Zhang Teng's courage in high regard. When Zhang Zhong visited the dojo, he had once suppressed Zhang Tong with his imposing presence. Zhang Tong was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and the martial arts master. Yet, even with this awareness, he relentlessly pondered ways to overcome him. Most astonishingly, he has indeed devised a plan. This Soul Piercer is no ordinary spell. It is a psychic attack spell, a genuine trump card. Even without inquiry, Lin Bei comprehended Zhang Teng's conceptual approach to creating Soul Piercer. The martial arts master is extraordinarily powerful. Even if Zhang Teng were to truly create a spell at the 7th level of Dao Body, victory is not guaranteed. Only by striking unexpectedly can one hope to achieve victory. This Soul Piercer is Zhang Teng's ingenious maneuver. After thoroughly digesting the knowledge of Soul Piercer, Lin Bei could not help but reflect deeply. When Zhang Teng crafted this spell, he ingeniously utilized the Feng Fu, Shinting, and Shangxing acupoints. He forcibly stimulated the Tongtian acupoint, which connects to the Shinting acupoint. Furthermore, he based his approach on the Tongtian acupoint, transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a form of psychic energy, which he then stored within. Had Zhang Ting not comprehended this particular incantation, it is likely that Lin Bei would have remained oblivious to its very essence, let alone conceived of its creation. At that precise moment, Mu Qingyue returned to the training grounds. Upon beholding Lin Bei, she hesitated, as if grappling with unspoken words. Is there something amiss? Lin Bei inquired, his gaze directed towards Mu Qingyue. This inquiry may seem presumptuous, Mu Qingyue began. Yet I am compelled to ask, was the commotion that reverberated through the back mountains earlier the result of your actions? The back mountains, Lin Bei mused, recalling the instance when Mu Qingyue had trailed him. Without pretense, Lin Bei responded with a nonchalant tone, I have been feeling somewhat confined by my cultivation as of late, and merely ventured out to stretch my limbs. The understated nature of his response left Mu Qingyue in profound astonishment. That earth-shattering upheaval was merely a casual stretching of limbs. She cast a penetrating gaze upon Lin Bei, discerning no hint of boastfulness within him. He had genuinely been engaging in a mere exercise. What did this signify? It implied that Lin Bei's power transcended the magnitude of the disturbance he had caused. At that precise juncture, Xiao Liuzi returned, accompanied by Xiao Yuaner. Master, we have procured 18 varieties of medicinal herbs for your perusal. Xiao Yozi exclaimed, proceeding to place a series of jade boxes upon the stone table, revealing the precious contents within. Upon observing the assortment of herbs, Mu Qingyue's countenance reflected a mixture of bewilderment. Were you perhaps deceived in this transaction? She queried. Deceived? Xiao Liuzi responded, his expression one of bafflement. I made a comparison with market prices, and there was no indication of any deception. Mu Qingyue swiftly clarified. My intent was to convey that you have acquired certain items of questionable utility. I perceive your preparations for concocting elixirs. However, the herbs you've procured are remarkably peculiar. They encompass both the exceedingly rare, age-old Polygonum multiflorum and the commonplace Viola tricolor, observed Mu Qingyue, her tone tinged with speechlessness. Many of these herbs, when combined, possess toxic properties. So, Miss Mu possesses knowledge of pharmacology? Inquired Lin Bei, somewhat taken aback. A smattering merely. Our main hall boasts an extensive collection of relevant texts. Mu Qingyue responded with a smile. Should Master Lin be interested, I could arrange for some to be transcribed. Lin Bei chuckled softly, shaking his head. I appreciate Miss Mu's kindness, but we cultivators differ somewhat from you martial artists. Upon Lin Bei's refusal, Mu Qingyue remained silent. At that moment, Xiao Yuaner queried with a hint of trepidation, Master, have I made an error in my selections? Lin Bei did not respond, instead scrutinizing the herbs intently. Presently, an expression of confirmation dawned on his face. Each herb emanated a unique fluctuation of spiritual energy. Evidently, Xiao Yuaner could readily discern spiritual herbs imbued with the essence of. This suggested that Xiao Yuaner's aptitude was likely linked to medicinal plants. Xiao Yuaner, come with me. Yes. Lin Bei arose, escorting Xiao Yuaner to the chambers. There, Lin Bei retrieved a copy of the Shun Nong Ben Chao Jing, a text he had previously authored. In truth, Lin Bei had only perused the Shun Nong Ben Chao Jing in the past, and one would assume that he would no longer retain its contents. Since the commencement of the seventh refinement of the Tao body, his memory has become remarkably extraordinary. Many pieces of knowledge that were once forgotten or merely glanced at have now been retained in their entirety. What is this? Inquired the curious Xiao Yuaner. Lin Bei's expression turned serious. Xiao Yuaner, if you take this knowledge to heart and master it, I shall impart to you a method of cultivating immortality. Xiao Yuaner nodded earnestly. She had witnessed Lin Bei's prowess during her time with Tai Niu. She was also aware that Zhang Tong practiced the Tai Chi breathing technique, while Tai Niu engaged in the Zhou Tian acupuncture breathing method. This implied that Lin Bei understood the importance of tailored instruction. I will certainly strive to do my best. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. If you possess talent, I shall naturally teach you the cultivation method. If not, there is no need for distress. Perhaps your talents lie elsewhere, yet to be discovered by me. Lin Bei offered further reassurance to Xiao Yuaner. After all, she was a delightful surprise. Should she truly be able to cultivate and even unveil a completely new method of practice, it would be splendid. However, if not, Lin Bei would not press her, considering it merely an investment of time. Gradually, time began to flow away. While immersed in his cultivation, Lin Bei seemed to forget the passage of time. On this particular day, as the morning sun ascended, Tai Niu knocked on Lin Bei's closed-door chamber. Master, there remains but one day until our 10-day appointment. Miss Mu has asked me to remind you that it is time to set forth. Only then did Lin Bei slowly open his eyes, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. How swiftly time passes. At this moment, Lin Bei's first meridian had already coalesced 120 drops of spiritual energy. Has time truly flown by so quickly? Leaving his secluded chamber, Lin Bei cast an approving glance upon Tai Niu. Excellent, already at the sixth refinement. Tai Niu, hearing the unexpected praise, felt a surge of elation within. Senior brother Zhang has already reached the 8th refinement of the Tao body, he mentioned as they walked. 8th refinement? Lin Bei acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Soon, Lin Bei and Tai Niu arrived at the training grounds. They found Mu Qingyue and Zhang Tong already awaiting his arrival. His gaze swept over Zhang Tong, and Lin Bei observed that his Tong Tian acupoint contained approximately 10 strands, equivalent to a single drop of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although merely a single drop, it had already reached its capacity. This signified that one drop was his limit. Without the circulatory acupoint breathing method, and only being at the 8th refinement, the strength of his Tao body was ultimately somewhat lacking. According to Lin Bei's estimation, the Tongtian acupoint should ideally be able to withstand at least 10 drops of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Zhang Tong, noticing Lin Bei's approach, immediately offered a respectful bow. Master. Lin Bei responded with a nod. Have you considered your decision regarding today's journey to the Zhang clan? Zhang Tang's eyes displayed resolve. The grievances between myself and the Zhang clan must be resolved. Witnessing Zhang Tang's determination, Lin Bei remained silent, instead walking to his side and gently patting his shoulder. Though unspoken, Zhang Tang understood this to be his master's silent support. At that moment, within the training grounds, Xiao Lu rubbed his hands together and inquired of Tainyo. Tainyo, do you think master will bring us along? Tainyo cast a speechless glance at him. What? Just visited Qingyun town and already eager to wander again? Xiao Liuzi cast a sidelong glance at Tainyo. What does it mean to stroll? I merely wish to visit Nanyang to broaden my horizons. I have heard that Nanyang is far more prosperous than our own place. It is a grand city. Tainyo gazed deeply at Xiao Liuzi. While I too am concerned for Brother Zhang, it would be best to refrain from complicating matters. Our presence would not only be unhelpful, but might also distract Master from his duties. Very well. Xiao Liuzi nodded, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Tainyo, why don't we recruit the villagers nearby? Tainyo nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible. After all, the Chun family cloth shop and the heads of the 16 businesses we are recruiting have already begun establishing their shops and infrastructure here. It is indeed time to enlist some residents. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and Mu Qingwei arrived at the entrance of the dojo, where they spotted Xiao Yuaner and her father waiting outside. Xiao Yuaner's father was holding the reins of a horse-drawn cart, which was even equipped with a driver. Master. Xiao Yuaner ran over enthusiastically. Father heard that you are heading to the Zhang clan and has specially prepared a cart for you. At this moment, the head of the Qin family approached, bowing respectfully to Lin Bei. I am deeply grateful to you, Master Lin, for your care of Xiao Yuaner these past days. I understand you do not accept apprenticeship gifts, and I do not wish to impose, but I insist you accept these 2 horses. Xiao Yuaner chimed in, Master. Please accept them. These 2 horses were carefully selected by my father. Lin Bei felt a pang of confusion at this. When had he ever stated that he would not accept gifts for apprenticeship? He quickly understood. Such words must have been uttered by the gullible Iron Bull. In the past, he had crafted an image of a reclusive sage to deceive Iron Bull. Now, he had inadvertently harmed himself by his own machinations. Despite the vibrant facade of the Taoist temple, Lin Bei was, in truth, utterly impoverished. The funds he had previously allocated for purchasing medicinal herbs for Xiao Liuzai and Xiao Yuaner were extorted from Zhang Tao and his attendants at the Liuhe Martial Arts Academy. Though it pained him somewhat, Lin Bei had come to terms with it. If this gift was not received, it simply indicated a lack of faith. Once the temple was established, wouldn't the income flow in ceaselessly? Since it was the intention of the Chun family head, he decided to accept it. Upon hearing this, the Chun family head was elated. Lin Bei's acceptance of the gift undoubtedly signified a willingness to foster a closer relationship. At the very least, he would be remembered in Lin Bei's heart, which held great significance for him. Even if Lin Bei made no promises or offered no assistance, he would still possess a degree of prestige within the temple's business circle. After all, those merchants could not even manage to present gifts. Moreover, with Xiao Yuaner's connections, the Chen family head felt confident that he could firmly establish himself here. There were no formalities or pleasantries exchanged. Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and Mu Qingwei boarded the carriage, and the driver set off without delay. Along the way, Lin Bei observed that not only were shops being constructed in this small village, but numerous residences were also under construction, and even the main road had been paved with flagstones. The area surrounding the temple was brimming with vitality. Just at that moment, a pigeon landed in Mu Qingyue's hand. She glanced at the message, her brow furrowing slightly as she regarded Zhang Teng and Lin Bei with a serious expression. What is it? Lin Bei inquired. The forest owner expressed his concerns, this time, as we challenged the Zhang clan. There are formidable experts from the Zhou clan of Nanyang present, and I worry they may not adhere to the rules. Upon hearing this title, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. For him, aside from the Zhang clan, the Zhou clan of Nanyang represented the very source of all his tribulations. Why did he outright reject the goodwill of Zhang from the Zhang clan? He held little faith that Zhang could persuade the Zhou clan. If the Zhou clan could not be convinced, would he not become a mere pawn once more? Moreover, accepting Zhang's terms would require him to retract his declaration of war. Zhang Teng was unwilling to entrust his fate to others, and this was the primary reason he had vehemently declined Zhang's overtures. He sought to carve out a path he could control on his own. His heart had long since grown cold towards the Zhang clan. In response, Lin Bei merely smiled faintly and uttered 2 words, "No harm." At this moment, within the Zhang clan, a family meeting was convened. The clan leader wore a solemn expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, the notary from the Martial Arts General Hall of Qingyun City has sent word that they will arrive at our Zhang clan before noon tomorrow to issue a challenge. How should we respond?" Zhang Zhong squinted, remaining silent, appearing almost as if he were in slumber. What to do? Naturally, they must eradicate the threat entirely. The speaker, a tall and robust figure with a square face, thick brows, and piercing eyes, bore an aura of lethal intent. Unmistakably a man returned from the front lines of battle. He was none other than Zhang Tsonglong. Upon hearing of Zhang Tiao's death, he had almost immediately rushed back. At this very moment, within the assembly hall, a member clad in the attire of the Zhou clan suddenly spoke up. Eradicate it completely? That would be unwise. It would be better to capture him and hand him over to the prince for proper handling. Zhang Tsonglong cast a fierce gaze at this individual. Zhou clan, if it were not for your interference in our Zhang clan's apprehension of Zhang Tong, would my son Tao have met such a tragic fate? And now you dare to point fingers? Before the Zhou clan representative could respond, Zhang Zhong immediately interjected with indignation. Do not overstep. Zhang Tsonglong was taken aback. Initially, upon returning from the border and learning of Zhang Zhong's survival, the sorrow from the loss of Zhang Tao had somewhat lessened. After all, he was a master-level warrior. Did this not imply that they were no longer obliged to regard the Zhou clan's authority? To his surprise, the first to challenge him was Zhang Zhong. Though somewhat perplexed, Zhang Tsonglong swallowed his pride and bowed to the Zhou clan representatives. I apologize for my loss of composure and decorum regarding Tao's matter. The Zhou clan envoy let out a cold laugh. At that moment, Zhang Zhong spoke again. We shall do our utmost to capture Zhang Tong, but should he perish in the process, do not hold us accountable. The Zhou envoy nodded in agreement. That is only natural. Soon after, the meeting concluded. Zhang Tsonglong approached Zhang Zhong. Elder Zhong, since you are alive, why do you continue to show such deference to the Zhou clan? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong let out a deep sigh. Since my return from the dojo, I have come to understand that the dojo's strength lies in Zhang Tong's master. He is an exceptionally formidable expert. Zhang Tsonglong was momentarily stunned. He had inquired about the matters concerning the Zhou clan. Yet Zhang Zhong inexplicably responded with information regarding the dojo. This left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Zhang Zhong began to narrate the underlying reasons. Chapter 62, Domain. The King of Martial Arts. Migration. Long, when I was at the dojo, I could perceive Zhang Tong's distrust and disappointment towards the Zhang clan in his eyes. Thus, I boldly decided to visit the Zhou clan in Nanyang. Zhang Zhong sighed, contemplating that the owner of the forest possessed considerable strength, at least at the level of a master. If we could transform foes into friends, that would be ideal. The simplest method to achieve this was to persuade Zhang Tong to set aside his grievances and reconcile with our Zhang clan. With the connection of Zhang Yong and Zhang Xiaoxiao, resolving Zhang Tong's concerns would significantly increase the likelihood of convincing him to return to the family. Although Zhang Tsonglong felt displeased and yearned for vengeance on behalf of Zhang Tao, he understood that familial loyalty was paramount, and Zhang Zhong's words held truth. Zhang Zhong continued, believing that with my influence, and perhaps some compensation, I could persuade the Zhou clan to withdraw their bounty. However, to my dismay, the Zhou clan showed no inclination to cooperate. Even invoking the names of some old generals from the border proved futile. Zhang Tsonglong, astonished, inquired why the Zhou clan was so domineering. I too was eager to understand, and just as I was prepared to confront them, do you know what I felt at that moment? What? Zhang Tsonglong's expression grew serious. I sensed the domain. Zhang Zhong's expression turned ashen. At that moment, I felt as if I had been transported to another realm, utterly suppressed and devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Zhang Zhong let out a bitter laugh. It was at that moment that I truly comprehended the formidable trump card that enabled the Zhou family of Nanyang to proclaim themselves as lords. The domain. Zhang Tsonglong inhaled sharply. To command power is to be a master, but to transform that power into a domain, to wield an absolute territory, is to ascend to the status of the sovereign of martial arts. Mastery signifies a monumental leap for a martial artist, while the sovereign represents the next transcendence. No wonder they call themselves kings. Is there truly a sovereign of martial arts? Zhang Tsonglong swallowed hard. In that instant, he finally grasped why Zhang Zhong had reprimanded him. The The Zhang clan could not afford to offend the Zhou family of Nanyang. The Zhou family loomed over the Zhang clan like an immense mountain, suffocating them. Zhang Zhong seemed to mock himself. When I initially visited the dojo, I confidently assured Zhang Teng that I could persuade the Zhou family of Nanyang. Now, I appear more like a jest. Their refusal to acknowledge me, paradoxically, granted me some semblance of dignity. Had they not turned me down, I would have been at a loss for words and would likely have had to capture them and present them to the Zhou family of Nanyang. Sighing, Zhang Zhong then glanced toward a figure not far behind him. Zhang Zonglong sensed something and looked in the direction Zhang Zhong was observing. Why has Tigi come out yet? At that moment, Zhang Yong emerged, looking somewhat disheveled. Zhang Zhong sighed. When you pleaded with me in tears, I too wished for a resolution, however. Yonger, I have done my utmost. Zhang Yong nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Ah, you are a person of great understanding. I hope you prioritize the greater good. With that, Zhang Zhong departed, leaving Zhang Yong standing there, lost in thought. His eyes devoid of life. The last flicker of hope had been extinguished. Grandfather, Zhang Xiaoxiao inquired, what does the ancestor mean? With a bitter tone, Zhang Yong replied, Zhang Ting is undoubtedly doomed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the carriage sped along the road. As they traveled, Mu Qingwei cast curious glances outside the carriage. The road they traversed was a thoroughfare, bustling with people burdened by their belongings, seemingly in the midst of migration. How peculiar. Why are so many commoners migrating? She pondered, observing their weary demeanor, as if they had journeyed a considerable distance. Lin Bei shared her curiosity. What to do? Naturally, he decided to inquire. He called for the coachman to halt. Stop for a moment. Once the carriage came to a standstill, Lin Bei nodded at Zhang Ting. Without needing further instruction, Zhang Ting swiftly dismounted and approached a villager pushing a wooden cart. Good sir, from whence do you come? Why are so many of you migrating? Where are you headed? The villager responded with a wry smile. We have migrated from the vicinity of Yugu Pass, intending to rest momentarily in Qingyun City before proceeding inland. At that moment, an elderly woman beside him chimed in. Recently, there have been frequent appearances of monstrous beasts near Yugu Pass. It has become quite unsafe. We have heard rumors from martial artists that a great battle may soon unfold. Indeed, fearing that the Yugu Pass may not withstand the threat, we decided to retreat further. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng appeared somewhat bewildered. When he conveyed the news, Mu Qingwei was the first to express disbelief. Absolutely impossible. The Yugu Pass is a crucial frontier. How could monstrous beasts traverse its defenses and disturb the common folk? It's sheer nonsense. The Yugu Pass has not been breached, Mu Qingwei declared with conviction. Moreover, they speak of monstrous beasts. It must be mere rumors. To possess the cunning of a beast requires an intellect akin to that of a martial arts master. If such a beast truly infiltrated the Yugu Pass, it would be a grave matter. Once the news spreads, bounties would surely rain down from all quarters. Mu Qingwei asserted with confidence. Lin Bei, coming to a realization, then inquired, if that is the case, does Miss Mu imply that the townsfolk are in a state of panic due to rumors and hearsay? Naturally, similar misunderstandings have occurred before. It is of no consequence. Mu Qingwei replied calmly. With her words, Lin Bei dismissed his concerns and recalled the volcano not far from the dojo, rumored to harbor the fire python beast. Thus, he directly asked, Miss Mu, have you heard of the fire python beast? Mu Qingwei nodded. Are you referring to the creature said to inhabit the volcano near your dojo? Indeed, Lin Bei affirmed, then humbly sought her guidance. I have heard that the fire python beast is formidable. Even masters struggle against it. Has it become a demon? Mu Qingwei shook her head. It certainly has not transformed into a demon. Do not worry. If it had, bounties for its extermination would be rampant. The existence of a demon beast would pose an immense danger. Having spoken, Mu Qingwei paused reflectively, then continued. The fire python you mentioned was, in fact, once hunted by a team led by grandmasters. However, this fire python is rather cunning, capable of withstanding the intense heat of the volcano's internal magma. When it realized it could not withstand the grandmasters, it immediately escaped into the crater, thus remaining safe until now. Although it dwells in the volcano, it dares not attack humans, so for a time, no master has hunted it. Lin Bei understood, and inwardly resolved that upon his return, he would find an opportunity to eliminate the fire python. Subduing demons and ensuring the people's safety was one reason, but more importantly, Lin Bei had his eye on that volcano. Once he had completed the cultivation of his 12 meridians and achieved mastery of the human palace, The volcano would be of great use when cultivating the fire of the five viscera. Time elapsed, and the carriage moved swiftly. Gradually, the silhouette of Nanyang City appeared before them. Returning to this place, the fighting spirit in Zhang Teng's eyes grew ever more intense. Chapter 63, Nanyang. The focus of all eyes. Nanyang City was a scene of bustling prosperity. Unlike Qing'an City, this was a colossal metropolis, divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city was almost exclusively occupied by the various prominent families, who had nearly monopolized all the resources. And the Zhou family stood above all other families in Nanyang. They controlled vast amounts of resources in both the inner and outer cities. As a result, all families in Nanyang had to defer to them. Coupled with their formidable martial strength, even if the Zhou family patriarch proclaimed himself the Prince of Nanyang, no one dared challenge their authority. After all, in this place called Nanyang, offending the Zhou family of Nanyang can lead to the complete severance of a family's cultivation resources with just a word from them. Consequently, the prominent families in Nanyang harbor an immense fear of the Zhou clan. This is precisely why Zhang Teng was to be stripped of his cultivation and placed on the wanted list at the mere utterance of the Zhou family. In Nanyang, the Zhou family reigned supreme over all clans. At this moment, Lin Bei's carriage entered the outer city. Along the way, many citizens of the outer city cast curious glances at Lin Bei and his companions in their carriage. This carriage seems to be from Qingyun, doesn't it? Indeed, look. It bears the insignia of Qingyun town. Could those two characters represent the Taoist temple? I heard that Zhang Teng from the Zhang family issued a challenge to them. Could this carriage possibly belong to them? As soon as this was mentioned, it piqued the curiosity of numerous onlookers. Zhang Teng, isn't he a wanted criminal? Yes. I heard that he sullied the purity of the princess while at the Nanyang Duke's residence, and later fled back to his family. In a fit of rage, the Duke demanded an explanation from the Zhang family, who promptly disabled him. What happened next? Some uninformed individuals immediately inquired. Subsequently, the Zhang family reported the punishment to the Duke, who was extremely dissatisfied and ordered the Zhang family to hand Zhang Teng over to the Duke's residence. The Duke wished to personally exact his vengeance and then execute him. Ultimately, after Zhang Teng was stripped of his cultivation, he vanished without a trace, and the Zhang family could not locate him. It is said that the Duke even searched the Zhang family's estate, and the Zhang family cooperated fully. After confirming that they had not harbored a criminal, a warrant for his arrest was issued. Ah, I see. So that's how the wanted notice came about. Many individuals expressed their newfound understanding. But what about the challenge? How dare he return? Someone inquired, perplexed. Well, you see, someone else remarked with an air of mystery. My distant cousin is the manager of the Zhang family's shop. It's said that he joined a martial arts school called Dojo under the Azure Cloud sect, a new sect known as cultivators. In Azure Cloud Town, he reportedly triumphed over Master Chung of the Six Harmony Martial Arts School, which led Master Chung to inform the prince's mansion, resulting in the prince's mansion ordering the Zhang clan to personally deliver Zhang Teng. Subsequently, Zhang Tao went to apprehend Zhang Teng, but Zhang Teng ended up killing Zhang Tao. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wasn't Zhang Tao at the great perfection of the Dantian Sea realm? Before Zhang Teng was crippled, he was only at the initial stage of the Dantian Sea, right? Is this new sect that formidable? This new sect, can one continue to cultivate even after their Dantian is destroyed? The person exaggeratedly stated, indeed, one can continue to cultivate even with a destroyed Dantian. Isn't that astonishing? The crowd nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I heard that Zhang Teng was new to this sect at that time. The crowd gasped once more. Shouldn't a newcomer be in the body-tempering realm? To be able to defeat a Dantian Sea realm expert is simply outrageous. But that's not all. Later, I heard that after the Zhang clan learned that Zhang Teng had killed Zhang Tao, they sent Zhang Tao's grandfather to eliminate him. Zhang Teng's grandfather? Zhang Yong. I remember him being a martial arts manifestation realm expert. That's right. The man nodded and remarked, the most extravagant news has arrived. The crowd leaned in with curiosity. Zhang Teng had defeated Zhang Yong and subsequently issued a challenge, even compelling Zhang Yong to bring back the challenge letter. I heard that accompanying him were numerous attendants of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Tao. At that moment, someone exclaimed, I know, I witnessed it myself. Those attendants appeared to have suffered greatly. Limbs severed. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Why does it feel as though I am deciphering an ancient text? One pondered. Indeed. Another concurred. Although Zhang Teng had cultivated his body to an ironclad state, could he truly vanquish a master of martial arts? Many wore expressions of skepticism. This time, the chariots of the dojo have arrived. Could it be false? Someone added. Not long ago, I saw Zhang Zhong of the Zhang clan. He was headed towards Qingyan town, and upon his return, he immediately instructed the family to prepare for Zhang Teng's challenge. It is said that Zhang Zhong has attained the legendary realm of a martial arts grandmaster, yet he returned empty-handed. The master of this dojo must be formidable indeed. Soon, similar news seemed to sprout wings, spreading rapidly throughout Nanyang. Almost simultaneously, the Zhang clan became aware of the news. That wretch has returned. The clan leader bellowed. Zhang Tsonglong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He has returned? Excellent. For daring to slay Tower, I shall make him pay in blood. At this moment, outside the Zhang clan's territory, a multitude of skilled fighters had gathered. Alongside the experts of the Zhang family, there were also many from various martial arts schools. They were, of course, reinforcements summoned by Mu Qingyue to amplify their presence. After all, their Azure Cloud main hall required an impartial witnessing of the challenge. And without a substantial number of martial arts masters present, wouldn't the family members have undue influence? Where, then, would impartiality lie? Besides those from the martial arts halls, a multitude of martial artists from various families were among the onlookers, and surprisingly, there were also quite a few academy martial artists present, eager to observe the spectacle. They're here, someone on the periphery exclaimed. All eyes followed the sound. In the distance, a carriage was seen traversing the bustling Nanyang street, making its way toward the Zhang clan. At that moment, the coachman driving the carriage was also deeply stirred. After all, in a sense, Nanyang Avenue had been cleared for them, providing a direct route to the Zhang clan. Once they returned, he would have stories to boast about. Well done, Zhang Tsonglong hissed through gritted teeth, his gaze toward the carriage filled with animosity. The Zhang clan leader's expression was equally grim. To have their Zhang clan surrounded by so many onlookers, as if they were performing monkeys being gawked at, was mortifying. That's how challenges are issued. Zhang Zhong stated calmly. A challenge that is to be impartially witnessed will naturally attract a large crowd. A multitude of people is not necessarily a bad thing. As long as they witness the strength of our Zhang clan, it will ultimately benefit the family. Elder Zhong's words are wise. As they spoke, the carriage slowly came to a halt before the Zhang clan's ancestral grounds. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze was fixed upon the carriage. We've arrived. With the coachman's announcement, Zhang Teng emerged from the carriage with a resolute stride and unwavering eyes. Last time, he fled in a state of disarray and confusion, but this time he stood tall. Chapter 64, Arrogance? This is dominance. At this moment, Zhang Teng's spirit and vitality were transformed, as if he had been reborn. The instant he set foot on this familiar land, his eyes gleamed like blades, surveying the members of the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan had already assumed a defensive posture, blocking the entrance to their ancestral grounds. He even noticed that the Zhou clan was being treated as esteemed guests, equally obstructing the path. The term obstruction seemed to take on a tangible form at this moment. Zhang Teng. Upon seeing Zhang Teng, Zhang Tiao's father ignited with fury, wishing he could devour him whole. At this moment, nearly every member of the Zhang clan fixated their gaze on Zhang Teng, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Zhang Teng scanned the crowd, observing the myriad of reactions, and an unusual feeling arose within him. These individuals had once been the most cherished in his life. Yet now, the overwhelming majority wished for his demise. Just then, Mu Qingyue also disembarked from the carriage. Her exquisite beauty, combined with an air of aloofness, instantly garnered admiration from several martial artists present. At that moment, seated at the center of the Zhang clan, Zhang Zhong, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, as if sensing something. Indeed, he had arrived, although he did not utter a name. The Zhang clan and all the martial artists present were acutely aware of who was about to alight from the carriage. Zhang Zhong fixed his gaze intently on the carriage. Slowly, a modestly dressed Lin Bei emerged. He is Lin Bei? Is he the one who has instilled Zhang Teng with the courage to resist? Zhang Tsonglong let out a cold snort. It appears he is not as formidable as he claims. How dare he be so arrogant? The expression of the Zhang clan leader shifted slightly. The most terrifying aspect is his unremarkable demeanor. He is far too reserved. Meanwhile, the martial artists on the periphery began to murmur amongst themselves. Is that not the legendary Master Lin? Daring to support Zhang Teng, one wonders what his true strength is. At that moment, Mu Qingyue stepped forward, addressing the members of the Zhang clan. Today, I, Mu Qingyue, represent the Martial Arts General Pavilion to oversee the challenge posed by Zhang Teng to the Zhang clan in a completely impartial manner. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward the Zhang clan members. Does the Zhang clan have any objections? Although she was inquiring, her tone conveyed an undeniable authority. The clan leader of the Zhang family scoffed and asked, "You represent the martial arts general pavilion? Where is the documentation?" Without hesitation, Mu Qingyue produced the official document, which bore not only the seal of the Qingyun City General Pavilion, but also the prominent inscription of the Martial Arts General Pavilion. Upon seeing the seal, Zhang Zhong slowly spoke, "This matter is without objection." Hearing this, Mu Qingyue exhaled in relief. "Since there are no objections, we shall ensure that this matter is conducted with complete fairness by our Qingyun General Pavilion." With that, Mu Qingyue stepped aside. Almost all eyes turned to Zhang Teng. The martial challenge was declared, open and impartial. Zhang Tsonglong stepped forward, the fierce killing intent honed on the battlefield, pressing down on Zhang Teng like a blade. "You wretch, do you still dare to challenge us?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tsonglong's words were abruptly cut short as a figure suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a resounding slap reverberated throughout the venue. The next moment, Zhang Tsonglong found himself face down on the ground, sliding several meters away. An uproar ensued in the crowd. The one who delivered the slap was none other than Lin Bei. "Lin Bei!" Zhang Zhong leapt to his feet, glaring fiercely at Lin Bei and vociferously rebuking him. "What are you doing?" Lin Bei's gaze was as sharp as a cold blade as he coldly replied, "Who grants him the audacity to insult my esteemed disciple in my presence? Is it you?" Their eyes locked in a tense standoff, the air crackling with intensity. The surroundings erupted into chaos. "Is this for real? The owner of the Lin estate is exceedingly ruthless. Has he truly intervened?" murmured the onlookers. "To be this protective? Just for a mere insult. He storms in. Does he intend to overturn the table? Such ferocity from the outset." Amidst the astonished remarks from martial artists of various schools and the delighted gasps of academy practitioners, it became evident to all that Zhang Teng's confidence in challenging was not merely rooted in the impartiality of the martial arts hall, but rather in the personal presence of his master. Yet, before the challenge could even commence, Lin Bei had already taken action. How could this not incite their astonishment? After the initial shock, some began to voice their confusion. The adjudicator is still present. Outsiders should not interfere with this challenge, correct? Even if it is the master? Zhang Teng had not yet articulated the specifics of his challenge, thus it had not officially begun. Several martial artists commenced to elucidate the situation. After Zhang Teng announced the challenge, it was only when the martial arts hall acknowledged and ensured fairness that the challenge officially commenced. At this moment, as Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei's silhouette, a surge of gratitude welled within him. In contrast to the family that betrayed him and the kin who abandoned him, Lin Bei appeared magnificently noble in his heart. This scene incensed Zhang Zhong, causing him to grit his teeth in fury. Many members of the Zhang clan could hardly suppress their rage, exclaiming how utterly arrogant it was to launch a sneak attack. The challenge had yet to begin. He deserved a lesson. In an instant, the air was charged with martial intent, and true energy intertwined. The Zhang clan seemed poised to surge forward en masse. "Cease at once," Zhang Zhong barked, instantly quelling the fury of the Zhang clan. He then cast a cold gaze at Lin Bei. "Lin Bei, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Do you wish to spar with me before the challenge?" "Presumptuous?" Lin Bei retorted sharply. "Who, pray tell, is truly the arrogant one? We followed the rules to issue a challenge. Yet this Zhang Tsongchong resorts to insults from the outset. I merely offered a slight reprimand." With that, Lin Bei turned his attention to Zhang Zhong. "If you find this unacceptable, feel free to make a move." As he spoke, his voice sharpened like a cold blade. "However, I advise you to ponder carefully before engaging, and ensure you are prepared to face your demise." These words reverberated throughout the venue, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Mu Qingyue's gaze towards Lin Bei transformed. She had always perceived him as amiable, easygoing, and refined. Yet at this moment, she could only sense one thing: dominance. It was utterly intolerable. The clan leader of the Zhang family seethed with rage. Zhang Zhong swiftly moved to restrain the furious clan leader Zhang. "Enough! Are you not embarrassed enough?" Upon hearing these words, clan leader Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Indeed, from a broader perspective, Zhang Teng had formally issued a challenge, adhering to the decorum of the matter, while Zhang Tsonglong's outburst was undeniably disrespectful. Having been reprimanded, they could only concede, lest they be perceived as unreasonable troublemakers. As a prominent family in Nanyang, they valued their reputation. Observing clan leader Zhang's calm demeanor, Zhang Zhong then turned his gaze towards Lin Bei. We have indeed acted inappropriately. We hope for your understanding, Master Lin. At this declaration, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Zhang Zhong, it seemed, had capitulated. Chapter 65. Magnanimity and the Joy of Retribution. Among those present, many were aware of a particular incident. Zhang Zhong had once visited a dojo, seemingly engaging in a discreet contest with Master Lin. Although there had been no actual confrontation, there was a palpable sense of caution. This very reason explained why, when Zhang Zonglong was dismissed, it appeared entirely justified. Now, witnessing Lin Bei's formidable presence, they suddenly recognized that this man was not to be trifled with. Zhang Zhong, a martial arts master tempered at the frontier, had chosen to yield? Some spectators were perplexed, finding it hard to comprehend. In the realm of martial artists, strength dictated respect. If Zhang Zonglong was not a match for Lin Bei and had no valid grounds, then the consequences were simply deserved. One martial artist voiced his thoughts. The most crucial point was that Master Lin showed no fear of Zhang Zhong, indicating that he too was at least a master, possessing the right to engage in dialogue. Otherwise, who would reason with you? The man raised his fist and declared, sometimes a fist embodies the truth. The crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Bei noticed Zhang Zhong retreating and narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Zhong deeply, pondering internally. Has this fellow seen through my intentions? Despite my blatant provocation, he chose to withdraw. Why did he seize upon Zhang Zonglong's indiscretion with such ferocity, rendering him unconscious? The answer was simple: seizing the opportunity to eliminate a formidable force from the Zhang family. This was a means to alleviate pressure on Zhang Tong. However, discerning his motives mattered little. At least he had established his authority. Through his actions, he conveyed to the Zhang clan that their dojo was not to be trifled with. Zhang Tong had formidable backing. Now that Zhang Zhong had retreated, Lin Bei nonchalantly remarked, "Those who recognize the times are the true talents." After uttering this, he calmly stepped back a few paces. In that moment, the members of the Zhang clan were on the brink of exploding with fury. An elder from the Zhang family approached Zhang Zhong, whispering, "Elder Zhong, why retreat? You've allowed them to mock us." Some elders of the Zhang clan failed to comprehend Zhang Zhong's behavior. To many of them, Lin Bei's blatant provocation was an ideal opportunity for them to act. If Zhang Zhong struck first, they could join forces for a decisive attack, significantly increasing their chances of victory. Fools! Zhang Zhong scoffed. Zhang Tong has issued a challenge to our clan. According to the rules of the main hall, anyone below the rank of Grandmaster may enter the fray. Do you wish to meet the same fate as Zhang Zonglong? Upon hearing this, many faces displayed a look of utter bewilderment. What did Zhang Zhong mean by such words? It is akin to informing them that, should a confrontation truly ensue, even if he were to intervene, those besieging him might very well be rendered incapable of combat. Lin Bei, is he truly this formidable? Inquired clan leader Zhang. I cannot ascertain the extent of his strength, yet from the moment I first encountered him, his demeanor has exuded formidable prowess. At the very least, it signifies that he harbors no fear of me, and I am unable to perceive the essence of his power, leaving me uncertain of my chances of victory, Zhang Zhong candidly admitted. Recognizing his intentions, how could one fall into his trap? The members of the Zhang clan were rendered speechless. Zhang Tong observed the unfolding scene with keen eyes. Witnessing their semblance of enduring humiliation for the greater good, long-buried memories seemed to resurface. Once upon a time, even when it was known that he had been wronged, the family still chose to forsake him for Zhang Tao. His grandfather, too, compelled him to endure indignities. And what was the outcome? He was crippled, and even faced death itself. Yet, what is truly ironic? Initially, the family bore the shame and treated him as a discarded pawn to accumulate strength. Now, the Zhang clan, before him, bears humiliation once more, still for the sake of accruing power. But this time, the gathering of strength is aimed at his demise. How utterly mocking. At that moment, Zhang Tong stepped forward. Today, I, Zhang Ting, come forth to challenge the Zhang clan. As he spoke, the entire Zhang clan's territory fell into a profound silence. They understood that a splendid performance was about to commence. Although they were aware of Zhang Tong's challenge to the Zhang clan, the specifics of the challenge remained unknown. Now, each person awaited with bated breath to discern the nature of Zhang Tong's challenge. Esteemed guests, were I to stand alone, I would find no need to elaborate on past grievances. However, I am now a disciple of the dojo, the foremost disciple of my master. and it is imperative for me to uphold the dignity of both the dojo and my master. Zhang Teng proclaimed loudly. I am a scion of the Zhang clan. And during a banquet hosted by the Prince of Nanyang, Zhang Tao took advantage of my unguarded moment and rendered me unconscious. Upon awakening, I found myself in the chamber of the princess. Thus, I was inexplicably wronged. By the time I gathered my wits, I had become a wanted fugitive, stripped of my cultivation. Before he could finish, a messenger from the Zhou clan vehemently retorted, Nonsense. If you had not tarnished the princess's virtue, or even fathered an illegitimate child, would our Zhou clan of Nanyang seek to apprehend you? This is truly a misunderstanding. Our illustrious Zhou family is not so petty. Zhang Teng scoffed. What absurdity! Tarnish her virtue? When I awoke, I was properly attired and, moreover, my vitality remained intact. How could I have sullied her purity? As for the illegitimate child, you ought to inquire with the princess. These words sent shockwaves through the assembly. If Zhang Teng's claims held any truth, then the slander against him might well be a scheme orchestrated by the princess. The messenger appeared momentarily taken aback, his complexion draining of color. Even Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. No wonder Zhang Teng felt such profound disillusionment with his family. He must have voiced his grievances. Yet his family dared not offer any explanations, treating him as a discarded pawn. It seemed this matter was not solely to protect Zhang Tao, but also entangled with the interests of the princess of Nanyang. You speak with a silver tongue and a deceitful heart. The clan leader of the Zhang family exclaimed in a fury. He comprehended that by revealing this matter, the Zhang clan would suffer a significant loss of prestige and face. At that moment, the envoy from the Zhou clan also reacted, immediately rebuking, You impudent wretch, how dare you slander the princess? Seize him at once. The members of the Zhang clan exchanged glances, yet none moved to act. Zhang Zhong then spoke slowly, Do not be hasty, esteemed envoy. We, the Zhang clan, shall surely apprehend Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng let out a mocking smile. Slander? Prior to submitting my challenge to the general hall, I had engaged in a spar with Miss Mu, who is well aware of my true nature as a Yuan Yang. Otherwise, how could the Qingyun General Hall possibly advocate for me before the Martial Arts General Hall? Although Mu Qingyue remained silent, she tacitly acknowledged Zhang Teng's words. In that moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Teng declared, Ladies and gentlemen, this is precisely the reason for my challenge against the Zhang clan. They are fully aware of the injustice I have suffered, yet collude with the Zhou clan, not only destroying my Dantian, but also seeking to eradicate me entirely. Truly, a gentleman can endure much, but this is intolerable. With that, Zhang Teng resolutely stated, I, before all present, once more declare, I sever ties with the Zhang clan. I, Zhang Teng, today challenge any member of the Zhang clan who is willing to. The atmosphere was charged with tension to an extreme degree. Members of the Zhang clan exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, a voice rang out, proclaiming, Brother Teng, you possess unparalleled spirit. As warriors, we must embrace both vengeance and grace. At this moment, Mu Qingyue stepped forward, positioning herself before the crowd. The Zhang family had already delivered the content of their challenge. Those willing to sign the death warrant could engage in one-on-one combat with Zhang Teng. As she spoke, Mu Qingyue took the death warrant and unfurled it. Just then, a fierce voice erupted from one of the Zhang clan strongmen. You insolent child. Nonsense. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks. With that, he leapt into action, signing his name beside the death warrant even as he moved. Zhang Yashan. He was none other than the father of Zhang Tao. Chapter 66. Sealing the acupoints. The call for updates has been received. We shall amplify our efforts. The instant Zhang Teng beheld Zhang Yashan charging towards him, a thought struck his mind. Debts must be repaid, and grievances addressed. It was rumored that the poison Zhang Tao had taken was provided by Zhang Yashan, and now he was the first to leap into the fray. However, this was not surprising, for their enmity ran deep, akin to an ocean. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury. The murderous intent radiating from both men was palpable, easily deciphered by all present. In that moment, words were rendered unnecessary. Only life and death could quell the overwhelming bloodlust that surged between them. Damnation, prepare to die, Zhang Yashan declared, his aura brimming with lethal intent as he closed the distance to less than 3 meters from Zhang Teng in an instant. Though he had reached the realm of manifestation, his martial will remained unexpressed, instead merging with his true energy, surging within the tumult of his blood and chi. even from a great distance. One could sense his formidable physique, presently in an extraordinarily vigorous state. It was evident that he was unaware of how he had come by the information regarding Zhang Teng's ability to disturb the manifestation of martial intent. Such a demeanor could only amplify his prowess. Was it Zhang Yong who had leaked this intelligence? A flicker of disappointment coursed through Zhang Teng's heart. Nevertheless, he clung to a vestige of hope. As Zhang Yashin lunged forward with lethal intent, the muscles in his arms surged as if bursting forth, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Every martial artist present could feel it. This punch was formidable. Zhang Teng's eyes narrowed in recognition. He instantly identified the technique, an ultimate killing move from the Zhang clan's long fist style, shattering the wind and fracturing the mountain. Legend has it that an ancestor of the Zhang family, a king of martial arts, once used this very strike to pierce the heart of a mountain, creating a tunnel over 100 meters long. This punch was renowned for its speed and strength. In response, Zhang Teng did not attempt to withstand it directly. His refined body, honed through 8 levels of training, was more than capable of matching Zhang Yashin's velocity. He executed the Tai Chi steps, his feet seemingly embodying the essence of yin and yang, as his movements, deceptively simple, adeptly evaded the oncoming punch. In a seamless motion, he closed the distance, exploiting the fleeting moment where Zhang Yashin revealed a weakness. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng transformed his palm into a finger, unleashing a martial technique he had comprehended, sealing the acupuncture point. With a precise jab, he aimed directly at the Yunmen point. In that instant, Zhang Teng's expression shifted slightly. As he attempted to seal the point, he distinctly sensed an abundance of true energy surging within Zhang Yashin's Yunmen point, along with the swirling essence of martial intent. What did this signify? It was as if Zhang Yashin had been prepared all along, foreseeing the sealing of his acupuncture point. At this moment, a certain glimmer of hope within him vanished entirely. He could almost ascertain that this news must have originated from Zhang Yong. However, despite his disappointment, his current strength was no longer comparable to that during his earlier confrontation with Zhang Yong. He had already mastered the 8th level of the Tao body. At this instant, even if Zhang Yashing had anticipated this, what of it? Was sealing the acupoints so easily defendable? As Zhang Teng commenced the sealing of the acupoints, a faint thread of celestial energy spiraled at his fingertips. The moment it struck the Yunmen acupoint, it effortlessly pierced through the defenses of martial arts intent and true energy. Yunmen acupoint sealed. Suddenly, Zhang Yashing's expression changed drastically, but before he could react, Zhang Teng, like a bolt of lightning, sealed 3 of his acupoints. When he attempted to counter Zhang Teng with a punch, Zhang Teng merely shifted slightly with his Tai Chi step, evading the attack in an instant, and proceeded to seal 6 more of his acupoints. In that moment, his true energy became obstructed, and the martial arts intent could not condense, manifesting numerous issues. His strength had significantly declined in a brief span. Panic ensued. At this moment, Zhang Yashing finally felt a sense of urgency, seemingly experiencing the despair that Zhang Yong had once felt. He yearned to retaliate. However, Zhang Teng's movements were ethereal, elusive, and each counterattack not only failed to strike Zhang Teng but also resulted in the sealing of even more acupoints. It was over. A single misstep led to a cascade of errors. He could never have imagined that executing the ultimate move of Zhang's ancestral long fist would lead him to such a dire predicament. This was simply too formidable. At this moment, he even doubted whether Zhang Yong had been deceiving him. With such prowess, how could Zhang Teng possibly be forced into defeat? As his movements began to slow, despair loomed ever closer. Zhang Teng pointed directly at his temple, and in an instant, Zhang Yashin's eyes were filled with crimson veins. His pupils brimmed with unacceptance and resentment. However, all of this abruptly ceased with a deafening thud as he collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, his life came to an end, leaving no time for even a final word. Silence enveloped the entire arena as everyone stood in shock, including Mu Qingwei, who was left utterly dumbfounded. Though she had previously faced Zhang Teng and emerged defeated, she had believed she possessed a fighting chance. Yet now, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Had Zhang Teng been holding back? Zhang Yashin was, after all, a formidable master at the same realm as she, renowned within the Zhang clan. How could he be slain in a single encounter? Life and death are determined by fate, and today marked the moment for him to atone for his sins. Zhang Teng cast a glance at Zhang Yashin, then disdainfully kicked him aside as one would discard refuse. This spectacle ignited fury among the members of the Zhang clan, their eyes filled with rage. I shall confront you, an elder from the Zhang clan declared, preparing to take action. Suddenly, Mu Qingwei retracted the death warrant and obstructed the elder. Hold on. What do you mean by this? Why have you rescinded the death warrant? The elder reprimanded. Are you not showing favoritism? Certainly not. Mu Qingwei replied swiftly. According to the rules, Zhang Teng is entitled to a respite of 1 incense stick's duration. After speaking, she turned to Zhang Teng. Do you require a moment to rest? Indeed, Zhang Teng replied, and without further ado, he settled into a meditative posture, beginning to regulate his breath. Zhang Teng, are you truly afraid? Rise and engage me in 300 exchanges. The elder stamped his foot in indignation. Zhang Teng cast a sidelong glance at him, his gaze conveying utter disdain. Observing this, Lin Bei chuckled, offering a mild jest. Are all members of the Zhang clan so imbecilic? In a battle to the death, even a modicum of restored energy can augment one's chances of victory. A truism apparently lost on you. Or perhaps the Zhang clan is replete with craven individuals like yourself, seeking to exploit vulnerability? Lin Bei's words elicited a chorus of laughter from the surroundings. Zhang Zhong's countenance turned ashen, and he glared at the elder. Return at once. The elder shot a malevolent glare at Lin Bei, seemingly to express his final defiance, before reluctantly retreating. Lin Bei remained unfazed by this impotent display of anger, even finding it amusing. At that moment, Zhang Teng concluded his respiration, having recovered his composure. Previously, lacking any refined spiritual energy stored within his primary meridian, he was compelled to utilize the energy within his Tao body to breach Zhang Yishan's Yumen acupoint. Initially, Zhang Teng had also contemplated storing refined spiritual energy within his primary meridian to comprehend the art of governing laws. However, during refinement, he discovered that his Tao body appeared insufficiently robust, and storing refined spiritual energy would inflict minor damage upon it. Consequently, he recognized his lack of attainment and promptly ceased his efforts. Ordinarily, he would be incapable of wielding the art of governing laws, but Lin Bei had informed him that, upon comprehending it, he would have the opportunity to vanquish Zhang Zhong. He maintained unwavering faith in Lin Bei, firmly believing that his mentor would never permit him to harm his Tao body. Consequently, he adopted an unconventional approach, navigating the meridian pathways of the Celestial Palace Triad to locate the acupoint. He discovered that storing and refining spiritual power through this point would not harm his Taoist physique, ultimately leading him to comprehend the, now fully restored. He wasted no time in rising to confront the Zhang clan. Who else wishes to apprehend me? Acting as a hound for the Zhou clan. Zhang Teng glared fiercely at the elder. Come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 67. Repentance? Too late. The elder, incensed by Zhang Teng's glare, immediately stood up. Mere bluster. Do you think you can intimidate me? Despite his advanced age, the elder possessed keen eyes and a vigorous spirit. You merely disrupted Zhang Yishan's true energy and martial intent through acupoint sealing. Otherwise, you would never have been his match. As he spoke, the elder leaped forward, positioning himself before Mu Qingwei, the document of mortal consequence. Since the allotted time for respite had not yet elapsed, Mu Qingwei glanced at Zhang Teng, seeking his consent to sign the document. Zhang Teng nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, Mu Qingwei produced the document and unfurled it. The elder promptly inscribed his name. Zhang Yiren. So you are Zhang Yiren? No wonder I did not recognize you. You are the outsider who married his own granddaughter to Zhang Yishan and subsequently adopted the Zhang surname. Zhang Teng spoke with derision. It is no wonder you are so eager to kill me and claim credit after Zhang Yishan's death. It is not falsehoods that wound, but rather the truth. Zhang Yiren appeared to have struck a nerve, his forehead veins bulging in anger, his fury palpable. You little thief, are you seeking death? Yet, despite his rage, Zhang Yiren did not charge forward like Zhang Yashan. Instead, he remained rooted in place, fervently unleashing his martial intent and true energy. His words were defiant, but his body betrayed him. He was acutely aware that engaging in close combat might not guarantee his victory over Zhang Teng, especially with Zhang Yashan's grim fate fresh in his mind. However, employing his true energy and martial intent for long-distance attacks would be an entirely different matter. From his observations, it seemed that this so-called sect of cultivators, Zhang Teng included, had not mastered the art of ranged assaults, excelling instead in close-quarter combat. Therefore, he opted to utilize his true energy and martial intent to strike from afar. At that moment, many others shared his sentiments. Believing that the sect of cultivators was merely a path focused on extreme physical development, adept in close-quarters battle, with some peculiar techniques capable of countering martial true energy and intent. Yet, little did they realize that the cultivators were least proficient in close combat. The refinement of their physical forms served primarily to wield their techniques, with physical prowess being merely a secondary benefit. They could not fathom that Zhang Teng's journey into cultivation was but a nascent step, lacking the qualifications to genuinely command spells. To a certain extent, these individuals were utterly ignorant of what a true cultivator entailed, and thus they could not imagine the formidable strength that genuine cultivators possessed. Meanwhile, Lin Bei could truly be regarded as a cultivator in every sense of the word. At this juncture, upon witnessing Zhang Yaren's stance, Zhang Ting instantly grasped his tactical approach. Without superfluous discourse, the flagstones beneath Zhang Teng's feet fractured instantaneously as he propelled himself towards Zhang Yaren with the velocity of an arrow released from its bow. Far from being alarmed, Zhang Yaren was elated to witness Zhang Teng's aggressive advance. It became apparent that his adversary's martial style was exceptionally peculiar, devoid of any discernible true energy or martial intent, thus precluding any long-range threat. In the brief interval of Zhang Yaren's contemplation, his martial energy and intent surged to their zenith, permeating his entire being. As Zhang Teng hurtled towards him, Zhang Yaren emitted a thunderous roar, stamping his foot upon the flagstones with tremendous force. In the ensuing moment, the flagstones within a meter's radius of him shattered, and the reactive force propelled hundreds of stone fragments into the air. These fragments, varying in size, were immediately enveloped in layers of true energy, imbued with a substantial concentration of martial intent. Perish! Zhang Yaren bellowed, his voice strained as he gestured emphatically. The stone fragments were launched forth like concealed projectiles. Simultaneously, his martial intent surged, guiding the fragments with preternatural accuracy, as if they possessed their own volition, assailing Zhang Teng from all directions. Observing this, the Zhang patriarch squinted, nodding in approval. He perceived that such an assault would be largely ineffectual against a martial intent expert, as a clash of martial intents would simply deflect the fragments. However, against Zhang Teng, it seemed perfectly suited. After all, Zhang Teng's combat style resembled that of a body refinement realm practitioner. While formidable in close-quarters combat, how would he contend with such a reduction in combat range? The Zhang clan, comprising numerous individuals, collectively grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts filled with admiration for Zhang Yaren's quick wit. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng inhaled deeply and suddenly bellowed, "Break." Concurrently with his outcry, he adeptly employed the Tai Chi breathing technique to stir the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Indeed, almost instantaneously with his shout, the previously animated stones, seemingly endowed with sentience, lost their martial intent. Their erratic trajectories were replaced solely by the inertia carried by the enveloping true energy. At that moment, numerous warriors of the Zhang clan rose to their feet, their martial intent dispersed. A close-quarters battle was imminent. This was dire. Zhang Yaren was in peril. At this juncture, Zhang Teng, agile as a dragon, effortlessly navigated through the gaps between the stones, swiftly approaching Zhang Yaren. Zhang Yaren's pupils constricted, and he hastily threw a punch, seeking to seize the initiative. Alas, at the very instant he swung his fist, Zhang Ting executed a Tai Chi cloud hand, effortlessly nullifying the attack, transforming his palm into a finger and deftly tapping on the acupoint in front of Zhang Yaren's shoulder. Zhang Yaren was struck with terror. He immediately sensed his true energy and martial intent becoming obstructed. In his mind, two words flashed: sealed acupoints. In his fright, he desperately retaliated, momentarily pushing Zhang Teng back after having 4 of his acupoints sealed. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the fate of Zhang Yashin, and thus his instinctive response was not to continue the confrontation, but rather to turn and flee. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Among the observing warriors, some scoffed, incredulous that he dared to escape. It is truly disgraceful. The arrogance displayed in the heat of battle now stands in stark contrast to the current humiliation. The derision of numerous warriors has rendered the Zhang clan utterly mortified. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng deftly maneuvered to pursue Zhang Yaren. "Where do you think you're going?" His voice resonated like a death knell. I concede, spare me," Zhang Yaren pleaded in terror. Yet, Zhang Teng exhibited no semblance of mercy, coldly articulating, "Having signed a life-and-death contract, the outcome is predetermined. Either you emerge victorious and I perish, or I triumph and you meet your end." In an instant, Zhang Teng closed the gap, launching a relentless assault with the Tai Chi Bagua palm, each strike crashing down like an unrelenting tide. Although Zhang Yaran attempted to resist in his haste, his spirit was utterly crushed. In mere moments of engagement, he became riddled with vulnerabilities, his entire body sealed with a multitude of pressure points. At this juncture, the members of the Zhang clan watched in clenched silence, fully aware that Zhang Yaran's fate was sealed. Chapter 68. A lack of agency. The battle had seemingly lost all suspense. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ting unleashed a powerful strike that shattered Zhang Yaran's heart, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Like Zhang Yashan before him, Zhang Teng casually kicked his fallen form aside. Without uttering a word, he assumed a meditative posture, focusing on recovery. Though he remained silent, his demeanor conveyed a chilling message to all present. Is there anyone else who wishes to meet their demise? Patriarch, what shall we do? In that instant, many instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhang Songlong. In theory, Zhang Songlong should have been the ultimate weapon to eliminate Zhang Teng at this moment. But he is currently unconscious. Elder Zhong, how is Zhang Songlong? The Zhang clan leader inquired. Zhang Zhong was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "It's more than just a coma." Zhang Teng's master was a bit ruthless. The meridians in his brain were shattered by a strange force. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. What? Elder Zhong, is this true? If so, then Zhang Songlong. Wouldn't he be? Zhang Zhong nodded. You guessed right. Zhang Songlong is just a lump of breathing flesh. Everyone gasped. Zhang Songlong actually suffered brain death. Damn it. Zhang Teng's master actually killing Zhang Songlong. Isn't that breaking the rules? Zhang Zhong smiled wryly. Breaking the rules? Zhang Songlong is not dead, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules. He used the most ruthless means within the limited rules. For a time, everyone was silent. Zhang Songlong was a martial arts true meaning level expert, yet he was defeated in one face-to-face encounter with just one slap. The clan leader was unable to continue speaking. Clan leader, what should we do next? Who will deal with Zhang Teng? If no one steps forward to fight, then we will have to admit defeat. Admitting defeat would not only cause the Zhang clan to lose face, but also make it impossible for them to explain to the Zhou clan. However, at this moment, no one in the Zhang clan dared to accept the challenge. After all, none of them were confident of defeating Zhang Yashan and Zhang Yaran so easily. They are all deceased. How could these elders at the manifestation of martial intent stage, or even clansmen at the gathering of intent level, dare to engage in combat? I shall personally intervene. A glint of coldness flashed in clan leader Zhang's eyes. I have reached the true intent realm. Though I may not be a match for Zhang Songlong, subduing such a rebel should pose no difficulty. This was Zhang Zhong's assertion. Indeed, only you are suited for this task. From my observation, Zhang Teng's physical prowess, while not quite at the level of martial Dao true intent, is nearly comparable. His combat skills are exceedingly formidable. You must exercise caution. Just then, the envoy from the Zhou clan interjected. Hold. Clan leader Zhang, though you are not weak, you may not necessarily be able to subdue him. As he spoke, he approached clan leader Zhang and presented him with a small vial. This is. Clan leader Zhang appeared somewhat bewildered. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. Within is a secret concoction that can induce instantaneous mental disorientation. Even a ferocious tiger would succumb to immediate unconsciousness. The Zhou clan's envoy stated impassively. An elder promptly remarked, would this not invite ridicule from all? The Zhou clan's envoy cast a frigid glance at him. The victor reigns supreme, the vanquished are condemned. My mission here is to apprehend Zhang Teng, not to witness his rampant slaughter. Consider your options carefully. With that, the Zhou clan's envoy proceeded to sit down to the side. Clan leader Zhang glanced at Zhang Zhong. Elder Zhang, should I truly resort to such measures, would it not violate the precepts of the duel? Zhang Zhong remarked, we must not violate the established rules. For Zhang Teng's master is not a mere ornament. However, just as he uttered these words, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Capture Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. The rules regarding the use of medicine and the battle decree may be disregarded. I trust you can bear the consequences, or else you shall face repercussions beyond your capacity to endure. At that moment, Zhang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. This was the art of sound transmission. Astonishingly, no one else around seemed to hear the voice. What could this signify? The presence of a formidable entity, the martial arts sovereign? Zhang Zhong quickly realized that the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan had indeed arrived. He even suspected that this secret elixir might have been entrusted to the Zhou clan's envoy by the sovereign himself. At this juncture, Despite understanding the grave consequences the Zhang clan would face for breaching the rules, he found himself compelled to comply with the voice's demand. For while violating the fairness of the battle decree might only lead to temporary setbacks and public criticism, defying the martial arts sovereign could very well spell doom for his entire clan. With the situation thus escalated, Zhang Zhong suddenly spoke. Patriarch. Elder Zhong? The patriarch, completely unaware of the recent developments, cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Zhong. We must utilize the medicine. We must capture Zhang Teng. What? The Zhang patriarch was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Zhang Zhong had so swiftly changed his stance. This left him in a state of bewilderment. Elder Zhong, did you not assert that Zhang Teng's master is not to be trifled with? If I resort to using medicine, it would indeed violate the rules. Would his master simply stand by and do nothing? Do not concern yourselves. If by chance you are truly not a match, use the medicine immediately, and then. Zhang Zhong cast a glance around at the members of the Zhang clan. Should the medicine fail, you all shall join forces to subdue Zhang Teng. As for his master, that matter rests with me. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Zhang clan appeared bewildered. They struggled to comprehend Zhang Zhong's motives, for in their eyes, even if they were to lose the challenge, it would merely result in Zhang Teng's escape, thus concluding their grievances. Although they would face pressure from the Zhou clan, they would ultimately possess a valid excuse. However, should they proceed as Zhang Zhong instructed, the situation could spiral out of control, and the Zhang clan would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. In that moment, Zhang Zhong seemed to age considerably. Exhaling a solemn statement, the martial arts king of the Zhou clan has already conveyed a message to me. Defying him will lead to our annihilation. The Zhang clan was taken aback. They found themselves with no choice. Just then, Zhang Teng, having regained his composure, rose to his feet. Standing tall like a pine tree, casting a cold gaze over the members of the Zhang clan. Who else wishes to meet their demise? At that moment, the clan leader of the Zhang family was the first to react, stepping forward decisively. As the family traitor, today I shall personally cleanse our ranks. The onlookers exchanged glances. With the clan leader stepping up, it seemed there was no one left in the Zhang family to oppose. Zhang Songlong had evidently lost his fighting spirit. This was likely the final battle. After this confrontation, the Zhang clan would be left without anyone, and their grievances should be resolved. With the fairness of the general headquarters, the Zhang clan would be unable to send anyone to apprehend Zhang Teng. At that moment, they found themselves confronted with the pressure from the Zhou clan. The onlookers began to voice their thoughts. Even at this juncture, the spectators realized a significant truth. Even if clan leader Zhang, a master of the true martial realm, took action personally, victory was not guaranteed. After all, Zhang Teng's displayed combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. It was inconceivable for a master of the true martial realm to eliminate a practitioner of the manifestation realm within such a brief span of time. At this point, clan leader Zhang stepped forward, approaching the life and death contract. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he inscribed his name. Chapter 69, Between Life and Death. Upon signing, the atmosphere surrounding him transformed entirely. His true martial essence surged forth, igniting his internal energy like flames, emanating an extraordinarily potent aura. The bluestone slabs beneath his feet were riddled with numerous cracks from this overwhelming energy. Moreover, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Clan leader Zhang was drenched in blood, his garments soaked. The crimson liquid resembling a suit of armor enveloping his entire being. What was clan leader Zhang doing? Such a fierce intent in his fists. It surged forth like a tempest. Observers from the periphery gasped in astonishment. Though they had already attained the manifestation realm, they felt an intense sense of oppression in that moment. The concept of martial intent, the third realm, aptly describes this very scenario. Yet, some martial artists expressed confusion. Why was he bleeding profusely? It seemed rather eerie. Others began to offer explanations. He fused the essence of martial arts with true energy, draining his own vitality to elevate his combat prowess several levels within a brief period. Upon finishing his declaration, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. This was a signal of desperation. The aftermath would likely leave him in a state of weakness for an extended duration. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they beheld the resolve of clan leader Zhang. They also recognized that in the eyes of clan leader Zhang, Zhang Teng was an adversary that could only be overcome through sheer desperation. Zhang Teng, too, inhaled sharply in surprise. After his 8th refinement of the Tao body, he had become swift enough to match the speed of a martial artist at the manifestation realm. Coupled with his extraordinary combat talent, victory had seemed effortless. Yet, In this moment, he felt the weight of pressure. The realm of martial intent, indeed, lived up to its illustrious name. On the battlefield, a brief stillness enveloped the air. Zhang Teng and clan leader Zhang locked eyes, each understanding that this fleeting silence was merely the calm before the storm. Neither spoke, seemingly engaged in a silent observation of one another, searching for weaknesses. At last, clan leader Zhang could no longer contain himself. His peak condition was not sustainable. He yearned for victory. He wished to triumph before resorting to underhanded tactics that could tarnish the Zhang family's reputation. In an instant, clan leader Zhang propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Zhang Teng. How swift! Zhang Teng's pupils contracted, his head turning slightly. He noticed a fist hurtling toward him, nearly brushing against his ear. The hair by his temple was obliterated, leaving a distinct imprint from the strike. Before Zhang Teng could react, clan leader Zhang unleashed a sweeping punch, compelling Zhang Teng to raise his arms to defend. Bang! The force behind this punch was so tremendous that it created a sonic boom, leaving one in awe. Zhang Teng immediately felt the terrifying power coursing through his arm. Were it not for his firmly grounded stance, he would have been toppled to the ground by this strike. Even so, the blue stone beneath his feet bore the marks of two deep impressions. The clan leader, Zhang, seized the opportunity, unleashing his formidable Zhang ancestor long fist with fierce vigor. He had learned from Zhang Yashin's defeat and understood that the lethal technique breaking the wind and shattering the mountain had been discerned by Zhang Teng. Thus, he opted to employ the sudden storm from the Zhang ancestor long fist to launch a relentless assault. Truly, as the clan leader, Zhang Teng found himself at a disadvantage. Though he managed to block that recent strike, I could sense his muscles trembling. Had he not diverted the force in time, that kick could have claimed his life. Many elders of the Zhang clan displayed expressions of delight. However, Zhang Zhong's demeanor remained gravely serious. During the skirmish, he perceived that aside from the initial moment when Zhang Teng bravely withstood the clan leader's utmost strike, in subsequent exchanges, he not only evaded attacks but also sought opportunities to counterstrike. Although the clan leader was formidable in close combat, skillfully avoiding weaknesses and leaving Zhang Teng little room for retaliation, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. He distinctly observed that as the battle progressed, Zhang Teng's counterattacks increased in frequency, a burgeoning capability that instilled a sense of dread within him, as if he were facing a creature born solely for the art of combat. Indeed, after Zhang Teng had evaded several attacks in succession, he seized an opportunity to parry, employing a technique of leveraging his opponent's force against him, which drove the clan elder back a few paces. Capitalizing on this moment, he swiftly transitioned from an open palm to a precise finger strike, effectively sealing one of the elder's vital acupoints. Instantly, the clan elder's once peak state of vitality, martial intent, and true energy encountered a severe impediment. Heavens! Is this young rogue some kind of prodigy? Many members of the Zhang clan rose to their feet in anxious concern. Even Zhang Zhong, at that moment, clenched his fists tightly. Slay! The clan elder roared, executing a martial maneuver and altering the course of his true energy in an attempt to regain the upper hand. Alas, his relentless assaults were met with Zhang Teng's ever more rapid and numerous counterattacks. With fists and feet interweaving, Zhang Teng, through the employment of a Tai Chi-inspired footwork, adroitly exposed a vulnerability in the clan elder's defense. Swiftly, in a series of 3 successive strikes, he sealed 3 more acupoints. The clan elder was inwardly aghast. These 3 acupoints completely obstructed the meridians essential for the circulation of his true energy. This signified his inability to alter the flow of his true energy, thus compromising his combat effectiveness. In that instant, he recalled the fates of Zhang Yishun and Zhang Yurun. The sealing of one's acupoints would lead to a precipitous decline in fighting prowess. Indeed, following Zhang Teng's application of a seemingly effortless counter, he deflected the elder's fist with ease, leaving his defenses wide open and his vulnerabilities fully exposed. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng closed the distance, his voice icily declaring, "The true essence of martial arts is indeed formidable. Had you maintained the intensity of your initial strike throughout, I might not have prevailed. But as it stands, you are defeated. Clan Elder Zhang, you are, after all, not as invincible as you seemed." Buzz. In an instant, Chief Zhang's mind went blank. As Zhang Teng approached, he cast aside all pretense. With a flick of his finger, he produced a vial and hurled it toward Zhang Teng with great force. Zhang Teng, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, initially believed it to be a desperate counterattack. He casually executed a Tai Chi move to deflect the blow. However, at the moment of deflection, the vial shattered, enveloping Zhang Teng in a cloud of powder. In an instant, he became disoriented and staggered back several steps, struggling to maintain his balance, as if he might fall at any moment. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. Mu Qingyue's pupils contracted, and she immediately shouted, "Chief Zhang, what are you doing? What is your Zhang clan up to? Resorting to such despicable tactics is disgraceful among warriors. Cease this at once." Simultaneously, the crowd erupted in condemnation, their disdain palpable. All the martial artists scoffed at such sordid methods. Yet, Chief Zhang, seemingly unfazed, seized the opportunity and charged toward Zhang Ting. His fist, imbued with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Zhang Teng's heart. This strike was the culmination of the Zhang family's ultimate technique. Wind-shattering, mountain-breaking. As Chief Zhang drew nearer, a fierce murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The penetrating power of wind-shattering, mountain-breaking was formidable. If it struck, it would surely create a gaping void in Zhang Teng's chest. In his current state of confusion and instability, had it not been for his unwavering willpower, he would have likely collapsed, utterly defenseless. The onlookers were filled with anxiety. This is bad. Zhang Teng was in dire peril. The Zhang clan was acting with such ignominy. The assembled martial artists, whether from the martial hall, the academy, or even the observing townsfolk, all regarded the Zhang clan with disdain. Mu Qingyue was particularly anxious, as she was the adjudicator, and the Zhang clan's actions were a flagrant affront to the main hall. Although the main hall would undoubtedly investigate and hold them accountable if this matter were reported, Zhang Teng's life hung precariously in the balance. Would the Zhang clan persist, compounding their error? Mu Qingyue rebuked them, attempting to dissuade the clan head from his transgression. However, the Zhang clan head remained impervious, seemingly resolved to ensure Zhang Teng's demise. At that moment, Zhang Teng, in a daze, perceived the visages of the Zhang clan, their expressions betraying a desire for his death. His heart, once resigned, now brimmed with animosity towards the Zhang clan. These were his kin, yet they employed such base tactics against him. At this instant, the clan head's tempestuous fist neared. Less than an inch away, Zhang Ting yearned to evade, to retaliate, but his body remained unresponsive. He immediately attempted to circulate the Tai Chi breathing technique, expelling the impure and drawing in the pure, to dispel the medicinal effects. It was working. However, it was too late. He required at least a dozen breaths to fully neutralize the effects. Yet, the clan head's attack would arrive in a mere 3 breaths. Was he to perish here? A feeling of profound unwillingness pervaded him. His spirit sting, intended for Zhang, would not even have the opportunity to be deployed. However, just as despair began to consume Zhang Teng, a cold snort resounded. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, Zhang Teng's heart trembled. Suddenly, he realized something profound. He was not alone. His master was also present here. How could he possibly allow him to be bullied? In that instant, Zhang Teng seemed to regain his confidence. Indeed, at that very moment, he felt an immensely terrifying spiritual energy converging around him. His master was channeling power. Strangely, he experienced an unprecedented sense of reassurance. His intuition was correct. This was precisely the spell that Lin Bei had cast, consuming a drop of spiritual energy. The Tai Chi mystic shield. Just then, beneath Zhang Teng's feet, black and white energies swirled, transforming into the Tai Chi symbol. Almost simultaneously, 2 fish emerged from within the Tai Chi diagram. The black and white energies spiraling upward, carrying with them a vast amount of earthly spiritual energy, forming a protective divine shield that enveloped Zhang Teng. "What is that?" exclaimed a martial artist not far away. "The manifestation of martial intent? Nonsense. The so-called manifestation of martial intent refers to a vague visibility to the naked eye, indicating that the martial artist can sense the opponent's intense martial intent. But this is different. If it is not the manifestation of martial intent, then what is it? The aura of a martial arts master does not appear like this at all." The martial artists were utterly bewildered. Aura, what is it? Aura is the highly condensed essence of martial intent, the gathering and refining of earthly spiritual energy imbued with martial intent, multiplied in strength several times. Even the martial intent of a master could not manifest in such a tangible form. This is not martial intent. I do not sense the slightest trace of martial intent. Nor do I perceive it as aura, remarked another martial artist from the periphery. Amidst the collective consternation, Zhang, positioned afar, experienced a stark contraction of his pupils, his countenance reflecting utter bewilderment. "Elder Zhang, what is this phenomenon? Could it possibly be a domain?" The mere mention of a domain induced widespread panic. It was a power, After all, exclusively wielded by the martial arts sovereigns. I'm uncertain. Yet, this assuredly transcends the boundaries of a domain. Elder Zhang demurred. A domain manifests in a manner divergent from this spectacle. Could this perhaps be an idiosyncratic attribute unique to cultivators? The assembly murmured in a state of bewilderment. On the opposing flank, the Zhang patriarch's homicidal intent intensified. Despite his evident surprise, his offensive persisted unabated, as if irrevocably committed to the demise of Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong, prepare to meet your end. His fist hurtled forth, cleaving the very wind and shattering the mountains. The Zhang patriarch's coup de GRC impacted directly upon the confluence of black and white energies. Bang! An astonishing spectacle unfolded as his fist made contact. The Zhang patriarch, employing the Zhang ancestral fist's ultimate technique, found himself utterly incapable of impeding the ebony and ivory energies. Even more preposterous was the fact that the force of his blow was amplified and rebounded upon him. Indeed, every observer could discern the fracture of bones within his own hand as a consequence of the impact. The Zhang patriarch recoiled in terror, retreating more than 100 paces. At that juncture, the martial arts practitioners encircling the arena were entirely dumbfounded. Heavens, what manner of defense is this? Its impregnability is terrifying. His hand has been fractured. And that was the Zhang ancestral fist's most lethal maneuver. Could this be the martial intent of a cultivator? I perceive it as something entirely transcendent. Is the cultivator lineage truly this formidable? As the crowd reeled in shock, Zhang Zhang's pupils constricted further, and he involuntarily clenched his fists. He was acutely aware that Lin Bei had orchestrated this maneuver. He harbored a deep-seated apprehension toward Lin Bei, which now intensified into a palpable sense of dread. Concurrently, clarity returned to Zhang Ting's eyes. The Tai Chi breathing technique, expelling the impure and drawing in the pure, had purged the medicinal effects from his system. He then beheld the spell shielding him. Indeed, my master has saved me, Zhang Tung exclaimed inwardly, stirred with emotion. In a sense, this was the first time he had witnessed Lin Bei wielding magic. Subsequently, he observed the grievous state of the Zhang clan leader. So formidable. A wave of awe washed over him, and he seized the opportune moment. The Zhang clan leader was now as helpless as a fish on a chopping block. Without hesitation, Zhang Ting lunged toward the Zhang clan leader, his eyes blazing with intense murderous intent. Despicable villain, prepare to meet your end, Zhang Ting roared, charging at the Zhang clan leader. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zhang's countenance underwent an abrupt transformation. Despite his fear of Lin Bei, he could no longer afford to hesitate. His expression contorted into a grimace. He bellowed, altogether, eliminate Zhang Ting and protect the clan leader. Almost instantaneously, more than 30 martial intent experts from the Zhang clan sprang into action, converging from all directions. Zhang Zhang, in particular, kept his gaze fixed on Lin Bei, poised to intercept him at any moment. This scene left the martial artists from the surrounding martial arts schools and academies dumbfounded. Have they truly torn off all pretenses? While the use of drugs earlier could be considered a violation of the rules, the current situation was of a far graver nature. Are the Zhangs mad? Even the Zhou clan of Nanyang wouldn't dare such defiance of the main hall. By acting in this manner, they risk incurring the wrath of the main hall, which will likely dispatch someone to investigate, rather than merely reprimand. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Zhang Tung's expression shifted slightly. He had never anticipated that the Zhang clan would resort to secretive potions and openly turn against him in such a manner. As Zhang Tung surveyed the crowd of assailants, a jolt of realization struck him. To his dismay, he spotted none other than Zhang Yong among them. In that moment, a chill enveloped his heart. Simultaneously, a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. First, they employed drugs, and now they surrounded him. Lin Bei scoffed coldly. Do you all consider me, Lin, a mere invisible presence? Chapter 71. The Sky Has Fallen. Lin Bei's voice was not loud, yet it resonated explosively in the ears of every individual present. The members of the Zhang clan feigned ignorance. Zhang Zhong rose abruptly, exuding an overwhelming martial aura, seemingly poised to intercept Lin Bei at any moment. Observing the indifference of the Zhang clan, a glint of severity flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Outrageous. With those words, Lin Bei immediately summoned a full 10 drops of spiritual energy from his primary meridian, merging it with the celestial spiritual energy. He then emulated the oppressive force that Zhang Zhong had once exerted in the dojo, directly channeling the celestial energy to bear down upon the members of the Zhang clan. As a master, Zhang Zhong could infuse the worldly spiritual energy with his martial intent, refining it multiple times to exert pressure over others. And now, what of Lin Bei? He summoned an immense volume of celestial energy to suppress these individuals. In an instant, the expressions of those from the Zhang clan charging at Zhang Teng changed dramatically. An unfathomable force descended upon them like the weight of Mount Tai, pressing down mercilessly. Their martial intent dissipated in an instant, and each individual's legs began to buckle, with some even collapsing to the ground. A profound illusion enveloped them all. Heavens have collapsed, and this fallen sky has directly descended upon them. Every individual felt the overwhelming power of divinity. What sort of might is this? How can it be so terrifying? The essence of martial intent can exert pressure. The force of martial prowess can dominate, and even the realm of martial arts can impose weight. Yet, the sensation experienced by the Zhang clan warriors under this suppression was entirely different. This pressure seemed not to emanate from humanity, but rather from the very heavens and earth. The metaphor of the sky collapsing and the ground caving in perfectly encapsulates the feelings of these martial artists. At this moment, Zhang Zhong's martial aura soared to the heavens as he endeavored to counteract this overwhelming force, yet he still felt an immense burden. He was merely straining to hold his ground, otherwise his legs would surely buckle beneath him. In this instant, he recalled his own experience upon entering the dojo. Back then, he had used his might to intimidate others. Now, Lin Bei had returned that might 1,000-fold. Even he could not withstand it. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening part was that he was not even the primary target of this pressure, merely one among the many affected. He bore no resentment towards those members of the Zhang clan who had knelt before this force. After all, if he felt such immense pressure, his calves trembling and nearly giving way, how could they endure? Unconsciously, his gaze towards Lin Bei shifted from wariness to sheer terror. In that instant, he even lost the courage to confront Lin Bei. Surrounding onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth had transpired? Wasn't the Zhang clan supposed to be fierce, ready to rise in unison against their adversary? Why had they all fallen like raindrops, even kneeling? Those at the Dan High Realm who could not comprehend should refrain from embarrassing themselves. A formidable practitioner of martial intent remarked, "I can sense an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weighty depths of the ocean, bearing down upon them." "What does pressure mean?" inquired another. "Unlike martial intent or martial might, what constrains them is the might of the heavens. The celestial might," declared a powerful figure of true martial essence. Celestial might. The individual gasped in astonishment. Not far away, the impartial Mu Qingwei was already rendered speechless. As the enigmatic Tai Chi shield materialized around Zhang Teng, she immediately recognized its significance. The art of control. In times past, she had conversed with Zhang Teng, who had known little of this art, even suggesting it could be equated to martial intent. Yet now, the members of the Zhang clan were brought to their knees, some even prostrating themselves upon the ground, their fingers rendered immobile. At this moment, Mu Qingwei finally comprehended. This was the art of control, mastery over the celestial energies. It was as if the very heavens were collapsing. To regard such power as mere martial intent? Absurd. They were not even on the same plane. At this juncture, a peculiar thought flickered in her mind. Cultivating immortality, perhaps it truly surpasses martial arts, even to an unfathomable degree. For she understood that Zhang Ting, at present, was merely at the threshold of cultivation, refining his body of the Tao. Even so, he could still vanquish numerous practitioners of true martial essence. Once he masters the art of control, even a grandmaster might not stand a chance. The more she comprehended the terrors of the cultivator, the more profound her sense of fear became. Just as she was struck by astonishment, Zhang Ting did not halt. Instead, he surged forward like lightning, racing towards the clan leader of the Zhang family. Zhang, the clan leader, was struck with dread as his peripheral vision caught sight of his kin pinned to the ground. In that instant, he comprehended the situation. Lin Bei had refrained from subduing him merely to compel Zhang Teng to take matters into his own hands. "Prepare to meet your end, clan leader." Zhang Teng charged forth, and Zhang, in a state of panic, attempted to defend himself, having lost his determination. It took but a fleeting moment for Zhang Teng to seize upon his vulnerabilities, swiftly sealing over 300 points of pressure throughout Zhang's body. Even though Zhang was a master of martial intention, he now felt his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. It was over. Despair enveloped Zhang's heart like a shroud. After exchanging several blows, Zhang Ting repelled Zhang with a powerful strike, leaving his midsection wide open. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Ting suddenly assumed a stance reminiscent of a charging punch, his aura surging exponentially. At the sight of this posture, Zhang was taken aback, for he recognized it as the prelude to the Zhang family's ultimate strike. The end was nigh. Zhang Teng let out a low growl and unleashed a ferocious punch, the air splitting with his momentum. The sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberated through the air. Zhang staggered back several steps, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at his chest. There, an emptiness lingered, marked only by the imprint of a fist. He opened his mouth, desperate to utter a word, yet silence enveloped him. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilated and unfocused. Clan leader, how could this be? How could you have executed the wind-splitting strike? Only those who prioritize martial intention can master it. You have stolen from our teachings. An elder of the Zhang family exclaimed in fury. Yet, as he voiced his outrage, the breath escaping him left him weak. He could no longer maintain his half-kneeling stance, and instead fell to his knees on the ground. The scene was reminiscent of Zhang Teng kneeling in apology, which was utterly ridiculous. Zhang Teng cast a cold glance at the members of the Zhang clan. Stealing techniques? The broken wind, shattered mountain you wield is riddled with flaws. Can you not discern the difference in my execution? At that moment, the eyes of the Zhang clan's members widened in realization. Could it be that you deduced it? Zhang also appeared somewhat dazed. Zhang Teng's version of broken wind, shattered mountain was far more refined. It seemed that the Zhang clan finally comprehended the absurdity of their abandonment of Zhang Teng. Had they known of his prodigious talent earlier? Would they have been willing to forsake all familial benefits in Nanyang and relocate as a whole? Regret began to seep into some of the Zhang clan members. Zhang Zhong too felt a sense of disorientation. However, at that precise moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Such a prodigy poses a grave threat. Eliminate him. If he lives, you shall perish. The instant this voice emerged, Zhang Zhong's face turned ashen. The martial king of the Zhou clan had audaciously commanded him to kill Zhang Teng under these circumstances. Chapter 72. Domain, Confrontation. What to do? Zhang Zhong's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that although it appeared Zhang Ting was challenging the Zhang clan with a life-and-death ultimatum, harboring immense animosity, the true adversary was the Zhou clan of Nanyang. It was precisely for this reason that the martial king of the Zhou clan urged him to slay Zhang Teng. Now, it seemed the Zhou clan's martial king offered two choices, but in truth, he had none. Before Zhang Zhong lay only two options: either immediately engage in combat with Zhang Teng or represent the Zhang clan and surrender. Should Zhang Teng and Lin Burwa agree? Under the impartiality of the main hall, they committed a series of fouls and would inevitably face accountability, even prosecution. However, due to the intervention of the main hall, the Zhang clan, while facing punishment, would, in a certain sense, find closure to their grievances. Yet, what if they refused to comply? The Zhang clan would not only lose face but also incur the wrath of the martial arts king of the Zhou clan, facing potential annihilation. Zhang Zhong swiftly calculated the gains and losses in his mind. Should Zhang Teng and the others concede defeat, there exists a likelihood that the martial arts king of the Zhou clan would take action personally. If the martial arts king were to engage, a confrontation with Zhang Teng's master would be inevitable. Should Lin Bei suffer defeat but manage to shield Zhang Teng's escape, the Zhang clan would undoubtedly face the furious wrath of the Zhou clan's king, and their long-standing grievances with the dojo would remain unresolved. Conversely, if the martial arts king were to be defeated and escape, he would certainly seek retribution afterward. What, then, is the sole glimmer of hope in conceding? It lies in Lin Bei's formidable strength, capable of inflicting severe injuries upon or even slaying the martial arts king of the Zhou clan. In such a scenario, the Zhang clan might secure a slender chance of survival. On the contrary, if Lin Bei were to be defeated, gravely wounded, or even killed, the Zhang clan would similarly be unable to evade disaster. Yet, if they were to take action, and Lin Bei intervened or even retaliated against him, would he succeed? It is possible that he might not prevail and instead find himself vanquished by Lin Bei. Under the pressure of celestial might, he had lost the courage to contend with Lin Bei. He sensed that Lin Bei might very well be on par with the martial arts king. Taking action would lead to death, and inaction seemingly leads to the same fate. Caught in this dilemma, Zhang Zhong found himself vacillating. Just then, the voice of the martial arts king of the Zhou clan once again echoed in his ears. Act immediately. I shall impede Zhang Teng's master on your behalf. Time is of the essence. After careful deliberation, Zhang Zhong resolved to align himself with the Zhou celestial king, Zhang Ting, for the slaying of my Zhang clan's patriarch. Prepare to meet your end. Almost immediately upon Zhang Zhong's vehement denunciation, he felt a sudden lightness. The oppressive force, akin to the majesty of the heavens, had vanished. He understood that the martial Dao celestial king had acted, utilizing his domain to dispel Lin Bei's suppression. In an instant, Zhang Zhong charged towards Zhang Ting. At that moment, Mu Qingyue's pupils constricted. She could not fathom why, at such a juncture, Zhang Zhong, a grandmaster of martial arts, would willingly court death. Indeed, in her estimation, Zhang Zheng was inviting his demise, even as a martial arts grandmaster. After all, the power exhibited by Lin Bei was utterly terrifying, placing him on an entirely different plane. She was not alone in this sentiment. Virtually all the martial intent experts present shared the same view. Could the ability to dominate dozens of martial intent masters be considered ordinary strength? However, at that instant, Lin Bei suddenly roared towards the Zhang clan's assembly in the distance. "Who is it? Emerge at once." Upon these words, a figure within the Zhang clan's ranks soared into the air, treading upon the void, defying gravity. "The matters of the Zhang clan shall be resolved by the Zhang clan itself." As the voice faded, his eyes, like sharpened blades, fixed intently upon Lin Bei. Domain. Such an intense martial domain. A martial Dao celestial king. The onlookers exclaimed in unison. Simultaneously, someone cried out, "Is he not the Zhou clan's special envoy?" The Zhou clan's martial Dao celestial king, masquerading as a special envoy? At this moment, everyone comprehended why Zhang Zhong would recklessly attempt to assassinate Zhang Tong. It was evidently orchestrated by the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan. Clearly, the martial arts sovereign had discerned Zhang Tong's extraordinary potential and sought to extinguish it in its infancy. Upon the arrival of the Zhou clan sovereign, he remained silent, merely observing Lin Bei. Lin Bei, in turn, scrutinized this individual. He noticed that there was an utter absence of spiritual energy around him. In fact, the surrounding spiritual essence seemed to be entirely permeated by his martial intent, condensed to such a degree that it resembled what many referred to as a domain. What appeared to be a mere suspension in midair was, in reality, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, buoyed by his martial will. Was the domain an alternative application of the spiritual power of heaven and earth? Lin Bei immediately began to assess the man's strength based on the refinement of the surrounding spiritual energy. It was far inferior to the spiritual power within him. The density of the surrounding spiritual energy was immense, akin to a trace of heavenly energy that he had absorbed into his meridians after refining his spiritual essence. Lin Bei's initial reaction was, he could fight. Yet, he was uncertain if he could emerge victorious. After all, this was his first encounter with a martial domain, and he was unaware of its characteristics. Lin Bei remained motionless, and naturally, the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan would not act either. He could not penetrate the enigma of the man before him and thus refrained from rash actions. His objective was to stall Lin Bei, allowing Zhang Zhong to eliminate Zhang Ting. However, he could scarcely fathom that Lin Bei's lack of aggression was not due to confrontation or trepidation, but rather, Lin Bei was meticulously devising a strategy for combat. At this moment, Lin Bei observed that the martial arts king of the Zhou clan remained inactive, and his heart swelled with delight. He awaited the unfolding of events, while the others seemed to be waiting for what? For death? Had the martial arts king of the Zhou clan chosen to strike immediately, Lin Bei would have had no time to deduce the outcome of the battle, and the victor remained uncertain. Seizing the initiative now seemed akin to courting disaster. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhong, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward to confront Zhang Tong. This time, Zhang Tong faced a master. The overwhelming force nearly rendered his breath labored and constricted. Such a terrifying sensation. This was the essence of power. Zhang Tong's pupils constricted as he came to a chilling realization. Though he might rely on his formidable combat talent and the eighth refinement of his Dao body to contend with those of martial intent, it was utterly impossible for him to stand against a martial arts master. The gap was insurmountable. At that moment, he felt as fragile as an infant in the presence of a fully grown man, completely incomparable. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhong had already closed the distance. Zhang Tong immediately recognized the tight fist of Zhang Zhong, poised to unleash the renowned long back fist of the Zhang ancestral long fist, celebrated for its speed. In an instant, that fist descended upon him. The swiftness was astonishing. It seemed that a mere breath was enough to shatter his skull. At that precise moment, Zhang Teng's pupils began to undergo an exceedingly profound transformation, as if the very essence of Tai Chi swirled within his gaze. Zhang Zhong remained fixated on Zhang Teng, and inexplicably, a wave of profound unease surged through him. Chapter 73, Sorcery. Spirit-piercing stab. Illusion? Zhang Zhong first began to doubt his instincts. Could the Zhang Teng before him pose a threat? How could that be possible? Not long ago, when he visited the dojo, even the mere aura of force was enough to render Zhang Teng's legs weak. Just a few days had passed. How could he now threaten him? Was it a celestial manuscript? He dismissed the unsettling illusion. His fist shot towards Zhang Teng with a speed akin to a thunderclap, mere inches away. At that precise moment, The corners of Zhang Tang's eyes seemed to shimmer with energy. The spell was unleashed. The divine piercing strike, silent as a whisper. To onlookers, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. Zhang Zhong's fist was on the verge of penetrating Zhang Tang's skull. However, in the instant the divine piercing strike was executed, it struck Zhang Zhong directly. For Zhang Zhong, it felt as if the very heavens had collapsed. His mind was suddenly engulfed in a void, a thunderous sound seemingly expelling his very soul. Buzzing, Zhang Zhong's attack instantly lost its potency and martial intent, reduced to mere powerful momentum. Such an assault was no longer a cause for concern. With a single hand, Zhang Tang seized the momentum of the punch, halting it completely. This scene left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. Particularly, the members of the Zhang clan were utterly bewildered. In their view, Zhang Zhong's fierce strike had been effortlessly caught by Zhang Tang with one hand. This was utterly absurd. Though Zhang Tang was formidable, it was inconceivable that he could intercept a master's charged strike with bare hands. Something was amiss. Suddenly, one of the martial artists among the spectators realized something. Look, Zhang Zhong is not right. His eyes have lost their luster, as if he were wandering in another realm. Life and death struggle. Wandering in another realm? Daydreaming? How could that be possible? Zhang Zhong is not quite right. He has lost his vital energy, his martial intent, and his momentum. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Even a fool can discern that Zhang Zhong has encountered some unforeseen mishap. While others may remain bewildered, Mu Qingwei comprehends the truth. This is the art of control. This is sorcery. In recent days, she has been immersed in the Taoist temple, fully aware that Zhang Tang has been preparing a trump card, seemingly aiming to fathom some form of the art of control within the realm of Taoist embodiment. Clearly, he has succeeded. Moreover, this art of control is exceedingly unique, operating silently and without a trace. In a sudden ambush, even a master like Zhang Zhong falls prey in an instant. At this moment, she cannot help but recall her exchanges with Zhang Tang. To regard the art of control as mere martial intent. Men. Not a single word of truth escapes their lips, and yet this has even subdued a master. How could martial intent compare? The myriad astonishments within her heart coalesce into a singular thought. Cultivators are formidable. At this instant, she suddenly realizes just how foolish she once was. She had sought to absorb the strengths of cultivators to enhance her martial arts. This is entirely a matter of different dimensions. Her thoughts are utterly misguided. Furthermore, she feels a tinge of self-mockery. At the time, she had implored Zhang Tang and even Lin Bei to impart the secrets of cultivation, and the temple had readily agreed. Initially, she believed that the art of cultivation was not precious. Now she understands that it is not the art itself that lacks value, but rather the insurmountable barriers to entry. Even if it were imparted to her, she may not possess the capability to cultivate it. However, once one gains entry, it is almost tantamount to joining the Taoist temple. After all, having witnessed the art of cultivation, only by joining the temple can one access the subsequent methods of practice. The path of martial arts is no longer an option. Meanwhile, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Tang acutely realized that opportunities are fleeting. Uncertain of how long his spirit-stirring thrust could last, each breath became exceedingly precious. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Tang launched a counterattack. His first move was an exceptionally fierce strike. The moment he assumed his stance, the faces of the Zhang clan members turned ashen, and many could not help but exclaim in shock. The wind shattered the mountains. With such a build-up, how powerful would this blow be? What is wrong with Elder Zhang? Why does he stand motionless? Something is amiss. Elder Zhang, what has happened to you? Defend yourself. Where is your true energy, your martial intent, your momentum? Such utter defenselessness could lead to death. The clan members of the Zhang family attempted to shout out. Some were so anxious that tears streamed down their faces. Yet, Elder Zhang seemed to have lost his soul, remaining in his previous attacking posture, as if he were a mere wooden post. At that moment, Zhang Tang struck. This punch was formidable. As it was unleashed, the sinews resonated, seemingly accompanied by a sonic boom. Bang! As flesh met flesh, Zhang Zhong was instantly propelled several meters high. Almost everyone could discern from the sound just how terrifying this punch was. When he crashed to the ground, dust erupted, and as the dust settled, he lay motionless, akin to a corpse. Elder Zhang. The Zhang clan members cried out, and as evidently, the effects of the shock needle persisted, leaving Zhang Zhong utterly incapacitated. Truly, he was a master. This punch had not penetrated his martial physique. Zhang Ting silently acknowledged this fact. He understood that although the blow had not pierced Zhang Zhong's defenses, it had nonetheless shattered his internal organs. Zhang Zhong was finished. Without haste, he approached Zhang Zhong with deliberate steps. At that moment, the light in Zhang Zhong's eyes gradually returned, yet upon regaining his senses, he appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly ended up here. As he observed Zhang Ting advancing, instinct compelled him to prepare for an attack. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that his internal organs had been severely injured. His continued existence was solely attributed to the formidable vitality of a martial arts master. Clinging to life by a thread. Have I been defeated? At this moment, Zhang Teng stood beside him, gazing down at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Teng's. In Zhang Zhong's eyes, the blazing sun behind Zhang Teng was exceptionally radiant. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zhang Zhong sensed no anger or hatred within Zhang Teng's gaze. Instead, he perceived a trace of compassion. It was this very compassion that shattered all the words he wished to utter. Zhang Zhong found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, he seemed to behold a man of extraordinary stature. He even realized that this man before him understood the tribulations faced by the Zhang clan, and perhaps even his personal struggles. Regarding the challenges confronting the Zhang family, this man neither condoned nor yielded. He chose to shatter everything with his own fists. And now, he had accomplished that. Without resorting to curses, bereft of animosity, and even devoid of trepidation, Zhang Zhong was cognizant of his impending demise. His gaze softened into one of tranquility and benevolence. Myriad sentiments surged within him, yet eluded articulation. Ultimately, these unexpressed emotions coalesced into a simple, heartfelt benediction. My dear child. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Zhong's injuries reached a critical juncture. His head, which had been raised, fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 74, Martial Domain. Another world. Zhang Zhong appeared to have said nothing at all, yet it seemed as though he had conveyed everything. He was gone, his breath extinguished. However, his countenance spoke volumes, attesting to his profound pride in Zhang Ting. It was as if his very death served as an affirmation of Zhang Ting's righteous path and the egregious error of the Zhang clan. Zhang Teng remained silent, standing motionless. Finally, he emitted a sigh, gently kneeling to smooth the elder's eyelids. This poignant scene caused the Zhou clan's celestial kings to constrict their pupils, their murderous intent intensifying to an extreme degree. At that moment, Zhang Teng slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the Zhang clan. Then, his voice, now subdued and seemingly devoid of animosity, inquired, "Who else wishes to make a move?" One of the clan elders gnashed his teeth, appearing poised to strike, but the celestial might pressing upon him rendered him immobile. The elder beside him sighed, "Enough. Do you still intend to fight? Elder Zhang is dead. Our Zhang family's mission has concluded." The mention of the word mission jolted the elder, who had been on the verge of attacking, back to his senses, and his eyes dimmed with realization. At that moment, some mocked themselves, while others grieved. In the martial world, the strong reigned supreme. This truth was now starkly evident. The Zhang clan lapsed into silence. The surrounding crowd fell into a profound silence, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the appearance of the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan. Resignation and unwillingness mingled within them, yet they felt utterly powerless. At this moment, some martial artists began to comprehend why the Zhang clan had chosen to disregard the challenge and sever ties so abruptly. After a brief silence, an elder from their clan finally spoke, acknowledging their defeat and expressing their willingness to accept the consequences for violating the established rules of the main hall. Another elder from the Zhang clan then interjected, declaring, "Zhang Ting, the bonds of friendship and enmity between you and the Zhang clan are now severed." At this juncture, Zhang Teng cast a complex gaze towards the members of the Zhang clan, understanding the reasons behind their actions. "I comprehend everything," he began slowly, realizing that there was no need for further deliberation on right or wrong. His eyes settled on Mu Qingwei as he continued, "I will not pursue the matter of rule violation." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Ting felt an unprecedented sense of relief. From this moment on, he understood that his ties with the Zhang clan had been irrevocably severed, their obligations fulfilled. In a sense, they had reached a clear conclusion. Mu Qingwen nodded in agreement, stating, "I will include this matter in the official report." The Zhang clan remained silent, with Zhang Yong among the crowd bowing his head, a mixture of shame, self-reproach, and a hint of joy etched on his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng took a deep breath and suddenly lifted his gaze. Above him, the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan loomed in the air, casting a commanding gaze down upon Zhang Teng. As he beheld the imposing figure of the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign, a fierce intent for vengeance flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. He understood the gravity of the situation. The Zhou clan is, in the truest sense, the source of all evil. Were it not for the Zhou family, How could he have been overthrown? How could he have been hunted down? The Zhang clan may have erred, perhaps even made misguided choices. But one thing they are certain of is that they are not in control of their own fate. Nanyang Zhou clan. Zhang Ting suddenly bellowed with fury. Today I, Zhang Ting, shall challenge your Zhou clan. According to the rules of challenge, I shall pay you a visit in 6 months. Dare you accept this declaration of war? Upon hearing this, the martial arts king of the Zhou clan squinted his eyes and then erupted into laughter that echoed with mockery. Eventually, his laughter subsided, and he cast a cold gaze at Zhang Tong, exhaling 3 words with a fierce demeanor. You are unworthy. The martial arts king of the Zhou clan had no intention of accepting the challenge. Accepting it would subject him to the constraints of the martial arts headquarters. And given the absence of fairness, why would he willingly invite trouble upon himself? Thus, with a roar, he shot a glance at Lin Bei. Although Lin Bei was still a distance away, Zhang Tong was quite close, with less than a kilometer separating them. His martial domain was exceptionally unique. While it could typically encompass 100 meters, due to his long concealment of identity and his comprehension of the true essence of shadow arts, he could transform his martial domain into a line, extending its reach tenfold. Therefore, should he desire, he could extend his martial domain in the blink of an eye and envelop Zhang Tong within it. Within this domain, he would reign supreme. He was confident that he could obliterate Zhang Ting in an instant. Yet, the thought of the distance only stirred his excitement further. At this moment, the talent displayed by Zhang Ting filled him with trepidation, compelling him to eradicate the threat at once. The only variable in this equation was Zhang Tung's master, for he remained oblivious to Lin Bei's true strength. As the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan pondered anxiously, Zhang Tung's voice pierced through the tension. What is this? The illustrious martial arts sovereign, are you truly afraid? Or perhaps the princess of the Zhou clan, having sullied her own honor, resorts only to slander and deception? Upon the mention of the princess, a glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign. This was indeed a shameful stain upon their lineage. He understood that if he did not eliminate Zhang Tung today, the memory of this event would haunt them all. Once Zhang Tung was dead, the Zhou clan could manipulate the narrative, attributing the disgrace of their princess to this deceased adversary. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign resolved himself. What did it matter if he was unaware of Lin Bei's capabilities? As long as he could swiftly eliminate Zhang Tung, it would be too late for Lin Bei to retaliate, and besides, Lin Bei might not even be his match, nor would he dare to confront him. Even if Lin Bei chose to retaliate, it would pose no issue for a martial arts sovereign to escape. Drawing upon the resources of his clan, he could not believe that Lin Bei could truly pose a threat to him. In fact, it was Zhang Tung, with his prodigious talent, that he feared far more. With this thought in mind, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign no longer hesitated, unleashing a thunderous roar. Ignorant youth, do you dare to defame the Zhou clan? You shall not be spared. Without further ado, he struck with intent. In an instant, his martial domain expanded, coiling around Zhang Tung like a serpent, enveloping him within its confines in but a single breath. The realm of martial arts extends. His martial domain is exceedingly unique. Zhang Ting is in peril. For before the martial Dao King, he is but an ant. Many martial artists were suddenly taken aback. None could have anticipated the audacity of the Zhou clan's martial Dao King to act so boldly in Lin Bei's presence. Simultaneously, as Zhang Tung was enveloped by the martial domain, he immediately felt as if he had plunged into an isolated space. He seemed to be severed from the vital energies of the world. The only sensation he could perceive was the murderous intent saturating the martial domain. This is the martial domain. It is entirely a different world. Zhang Tung was aghast. He had once defeated Zhang Zhong utilizing the shock spirit stab. Yet against the martial Dao King, he felt like mere vermin. In this pivotal moment, Zhang Tung encountered despair for the first time. Trapped within the martial domain, he desperately unleashed the refined, earthly spirit energy from his Dao body, barely managing to move. Yet even so, it felt as though he was mired in a quagmire. At that instant, he suddenly realized that if the Zhou clan's martial Dao King wished to end his life, it would take no more than 3 breaths. However, he was not afraid. He understood that his master was present and would never allow the martial Dao King of the Zhou clan to act recklessly. Indeed, almost as soon as he was drawn into the martial domain, a cold snort echoed. Following that, Lin Bei roared like a tiger, impudent, accompanying Lin Bei's furious shout. It seemed as though the very essence of yin and yang swirled within his eyes, with spiritual energy spilling from the corners. This was precisely the spell that Zhang Tung had previously employed, the shock spirit stab. However, his spirit shock was even more immaculate, more seamlessly integrated. Moreover, this time, Lin Bei directly infused 20 drops of spiritual energy. The spell was cast. An intangible pressure and peril arose from the depths of the martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan. Before he could react, he felt an irresistible force directly assaulting his mind. Buzz, the martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan, suddenly cried out miserably. His mind went blank, and his martial domain instantly vanished like a bubble. The next second, he plummeted straight from the sky, crashing headfirst onto the floor. Bang! The martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan actually shattered the floor upon impact, creating cracks. This scene stunned many. Gasp! What is happening? The martial domain shattered? What transpired? Zhang Zhong seemed to suffer a similar fate previously, and at that time, I seemed to glimpse a flash of spiritual light in Zhang Teng's eyes. Is this a cultivator's technique? This is too outrageous. It cannot even be sensed? This school of practice is quite peculiar. Just what level of power does Zhang Teng's master possess? The peripheral martial artists exchanged glances, gaining a new understanding of the capabilities of cultivators. And an inexplicable sense of awe for Lin Bei emerged within them. In their eyes, Lin Bei became an enigma, mysterious and formidable. Mu Qingwei was even more astounded. She knew that this was spellcasting, a magical art. Originally, she believed that Zhang Zhong could not withstand Zhang Teng's spells because he was too weak. If one possessed a martial domain, it would be different. Within the realm of martial arts, the martial Dao King stands as an undeniable sovereign, rendering such enigmatic spells utterly ineffective. Yet, Lin Bei, through his decisive actions, delivered a resounding blow to this notion. Even in the martial domain, the shock spirit thrust could not be thwarted. The deeper one delves into the understanding of cultivators' formidable prowess, the clearer their might becomes. At this moment, Zhang Teng, having extricated himself from the mire, was profoundly astonished upon witnessing the martial Dao King of the Zhou clan. Was this the shock spirit thrust of my master? How extraordinary! It is even more refined than my own. Zhang Teng marveled inwardly, simultaneously formulating ideas to enhance his own technique. Meanwhile, the fallen martial Dao King of the Zhou clan abruptly staggered to his feet, his internal vital energy surging and martial intent coalescing, seemingly endeavoring to re-establish his martial domain. Yet, due to the effects of the shock spirit thrust, he found himself unable to activate the domain for a moment. The martial Dao King of the Zhou clan was instantly engulfed in a tumult of confusion and dread. For the first time since ascending to the rank of martial Dao King, he felt the pangs of fear. What was he afraid of? What appeared before him? Just as the martial Dao King of the Zhou clan managed to precariously rise, Lin Bei's cold voice resonated. You dare ambush my disciple? Such audacity. Today, I shall impart upon you a lesson you shall never forget. As his words fell, nearly everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Bei. There, upon his arm, the dual energies of black and white entwined. In the next instant, Lin Bei raised his hand, and the black and white energies surged forth like two ethereal fish, darting into the heavens. Almost immediately, the sky transformed, as if the very winds and clouds were in turmoil, with the black and white energies resembling dragons diving into the sea. What followed was a scene that left all present in sheer astonishment. In the sky above, the dual forces of black and white coalesced into a colossal hand, measuring several dozen meters, piercing through the clouds like a meteor descending, striking towards the martial arts powerhouse of the Zhou clan. Zhang Teng observed this scene before him, his heart profoundly shaken. While others could merely sense the terrifying nature of this gigantic hand, Zhang Teng was able to perceive that as the hand descended, vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged, infusing the blow with increasing strength. Could this be the divine power of my master? Zhang Teng mused dreamily. How formidable! After his initial astonishment, Zhang Teng swiftly grasped a realization. His master was not exerting his full strength. Whether it was the previous divine strike or the current seal technique, it seemed to serve as a demonstration of how to wield such power. Enlightenment dawned upon Zhang Teng. He felt that had Lin Bairu exerted his full might, the martial arts king of the Zhou clan would certainly not have recovered so swiftly, let alone stand unsteadily. If a confrontation had commenced, why hold back? This reasonable explanation immediately occurred to him. His master was guiding him through his actions. Had Lin Bei been aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly have given him a silent thumbs up. The conjecture was far removed from reality. Lin Bei's combat style was the result of countless deductions leading to the optimal solution. This strike had thoroughly exhausted all the spiritual energy stored within his primary meridian. At this moment, the martial arts king of the Zhou clan, slightly regaining his senses, gazed at the rapidly descending gigantic hand, his pupils contracting. His martial domain could not unfold. What did this signify? It meant that he had to rely solely on his physical prowess to withstand the blow. Curse it! The martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan, upon being provoked, could only endure the assault. Almost simultaneously, a colossal hand descended, striking him with tremendous force. The impact reverberated, sending the surrounding stones flying for hundreds of meters. The ground itself trembled violently from this blow. Nearby, the residences of the Zhang clan crumbled under the shockwave. As the tremors subsided, all eyes turned toward the location of the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign. At that moment, he was seen drenched in blood, his legs trembling. Gasping for breath, he had sustained grievous injuries. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this truly the martial arts sovereign? Could one withstand such an assault? It was astonishing. Had it been any of them, they would have been reduced to mere dust. What are you? Even a martial arts master would be pulverized. Warriors around began to voice their thoughts. At this juncture, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign coughed violently, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, indicating internal injuries. He fixed his gaze on Lin Bei, his eyes betraying both apprehension and fear. Lin Bei, however, remained unfazed, for everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Despite exerting his utmost, he knew through his calculations that he could never bring this individual to his end, for the martial arts sovereign's physique was extraordinarily resilient. Although the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign was severely wounded, should he choose to attack, Lin Bei would likely find himself in dire straits. Yet, at this moment, the sovereign lacked the courage to act. Chapter 76, To Refuse? You must comply. At this instant, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign was tattered and bloodied. His robe stained crimson. He gasped heavily, his once graceful demeanor now replaced by a disheveled appearance. At this moment, he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Bei. Though his eyes were fierce, they merely masked the terror within. In his perception, when he unleashed his martial domain, he became its absolute sovereign. However, Lin Bei effortlessly penetrated his martial domain, leaving him in a daze, capable of inflicting grievous harm with a single strike upon his meticulously honed martial physique. This scenario could only suggest one possibility. Lin Bei was stronger than he. For a martial king, a 100-meter martial domain signified the early stages of mastery, while a 1,000-meter martial domain represented the pinnacle of the initial phase. The ease with which Lin Bei breached his domain indicated that he must at least be a mid-stage martial king, with his martial domain having undergone a profound transformation. Such an elevation to the next level could only account for this phenomenon. Thus, his immediate reaction was not to perceive the uniqueness of Lin Bei's style, but to conclude that Lin Bei's martial domain had ascended, marking him as a mid-stage martial king. In his understanding, only a more potent martial domain could breach another martial king's domain. In a sense, his reasoning was not entirely erroneous. For Lin Bei's spellcasting surpassed the limits of his martial domain. Within the boundaries of his domain, every fragment of spiritual energy was equivalent to a mere wisp of Lin Bei's refined essence. Conversely, Lin Bei's spells were directly based on numerous droplets of spiritual energy, invoking several times the natural spiritual forces. Each droplet represented a confluence of countless strands of energy. Yet, this reasoning was profoundly misguided. For spells and martial domains are fundamentally disparate concepts. Spells, with their endless transformations, are rooted in the laws of nature, mastering the myriad shifts of spiritual energy. The martial domain is fundamentally established upon the willpower of the martial artist, creating an area of influence around them. The extent of this domain, the concentration of spiritual energy within it, and the adeptness with which the martial sovereign wields it directly determine their strength. One possesses infinite potential, while the other is confined by inherent limitations. As the adage goes, human effort is finite, yet the heavens are limitless. The two are simply incomparable. However, it is precisely due to the erroneous perceptions of the martial sovereign from the Zhou clan that he remains oblivious to the fact that Lin Bei has already exhausted the spiritual energy of the first meridian. He is even less likely to realize that, at this moment, he is the strongest presence in the entire arena. The Zhou clan's martial sovereign, in fact, is so cautious that he even breathes with trepidation. Naturally, Lin Bei would not afford him the opportunity to react. He understood the necessity to subdue this individual immediately and present a compelling reason for sparing his life. Otherwise, he feared that a cornered rabbit might bite, and a desperate dog could leap over the wall, which would be disastrous. When it comes to manipulation, Lin Bei's approach is characterized by one word: familiarity. Therefore, after delivering a strike, he immediately adopted a posture of condescension, gazing down with an air of indifference at the martial sovereign of the Zhou clan. Might this lesson lead you to composure? His voice, imbued with a calm yet slightly mocking tone, was designed to inflict minimal harm while carrying a profound insult. The Zhou clan's martial sovereign's pupils constricted as he clenched his fists in secret, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Nevertheless, this remark compelled him to abandon any thoughts of a desperate struggle, opting instead to preserve some semblance of dignity. Lin Bei employed the term lesson and inquired whether he remained calm, which sufficiently indicated that Lin Bei had no intention of taking his life. Otherwise, would he exhibit such demeanor? However, he was perplexed as to why Lin Bei refrained from killing him. After all, he had launched a surprise attack on Zhang Teng first and had been met with a counterattack. No one would have blamed Lin Bei for that. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Lin Bei shifted the conversation. My disciple has proclaimed his intention to challenge your Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's king remained silent, gazing intently at Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice suddenly resonated with authority, declaring in a remarkably commanding tone, "Since my disciple has stated his challenge to you, this matter must be accepted, whether you wish to or not." Such audacity! There was no room for dispute. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding martial artists exchanged glances, astonished by the sheer dominance displayed. Witnessing the martial king of the Zhou clan feeling both humiliated and hesitant to retort was a spectacle. The pressure was palpable. The martial king's might was overwhelming. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Although the Zhou clan's king felt a profound sense of embarrassment at being ordered so blatantly, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He comprehended that Lin Bei was not inclined to kill him. Rather, he intended for the entire Zhou clan to serve as stepping stones for Zhang Teng. While this was indeed a disgrace, at least his life was spared. At this moment, the Zhou clan's king truly grasped what it meant to be at the mercy of circumstances. In that case, our Zhou family shall accept this challenge. Observing the Zhou clan king's reluctant acquiescence, the members of the Zhang clan, though silent, seemed to convey a collective sentiment through their expressions. You two have arrived at this moment. Teng, do you have any requests? Lin Bei gazed at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng coldly replied, "Let us adhere to the rules. For the next 6 months, we shall not interfere with one another. After 6 months, I shall pay you a visit. At that time, I will present my challenge rules, one by one." "Very well. I await your arrival." Upon finishing his words, the king of the Zhou family cast a glance at Lin Bei. "May I take my leave?" Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. "Begone." With that statement, the king of the Zhou family felt an immense sense of relief. He understood that someone of Lin Bei's caliber would not easily change his mind. There were no further words, not even anger. The king of the Zhou family, bearing his grievous wounds, fled through the air as if fearing a delay. At last, he departed. Lin Bei, witnessing the retreat of the king of the Zhou family, felt a wave of relief wash over him. This martial arts sovereign was indeed formidable. The strength of such a powerful warrior had opened Lin Bei's eyes, by his estimation. It would require at least 300 drops of spiritual energy to enhance the Tai Chi seal sufficiently to slay the king of the Zhou family. At this moment, Lin Bei found his previous disdain for warriors diminished. He also recognized that the greater the strength of a warrior, the more formidable their physical form. If every encounter with a warrior demanded an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, it would indeed be a tremendous waste. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Lin Bei's mind. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore the study of magical artifacts. Just then, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei with respect, saying, "I apologize for troubling you, master." Lin Bei smiled and waved his hand lightly. "No matter, you may return." "Yes." At this moment, Lin Bei glanced over at Mu Qingwei, who was not far away. "Shall we walk together?" he inquired. "No, thank you." Mu Qingwei shook her head. "The notarization has concluded, and I must return to the main hall immediately to report this matter." "Very well." Lin Bei nodded and cast a glance at Zhang Teng. "Let us depart. It is time to go back." On the other side, within the Zhou family. Chapter 77, renowned across the land at this moment. The guards of the Zhou family were whispering among themselves. "Today is the day Zhang Teng challenges the Zhang clan. What a pity we cannot attend. It matters not. For once the Zhang clan captures him, they will surely bring him here." As the two conversed, suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. "Who goes there?" The guards were astonished as they witnessed something descending from above. Just then, a voice echoed. Bang! A bloodied figure collapsed at the entrance of the Zhou family. The two guards rushed over to investigate, their expressions shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, within the Zhou residence, the Prince of Nanyang sat upon his throne, entertaining a young man clad in splendid attire. In the minds of the onlookers, The Prince of Nanyang should exude an air of authority. Yet now, before this elegantly dressed gentleman, he wore a smile brimming with obsequiousness. Rest assured, young Master Chiu, we shall take great care of your little girl. And we will also tend to the child she carries. No one is aware of your involvement. Young Master Chiu nodded slightly. I have heard that the unfortunate fellow named Zhang Tong has yet to be captured. It is quite a coincidence that today marks the day when the Zhang clan willingly steps into the trap. If we are swift, the news may very well reach our royal residence today, the Nanyang prince remarked with a smile. Alas, the fate of that insignificant person matters little. It is my concern for Schwanger that weighs heavily on my heart. To gain the favor of Master Chiu is indeed her fortune. The Nanyang prince hastily continued. Were it not for Master Chiu's assistance, how could our Zhou family have produced a martial arts sovereign? Master Chiu nodded in satisfaction, stating, this is what you rightfully deserve. Rest assured, once I secure my position, I will grant her a rightful status. As the two engaged in their conversation, suddenly a guard burst into the room. Your Highness. It's terrible. A grave matter has arisen. Upon seeing the guard's demeanor, the prince regained his authority and coldly retorted. Are you unaware of the esteemed guests present? What kind of disorder is this? You dare to disturb our honored guests. What punishment do you deserve? The guard, momentarily taken aback, turned pale. It is of no consequence, Master Chiu said with a smile, had it not been for urgent business. The guard would not have acted so rashly. The guard cast a grateful glance towards Master Chiu. At this moment, the Nanyang prince coldly exclaimed, Speak, what is the matter? Your Highness, Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou, he has fallen from the heavens, covered in blood and gravely injured. What? The Nanyang prince's face displayed shock. As if he could scarcely believe his ears, he asked incredulously, What did you say? I said, Lord Zhou is currently receiving treatment in the medical hall. He is severely wounded. How can this be? The Prince of Nanyang murmured in disbelief. Master Chiu also appeared taken aback. What has transpired? Where is the celestial King Zhou? And how did he sustain such grievous injuries? Master Chiu promptly inquired. Upon learning that Zhang Tong would challenge the Zhang family today, Celestial King Zhou disguised himself as a special envoy to partake in the spectacle. The Prince of Nanyang promptly answered. How could anything have befallen him? Let us hasten to attend to Celestial King Zhou. Swiftly, the Prince of Nanyang and Master Chiu arrived at the infirmary. They beheld Celestial King Zhou, his body drenched in blood, his breath faint. Fortunately, he had regained consciousness, albeit his gaze was somewhat vacant as he lay upon the bed. Master Chiu, you have arrived? Celestial King Zhou uttered, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing Master Chiu. I am afraid I have made a spectacle of myself. The Prince of Nanyang stepped forward, grasping Celestial King Zhou's hand, and urgently inquired, what precisely occurred? What transpired? Alas! Celestial King Zhou sighed ruefully. I narrowly escaped with my life. I merely intended to witness the spectacle, yet I never anticipated nearly perishing within the Zhang family. Celestial King Zhou lamented. Before recounting the events of his attempted ambush on Zhang Tong, and how he was instead utterly defeated by Lin Bei. Upon hearing Celestial King Zhou's account, Master Chiu's expression wavered. Are you suggesting that Zhang Tong has taken on a mentor named Lin Bei? And that this Lin Bei possesses such formidable strength that he overpowered you without resistance? Celestial King Zhou nodded ruefully. Who would have imagined that such a remote border region could harbor such hidden talents? Young Master Chiu pondered deeply. Lord Zhou, in a flurry of distress, lamented. Young Master Chiu, in half a year's time, that Zhang Tong will come to our Duke's manor to issue a challenge. His master will likely accompany him. I fear I am no match for him. Half a year, you say? I am already aware of this matter. Young Master Chiu closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. My affairs should be resolved within this time frame, and I shall personally bring people to assist you. Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhou clan breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of reflection, Duke Nanyang inquired, Young Master Chiu, with your capabilities, why wait for half a year? Why not discreetly send someone to eliminate this dojo? Would that not be swifter? That is not an option. Young Master Chiu swiftly rebuffed. My matters are at a critical juncture, and Zhang Ting's challenge must be handled with the totality of the martial arts guild's oversight. Should I dispatch someone to act, it would inevitably leave a trace, leading to unforeseen complications. Do not underestimate the martial arts guild. It is best to adhere to the established protocols. Duke Nanyang promptly remarked. Indeed, the matters concerning young Master Chiu take precedence. With a sigh, young Master Chiu lamented, Alas, I initially came to hunt down that Su Rue fellow. Fortuitously passing through Nanyang to visit Schwanger, I never anticipated that Zhang Teng would emerge to tarnish her reputation. Rest assured, even if you do not voice it, I shall not let Zhang Teng go unpunished. What young Master Qiu expressed was indeed true. Meanwhile, the news of Zhang Teng challenging the Zhang clan spread like wildfire throughout Nanyang. Have you heard? Zhang Teng has stormed the Zhang family, even slaying a martial arts master. The Zhang family is truly blind to their own shortcomings. In these tumultuous times, the casualties among the skilled practitioners have been devastating. And it seems that such a vast territory may not be sustained for long. The rumors you have heard are utterly inconsequential. My information is far more sensational. In a tavern in Nanyang, a martial artist exclaimed with fervor, "Are you aware that during the critical moment when Zhang Teng challenged the Zhang clan, even the martial arts king made an appearance?" What? The martial arts king? Is that true? Such a legendary figure exists here in our remote region? How absurd. Who is the martial arts king? The crowd in Nanyang clamored with inquiries. The martial artist shook his bottle, and immediately someone understood. Today's drinks are on me. Only then did he continue. The martial arts king is a member of the Zhou clan. Disguised as an envoy, he went to observe the battle, only to discover that Zhang Teng posed too great a threat and intended to personally eliminate him. And then, guess what happened? What? The master of Zhang Teng, Lin Bei, intervened. The martial artist stood tall. Do you know that when Lin Bei made his move, it was as if the heavens were enraged? And a colossal black and white hand descended from the clouds, striking the martial arts king of the Zhou family, inflicting severe injuries with a single blow. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Among them, a man wearing a bamboo hat paused mid-bite. Chapter 78. I am Su Rui. Is it true? The martial arts king was grievously injured by a single strike? Some were skeptical. The martial arts masters are figures they revere, let alone the mythical martial arts king. Ah, what a legend it is. It is undeniably true. This place, known as the dojo, is rumored to be a new school of thought, shrouded in mystery. The warrior continued, I have heard that the martial arts king of the Zhou clan survived because he showed mercy. Why would he show mercy? Someone questioned. Indeed. He ambushed Zhang Teng. He deserved his fate. Came another voice filled with skepticism. The man chuckled and replied, because he wished for Zhang Teng to seek revenge personally, thus establishing a 6-month pact. If that is the case, does it not imply that Zhang Teng's master holds the martial arts king in contempt? How formidable must he be? Listening to the multitude of discussions, the man in the conical hat promptly lifted a fine jug of wine and approached the warrior. Pray tell, where might this dojo be located? The warrior, glancing at the exquisite wine, beamed with delight. I have heard it lies near Qingnan town. I am uncertain of the exact location, but once you reach the T-shaped intersection in Qingnan town, inquiries will surely reveal it. The man in the hat clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you. He then swiftly departed, with young Master Qiu in relentless pursuit. Perhaps this dojo may offer me some refuge. At this moment, in Qingnan town, Tainyo and Xiao Liuzi were yawning, feeling rather bored. Tainyo, this is so dull. Xiao Liuzi pointed to the banners behind them. The left banner read Dojo Recruitment, while the right proclaimed eagerly seeking talents. Tainyo, we are but simple folk. Does Master know about this spectacle you are putting on? Tainyo looked at the listless Xiao Liuzi and chuckled softly. The Master was certainly aware. I had reported to him before leaving, Iron Bull remarked with a sincere expression. Little 6. To establish a proper temple and ensure that our fellow villagers lead prosperous lives, we must rely on genuine talent. Without someone to oversee the management, chaos would ensue. Look at Qingyan town. From A to D, our Ding town is the most developed, with the highest tax revenue and the most residents. This indicates an abundance of talent here. Do you understand? Many have come to inquire, yet you turned them all away? Little 6 couldn't help but complain. I found their reasoning quite sensible. What nonsense! They lack vision, Iron Bull retorted, somewhat exasperated. Our temple has a long journey ahead. We must seek someone with grand aspirations. Fine, I cannot argue with you. I wonder how Brother Zhangting and the others are faring. At this moment, Little 6 felt a twinge of worry. There's no need for concern. With the Master by our side, can you truly fear for Brother Zhangteng's safety? Iron Bull replied confidently. Indeed. As time passed, there were occasional inquiries. After a brief exchange, Iron Bull assisted them with registration and continued to wait. Soon, the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the streets of Qingyan town. Little 6 stifled a yawn. At that moment, discussions arose along the street. Have you heard? Mu Qinghua has brought news that Zhang Teng has toppled the Zhang family and has ultimately issued a challenge to the Zhou family of Nanyang. Having caught wind of the demise of the Zhang clan's grandmaster, and the reported intervention of legendary figures such as the Nanyang Zhou clan and the martial Dao Heavenly King. Only for them to be grievously wounded by the Lin estate owner of the dojo, many denizens of Qingyan Town were swiftly drawn to the prospect. Whispers of the dojo's recruitment efforts prompted a surge of inquiries. Initially bewildered, Tai Nyo and Xiao Luzi were relieved upon hearing the news. Indeed, our master is the most formidable, Xiao Luzi exclaimed with delight. I asserted that with our master present, our senior apprentice brother would be unharmed. Their exchange left many onlookers perplexed, leading to direct inquiries. Are you unaware of the events in Nanyang? Tanya responded matter-of-factly, of course not. We have yet to return to the dojo. The crowd, finding this reasonable, dispersed. Is it about time? Our master and the others should have returned to the dojo. We ought to head back as well, Shaluzi suggested. Indeed, let us return. The two promptly began packing up their stall to depart. Just then, a figure materialized before them. Pray tell, is your dojo still accepting recruits? Xiao Luzi was quick to refuse. No longer. We have matters to attend to and must return. Tainyo swiftly pulled him aside. Pay him no mind. We are still recruiting. He then turned his attention to the figure, noting the cowl they wore, and gestured for them to remove it. The individual reluctantly explained. I am being pursued and wear this cowl out of necessity for concealment. Pursued, you say? What transgression have you committed? Tainyo inquired, raising an eyebrow. Allow me to elaborate. I hail from Yunshou and was admitted to its most prestigious institution of learning, the Azure Cloud Academy. Upon hearing the academy's name, little Lu exclaimed in astonishment, You're a student of the Azure Cloud Academy? Is it true? I've heard that the students there possess an esteemed status, rivaling that of the grandmasters of first-rate martial arts schools. This is my academy token, the man declared, producing a medallion inscribed with the character Su. Why are you being pursued? With a sigh, the man lamented, Alas, it is a long and convoluted tale, one in which I fell prey to a treacherous scheme. He then proceeded to recount his experiences. It transpired that the Azure Cloud Academy was in the midst of selecting its chief disciple. The academy comprised 8 distinct divisions: celestial, terrestrial, mysterious, yellow, universe, cosmos, vast, and desolate. The man, cloaked in a bamboo hat, was originally a disciple of the celestial division. Due to his exceptional abilities, he was incessantly courted by the division's principal. However, unwilling to become entangled in the internecine conflicts between the 8 divisions, he declined the principal's entreaties. In response, the principal surreptitiously had his subordinates administer a potion and employ a honey trap. Indeed, he unwittingly provided them with leverage, compelling him to act on the principal's behalf. Yet, the man proved to be a formidable individual. Increasingly incensed by the manipulation, he resolved to take decisive action. During the 8 divisions material gathering assessment, he cunningly devised a trap for the principal, absconding with a wealth of treasures and making a swift departure. The Celestial Division's principal, who had been assured of victory, was incensed and initiated a relentless pursuit across vast distances. Iron Bull listened, bewildered by the unfolding narrative. So, you pilfered the Celestial Division principal's treasures and fled? Do you wish for our temple to offer you protection? The man in the conical hat nodded. I am willing to present treasures, only seeking the sanctuary of your temple. Iron Bull shook his head. I regret to inform you that our temple shuns conflict. Iron Bull decisively declined, showing no interest in treasures. In response to his refusal, the man in the conical hat calmly remarked, It appears you are in the process of establishing a temple. I am but a humble individual who, during my time in the academy, managed a certain region. Under my governance, the residents' income doubled within a week, tax revenues surged, and commerce flourished exponentially. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull, who had initially worn a look of rejection, paused in surprise, and then regarded the individual with suspicion. Is it truly so? Words alone are insufficient. You must allow me to test your claims. The man in the conical hat smiled. Iron Bull glanced at Little Six, who seemed entirely supportive of his decision. After a moment's hesitation, Iron Bull inquired, What is your name? I am Su Rue. Chapter 79, Strike First. Dig Deep. As Su Rue spoke, he lifted his conical hat, allowing Iron Bull and Little Six to behold his visage, which served as a testament to his sincerity. Iron Bull did not rush to a conclusion, instead choosing to ponder the matter carefully. Little Six recognized the significance of the situation and refrained from further inquiries. Su Rue silently observed Iron Bull, noting that although this man appeared simple-minded, his thoughts seemed remarkably intricate. After a brief contemplation, Iron Bull asked, Is your trouble substantial? Su Rue's eyes reflected sincerity. Indeed, it is considerable. The influence of the head of the Heavenly Academy is formidable, and he is the vengeful sort. Our conflict is destined to be relentless. Regrettably, Tainyo sighed. Although our dojo is in dire need of a talent such as yourself, we must forego this matter if it means disrupting the tranquility of our sanctuary. Tainyo delivered his final verdict. Despite his fervent desire for the dojo to flourish, he deemed it ultimately imprudent after weighing the pros and cons. Having spoken, Tainyo turned to depart with little Lu Zi. At that precise moment, Su Rue interjected. Hold on, both of you, and lend me your ears. If you find my words unreasonable, you may leave then. Tainyo paused in his tracks, casting a gaze upon Su Rue. You have the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Very well. Su Rue responded without delay. Are the two of you aware of the identity of the head of the Heavenly Academy? Who? Little Lu Zi inquired. He is commonly referred to as young Master Chiu. Su Rue replied with a smile. This man once sowed a seed of love in Nanyang, specifically within the womb of the Nanyang princess. In his pursuit of the position of chief disciple, he chose to conceal this truth. It is precisely for this reason that your Zhongting senior apprentice was drugged and falsely accused of defiling the princess's honor. This was, in reality, merely a smokescreen for young Master Chiu, and a means for the Prince of Nanyang to provide the Zhou clan with a face-saving solution. Upon hearing these words, Tainyo's pupils constricted. Are you implying that the tribulations endured by senior apprentice Zhang are all due to this young Master Chiu? Su Rue nodded. Indeed. He is the source. Tainyo was visibly moved. The dojo, in a sense, already harbors animosity toward young Master Chiu. In that case, why should accepting me be out of the question? Su Rue smiled, but Tainyo remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Xiao Yozai felt a surge of anger. This young Master Chiu is truly a nefarious character. His tactics against Brother Zhang are strikingly similar to those he employs against you. I sensed an overt hostility in the air. Upon noticing this, Su Rue seized the moment. Aside from young Master Chiu, a potential adversary, it is evident that Zhang Teng's methods against the Zhou family of Nanyang are rather crude. Challenging them directly, even if he wins, what does it accomplish? It merely addresses the instigator. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Rue's eyes. The Zhou family of Nanyang operates with impunity primarily due to their vast numbers and immense power. Ultimately, the Zhou family is excessively wealthy. Even if the instigators were to perish, they would still reign as kings of Nanyang. An abundance of resources cultivates a plethora of skilled individuals, ensuring their position remains unassailable. Tiniu turned to Su Rue, inquiring softly, then what? Su Rue replied with a smile. I believe that to make the Zhou family of Nanyang truly pay a price, we must systematically dismantle their sources of wealth, undermining their foundations. In doing so, the Zhou family will be compelled to tend to their own affairs, and, at least for the next 6 months, while Zhang Teng issues his challenges, will not cause any disturbances. Do you really think the Zhou family would patiently await his challenges? Striking covertly, this tactic should resonate with Zhang Teng, I presume? Upon hearing this, Tinia looked at Su Rue with skepticism. Do you have a plan? Su Rue nodded confidently. Indeed, I have a plan. I hail from Nanyang and possess an intimate understanding of how the inner and outer city systems operate. I am also well acquainted with the structural composition of resources within Nanyang. Su Rue smiled and remarked, moreover, I am aware that the Zhou family of Nanyang, relying on their formidable strength and vast wealth, has oppressed numerous families and martial arts schools, leaving them with no choice but to endure in silence. Now, during Zhang Teng's challenge to the Zhang clan, Master Lin dealt a significant blow to the Zhou family's monarch. Could this not serve as an opportunity to unite them? Once Master Lin gives his approval, I am confident in uprooting the foundation of the Zhou family of Nanyang. Upon hearing this, Tainyo stepped forward, grasping Su Rue's hand with fervor. Mr. Su, you are precisely the talent our dojo requires. Tainyo's sudden enthusiasm eased Su Rue's tension and brought a smile to his face. However, he pondered the capabilities of the dojo's head, the esteemed Master Chiu, who would likely discover his concealment in the dojo soon, which could potentially lead to complications. He dares. Tainyo's cool gaze sharpened. Rest assured, whatever Master Chiu may be, it is inconsequential. Our dojo is under the protection of our master. Can he truly stir up trouble? Let us return to the dojo at once. Very well. The trio swiftly made their way back to the dojo. On the journey, Tainyo inquired, May I ask, Mr. Su, what strategy you intend to employ to dismantle the Zhou family's foundation? Unite some, suppress others, and exploit the Zhou family's avarice. We shall orchestrate a grand scheme sufficient to shake the Zhou family's stronghold. Su Rue replied, exuding confidence. Tainyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Su, do you possess certainty in this plan? With the dojo's support, I am 90% confident. Su Rui's demeanor remained composed. Mr. Su, may I inquire what support you require? Our dojo is still in its infancy, and I fear we may not be able to offer substantial financial assistance. Su Rui chuckled. I have naturally taken that into account. In truth, I require no financial backing at all. What I seek is merely the endorsement of the forest owner. If it is possible to publicly declare that I am affiliated with the dojo, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Tainyo furrowed his brow slightly. Does this necessitate the master's intervention? It is permissible without his presence, though it may pose some challenges during the planning phase, Su Rui candidly replied. I understand this matter. However, the specifics must still be relayed through my master. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and the others returned to the dojo. As they stepped back into the dojo, the villagers of Wuming Village immediately adorned their homes with lanterns and decorations, welcoming them in unison. Zhang Teng, witnessing the villagers' warm reception, felt his eyes well up. Here, he truly sensed a profound sense of warmth. Upon returning to the dojo, vibrant banners fluttered in the air, and the apprentices rushed out in unison. Master, you have returned, exclaimed Xiao Yuan with uncontainable excitement. I heard about your remarkable exploits in Nanyang. Lin Bei affectionately ruffled Xiao Yuan's hair. What remarkable feats! It was merely a matter of everything proceeding smoothly. Master, I have something I wish to share with you, Xiao Yuan said, brimming with enthusiasm, as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. What is it? Lin Bei inquired with curiosity. Master, I believe I possess a special talent for alchemy. During your absence, I devoted myself to the craft, and to my astonishment, I succeeded in refining a particularly exceptional elixir. Xiao Yuan exclaimed, animatedly gesturing with her hands. Lin Bei wore a look of skepticism. Chapter 80. The Betrayal from Lin Bei. The reason for Lin Bei's doubt was quite simple. If it were indeed extraordinary, why had his golden finger shown no response whatsoever? Before Lin Bei could voice his thoughts, Zhang Teng was the first to inquire, how formidable is it? What benefits does it provide? This elixir is my original creation, synthesized from the Shinong Bin Xiao Jing that my master showed me. I have had many individuals at the dojo try it, Xiao Yuan replied. They all claim that after consuming it, they feel invigorated and their practice of martial arts becomes remarkably more effective. Really? Zhang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, several disciples from the dojo chimed in. Indeed. I took one, and I felt energized for an entire day. After taking it, I understood the principles of Tai Chi with greater clarity. Upon hearing so many junior disciples affirming this, Zhang Teng's interest was piqued. Is there any left? Please, give me one. I wish to try it. There's only one remaining. The materials are quite precious, Xiao Yuan expressed with a hint of disappointment. This was meticulously crafted by me. I wanted my master to appraise it. Zhang Teng wore a look of helplessness. Lin Bei chuckled softly. Very well. I shall see how talented you truly are. At that moment, Xiao Yuan cautiously retrieved a brocade box, within which lay a pure white elixir. Master, please give it a try. I have named it the Clarity Pill, which serves to purify the body and invigorate the spirit. In Xiao Yuan's sparkling eyes, there was an expression full of eager admiration. Excellent. Without hesitation, Lin Bei swallowed the Clarity Pill whole. As the elixir settled into his stomach, it began to dissolve. In the next moment, Lin Bei's expression shifted slightly, feeling a tumultuous churn within his abdomen. Is it a stomachache? He felt a sense of bewilderment. Hadn't Xiao Yuan claimed that this clear spirit pill would invigorate the mind and eliminate impurities? Why then was his stomach in such turmoil? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei raced towards the restroom. After years of meticulous caution and vigilance, he never anticipated being betrayed by Xiao Yuan in such a manner. His sudden disappearance left everyone in a state of confusion. Along the way, Lin Bei forcibly focused his attention and immediately began to deduce the situation. He sought to uncover the truth. Deduction successful. The pill you ingested is composed of the essence of 38 medicinal herbs, which, for a mortal body, serves to remove impurities and enhance mental clarity. However, as a Tao body, the chaotic spiritual energy of this pill, lacking in order, has triggered an emergency response within your Tao physique. This elixir is unsuitable for cultivators. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, he had suspected that if Xiao Yuan had truly concocted a pill suitable for cultivators, his golden finger would have responded in some manner. Despite the betrayal, he acknowledged Xiao Yuan's genuine talent for alchemy. In the restroom, Lin Bei suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. This elixir cannot be recklessly concocted. Perhaps I could deduce the clear spirit pill to understand the foundational rules required for a pill suitable for cultivators, thereby compiling a manual on alchemical practices. This accidental consumption of the pill had imparted valuable insights. Xiao Yuan's innate gift lies in alchemy. Given this, he felt it was time to craft a personalized cultivation method for the little girl. On another note, where has the master gone? Why has he suddenly disappeared? The little girl stared with her large, innocent eyes, perplexed. Is it because my alchemy skills are lacking that the master is upset? Zhang Teng chuckled. Do not overthink. The master's abrupt departure must hold some profound significance. At this moment, after Lin Bei exited the thatched hut and prepared to take a few steps, he suddenly felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach once more. In Zhang Teng's eyes, Lin Bei was laden with deep meaning, yet, in reality, it was nothing but misfortune that struck him in waves. Goodness, is the effect really this intense? Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to return once again. After this episode, Lin Bei finally sensed a return to tranquility within his belly. Little girl, you have betrayed your master. This time, you shall witness my petty side. Lin Bei was resolute in teaching the little girl a lesson. Upon his return, the little girl gazed at him with her wide, innocent eyes, looking quite aggrieved. Lin Bei, initially seething with anger, found his frustration dissipating in an instant. Ah, the little girl is, after all, just a child. What malice could a mere child possess? Master, did I not perform well? The little girl asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. You did splendidly. However, you have yet to embark on the path of cultivation, and your understanding of cultivators is quite limited. Your elixirs hold no value for them, Lin Bei replied. Nevertheless, I have recognized your innate talent for alchemy, and I shall personally tailor a cultivation method for you. Elated, Xiao Yuan immediately clung to Lin Bei's arm. I knew it. Master is the best. After her delight, Xiao Yuan produced another elixir. Master, perhaps the last one wasn't very effective. I have another here called the colorless pill, which is said to augment one's strength significantly upon consumption. Would Master be willing to sample it? As she spoke, Xiao Yuan presented a pill adorned with vibrant, multicolored patterns, evidently crafted with more substantial ingredients. Lin Bei's eyes twitched slightly. Good heavens! While he was contemplating how to guide Xiao Yuan into the realm of cultivation, this little imp was preparing to betray him once more? Instinctively, he was about to decline, but upon seeing the pleading look in Xiao Yuan's limpid eyes, he found it difficult to reject her kindness. Zhang Ting, you are now a seasoned cultivator. Why don't you evaluate your junior sister's elixir? Yes, master. Zhang Ting replied with a smile, promptly seizing the pill. Junior sister, allow me to assess the efficacy of your elixir. Without hesitation, Zhang Ting swallowed Xiao Yuan's pill. In the following moment, Zhang Teng's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, and he glanced at Lin Bei with a gaze that spoke volumes, a mixture of indignation and unspoken resentment. Immediately thereafter, Zhang Teng vanished from sight with a whoosh. Ah? Xiao Yuan was bewildered. Master, what happened to senior brother Zhang? Lin Bei calmly stated. Your senior brother has some urgent matters to attend to. This particular elixir of yours should leave an indelible impression on him. Meanwhile, in the privy, Zhang Teng was filled with indignation. Master, how could you deceive your disciples so? Tinyu and Su Rue returned to the dojo. Upon their arrival, Tinyu said to Su Rue, please wait a moment. I must report to the master. Very well. Su Rue stood within the dojo, surveying his surroundings. He observed that the apprentices appeared to be quite ordinary individuals. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of the nearby Xiaoluzi, pray tell, why are there so many common folk in your dojo? Oh, you are referring to them? Xiaoluzi chuckled. In truth, apart from brother Zhang Ting, the only one who has crossed the threshold of cultivation is Tinyu. The rest of us have yet to enter the realm. And how long has Zhang Teng been practicing? Su Rue asked, recalling that he had heard of Zhang Teng's prior misfortune of having his dantian destroyed. Xiaoluzi tilted his head in contemplation for a moment, perhaps less than a month. Upon hearing this, Su Rue's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 81. The moment that determines fate. Zhang Teng had been practicing for less than a month? What implications did this hold? In such a brief span, Zhang Teng had not only obliterated the Zhang family, but had also slain Zhang Zhong, a martial arts master. What kind of sect was this? How could it be so terrifying? Is that truly the case? Su Rue asked incredulously. Even a martial arts prodigy could not possibly achieve such feats. To defeat a master within a month? It sounded like a tale from an ancient scripture. Indeed. It is true, Xiaoluzi replied nonchalantly. Su Rue took a deep breath. He immediately grasped a critical realization. While many believed that cultivators represented a unique martial arts school, he instinctively recognized that they were, in fact, practitioners of a self-contained system. Moreover, this system was astonishingly formidable. May I embark on this journey? Su Rue inquired nervously. If you wish to learn, of course you can, but for practitioners of immortality, the initiation is particularly arduous. For instance, I have been training for over a year without making any headway, Xiao Yozai replied. Previously, Mu Qingyue from the Qingyun General Hall also attempted to cultivate, yet she could not make any progress. After speaking, Xiao Yozai glanced at Su Rue and continued, by the way, what is your current strength? I am at the true intent stage of martial arts, attempting to condense my momentum. However, to condense my momentum and transcend my current realm to become a master is still exceedingly difficult, Su Rue answered candidly. Such prowess, yet it seems you may face challenges. Xiao Yozai remarked. My master has commented on Mu Qingyue, stating that her inability to progress stems from her singular focus on martial arts. Does that mean one cannot cultivate immortality while practicing martial arts? Su Rue asked hastily. Not at all. Senior Brother Zhang was once a martial artist as well. But how shall I put it? Senior Brother Zhang has mentioned that those who practice martial arts find it more challenging to initiate, Xiao Yozai elucidated. Upon hearing this, Su Rue fell into contemplation and subsequently inquired further about the ways of cultivation. Xiao Yozai, in turn, shared his knowledge without reservation. After all, the attitude of the Taoist temple was quite clear. The foundational methods of cultivation were to be imparted to anyone eager to learn. In the past, Xiao Yozai had found this puzzling, wondering how such precious methods could be so readily shared. Later, Tai Nyo explained that the methods for initiation into cultivation were not truly rare. What was genuinely invaluable was the practice that followed the initiation. Without guidance, even if a practitioner were to initiate, their greatest achievement would be limited to the Tao body realm. Therefore, if one were to embark on the path of cultivation, it was imperative to become a disciple of the Taoist temple. To enter the Taoist sect, one must naturally undergo rigorous trials. If one fails to gain entry, what harm does it truly pose? This is a grand strategy to fortify the sect, and such a strategy is insurmountable. After Su Rue pondered deeply and posed numerous inquiries, he ultimately expressed a profound realization. The strategy is indeed unfathomable, which explains why cultivators are so unabashed in imparting the methods of entry, some even displaying an eagerness to share. Xiao Yozai chuckled. Have you discerned this already? I initially sought clarity from Tai Nyo before I grasped it. Su Rue smiled softly. Cultivators are truly extraordinary. I find myself wishing to become a disciple of the Forest Master. To do so, you must first master the foundational techniques of cultivation and pass your master's tests, Xiao Yozai replied with a grin. I could teach you Tai Chi. Would you like to learn it now? Absolutely not. Su Rue responded with unwavering determination. Xiao Yozai looked on with skepticism. I need to demonstrate my worth. My current skills must prove advantageous. Once I establish my value, I shall emulate Zhang Tong and relinquish my martial prowess to devote myself entirely to the path of cultivation. Su Rue asserted resolutely. Really? Xiao Yozai was taken aback. Haven't you already reached the realm of martial essence? You're so close to mastery. Why would you consider abandoning martial arts for cultivation? Because the Forest Master has guided Mu Qingyue. She may not comprehend it, but I do. Su Rue's gaze was tranquil yet laced with determination. For a warrior to pursue cultivation, one must first forsake the path of martial arts. Little Six was filled with confusion. Entering the realm of cultivation is exceedingly challenging. Even with unwavering determination, one may achieve nothing. Look at our dojo. Over 100 practitioners training in martial arts. Yet the path to initiation remains distant. Su Rue smiled faintly. If the path is indeed remote, then so be it. The art of cultivation, should it be attainable, I might yet realize my ultimate aspiration. If it proves unattainable, then living as an ordinary person is also acceptable. Little Six furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Su Rue, are you concealing something from us? Personal matters. Rest assured, aside from the affairs concerning young Master Chiu, my private matters shall not impede the dojo, Su Rue replied. Is it something you cannot disclose? Little Six pressed further. After a moment of silence, Su Rue finally lifted his gaze to Little Six. Have you ever encountered a sage? What sage? Little Six asked, puzzled. A martial sage, Su Rue declared. No, I have not. Little Six responded. I have, Su Rue asserted. When I first beheld the martial sage, I felt like an ant gazing up at the heavens. In that moment, I understood a profound truth. I would never become a martial sage in my lifetime. Su Rue lowered his head, and after a brief silence, continued, I do not wish to be an ant. A flicker of yearning passed through Su Rue's eyes. He aspired to surpass him. At that moment, Little Six appeared to be shaken by Su Rue's words. It dawned on him that this man possessed an indomitable spirit and a resolute determination to forge ahead. No wonder you dared to confront the head of the Heavenly Academy at the opportune moment, Little Six remarked. I admire you. Su Rue smiled faintly. It is premature to discuss such matters now. I must first prove my worth and navigate through this trial with the head of the academy. Xiao Liuzi exuded confidence. Rest assured, as long as the master approves of your stay at the dojo, not even the mightiest deity shall lay a finger on you. Shortly thereafter, Tainyo approached. Xiao Liuzi was the first to inquire. How did it go? What did the master say? The master requests your presence. Tainyo replied with a smile directed at Su Rue. Let us proceed. Su Rue took a deep breath. All right. Upon arriving at the dojo, Tainyo gently knocked on the door. Master, Su Rue is here. Come in. Lin Bei's voice resonated. You may go, Tainyo said, patting Su Rue on the shoulder before turning to leave. Su Rue inhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, his expression gravely serious, and then pushed the door open. At that moment, Su Rue beheld Lin Bei. Even though he was a formidable practitioner of martial arts, Lin Bei appeared to Su Rue as an ordinary individual. I cannot discern his true strength. This sensation is quite peculiar. Su Rue's anxiety heightened further. He had encountered martial saints and understood that ascending to that level was akin to reaching the heavens. Yet, in Lin Bei's presence, he found himself utterly uncertain of the latter's capabilities. Please, take a seat. Lin Bei calmly gestured towards a wooden chair not far away. Then personally poured tea for Su Rue. I humbly pay my respects to Master Lin. Su Rue dared not sit, bowing with trepidation. Lin Bei did not press the matter, but instead inquired with composure. I have heard that you can dismantle the Zhou family of Nanyang. Indeed. Su Rue affirmed with resolute conviction. His heart was filled with an utmost sense of trepidation. He understood that the moment that would determine his fate was drawing near. Chapter 82. 3 Strategies to Determine the Universe. Observing Su Rue's timid demeanor, Lin Bei gestured towards the table beside him. There is no need for such formality. We cultivators do not adhere to these mundane customs. Please, take a seat. Respect is best shown through obedience, Su Rue replied, finally settling down. Nevertheless, his expression remained grave. And he sat up straight, his posture impeccably erect. The essence of reverence practically emanated from him. Lin Bei found it puzzling. Su Rue was a master of the martial arts realm, far superior to Mu Qingwei, yet he displayed such deference. Was it perhaps due to his knowledge of Lin Bei's victory over the Zhou clan's monarch? However, upon further reflection, even that knowledge should not warrant such extraordinary respect. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, Su Rue's profound respect stemmed from having encountered a martial sage. In the presence of such greatness, he could only feel a sense of awe. Yet, before Lin Bei, he was confronted with the daunting realization of unfathomable depth. What are your plans to deal with the Zhou clan of Nanyang? Lin Bei inquired. This time, Su Rue did not respond as vaguely as he had with Tainyo. Instead, he contemplated seriously before offering his answer. I have 3 strategies. The first is to employ deception. The second is to use others as a means to an end. The third is to overturn the situation entirely. Su Rue respectfully articulated his 3 strategies, piquing Lin Bei's interest. What does it mean to deceive the heavens and cross the ocean? Su Rue smiled and replied, Master Lin, are you aware that the situation at Yugu Pass has recently intensified? Many border residents have migrated inland. I am aware. Lin Bei nodded subtly. When they traveled to Nanyang, they encountered border residents from Yugu Pass. At that time, the residents expressed concerns about the infiltration of demonic beasts, which Mu Qingwei vehemently denied. In truth, the situation at the border was not as dire as portrayed. Rather, it was a chaotic struggle among demonic beasts vying for supremacy. Consequently, conflicts at the border had intensified. Su Rue remarked with a smile, to my knowledge, the Zhou family of Nanyang boasts the most significant industry in precious medicinal herbs. They possess extensive herb plantations, nearly monopolizing 60% of Nanyang's herb cultivation. The notion of deceit was merely a fade, as rumors were spread throughout Nanyang regarding the urgent need for healing medicines due to escalating border skirmishes. During this time, I will collaborate with some oppressed families, martial arts schools, and practitioners from the Zhou family to secretly inflate the prices of healing medicines. As a titan of the agricultural sector, the Zhou family would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity for profit. I will employ cunning strategies to compel the Zhou family to hoard healing medicines, ultimately driving their prices to exorbitant heights, which will then lead to their downfall. A calculated act of subterfuge. Lin Bei nodded gently, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. What does it mean to use another's weapon against them? The Zhou family, being immensely weal undoubtedly, the crux of the matter lies in the compensation for breach of contract. Irrespective of the transgressor, a hefty penalty shall be imposed. Lin Bei inquired, are you capable of procuring such a vast quantity of valuable medicinal herbs? Or are you planning to sell them to the Zhou family of Nanyang at a reduced price? Indeed, I do not possess such resources, Su Rui conceded. But the numerous families and martial arts academies of Nanyang do. I have a strategy to persuade them to contribute these herbs. I am confident that they will gladly cooperate with me. After all, with judicious maneuvering, they can not only reap a substantial profit but also topple the colossal vessel that is the Zhou family of Nanyang. What could be more advantageous? Su Rui declared with assurance. This, my friend, is the art of employing a borrowed blade. Lin Bei nodded slightly, his estimation of Su Rui elevated. Su Rui's words were not mere wishful thinking. Rather, they stemmed from a profound understanding of human nature. Leveraging the dual forces of profit and animosity to orchestrate a strategic alliance. What do you mean by upheaval? At that moment, Su Rui seemed to shed his inhibitions. Exuding an air of self-assuredness as he proclaimed, the Zhou family of Nanyang is supported by two pillars, immense wealth and formidable martial prowess. Su Rui chuckled. If I were to sever the pillar of their wealth, and Zhang Teng were to dismantle their martial strength, then the great ship that is the Zhou family of Nanyang would collapse. This, sir, is what I mean by upheaval. Lin Bei could not resist applauding. Splendid. Even if it is merely theoretical discourse, it is cogent and well-reasoned. I am grateful for your kind words, esteemed Lin. Lin Bei said with a smile. I am curious as to how you intend to execute this plan. Lin Bei paused, then added with a knowing smile, tell me, what kind of support do you require? First and foremost, I must ensure my own safety, for the head of the Heavenly Academy bears a grudge against me. Su Rui hastily remarked. The head of the Heavenly Academy is, in fact, young Master Chiao. He has pursued me all the way to Nanyang, and is now likely clandestinely meeting with the princess at the prince's residence. This matter has been thoroughly elaborated by Tai Nyo, and Lin Bei nodded gently. Observing this, Su Rui continued. If you publicly announce my affiliation with the Taoist school, the head of the Heavenly Academy will undoubtedly be wary of your prowess, and to avoid unnecessary complications, he will temporarily cease his pursuit of me. However, should he ascend to the position of chief disciple in 6 months, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. The Taoist school will then encounter troubles. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei. 6 months? What is there to fear? He confidently declared, no matter, I shall grant this request. Upon hearing these words, Su Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Furthermore, I require the assistance of Zhang Ting. If I am to lay plans in Nanyang, I must conceal my identity. And thus I need to leverage the residual influence of the Taoist school. The best way to gain others' trust is for Zhang Ting to make a personal appearance. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Certainly, since you are also aiding him, it is only fitting that he assists you. Su Rui relaxed. Master Lin, there is indeed one more matter I wish to report to you. What is it? Lin Bei inquired curiously as he looked at Su Rui. Master Lin, do you know why Songyun Academy seeks to select a chief disciple? Lin Bei shook his head. Su Rui's expression turned serious as he spoke. In fact, Songyun Academy has received news that the reason the demon beasts outside Yugu Pass are vying for the position of Demon King is that a demon saint is likely consolidating the demon creatures to prepare for an impending assault on Yunzhou. Demon beasts are planning to attack Yunzhou? Why? Lin Bei inquired. Because of the sacred bone, Su Rui replied solemnly. Within Songyun Academy, there exists a martial saint who once slew a demon saint, transforming its sacred bone into a sacred weapon, which is now housed at the academy. Presently, outside the pass, a new demon saint has emerged, a descendant of the previous demon beast, seemingly attempting to reclaim the remnants of the demon saint's legacy. The demon beasts at Yugu Pass are competing for the title of Demon King, all to gain the right to follow the demon saint and launch an assault on Yunzhou. Lin Bei felt a surge of anxiety within. Demon saint? Martial saint? What levels are those? In this remote corner, I only know of the martial king. I am entirely ignorant of the realms above the martial king. How powerful must a demon saint be? Lin Bei immediately asked. How long will it take for the demon saint to attack Yunzhou? Chapter 83, The Method of All Wonders. Upon hearing Lin Bei's questions, Su Rui dared not withhold information. Based on my analysis, given that Yunzhou is vast and abundant, with numerous experts, this demon saint will inevitably need to unite with various other demon saints outside the pass to launch an attack, which will require time. Su Rui continued his analysis. Moreover, I have heard that this new demon saint is exceptionally astute. Perhaps this display of aggression is a deliberate act, intended to exert pressure and compelled Songyun Academy to surrender the sacred bone without a fight. Thus, not only at Yugu Pass, but indeed at every one of the 36 passes in Yunzhou, there are disturbances caused by demonic beasts, which frequently launch assaults on the critical border fortifications. Su Rui stated solemnly, the selection of the chief disciple by Songyun Academy is fundamentally aimed at venturing beyond the passes to investigate these matters and ascertain the movements of the demonic beasts. While Songyun Academy believes that the demonic beasts will attack Yunzhou and Songyun Academy itself, I hold the view that it is uncertain whether the Demon Sovereign will indeed launch an offensive against Yunzhou. Even if an attack were to occur, I conservatively estimate that it would not be for over a decade. Lin Bei found Su Rui's analysis quite reasonable. Since the estimate is conservatively set for over a decade, why should he fret unnecessarily? How far might he progress on his path of cultivation in 10 years? Lin Bei nodded gently. I am already aware of this matter. Su Rui continued. Lin Changzhu, the affairs between you and Zhang Teng in Nanyang should soon reach the headquarters in Qinyan City. They are likely to apply to the Martial Dao headquarters for a first-class martial arts venue assessment certificate, which should arrive at the dojo within 3 days. A first-class martial arts venue assessment certificate? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Bei's eyes. Noticing Lin Bei's ignorance, Su Rui found it to be reasonable, as in his understanding. Cultivators seldom concern themselves with worldly affairs. Even the status of a second-class martial arts venue is granted by the Qinyan headquarters. Indeed, according to the rules established by the Martial Dao headquarters, for the Qinyan headquarters to advance, it must possess a sufficient number of first-class martial arts venues. Your formidable prowess in Nanyang has already qualified the dojo as a first-class martial arts venue, Su Rui remarked. The Qingyun General Hall will undoubtedly assist the dojo in applying for the qualification of a first-rate martial arts hall. After all, if we delay, the dojo will qualify for promotion to a town-level general hall. Therefore, I am confident that within 3 days, the assessment document for a first-rate martial arts hall will certainly arrive. Lin Bei was somewhat aware of this matter. The promotion system of martial arts halls differs fundamentally from that of families and academies. Not only must the martial arts hall possess sufficient strength, but it must also have a certain number of subordinate halls at appropriate levels. What then? Lin Bei inquired, looking at Su Rui. To ascend to the first-rate rank, there exists a stringent requirement, military merit. I wish to represent the dojo at the Yugu Pass. With an identity from the Yugu Pass military, I can transform rumors into reality and leverage this to deceive the Zhou family of Nanyang, Su Rui explained with a smile. In order to ensnare the adversary within a well-laid trap, one must meticulously consider every aspect. Only by weaving an intricate net can the Zhou family of Nanyang be ensnared. Lin Bei did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. This matter was settled. Su Rui exhaled in relief, stood, and respectfully bowed to Lin Bei. I have no further business. Lin Bei nodded, and Su Rui then exited with due decorum. As Lin Bei observed Su Rui's retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. At that moment, Tainyo entered from outside. Master, is Su Rui's strategy reliable? Tainyo reported. And Lin Bei indicated that he could listen in. However, Tainyo was concerned that Su Rui might not fully express himself in his presence, thus he remained outside. However, he had indeed achieved the 6th refinement of the Tao body, possessing keen hearing. Lin Bei and Su Rui did not deliberately lower their voices, thus he heard them clearly. When Tinyu inquired, Lin Bei nodded. Theoretically sound, yet merely theoretical discourse. The true implementation depended entirely on his capabilities. Should he succeed, it would signify that his strategic acumen is nothing short of extraordinary. Tinyu nodded in agreement. Master, you are correct. Regardless of his success, at the very least, this strategic approach is something we had not contemplated. Lin Bei concurred, recognizing that if this endeavor were to succeed, it would undoubtedly benefit the Taoist temple. And if it were to fail, there would be no significant loss. He decided to let him try, for he was eager to see if success was attainable. The master is indeed wise. After the two departed, Lin Bei began to ponder how to assist Xiao Yuan in formulating a cultivation method. Soon, clarity began to dawn upon him. The Tongming pill, in essence, was concocted by Xiao Yuan through her innate talent. extracting the essence from the spiritual herbs and harmonizing them according to the pharmacological principles of the Shinong Benqiao Jing. Fundamentally, there was no issue with the crafting of the Tongming pill. The sole dilemma was that Xiao Yuan was unaware that the spiritual energy within this pill needed to establish a certain order to be deemed a true spiritual elixir. Lin Bei's eyes gradually brightened as he contemplated. Xiao Yuan's ability to perceive the spiritual energies of heaven and earth indicated that she could grasp the rules governing their operations. The reason she had not made progress in her cultivation of the breathing technique was quite simple. She had grown accustomed to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, treating them as naturally as one breathes air. Lin Bei suddenly understood. Habit becomes second nature. Logically, Little should have been innately capable of cultivating the breathing technique. However, it is precisely this ingrained habit that causes her to inhale the spiritual energy of the world as effortlessly as she breathes air. This stands in stark contrast to Zhang Ting and Tang You, who, in their initial cultivation, were unable to perceive the spiritual energy of the world. Consequently, they relied on perception to sense its existence. Thus, upon finally perceiving the spiritual energy, it appeared as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. Conversely, Little, accustomed to it, deems it commonplace, only perceiving the refined spiritual energy emanating from Tang You as anomalous and peculiar. I comprehend. Little's cultivation method necessitates a focus on the operational principles of the world's spiritual energy. The intrinsic mutability and diverse regulatory shifts of the world's spiritual energy can elicit her perception. This constitutes her method of initiation. With lucidity of thought and a surge of inspiration, Lin Bei realized that devising a cultivation method for Little would not only greatly benefit her cultivation but also provide unimaginable enhancements to his alchemy. Time elapsed. 2 days later, a book lay before Lin Bei, inscribed with 5 bold characters, The Myriad Mysteries Breathing Method. The title was derived from the Tao Te Ching, profound and recondite, the gateway to all mysteries. Here, myriad mysteries alludes to the ever-changing essence of the world's spiritual energy and the essence of its operational rules. The gateway to all mysteries is the gateway to the great Tao. At long last, it is complete. This time, the cultivation method that Lin Bei compiled was not merely a framework but even depicted the contours. He believed that, to this extent, Little should be able to comprehend it. With this in mind, Lin Bei promptly departed from the seclusion chamber. "Master, you have emerged," exclaimed Xiao Liuzai upon seeing Lin Bei. "Where is Xiao Yuan?" Lin Bei inquired. "Where has she gone?" She has reportedly gone to the Qin's fabric shop," Xiao Liuzai quickly responded. "What business does she have at the Qin's fabric shop?" Lin Bei was perplexed. It is said that she has devised some new alchemical methods. However, the temple lacks the necessary materials, so she went to the Qin's fabric shop to ask her father for funds. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This young girl truly possesses a passion for alchemy, and she understands the importance of saving money for the temple by relying on her family. What a good child. "Master, are you looking for her? Shall I go fetch her?" Xiao Liuzai asked. Lin Bei waved his hand. "I shall seek her out personally and take the opportunity to observe the village's development." Lin Bei was aware that the village had not only attracted wealthy merchants from the former Qingyun town, but also a multitude of residents eager to settle down. He wished to witness the growth surrounding his temple. As he stepped out of the village, Lin Bei was taken aback. What did he behold? Towering structures, each several stories high, were under construction, and the village was adorned with vibrant streets. An abundance of goods was readily visible, and numerous residential buildings were sprouting up. Is this truly our nameless village? How has it become so prosperous? Lin Bei, slightly astonished, inquired further. Although it was previously noted that Tinia had brought in many merchants, including the Qin's fabric shop, the village was still in the midst of development then. How could such drastic changes have occurred in such a short span of time? Upon hearing Lin Bei's questions, Xiao Liuzai's expression was one of admiration as he began to respond. "Master, you may be unaware that during your retreat, Iron Bull entrusted Su Rue with the task of developing the area surrounding the dojo." Xiao Liuzai shrugged and remarked, "And thus, the situation has unfolded." With a sense of nostalgia, Xiao Liuzai continued. Before Su Rue arrived in the village, he claimed he could bring about transformative changes in a short span, doubling our tax revenue. In hindsight, his predictions were rather conservative. Just yesterday, I tallied the merchants who applied to settle in our dojo, and there are hundreds. Curious, Lin Bei could not help but inquire, how did he achieve this? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Liuzai explained. Our dojo gained prominence due to brother Zhang Teng's challenge against the Zhang clan and your victory over the martial arts king of the Zhou family, which established our formidable reputation. Su Rue seized this opportunity to promote our locale, which many perceive as a place of enchanting landscapes and mystery. He organized sightseeing tours, inviting participants to explore without charge. After amassing a substantial list of interested individuals, Su Rue sought partnerships with numerous merchants, delving into various aspects such as dining, apparel, and entertainment. He crafted unique products that showcased the essence of our dojo, including attire, toys, and recreational activities. On the very first day after the merchants settled in, he brought in a throng of visitors eager for entertainment, leading to substantial profits for the merchants. Once this news spread, a wave of merchants began applying to join us, and the local populace was equally enthusiastic about participating. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei experienced a moment of clarity. This young man, seizing the tide of public sentiment, has ingeniously established a tourism-based venture, thereby attaining unprecedented wealth. Lin Bei could not help but praise him. Su Rue is indeed a remarkable talent. Xiao Lu wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "Absolutely." His series of maneuvers left me utterly astonished. Following this trend, our surroundings are bound to flourish rapidly. As Lin Bei observed the scenery, he inquired, "Why do I see so many visitors among those constructing the houses? They seem to be exceptionally diligent." Xiao Lu, with an expression of admiration, replied, "This is a recreational method devised by Su Rue, known as Peach Blossom Spring Construction Experience. You may find it hard to believe, but those individuals actually pay to assist in building the houses." Lin Bei was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "What a marvel to behold." He noted, "Master, the long queue over there is actually for purchasing construction timber and various materials. Are they truly so willing?" Lin Bei queried, intrigued by Su Rue's strategy. Xiao Lu explained, "Of course. Su Rue has stated that this initiative not only channels their energy but also grants all contributors lifetime access to free sightseeing upon completing a house that passes inspection. They will also have the opportunity to watch our village's grand performance titled Zhang Teng's battle against the martial arts master." Xiao Lu added, "The stage has already been set." Lin Bei felt a pang of surprise. This tactic was nothing short of brilliant. As he continued on his journey, he soon arrived at the Chen fabric shop, where the lively shouts of Xiao Yuan could be heard echoing outside. The fabric is being sold. Exquisite silk, the authentic attire for training at the dojo. Not 9 taels, not 5 taels, but merely 2 taels, exactly the same as what is worn at the dojo. At this moment, a throng of tourists is gathered here, eager to purchase. Lin Bei, witnessing this scene, glanced at Xiao Yozi, who returned the gaze. They exchanged bewildered looks. Goodness, is she truly selling fabric? What is going on? Wasn't she supposed to be asking for money? Xiao Yozi chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I heard from Xiao Yuaner that if she couldn't obtain the funds, she would personally sell fabric. The pill she concocted is indeed finalized." Initially, he thought she was jesting, but it turns out she was serious. Lin Bei quietly remarked, "She is selling fabric. It seems the funds are insufficient. Perhaps we should leave first and not interrupt her business." Regarding the dojo's support for Xiao Yuaner in her alchemical pursuits, Lin Bei chose to remain silent, embodying the principle of respecting his disciples' choices. "Master, you are absolutely right." Xiao Liuzi, now responsible for finances, was equally driven by a keen interest in wealth. The two were in perfect accord. Just as they were about to turn and slip away, they heard Xiao Yuaner's joyous voice from behind. "Master, what brings you here?" Caught, Lin Bei and Xiao Liuzi had no choice but to halt their steps. As they watched Xiao Yuaner rush towards them, Lin Bei immediately donned a smile. "Xiao Yuana, what brings you to sell fabric?" Xiao Yuana pouted, saying, "I came to ask for money, but since my father is not here, the shopkeeper insisted he couldn't disperse any silver without my father's seal. Out of frustration, I ran here to sell fabric." Hee, isn't Xiao Yuaner clever? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei smiled and remarked, "Little Yuaner is truly astute." At that moment, Little Yuana promptly reported, "Master, you once stated that the resources for cultivation would be fully supported by the dojo. Currently, Wang Xiaolu is in charge of our dojo's finances. When I asked him for funds to purchase medicinal materials, he insisted there was no money and refused to provide me with the materials. I had no choice but to return to request money. I clearly saw him receive a substantial sum of silver from Su Rue." Upon hearing this, Xiaolu remained remarkably composed, believing he and Lin Bei were aligned in their intentions. At least regarding frugality, Lin Bei had praised him on multiple occasions. Just then, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and directed his gaze towards Xiaolu. Xiaolu, is this statement indeed true? Ah? Xiaolu appeared somewhat bewildered. This was unexpected. Not long ago, he had informed Lin Bei about this matter, and Lin Bei had commended him for his actions. Why then, did he now seem poised to reprimand him in front of little Yuaner? While there was some truth to the matter, the funds Su Rui had given him had yet to be accounted for, making it inappropriate to disclose to little Yuaner. Nonsense, Lin Bei asserted with a stern countenance. Cultivation is of paramount importance. Wealth is but an external possession, not to be regarded as treasure. I shall punish you to return and compose a 1,000-word reflection. I expect to see it on my desk this evening. Xiaolu was left utterly stunned by this pronouncement, his gaze toward Lin Bei brimming with grievance. That look seemed to convey, Master, you have betrayed me. Chapter 85, Xiaoyou's Little Composition. Seeing Xiaoyou's aggrieved expression, Lin Bei could only internally express his regret. There was no alternative. He had indeed told little Yuaner that the focus should be on cultivation, and that the dojo would provide unconditional support. In the past, when funds were scarce, he could only dream grandly. Now that wealth has graced him, he must, at the very least, uphold his image before the charming Xiao Yuaner, mustn't he? Thus, the burden of this predicament inevitably falls upon his devoted apprentice, Xiao Yozi, who has been by his side for over a year. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be returning to write your self-reflection? Lin Bei chided with feigned indignation. To which Xiao Yozi could only respond with resignation, yes, master. Upon witnessing Xiao Yozi's reprimand, Xiao Yuana cheekily stuck out her tongue at him. Infuriated, Xiao Yozi bared his teeth at her, but just as he assumed a menacing expression, Xiao Yuaner promptly turned to Lin Bei, wailing, Master, he is scaring me. Lin Bei shot a glare at Xiao Yozi, exclaiming, is your self-reflection too brief? Go, write 1,000 words. Yes, master. Xiao Yozi, feeling utterly deflated, trudged away with his head hung low. Once outside, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. 1,000. Master, you truly favor others. Why not make it 10,000? No, one cannot complain about the master. He is my provider, my benefactor, and I must heed his counsel. 1,000 words it shall be. Xiao Yozi continued to mutter under his breath. This infuriates me. Just you wait, Xiao Yuaner. I shall find a chance to play a trick on you. As he departed, a sidelong glance revealed Xiao Yuaner wearing a triumphant smirk, igniting his frustration even further. At that moment, as soon as Xiao Yozi was out of sight, Xiao Yuaner exclaimed, Master, to be honest, Wang Xiaolu is quite a good person. I understand that the development of our dojo requires funding. I never intended to take any money from it. I merely wished to tease him a bit. After all, he is so miserly. Master, I have long earned enough money from selling cloth. Ha. I am the only daughter at home. What do I need so much money for? I shall spend a little on behalf of my father to save him from overspending. Such filial piety. At this moment, Lin Bei affectionately patted her head, his face radiating admiration. Let us return to the dojo, for I am about to impart to you the methods of cultivating immortality. Xiao Yuaner was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with joy. Really? Master? I have discerned the reason for your inability to cultivate. This time, I have tailored a unique cultivation method just for you. You must practice diligently from now on. Lin Bei looked at Xiao Yuaner with great anticipation. As for cultivation resources, should you find yourself lacking, seek out Xiao Yozi. As long as the dojo has it, I shall fully support you. Xiao Yuaner cheerfully replied, You are the best, master. However, as for money, it's unnecessary. The Chen family cloth shop is thriving, and I fear my father may not be able to spend it all. I must help him with that. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. What could he say? It was all about respecting his disciple. Time passed. In the dojo, after Xiao Yozi returned, he immediately began to write a little essay. Today, I was punished by master to write a 10,000-word reflection. To be honest, I feel quite wronged. But I dare not retort. I fear master may impose a punishment of writing 100,000 words instead. The last time I was punished to write a reflection was when I reminded master to return the books to the shelf after reading in the library. As a result, after master placed the books back, he suddenly questioned whether I had been earnest in practicing my calligraphy. He discovered that while practicing, I had resorted to cunning tactics, writing deceiving the heavens and crossing the seas, and made 2 consecutive mistakes, leading to a punishment of writing 8,000 words in reflection. Following that incident, I vowed to never be subjected to writing a self-criticism again. Alas, I have been ensnared by the machinations of little Yuaner. Little Yuaner, my animosity towards you knows no bounds. In the future, when procuring meals, I shall surreptitiously add the most piquant of peppers, the kind you detest, in copious amounts. Having completed this brief composition, little Lu felt a sense of liberation wash over him. Precisely at that moment, an irate voice emanated from behind him. Wan Xiaolu, should you dare to add peppers to my repast again, I shall bite you to death. Upon hearing this pronouncement, little Lu felt a sharp pain in his arm as a small mouth latched onto his limb. Qin Yuaner, release your grip. How is it that you, young vixen, appear and disappear with such uncanny alacrity? Release. Ouch. Will you add peppers or not? Yuana's articulation was somewhat slurred due to her biting down on little Lu. No, I won't. I was merely jesting. Release me, O venerable ancestor. Little Lu's face was contorted in frustration. Meanwhile, at the Azure Cloud City main hall, Mu Qingwei, clutching a document, headed directly towards the dojo. En route in the carriage, Mu Qingwei gazed at the passing scenery, her expression somewhat wistful. The document in her possession was the application submitted by the Azure Cloud main hall for the dojo's assessment to become a first-rate martial arts institution. It was unexpected that the dojo would be advancing to the first-rate echelon so swiftly. However, the question lingered. Who would the dojo dispatch to Jade Valley Pass for this assessment? Shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt in front of the dojo's entrance. As Mu Qingwei entered, she observed little Yuaner gnawing on little Lu's arm, while Tainyo, who was practicing his fist techniques nearby, feigned blindness and simply ignored the spectacle. Halt, halt, halt. Little Yuaner, we have a guest. Upon hearing these words, little Yuaner released her grip, gazing at the bite marks on his arm. Xiaoliu's eye grimaced in pain. At that moment, Tainyo, who was practicing his punches, seemed to have regained his sight. He circled around the two and approached Mu Qingwei. Miss Mu, what brings you here? Mu Qingwei presented a document. Congratulations. I have meticulously recorded the events in Nanyang and submitted them to the General Hall. The Martial Arts General Hall has now granted certification. Mu Qingwei smiled lightly. Your martial arts hall has now attained the qualification for advancement to a first-rate status. Oh, thank you for your efforts, Tainyo replied calmly as he accepted the document. I wonder who your dojo will send to Yugu Pass. Mu Qingwei inquired with curiosity. You should be familiar with this individual. His name is Su Rue. Tainyo answered honestly. Su Rue? Upon hearing that name, Mu Qingwei's expression turned puzzled. She felt as though she had heard it before, yet could not recall clearly. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly remembered. I recall now, a few days ago. You were announcing that someone named Su Rue had joined your dojo and was under your protection. Indeed, that is correct, Tainyo nodded. Mu Qingwei's expression grew serious. She understood well that their dojo typically maintained a low profile, and such a public display was quite unusual. Has this person committed some wrongdoing? Have they offended a powerful faction, prompting your dojo to protect him? Tainyo nodded in agreement. Mu Qingwei, understanding the situation, continued, if that is the case. Our Qingyan General Hall can also jointly announce his protection. If necessary, we can escalate this matter to higher authorities, who should also lend their voice. That is the advantage of the Martial Arts General Hall. Although it may appear particularly loose and highly flexible, when faced with challenges, it surprisingly exhibits remarkable unity. Consequently, the impartiality of the Martial Arts Pavilion can deter the formidable Zhou family of Nanyang. Once the pavilion has rendered its judgment, matters become serious. There is no need to trouble yourselves. I must candidly state that the individual whom Su Rue has offended is someone you, the Qingyan Pavilion, cannot afford to cross. It is unnecessary to involve yourselves in this matter. Tainyo replied sincerely. As for seeking further assistance, that is even less necessary. Not only would it require a plethora of applications, but it would also necessitate verification, which is far too cumbersome. After all, this matter is one that our dojo can resolve. Chapter 86. Dignity lies above strength. If our dojo can resolve it, can the Qingyan Pavilion not? Tainyo's earnest expression, coupled with such sincere words, left Mu Qingwei at a loss for words. After all, it is common knowledge that the head of our dojo nearly vanquished the Zhou family's celestial king. Nevertheless, Mu Qingwei felt a tinge of defiance. Are you underestimating us at the Qingyan Pavilion? Are we incapable of safeguarding a single person? Tainyo replied nonchalantly. Su Rue's arch-nemesis is the head of the Celestial Academy of Tsangyun. Can you withstand that? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. The Celestial Academy? It is one of the premier institutions in Yunzhou, and it stands on equal footing with the Martial Arts Pavilion. Indeed, the Qingyan Pavilion cannot withstand such pressure. Mu Qingwei chose to remain silent. Were the circumstances more favorable, she would have had no objections to rendering a favor, but given the current situation, it is prudent to refrain from involvement. Just at that moment, a figure entered the dojo. The moment Mu Qingyue laid eyes on this individual, she sensed an extraordinarily potent essence of martial truth emanating from him. A master of true intent, Mu Qingyue felt a flicker of surprise within her. Such a pure manifestation of martial spirit. This is a natural-born warrior. Iron Bull waved to the newcomer. Su Rue, you've arrived? Allow me to introduce you. This is Mu Qingyue from the Qingyan headquarters. I am Su Rue. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Mu. Though Su Rue appeared courteous on the surface, there was an odd expression upon his face. I have heard of you, Su Wuyo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Qingyue said, Iron Bull, the documents have been delivered. I shall take my leave. Safe travels. Iron Bull replied without formality. Once Mu Qingyue departed, Su Rue's awkward demeanor seemed to ease. Su Rue, what troubles you? Why did you appear so unsettled upon encountering Mu Qingyue? Iron Bull inquired, puzzled. Su Rue sighed and spoke with a hint of gravity. Iron Bull. Remember this, a beautiful face can wield a sharp knife. Huh? Iron Bull was left bewildered, utterly confused. Mu Qingyue possesses striking beauty and an elegant demeanor. Such a rare gem could bring about calamity, Su Rue emphasized once more. Iron Bull was rendered speechless. What nonsense is this? He and Mu Qingyue are merely acquaintances. How could this be related to calamity? Soon, Iron Bull realized Su Rue had been led astray, harboring psychological scars from encounters with strikingly beautiful women. Shaking his head, Iron Bull dismissed these peculiar thoughts from his mind. Su Rue, the documents have arrived. I am now entrusting them to you. With these papers in hand, you may embark on your journey to Yugu Pass. Upon finishing his words, Tainyo expressed his concern, saying, be cautious. Although we have disseminated the news, that fellow Chio must be aware of your presence in our dojo and may attempt to ambush you. Hearing this, Su Rue smiled confidently. That won't happen. After we released the information, I sensed that someone from Songyun Academy had covertly surveyed the dojo. Upon discovering my presence, they vanished without hesitation. Su Rue continued with a grin, young Master Chio, as the head of the Heavenly Academy, is in a fierce competition for the position of chief disciple. He cannot afford the slightest error, especially after the formidable Lin Changzhu effortlessly defeated the Zhou family's Tian Wang, which is sure to instill fear in him. To avoid any complications, he will likely return to Songyun Academy at the earliest opportunity, allowing me to travel openly. Better safe than sorry. Do not be careless. Tainyo cautioned with a serious demeanor. Su Rue recognized Tainyo's genuine concern and thus clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. However, my expedition to Yugu Pass is to lay plans, and it is possible that the Zhou family in Nanyang will become aware of my identity. So I hope to leverage your status. Tainyo nodded in agreement. That is not an issue. Su Rue, ever efficient, grasped the documents and turned to leave. Observing Su Rue's decisive demeanor, Xiao Yozi could not help but inquire, Tainyo, is he departing just like that? Shouldn't he inform Master? No need. Tainyo shook his head. What needed to be said has already been conveyed. There is no need to disturb Master during his meditative practice. Indeed, Xiao Yozi wholeheartedly concurred. Meanwhile, at Yugu Pass, upon Su Rue's arrival, he was immediately summoned by the commanding general of the pass. You have come from the Taoist temple? The general, clad in battle armor, with eyes like bronze bells, scanned the documents and glanced at Su Rue. You are called Iron Bull? Indeed, I pay my respects to General Qian. Su Rue replied respectfully, bowing. Do you know me? General Qian asked, astonished. General Qian, your esteemed name resonates throughout Yunzhou. 10 years ago, you personally vanquished the formidable 100-faced demon fox, a foe comparable to the late stages of a martial arts king. This event is known to all in Yunzhou. Now, as the monsters beyond the pass wreak havoc, they cannot encroach upon Yunzhou, and your contributions are undeniable. Su Rue spoke not only with clarity, but also with substantiated reasoning. General Qian felt a wave of satisfaction upon hearing this. Iron Bull, you possess a silver tongue, yet there is one matter I wish to inquire further. General Qian's smile abruptly shifted, his expression turning somewhat menacing. I have heard that Zhang Tong from your Taoist temple killed our border guard commander, Zhang Zhong, and that your temple's Lin, the estate master, incapacitated our guard commander, Zhang Tsonglong. Has this indeed transpired? As these words fell, a palpable aura of dread emanated from General Qian. Su Rue maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, this is indeed the case. However, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts General Headquarters and pertains to the private affairs of the Zhang clan. It is both reasonable and just, and General Qian, being a man of great understanding, would naturally not hold us accountable. Su Rui's composed attitude earned him General Qian's newfound respect, prompting a hearty laugh from the general as the atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably. Indeed, within the esteemed Yugu Guan, individuals from various families, academies, and martial arts schools coexist, and personal matters must be shouldered independently. Upon uttering this, General Qian turned his gaze towards Su Rui with keen interest. Since you have arrived at Yugu Guan, we adhere to the established protocol. One must accumulate sufficient military merit before departing, he proclaimed. During this period, you are not permitted to leave this initial step. Should any matters arise, feel free to submit your requests to me. Understood. Su Rui responded with respect. I perceive that your understanding of martial arts is remarkably pure. You are indeed a rare talent in this discipline. Henceforth, I shall make an exception and appoint you as the captain of 10 men, granting you command over the border guards. General Qian continued. Thank you, General. Su Rui replied with utmost reverence. Those who arrive at the border are, at the very least, masters of martial intent. To be appointed as a captain of 10 men, one must either be a martial arts grandmaster or a formidable warrior with merit-based promotions. Su Rui's immediate elevation to this rank is undoubtedly a remarkable exception. As Su Rui departed, a general clad in black armor, standing beside General Qian, suddenly interjected, General, you have assigned Iron Bull to the position of captain of 10 men. It appears that he will be leading a squad under Zhang Zhong, correct? General Qian smiled slightly, affirming, indeed, Zhang Zhong's team seems to hold him in considerable esteem. Their bond is quite extraordinary. The black-armored general continued, he was slain by Zhang Teng from the dojo. I fear Iron Bull may bear the brunt of his resentment. Upon hearing this, he noticed General Qian's composed demeanor and quickly grasped the underlying implications. General Qian, with a calm expression, replied, we cannot meddle in personal matters. However, once one arrives at the border, the rules of the border must be observed. Chapter 87. Fire burns the dojo. Chapter 87. The black-armored general pondered thoughtfully before breaking into a smile. General Qian's noble intentions. I had thought you held that Iron Bull in higher regard. General Qian gently tapped the chair with his fingers, speaking calmly. It was not that he lacked admiration for him. Rather, one must possess the requisite qualifications to seize such power. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Rui entered the military camp. As he stepped into the tent, he immediately sensed an atmosphere fraught with tension. Among the 10 individuals present, nearly every one of them stared intently at him, some with an expression that suggested they wished to devour him whole. Ah, is this not our newly appointed sergeant? I've heard you are nothing but a waste from the dojo. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's pupils dilated, and he shot a fierce glance at the speaker. What did you say? I said. The man sneered. You are from the dojo, a useless. However, before he could finish his words, a searing pain struck his chest, and in the next moment, he was propelled backward like a cannonball. What? You dare to lay a hand on me? Seeking death, are you? In an instant, 3 manifestations of martial intent surged forth, and the aura of 6 forms of martial energy erupted. In the face of their collective pressure, Su Rui let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping around him. What? Do you all wish to rebel? Yet, his voice failed to intimidate them. On the contrary, it only served to enrage the crowd further. Those from the dojo killed Zhang Zhong. Today, we shall avenge Elder Zhang. Su Rui gently rotated his head, flexed his wrist, and with a swift motion, his hand glided towards his waist. In the next heartbeat, a throng of adversaries charged at him. In an instant, Su Rui drew his belt from his waist, which astonishingly transformed into a flexible sword. Like a dragon weaving through the air, he evaded their onslaught, moving with an ease that resembled a leisurely stroll through a garden. His steps, light and fluid, allowed him to dodge the attacks effortlessly, while the gleaming sword danced in intricate patterns. As Su Rui glided past his assailants, the soft sword reverted back to its form as a belt, resuming its place at his waist. You rascal, your footwork is remarkably exquisite, so slippery. A few warriors shouted in anger. Yet among them, a burly man with a square face, embodying the true essence of martial arts, stepped forward to halt the others. Enough. Do not bring shame upon yourselves, he declared. At this, many warriors expressed their indignation. Brother Deng, what do you mean? He merely escaped. Why do you stop us? We must make those from the dojo pay the price today. Indeed, the crowd rallied, their spirits ignited. Su Rui, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded them. At that moment, the man known as Brother Deng let out a bitter laugh. Take a look at your heart area. The crowd paused, then quickly glanced down, only to discover a portion of their military uniforms was missing at the heart. Gasped. In that instant, they collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the exquisite control Su Rui possessed. If he had desired, could he not have pierced their hearts? Only then did they apprehend the sheer terror the man before them possessed. He not only dealt with their combined assault with nonchalant ease, but even had the wherewithal to show leniency. Esteemed sirs, Su Rui began, once he perceived that they had regained their composure. I am aware of your reverence for Zhang Zhang. But are you cognizant of the fact that when he perished at the hands of Zhang Tong, he harbored not a shred of resentment? On the contrary, he lauded Zhang Tong as a fine lad. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Is what you say true? Did Zhong Lao truly utter those words as he lay dying? Ding Dage promptly inquired. Indeed. Consider this. Who was Zhang Tong? He is, after all, a scion of the Zhang clan. Even if ties are severed, there remains a familial bond. Did the Zhang family truly desire his demise? The crowd exchanged perplexed glances. The Zhang family did not truly wish for his death, but they were left with no alternative. And all of this transpired due to the Zhou clan of Nanyang. The martial sovereign of the Zhou clan left him with no choice. It was the Zhou clan of Nanyang that engendered the tragedy of fratricide. Who, in your estimation, is most deserving of your animosity? Upon hearing this, someone immediately exclaimed with vexation, the Zhou clan of Nanyang. Precisely, Su Rui said, patting the man's shoulder with a smile. Esteemed sirs, we are not adversaries. On the contrary, we share a common foe. Upon hearing this, Dang Dage sighed. Alas, it is not as though we are entirely ignorant. But a martial sovereign is beyond our reach. We are powerless to avenge ourselves. Indeed, our martial arts sovereign at the border is a figure of great stature. It is inconceivable for them to represent us. Su Rui offered a faint smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess that my journey to the border serves a dual purpose. In addition to fulfilling the tasks assigned by the dojo, I have another mission, to dismantle the Zhou clan of Nanyang. Upon uttering these words, a flicker of intrigue sparked in the eyes of those present. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. Meanwhile, at the dojo, Lin Bei was engrossed in his training when suddenly an urgent voice pierced through the air. It's bad. We have a flood. Quickly, extinguish the source of the fire. Confused, Lin Bei opened the door and immediately seized a nearby apprentice. What is happening? Master, the alchemy room has been set ablaze by Xiao Yuan. What transpired? How could the alchemy room catch fire? Lin Bei hurried towards the direction of the alchemy room, and soon his expression darkened. Before him lay a sea of flames, engulfing not only the alchemy room but also igniting over a dozen nearby structures. Just then, Zhang Ting and Tai Niu arrived. Master, they both exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, a frantic disciple attempting to extinguish the fire called out, Master, it's dire. We haven't located Xiao Yuan. No matter how we shout, she does not respond. She may still be in the alchemy room. What? Lin Bei's countenance shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the burning alchemy room. Zhang Tang prepared to follow. But Tai Niu restrained him. Brother Zhang, the flames are too fierce. If Master goes in, you must not follow. Iron Bull remarked. We must promptly organize the disciples of the dojo to extinguish the flames in an orderly manner. Zhang Ting nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yuan sat before the cauldron, seemingly undisturbed by the raging fire surrounding her, as she focused intently on controlling something. Just at that moment, a beam above her head collapsed, hurtling directly towards her. Lin Bei instantly cast a spell. The dual energies of black and white surged forth, enveloping Xiao Yuan in the Tai Chi mystic shield, deflecting the falling beam. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Xiao Yuan sensed his arrival. She glanced at him and broke into a smile. Master, I knew you would come. Please wait, I am almost finished. Lin Bei was filled with fury. Had he arrived even a moment later, Xiao Yuan might have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. This reckless girl was still attempting to concoct elixirs in such perilous circumstances? Just as he was about to unleash his anger, a voice echoed in his mind. Your disciple Xiao Yuan has grasped the fundamentals of the esoteric breathing technique. Chapter 88. 5 breakthroughs. You have mastered the esoteric breathing technique perfected. Your Tai Chi breathing technique, 4th breakthrough, is currently being integrated. Congratulations. Your Tai Chi breathing technique, 5th breakthrough, has deepened, significantly enhancing your breathing speed. Lin Bei's ire diminished considerably at this moment. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yuan, this reckless girl, continuing her alchemical pursuits amidst such chaos, his simmering anger reignited. Yet, at that instant, another voice resonated in his mind. Your apprentice, Xiao Yuan. has comprehended the rudimentary art of alchemy, novice, thereby elevating your own proficiency in basic alchemy to the pinnacle mastery. Your apprentice, Xiaoyue, has successfully concocted a superior-grade spirit-replenishing pill, granting you an exquisite understanding of the spirit-replenishing pill. The successive notifications filled Lin Bei with astonishment. Gazing upon Xiaoyue, he felt not anger, but an increasing sense of admiration. Could it be that this madcap girl had brought him an immense boon? Perhaps there was truth in the saying, "Madness is the mother of genius." Aside from the seamless integration of the all-encompassing exhalation method, which had propelled his Tai Chi exhalation method through 5 levels of transcendence, vastly fortifying his foundation, the spirit-replenishing pill itself was a delightful surprise for Lin Bei. Having mastered the method of crafting supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills, he had come to fully appreciate their effects. What was the primary function of the spirit-replenishing pill? It possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly replenish depleted spiritual energy. What did this signify? It meant that the spiritual energy Lin Bei expended when casting spells no longer needed to be painstakingly refined. Instead, he could simply ingest the pill and rapidly restore his depleted reserves. At that moment, Xiaoyue excitedly opened the pill furnace. Within, 8 exquisite pills shimmered, their interiors revealing wisps of spiritual essence swirling according to some arcane pattern. "Master, I've succeeded," she exclaimed. "I've refined the spirit-replenishing pill. I've done it." Lin Bei approached her with affection, disregarding the matter of the fire. "Well done, my child," he said, elatedly. Little Yuan exclaimed. Senior brother Zhang Tong mentioned that when he unleashed the spirit-piercing strike, he depleted the spiritual energy within his celestial aperture. I contemplated concocting an elixir for him that could swiftly replenish his spiritual reserves. Little Yuana gesticulated animatedly, her excitement palpable. "And now, I've succeeded. By meticulously studying the attributes of both tempered and untempered physiques, I've ingeniously developed this spirit restoration pill." Lin Bei nodded approvingly. After her initial elation, Little Yuana noticed the raging inferno engulfing their surroundings, as well as the black and white energies encircling them. She immediately realized that it was her master's spell. "Master, is this your magic? It appears formidable. I wish to learn it." Lin Bei responded with a smile. "Once your physique has been successfully tempered and you're capable of storing spiritual energy, I shall impart it to you. You're the best, master." Little Yuana chirped happily. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon the dilapidated state of the surrounding chambers, and she became crestfallen. "Master, I apologize. I inadvertently set the alchemy room ablaze. During the alchemy process, a stray spark erupted from beneath the furnace. But I was in the midst of a crucial epiphany and was unable to attend to it." Little Yuan uttered pitiably, "And now, I've even troubled Master to personally rescue me. The alchemy room burned down. It's all the fault of little Lu. He was responsible for overseeing the construction of the alchemy room in the first place," Lin Bei said, deftly shifting the blame. "But the alchemy room was destroyed due to my operational error." Little Yuan blinked innocently. "We can't entirely fault Wang Xiaolu. Not blame him. Who else is to blame? It was his lack of safety awareness during the construction. Don't fret. After we leave, I shall avenge you," Lin Bei declared righteously. Little Yuan blinked her eyes. Saying little else, she seemed to sense her master's fondness for her, while internally she could only wish for Xiaoyuzi to fend for himself. As they spoke, Lin Bei led Little Yuan out from the raging inferno. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyuzi's face lit up with joy. The master had emerged. Little Yuan was unharmed, which was wonderful news. When Zhang Tong beheld the protective shield formed by the black and white energies surrounding Lin Bei and Little Yuan, he wore an expression of realization. Indeed, this was the master's spell. "Master, are you all right?" Xiaoyuzi hastily inquired. "Little Yuan, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Little Yuan replied, her gaze evasive, as if she had committed some wrongdoing. Xiaoyuzi was puzzled, wondering what was amiss. Why did Little Yuan appear to feel guilty towards him? Amidst his confusion, Lin Bei's voice rang out. "Xiaoyuzi, are you hoping for something to happen to your master?" "Huh?" Xiaoyuzi was taken aback. Zhang Ting instantly grasped the situation and discreetly slipped away. Before he could leave, he noticed that Tai Niu had also departed early. "What a coincidence, Brother Zhang. You're leaving too?" Zhang Ting awkwardly smiled. "What a coincidence, Tai Niu. Did you not also leave?" The master had always indulged the little junior sister. And with Xiaoyuzi responsible for constructing the alchemy room, the recent fire had clearly incited the master's displeasure. Why stay and face reprimand? "I recall having offered a few pointers regarding the alchemy room. So do I. I also contributed to its construction," Zhang Tong replied in kind. The two brothers, Observing Xiao Liuzi's bewildered expression, secretly rejoiced. Someone was taking the blame. How delightful. Master, how could I ever wish for anything to happen to you? It is utterly inconceivable. Xiao Liuzi, slow to grasp the situation, reflected on how he constructed the alchemy chamber as per your instructions. Lin Bei's face was contorted with anger. Xiao Yuaner, while refining elixirs in the chamber, managed to set it ablaze. Had it not been for my timely intervention, she would have either perished or been gravely injured. Are you jesting with me? Xiao Liuzi found himself at a loss for words. His first instinct was to ask Zhang Ting and Tai Niu to speak in his defense, for although he oversaw the construction of the alchemy chamber, they had both been involved as well. However, when he turned around, the two had mysteriously vanished from sight. They slipped away. It dawned on Xiao Liuzi that these two rascals had indeed fled, leaving him to shoulder the blame. Master, enough. Lin Bei interjected sharply, dismissing Xiao Liuzi's attempts at explanation. I have no desire to hear your excuses. You are to compose a 10,000-word self-critique, and it must be profound. Yes. Xiao Liuzi lowered his head, his expression one of utter dejection. Soon, the flames that had engulfed the alchemy chamber were extinguished, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved his notebook. This is infuriating. Once again, I have been reprimanded by the master, and now I must write another 10,000-word critique. I alone bear the blame for the fire in the alchemy chamber. It is all Zhang Teng's fault. He initially guided me in constructing it according to the specifications of a martial artist's alchemy room. And Tai Niu, who boasted that he had procured the finest alchemy chamber blueprints from Qingyun town. The resentment I have recorded will not be forgotten. Next time you partake in water, I shall surely slip some laxatives into it, ensuring you betray me. After jotting down this note, Xiao Liuzi obediently took out a piece of paper and began to write a self-reflection. Meanwhile, at the border, Su Rui successfully persuaded Brother Deng and his 10 companions. Among them, Brother Deng exclaimed with immense excitement, Tai Niu, your strategy is remarkable. Old Deng, am truly impressed. Indeed, you are correct. We have misdirected our animosity. From now on, we shall heed your counsel. Within the camp, all present regarded Su Rui with admiration. Chapter 89. The renown of the dojo. Utilizing his strength and exceptional persuasive abilities, Su Rui successfully convinced the original subordinates of Zhang Zhong. However, he did not readily trust them. Instead, he meticulously investigated their backgrounds and their relationships with Zhang Zhong, evaluating each individual before confirming their reliability. Once assured of their trustworthiness, Su Rui promptly shared a portion of his plans, particularly detailing the aspects regarding the healing elixir, which deeply impressed the soldiers. Recognizing the opportune moment, Su Rui declared, esteemed comrades, to test our strategy beyond the borders, we require military merit, and thus our immediate priority is to acquire it. My military merit for returning home to visit family is sufficient. I can be away for several months. Brother Deng among the soldiers immediately responded. So can I. I do not have enough. Soon, many voices chimed in, with 3 individuals confirming that they possessed adequate military merit. Upon observing the situation, Su Rui deliberated briefly before articulating, esteemed comrades, now that I have arrived, how could I possibly permit you to expend your meritorious service? I possess a stratagem that could yield a substantial amount of military accolades. When the time comes, it shall be sufficient not merely for leave to visit your ancestral homes, but even for outright discharge from service. Upon hearing these words, a collective gleam of anticipation illuminated their countenances. Is this truly the case? One inquired. If such be the reality, might we then be permitted to return to our native villages? Another exclaimed. A prodigious quantity of military honors is no trifling matter to acquire. Centurion Tai Niu, might you possess a viable plan? A third queried, a palpable sense of elation permeating the atmosphere. Su Rui responded with a genial smile. Have I not heard that the exotic beasts beyond the frontier frequently assail Jade Valley Pass? A soldier affirmed, at present. The frequency of these bestial incursions approximates once every 3 to 5 days, with their strength ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank, and occasionally, demonic beasts are interspersed among them. The soldier continued, the 1st through 9th ranks of exotic beasts correspond to the body refinement, core formation, and martial intent stages of martial practitioners, respectively, whereas the demonic beasts are comparable to grandmasters. From what I have gleaned, the reason these exotic beasts assault Jade Valley Pass with such regularity is that the great demon leading them has established a system whereby the number of martial practitioners slain during the assaults on Jade Valley Pass serves as a metric to ascertain the standings of the demonic beasts under its command. Su Rue inquired. Is this accurate? Indeed, Brother Deng affirmed. The exotic beast assaults on Jade Valley Pass occur at predictable intervals, and after each assault, they invariably sound the retreat. The 4 garrison generals have also posited that this is a form of gambit among the demonic beasts, ostensibly to elect a demon king. Su Rue offered a subtle smile, remarking, having perused maps of the lands beyond the frontier, I have conceived a plan that, if successful, could inflict grievous losses upon the demonic beasts, preclude them from further harassing Jade Valley Pass, and thereby garner a substantial amount of military merit. If that's the case, it would be more than just a massive amount, exclaimed Brother Deng, his voice filled with excitement. What's the strategy? Su Rue produced a map, revealing the strategic pass and its surrounding terrain, complete with mountains and seas. Observe this area, he instructed. Do any of you know the name of this mountain range? The assembly shook their heads in unison. This mountain is known as the Azure Sea Celestial Mountain, Su Rue elucidated. Atop this mountain lies a colossal lake. With a smile, Su Rue proposed, Gentlemen, imagine if we were to sever the Celestial Mountain's water source, allowing it to cascade downwards. What would be the repercussions? Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Having studied the terrain, I've noted that the land outside Pass is significantly depressed, Su Rue continued. Should the Celestial Mountain's waters be unleashed, they would inevitably inundate this vast expanse, spanning thousands of miles. The exotic beasts stationed here would likely suffer immense casualties. Furthermore, by disrupting the water supply, the delicate balance of power among the exotic beasts would be shattered. Inevitably, they would turn upon one another, engaging in internecine warfare to usurp territory and ascend to positions of dominance. This is a strategy that achieves 2 objectives with a single maneuver. As Su Rue concluded, the assembled soldiers exchanged glances, a sense of profound respect welling up within them for his demeanor, which exuded an air of effortless command and strategic brilliance. Is it truly plausible that the Celestial Mountain's waters could submerge such a vast area? Brother Deng inquired, voicing his skepticism. I find it somewhat dubious. We are familiar with the Celestial Mountain. It lies at a considerable distance from here, and even with its abundant waters, I struggle to believe it could inundate this entire region. Su Rue responded with an assured smile. The marvel of nature lies precisely in this point. It is commonly believed that the Celestial Mountain's lake is formed by precipitation from the heavens. In reality, it is connected to the Azure Sea, only by truncating here. For the vast sea is boundless, and the waters shall flow endlessly. The waters of Tian Shan will cascade, following the contours of the land, flowing in such a manner. Yet it shall not inundate everything without end. For the marvels of nature are such that after the waters of Tian Shan have reached a certain level, they will create a wondrous cycle of returning to the vast sea. As Su Rue spoke, he traced a route upon the map. Having observed the locations of the strange beasts beyond Yugu Pass, most of them lie along this line. Thus this plan is commendable. By harnessing the force of the tides, let them experience the wrath of the vast sea. The crowd exchanged glances. I believe in you. Brother Deng stepped forward first to express his support. Though it sounds mystical, I too believe in you. Me as well. Soon, everyone present voiced their agreement. Excellent. Su Rue smiled. In that case, I shall seek permission from General Qian to implement this plan under the pretext of delving deeper into the movements of the strange beasts. We shall follow your lead. On the other side, at Sungyun Academy, young Master Chiu stood respectfully before a bamboo hut. Young Master Chiu, since you have arrived, please come in. Upon entering the bamboo hut, the interior was modestly furnished with calligraphy and a writing desk. At the desk sat a young man clad in a blue robe, whose eyes, though youthful, bore the weight of time. One of his arms lay idle, while the other wrote calligraphy upon the desk. Junior Chiu Hung pays his respects to the blue-robed heavenly king. Young Master Chiu, please. The azure-clad celestial king placed his brush down, gesturing towards the desk with an inviting motion. As young Master Chiu settled in, the azure-clad celestial king began to speak in a measured tone. Young Master Chiu seldom graces my humble abode without a purpose. Does your visit today concern the debt I owe you? Young Master Chiu sighed softly. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would never wish to trouble a senior such as yourself. Spare the formalities, the azure-clad celestial king remarked indifferently. I am merely in the later stages of the martial celestial king realm. With your cultivation at the intermediate stage, there is no need for such deference. Young Master Chiu chuckled. Not at all. While the distinctions between the early, intermediate, and later stages of the martial celestial king realm may seem slight, the reality is a world apart. Each advancement requires a sublimation of one's martial domain, resulting in a vast disparity in power. It is only proper that I address you as a senior. The azure-clad celestial king cast a sidelong glance at young Master Chiu. Speak, then. What brings you here? Senior. You are likely aware of my pursuit of Surue? Young Master Chiu inquired. Indeed, the azure-clad celestial king affirmed. You have yet to apprehend him? I heard he absconded with a considerable amount of your treasures. At the mention of Surue, young Master Chiu's expression involuntarily twitched. He is far too cunning and astute. The initial celestial king in the early stage that I dispatched was misled, pursuing him in the wrong direction, and has been unable to catch up ever since. The azure-clad celestial king nodded slowly. You wish for me to assist in his capture? At this, young Master Chiu demurred. Not quite. I am aware of his current whereabouts. Oh, the azure-clad celestial king's interest piqued, knowing Surue's location, and yet you have not moved to apprehend him? Chapter 90, Spirit Recovery Pill. Diligent little UNR, where is he? The celestial king in azure garb inquired about the situation at the unnamed village within the confines of the dojo, located outside the town of Qinyun in the city of Qinyun. Young Master Chiu remarked, a dojo? Given your esteemed reputation, how could they possibly refuse to acknowledge you? Young Master Chiu let out a bitter laugh. It's not merely a matter of refusal. The dojo has publicly declared its protection of Surue. The celestial king raised his eyebrows in surprise. Isn't that a blatant affront to your dignity, young Master Chiu? Upon hearing this, young Master Chiu's expression turned somber. Elder, your words are rather blunt. The celestial king burst into laughter. Are you suggesting that I should venture to the dojo to retrieve Surue and simultaneously eradicate the establishment? Young Master Chiu hastily waved his hand. Not at all. Currently, I am vying for the position of chief disciple, and it is imperative that I do not create unnecessary complications. I seek your assistance in discerning the true nature of the dojo. The celestial king paused, sensing young Master Chiu's apprehension. Could it be that this dojo is a den of peril? Young Master Chiu's demeanor became grave. The dojo's precise strength remains uncertain, but its unique sect is particularly dangerous, especially a person named Lin Bei, who is the head of the dojo. The celestial king nodded thoughtfully. You regard Lin Bei with such trepidation? What capabilities does he possess? Young Master Chiu replied. His true strength is unknown, yet he has effortlessly defeated the Zhou clan's celestial king with a single strike. Moreover, his attitude suggests he views others with utter disdain. The celestial king understood. So, it follows that he must possess at least mid-level prowess among the martial arts sovereigns? Indeed, young Master Chiu affirmed. Young Master Chiu nodded. Although my subordinates have gathered intelligence on the dojo, the information obtained is rather absurd. It is precisely because of the dojo's enigmatic nature that I have requested your esteemed presence to investigate the veracity of these claims. The Azure Robe King chuckled, intrigued. How interesting. I wonder what tidings you have received that strike you as so far-fetched. Young Master Chiu sighed. My subordinates have informed me that the strongest within the dojo is Lin Bei, followed by Zhang Teng, and then Tainyo. Aside from these three, there seem to be no other formidable practitioners. How could a dojo exhibit such a severe disparity in strength? There must be hidden talents. Indeed, it is quite absurd. The Azure Robe King concurred wholeheartedly. Young Master Chiu performed a respectful bow. I trouble you with this matter, Azure Robe King. I only require you to ascertain the truth. Once I ascend to the position of chief disciple, I shall find time to deal with the dojo. Of course, after this, you will owe me but a single favor. The Azure Robe King replied. Young Master Chiu took his leave, with a newfound interest. The Azure Robe King inscribed the two characters Daochong on a sheet of white paper upon the table. Before long, he rolled up the scroll and rose to depart the bamboo cottage. However, shortly after his exit, a cool voice reached his ears. Azure Robe, where are you headed? The Azure Robe King paused, lifting his gaze. Not far off, atop the treetops, sat a woman adorned in a white changsha gown. Her features were delicate, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Yet, upon the Azure Robe King's first glimpse of her, he promptly bowed in reverence. I pay my respects to Saint Luo. The woman smiled faintly, akin to the blossoming of spring flowers. Qingyi, you were once my esteemed martial arts mentor. There is no need for such formality. Saint, do not be negligent, came the indifferent response from Luo Sheng. Since your severed arm, you have remained hidden within Songyun Academy. Now that I have finally sought you out, I discover you are preparing to depart. Where are you headed? With a sigh, the heavenly King Qingyi replied. I must repay a debt of human emotion. I need to visit the Daoist temple. What temple? Luo Xing inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. Qingyi began to divulge everything he knew in detail. Cultivators? A new faction? Luo Xing chuckled softly, how intriguing. However, before you depart, accompany me to a certain place. What place? Qingyi asked, somewhat perplexed. To the frozen flower sea. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anguish crossed Qingyi's face. It has been 10 years. If you do not resolve your emotional turmoil, how will you transcend it? Let us go. She lies there. You must confront her. I. The heavenly king Qingyi hesitated, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. I understand. Meanwhile, within the Taoist temple, Lin Bei personally refined a batch of exquisite spirit recovery pills. The cost of these pills was exorbitant. According to Lin Bei's estimates, crafting one exquisite spirit recovery pill required at least 100 taels of silver. Whereas the superior pills produced by Xiao Yuaner consumed fewer materials, needing only 50 taels. Let us test the effects. After consuming the exquisite spirit recovery pill, Lin Bei instantly felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through his first meridian. Lin Bei immediately began the process of refining. And in what seemed like the mere span of an incense stick, the spiritual energy consumed within his first meridian had fully replenished. In fact, there remained in excess of 70 to 80% of spiritual energy that, due to the inability to refine it, was unfortunately wasted. The efficacy of this superior recovery elixir was truly remarkable. A single pill was sufficient to completely fill the first meridian. Lin Bei felt a profound sense of delight within. However, he understood that the spiritual energy contained within the elixir could only be refined through meridians that had undergone purification, indicating that it was specifically designed for the purpose of restoring spiritual energy. Lin Bei recognized that any surplus spiritual energy from the elixir would inevitably be squandered, as it could not be utilized to refine the first meridian. Casting another glance at the high-quality recovery elixirs that Xiao Yuaner had provided, he estimated that it would take approximately 10 of those to equate to just one of the superior ones. With this realization, Lin Bei shifted his focus away from the recovery elixirs and began to ponder instead. It seemed imperative to have Xiao Yuaner research some elixirs that could assist in cultivation. He held unwavering confidence in her abilities. After all, if she had successfully concocted recovery elixirs, the development of auxiliary cultivation elixirs could not be far behind. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei exited the meditation chamber and discovered Xiao Yuaner engrossed in her studies within a small pavilion at the training ground. She had placed the Shinong's classic of herbal medicine at the center, flanked by various texts on herbs. Choosing not to disturb her, Lin Bei silently approached from behind. Xiao Yuaner was deeply absorbed in her reading, jotting down notes as she progressed. Lin Bei took a closer look. Upon discovering another notebook belonging to the little girl, it was filled with densely packed writing. Within its pages lay the pharmacological properties of various herbs, meticulously recorded. Furthermore, she had, through her own insights and observations, integrated concepts from the Shinong Binxiao Jing to devise new pharmacological structures. After perusing it for a brief moment, Lin Bei felt a throbbing headache. It was all too intricate. When he initially acquired knowledge about the formulation of the exquisite returning spirit pill, he had realized its complexity and profundity. However, upon encountering the little girl's notes, he finally understood the immense effort that underpins the creation of each elixir. Observing the diligent little girl, Lin Bei nodded in appreciation. He recognized that her current research seemed to revolve around a pill capable of aiding cultivation and accelerating its pace. Internally, he offered silent encouragement to her. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Xiao Yozi, idly lounging with a blade of grass clutched in his mouth. Chapter 91. The Second Sun, Opening the Heavenly Gate. The Celestial King in Green Robes. In the Taoist temple, Xiao Yozi reclined in a rocking chair, gazing at the vast, cloudless sky. The sun shone brilliantly, and with the gentle sway of the chair, he felt utterly at ease. Just then, a sudden chill crept up his back, prompting him to instinctively turn around, only to find Lin Bei smiling warmly at him. Although Lin Bei wore a smile, Xiao Yozi felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. Master, are you comfortable? Lin Bei squinted his eyes and inquired cheerfully. Comfortable, Xiao Yozi answered, almost inaudibly like a mosquito's buzz. Comfortable? Have you overseen the construction of the new alchemy chamber? Is it completed? Lin Bei pressed, his tone turning serious. Xiao Yozi, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Master. Having learned from my previous experience, I understand that the wooden structures surrounding the alchemy chamber pose significant danger. Therefore, after consulting with the craftsman, I have decided to use a complete bluestone structure and the site must be spacious. Get to the point. Lin Bei interrupted angrily. I am waiting for the craftsman to deliver the bluestone. So what now? Are you idle? Look at Iron Bull. Look at Zhang Tong. And then at Xiao Yuaner. Observe your fellow disciples. Who among them is not diligently cultivating? Are you the only one idling away your time? Lin Bei questioned. Xiao Yozi felt a deep sense of frustration. Have you found your own path of cultivation? Lin Bei pressed further. I. Xiao Yozi spoke hesitantly. I have not. My talent is lacking. I. Lin Bei sighed and patted Xiao Yozi on the shoulder. I know you are waiting for Zhang Ting to reach the realm of Yufa before he opens the heavenly gate for you, right? Xiao Yozi was struck by the truth of Lin Bei's words and nodded. Opening the heavenly gate is merely a stopgap measure. As your master, I respect the intentions of your senior brother Zhang Tong. Indeed, opening the heavenly gate can assist many who lack talent to step into the realm of cultivation. However, I also wish for you to understand why I do not aid you in opening the heavenly gate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yozi was taken aback. The path of cultivation must be forged by oneself, for only then can one venture far and realize their boundless potential. I hope you can carve out a path that belongs to you. Xiao Yozi stood in silence, his face filled with shame. Without a path in your heart. Even if I wish to assist you, there is no foundation upon which to build. Master, I was wrong, but truly, I do not know how to embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Bei sighed, contemplating the pursuit of his own path. Your cleverness is, after all, a form of talent. Perhaps you can harness it to unearth your innate gifts. If all else fails, Zhang Tong may have to assist you in opening the gateway to enlightenment. As time passed, the dojo enveloped itself in tranquility, with each individual diligently cultivating their skills. Lin Bei included. Ever since the fifth breakthrough of the Taiji breathing method, Lin Bei had been refining his primary meridian, increasing the rate of absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth from 20 drops to 25 daily. Days later, while immersed in his practice, Lin Bei was suddenly alerted by a voice resonating in his mind. Your disciple, Tainyo, has advanced in the 9-yang method to the 2nd yang beginner. Your own 2nd yang in the 9-yang method has reached perfection. A glimmer of joy sparked in Lin Bei's eyes. The 9-yang method had transformed from merely being Tainyo's secret weapon to becoming Lin Bei's greatest asset. Simultaneously, Tainyo's voice echoed from outside. Master, I seek your guidance on a matter. Enter. Upon entering Lin Bei's meditation chamber, Tainyo immediately expressed, Master, I have reached the 7th level of cultivation. During this time, I grasped the 2nd yang of the 9-yang method. Though I have entered the initial stage, I still sense discrepancies. Lin Bei smiled gently. Speak. What seems to be amiss? Master, in the circulatory process of the 2nd yang's acupoints, when I store my spiritual energy in the danjiang, I experience a vague discomfort, and the results are rather unsatisfactory. Additionally, Tainyo proceeded to articulate 7 or 8 concerns. With Lin Bei having perfected the 2nd yang, he was already well aware of the intricacies and began to respond. During your 2nd yang cultivation, you placed undue emphasis on the extreme yang, neglecting the principle of embracing yin while bearing yang. Although your 9-yang Taoist method is primarily focused on the extreme yang, you must comprehend the tenet that solitary yang does not generate life. Only by embracing yin while bearing yang can one attain the extreme yang. You should prioritize the circulation between your dantian acupoint and the celestial chimney acupoint. Following this explanation, Tainyo experienced a sudden enlightenment. His face filled